Chapter 1. System, you are quite ruthless. Junior brother, what is the matter with you? Have you not eaten? Are you feeling faint from hunger? Surely not. Although our junior brother is somewhat lacking in talent, he shouldn't be fainting from hunger. Sisters, what should we do now? Is our junior brother going to be gone? Lin Jiuxuan had a peculiar dream. He dreamt that he had traversed into the primordial chaos and inexplicably became a disciple of the Jie sect. The voices around him shattered any illusion of dreaming. Though dreams may be delightful, being awakened by others is far more distressing. Who is it? Can't anyone let a person sleep? He opened his eyes, dumbfounded. Before him stood 3 breathtakingly beautiful women. A torrent of memories that did not belong to him surged forth, accompanied by a piercing pain that caused him to faint once more. Big sister, our junior brother seems unable to cultivate. Has his mind gone awry? That shouldn't be the case. The stunning woman swallowed hard, speaking uncertainly. Let's observe a bit longer. If it does not improve, we still have our master. The eldest sister spoke, and the two nodded in agreement. Thus, they waited for Lin Jiuxuan to awaken. Senior sister, second senior sister, junior sister. Upon waking again, he respectfully called out to the 3 women before him, not daring to act recklessly. Absorbing the memories in his mind, he realized where he was. Indeed, the primordial chaos. He had never imagined that his dream would come true. He had genuinely traversed to the world of primordial chaos and become the youngest disciple of Jie sect. At present, the primordial chaos was a perilous time. It was not an exaggeration to say that quasi-saints were as numerous as dogs, while the Great Luo were even more abundant. Feeling within himself, he discovered he was merely a celestial being. In the Jie sect, his cultivation level might not even rival that of a pig. In due time, the Jie sect itself would struggle to protect its own. To survive, he could only rely on himself. 3 senior sisters, I am fine. See? All is well. There is no need for concern, senior sisters. Looking at the 3 senior sisters before him, he recognized them as the legendary Sanxiao. He rose, stretching his limbs to prove that he was indeed unscathed. Only then did the 3 feel relieved enough to depart. Once they left, he felt free to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Though he possessed the cultivation of a celestial being, his method of practice was woefully inadequate, as he was a member of the human race and his background was not particularly favorable. Thus, his cultivation of any technique or divine ability was agonizingly slow, with some even being utterly inaccessible. He felt a profound sorrow. It seemed he could only cling to life in the primordial chaos. In his room, an array of weapons lay scattered about. He picked up a sword and began to practice. The early bird catches the worm. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. The sword, the foremost of all weapons, the sworded gentleman. This sword was a gift bestowed upon him upon entering the Jie sect. It was said to have once slain a true dragon. In the Blue Star, he had a keen fondness for swords. After all, there were countless novels extolling the way of the sword. In his heart, he could not help but feel that the sword was indeed what a man ought to cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, the sword in his hand seemed to resonate with this sentiment. In his grasp, it came to life. As he practiced, time flew by. A day passed swiftly. How fast! As he finally set the sword down, he felt invigorated. A chilling voice reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap. At last, you have arrived. Ding! Practice the sword 100 times. The sword moves with the heart. System activated. Ding! Host, for every level of sword practice achieved, a mysterious reward will be granted. Lin Jiuxuan calmly sipped a cup of water. Not a trace of panic crossed his demeanor, for he understood, though the system might arrive late, it would never be absent. In truth, whether it was a system or not mattered little. What he cherished was that delightful ding sound. Ding! Achievement task triggered. Task: practice the sword 100,000 times. Reward: a mysterious gift package. The system's voice rang out once more. Lin Jiuxuan felt a wave of joy wash over him. However, after a while, something fell amiss. He soon realized the purpose of this system. It was born for the Dao. As long as he reached a certain level in his practice, he would be rewarded. Then came a myriad of rewards. From innate spiritual treasures to innate supreme treasures, all were within reach. System, is there something you are missing? Lin Jiuxuan inquired. According to the narrative of system novels, it seemed to lack a certain element. He wondered if it had been consumed by the system. Ding. This system is the first system of heaven and earth. Please do not underestimate its worth. If it is absent, it is absent. Even if it exists, this system firmly states it does not. Lin Jiuxuan felt a surge of displeasure. This system appeared to be somewhat arrogant. Suppressing his temper, he firmly declared, 100,000 times, is it? Just you wait. I shall practice the sword. The system was his foundation. He could only concede. He grasped the sword and began anew. From one corner of Sanxiao Island to another, he traversed the entirety of Sanxiao Island several times over. 100,000 times. Even drawing the sword took a considerable amount of time, let alone practicing the sword itself. He could not tell if the system was deliberately making things difficult for him. These 100,000 times had to be practiced according to the system's method. Exhausting as it was, Lin Jiuxuan showed no signs of stopping. If he wished to survive in the primordial chaos, he had to elevate his cultivation. With his current celestial level, he would be easily subdued in a confrontation. Finally, after a year, ding, achievement of practicing the sword 100,000 times, completed reward, a manual on sword drawing. Lin Jiuxuan halted, panting heavily. He sat heavily upon the ground, awaiting the mysterious reward. The result, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Sword drawing technique? You must be joking. Lin Jiuxuan listened to the system's voice, his mouth agape. He nearly shouted aloud, practicing the sword 100,000 times, only to receive a manual on sword drawing. This was utterly outrageous. Yet there was little he could do. After all, the system was the authority, and it was such a proud system. Feeling the sword drawing technique within his mind, his hands instinctively began to move. Once, twice. The sword moves with the heart. As the heart stirs, the sword responds. The essence of the sword becomes clear. He could sense that each time he drew the sword, it was a unique experience. Gradually, he began to comprehend. Drawing the sword enhanced his understanding and perception of the blade. Ding! Achievement triggered. Minor mastery of sword drawing. Reward: a drop of Panga's heart's blood. Panga's blood could incite great wars among the inhabitants of the primordial chaos, let alone the blood from his heart. It was at least 10 times stronger than mere blood. Merely consuming, it could fortify the body to a terrifying degree. Ding! Achievement triggered. Major mastery of sword drawing. Reward: the will to kill. Ding! Achievement triggered. Sword drawing at a proficient level. Reward: the will to protect. Ding! Achievement triggered. Sword drawing at a consummate level. Reward: the will of ice. The further he progressed, the clearer it became to Lin Jiuxuan. The deeper his comprehension of sword drawing, the more achievements he would gain. He had already cultivated the sword drawing technique to a level comparable to the Dao. On one occasion, as he drew the sword, a frozen river split open. Countless koi leaped over the dragon gate. He severed the heavenly tribulation with a single stroke, triggering a special achievement. The more he drew the sword, the fainter the sword intent upon his body became. Moreover, it was not only the sword drawing technique that could yield achievement rewards. Other weapons would similarly follow suit. Chapter 2. Junior brother, are you foolish? In pursuit of more rewards, Lin Jiuxuan made a special effort to seek out his senior brothers and sisters on Sanxiao Island, borrowing an array of additional weapons. In his room, he had only a handful. As a result, the senior brothers and sisters on Sanxiao Island began to perceive him as a peculiar individual. Instead of diligently cultivating, he was preoccupied with other pursuits. What good would it do to master every weapon? If he did not cultivate divine abilities or techniques, how would he advance in cultivation? After all, this was the primordial chaos, a place where strength of cultivation spoke volumes. Could he truly rely on weapons in battle? It was all about combat through the Dao and divine abilities. Big sister, why not persuade junior brother? Practicing with weapons is futile. Cultivation is the only solid truth. Indeed, big sister, what use is it to practice these if he does not cultivate divine abilities? We are immortals. relying on our comprehension of the laws and mastery of divine abilities. The numerous Jie sect disciples of Sanxiao Island approached the Sanxiao sisters, expressing their concerns. The relationships among Jie sect disciples were far friendlier than those in the other two sections. They were particularly fond of Lin Jiuxuan, their little junior brother. Everyone in Jie sect knew. Aside from Tongtian, Lin Jiuxuan listened most attentively to the Sanxiao sisters. They could only attempt to persuade him. They could not allow their little junior brother to descend into such self-indulgence. Cultivation was no trifling matter. It could not be neglected. Very well, we will find a way. The Sanxiao sisters could only reply thus. They had also privately approached Lin Jiuxuan. The answers they received left them all in agony. Cultivation? I am indeed cultivating. The cultivation of the Dao does not require sitting in meditation. In the end, he not only refused their counsel, but also regaled them with a plethora of peculiar concepts. Ultimately, they could only acquiesce. Among the Jie sect, if anyone were to express the deepest affection for Lin Jiuxuan, it would undoubtedly be the Sanxiao sisters. However, Lin Jiuxuan was still a disciple of Jie sect. He could not become a fool who knew only weapons without any mastery of divine abilities or techniques. Dear sister, perhaps we should devise a plan to instill some fear in our junior disciple, to make him realize that mastery of divine powers and spells is the proper path to cultivation. Merely honing his weapon skills is futile, Bai Xiao remarked, her patience wearing thin. Younger sister, how do you propose we proceed? Xiongxia inquired eagerly. Among the three, Jiu Bai was the most resourceful. We could summon nearby clans to challenge our junior brother, allowing him to understand that his training is of no use and does not enhance his combat prowess. When he faces defeat, he will surely abandon his misguided ways and embark on a path of redemption, she suggested. Don't worry, dear sister. We will be there to support him. There is no need for fear. It is time for him to face some hardships. Bai Xiao's eyes glinted with mischief, for this young disciple had been a source of concern for them. Once he experiences hardship, he will surely recognize his errors. Thus, the three of them made their decision with great enthusiasm. Lin Jiuxuan remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis approaching him. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely just chuckle. Divine powers and spells. Were they? Are they truly formidable? How much can they enhance combat capability? Is a system reliable? Without one, what good is it? If he were to grasp the thoughts of the three sisters, he would merely chuckle in response. The trio concealed themselves among the clouds, observing Lin Jiuxuan as he practiced with his weapon. This time, he had exchanged his sword for a spear, focusing on the most fundamental stances: thrusts, jabs, and parries. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Spear skills reach a level comparable to the Dao. Reward: spatial loss. He paused, exhaling deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he had learned to control the expression of delight on his face. Thus far, he had successfully elevated 4 types of weapons to a level on par with the Dao, with dozens more reaching a half step into the Dao Realm. As for the laws, he had countless varieties at his disposal. Time in the primordial chaos is immeasurable. He had resided in this realm for a full 5,000 years. Over these 5 millennia, he had not only mastered his weaponry, but had also completely absorbed the essence of Panga's heartblood. His physical strength was such that even achieving the 9th level of the profound arts would pale in comparison. He feared not even a direct confrontation with the ancestral witches, though his cultivation had only reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, a significant realm below the 3 sisters. Yet, his combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, especially given his comprehension of 4 distinct paths: the sword path, the spear path, the Confucian path, and the weapon path. With these 4 paths intertwined, he would not shy away from even a Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, he possessed not only the Dao, but also an extraordinarily formidable physique. In the primordial chaos, few could withstand a strike from his sword, and even fewer could endure a blow from him. He had sensed the presence of the 3 sisters long before they appeared above him, yet he chose not to expose their concealment. At that moment, the water surrounding the 3 immortal islands surged violently. A multitude of sea creatures emerged, churning the ocean, among which were several that reached the level of Tai golden immortals. These colossal beings, towering over 100 feet, caused the sea to roil with every movement, numbering in the thousands as they surged towards Lin Jiuxuan, seemingly driven by an unseen force. Younger sister, is this too much? What if her junior brother gets hurt? Yun Xiao furrowed her brow, noting the presence of several latest-stage Tai golden immortal sea beasts among the throng. Was this too harsh on Lin Jiuxuan? Fear not, dear sister, we are here, Bai Xiao replied with a smile. The three of them were all early-stage Great Luo golden immortals, more than capable of handling a few Tai golden immortal sea beasts with ease. Yun Xiao and Xiao relaxed, realizing they had been overly concerned. They merely hoped their junior brother would not sustain too severe an injury, for their hearts would be troubled otherwise. The three observed Lin Jiuxuan's actions with a hint of curiosity. There he stood, unwavering, facing the approaching sea beast without a trace of retreat in his demeanor. Instead, there was a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes as he quietly gripped his spear. Is our junior brother truly unfazed? Surely not. Let us continue watching. If need be, we shall intervene, Yun Xiao remarked, sensing a change in this young disciple. The three of them were all at the initial stage of the Great Luo golden immortal, effortlessly capable of dealing with several Tai golden immortal level sea beasts. Yun Xiao and Xiao relaxed their furrowed brows. Realizing that they had been overly concerned, they could only hope that their junior brother would not suffer too severe an injury. Otherwise, they would feel guilty. The three watched Lin Jiuxuan's actions with a hint of confusion. He stood firm, showing no inclination to retreat in the face of the oncoming sea beasts, and his eyes sparkled with a sense of eagerness. The long spear he held remained poised and silent. Little junior brother, could he really be so frightened that he has lost his wits? No. Let us keep watching. If it comes to it, we'll intervene, Yun Xiao said, sensing something different about him, though she couldn't quite articulate it. Yet, she was prepared to act at any moment. All three were curious about how Lin Jiuxuan would respond to the onslaught of thousands of sea beasts, including several at the Tai golden immortal level. Even their junior brother, at the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal, would find it arduous to engage. As Lin Jiuxuan faced the approaching sea beasts, he showed no sign of retreat. I wonder if this is enough for a single strike, he thought, licking his lips as he gazed at the beasts, a fierce determination burning in his eyes that it had been 5,000 years. He was uncertain of his own strength, but now he finally had the opportunity to test it. He could only hope that these sea beasts were not too weak. Close your eyes. Focus. Long spear in hand. Battle. With a sharp exhale, he opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the three women felt a tension in their bodies as if they were facing their master. It must be an illusion, they thought, unable to genuinely believe that their junior brother possessed the strength of their master. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxuan's aura transformed dramatically. The long spear in his grasp seemed to come alive. Striking forth without hesitation, the spear, it shot out with force. He exerted half of his strength. The spear surged forth like a dragon. There was no extravagant display of techniques or complex spells, just a simple, unadorned strike. Yet this seemingly ordinary thrust delivered an extraordinary shock to the three watching from above the clouds. As the spear flew, the surrounding void trembled slightly, and soon, vivid spear shadows materialized in the air. Each shadow appeared as though it truly existed, and one could even hear the roar of the spear as it launched, akin to a true dragon's cry. The surface of the sea froze instantly. Wherever the spear shadows passed, the ocean became encased in ice. The flow of space itself came to a halt. Thousands of sea beasts were immobilized in an instant, turned into ice blocks. Even the towering waves were encased in frost, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The Tai golden immortal level sea beasts had no time to even cry out before being silenced. Following this, the long spear descended with a resounding crash. The sound of ice shattering echoed through the air as thousands of sea beasts, along with the waves, were obliterated in an instant, not even allowing the surf to roll over. Ding! Achievement unlocked. One spear shatters 1,000 troops. Reward. Path of space. Lin Jiuxuan was taken aback by the immense benefit. Space is revered. Time is sovereign. This isn't a joke, that he realized that achievements could be obtained in such a manner. As he pondered, he noticed that there seemed to be many opportunities for achievements that he had yet to discover. Meanwhile, the three watching from above were utterly stunned. They looked down at their junior brother, doubting their own eyes. One strike. He used just one strike. Thousands of sea beasts, including dozens at the Tai Golden Immortal level, were annihilated, and it was accomplished with a single move. They could hardly believe that this was their junior brother at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. They never imagined Lin Jiuxuan's spear could be so terrifying, surpassing even divine abilities. Even the three of them would have to engage in a protracted battle, with no guarantee of a single-strike victory. This really weak, Lin Jiuxuan remarked nonchalantly before shaking his head and departing. This statement struck the three like a thunderclap. His words, implying a lack of strength, felt like a profound insult. Weak? How could this be considered weak? They could hardly bear the blow and immediately called out to Lin Jiuxuan. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Lin Jiuxuan feigned ignorance. The timing of the sea beast's appearance coincided perfectly with that of the three senior sisters, making their intentions clear. They were merely testing him, attempting to coax him into relinquishing what they deemed trivial concerns. "Little junior brother, did you comprehend this spear technique on your own?" Yuan Shi inquired. The technique had instilled a sense of danger in them moments ago, that if it truly was self-taught, it would be astonishing, indicating that his innate talent might one day surpass theirs. "Yes, senior sister," Lin Jiuxuan replied, lowering his head with a hint of a smug smile, to ensure he could practice in peace and gain achievements. He had to reveal a fraction of his capabilities. "What percentage of your strength did you employ?" Xiongxia asked, doubting that her junior brother had exerted much effort given his nonchalant demeanor. "Senior sister, I used my full strength. I need to return and recuperate properly." Did the three senior sisters not see the sea beast approaching? Lin Jiuxuan mused, reasoning that rounding up to 10 was perfectly acceptable. He glanced at the three sisters, awaiting their response. "No. Junior brother, take the time to recuperate. In a few days, the master will come," Xiongxia said, already contemplating how to entice their master to visit, given her junior brother's talent. There was no one on Sanxiao Island who could adequately instruct him. Lin Jiuxuan bowed and departed. "Eldest sister, will the master truly come?" Bixiao asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Whether he comes or not depends on us," was the cryptic reply. Lin Jiuxuan returned to his chamber to organize the myriad of things he had accumulated over the past 5,000 years. Just the laws alone numbered over 1,000. As for the Dao he had comprehended, along with those rewarded by the system, there were more than 100 layers. I am merely a Tai Golden Immortal Duppy. Why the standard of transmigrators, I should be able to combat enemies of a higher tier. This means that against Great Luo Golden Immortals, I must tread carefully. However, with so many Great Luo around, I don't feel particularly strong that I'm still weaker than those at the quasi-saint level. As a Tai Golden Immortal, I am merely at the initial stage, with mid-stage, late stage, and perfected stages yet to follow. Only then will I ascend to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the three sisters mentioned that Tongtian will arrive in a few days. Should I ask him about sword techniques? The thought was irresistible. After all, Tongtian, Yuan Shi, and Laozi are the manifestations of the Sanqing, the true lineage of Pangu. They are bona fide saints of the Dao. Tongtian's power is extraordinarily formidable. Wielding the four swords of Zhuaxian, his combat prowess unparalleled, it is unlikely that an ordinary saint could stand against him. But is this wise? Will I be beaten to a pulp? The mere thought of the four swords of Zhuaxian made his heart ache. After all, he was a saint. Would it be too presumptuous to solicit his guidance on sword techniques? Meanwhile, the three sisters had already informed Tongtian about Lin Jiuxuan's prowess. As you mentioned, junior brother possesses remarkable skills in the spear path. He is indeed a talent. In light of this, I shall make an exception to offer him guidance. Tongtian declared. Yuan Shi's face lit up with joy. To have a saint personally instruct him was a significant honor. In this era, it was understood that while masters opened the door, one's cultivation depended on personal effort. Saints would seldom personally instruct their disciples unless they were in a particularly good mood. Indicating Tongtian's fondness for Lin Jiuxuan, in his room, Lin Jiuxuan contemplated which weapon to focus on next. He had already honed his spear and sword skills to a level that paralleled the Dao. Perhaps he should practice archery, reflecting on the adage, a single arrow through the clouds can summon 1,000 armies. He mused that mastering archery could prove invaluable in the future. Yuan Shi returned to inform Lin Jiuxuan of Tongtian's intent to personally guide his training. Lin Jiuxuan felt a surge of joy, yet a hint of trepidation lingered. What if Tongtian discovered his system? He couldn't help but consult the system, which responded with an audacious retort. Saints are nothing but trash. With that, he felt reassured and embarked on his journey to master archery on the island of Sanxiao. Each day resembles an arrow soaring into the sky, only to return once more. The avian population above has significantly dwindled. In a certain part of the island, a multitude of feathers and skeletal remains can be found, while the flesh appears to have vanished without a trace. The art of archery has gradually become more adept, with the frequency of practice increasing daily. Observing the rising proficiency with the passage of time, Lin Jiuxuan's heart swells with joy. After all, an increase in skills signifies a corresponding enhancement in his strength. Ding! Achievement unlocked. 1 arrow, Sun Saint. Reward, a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. What on earth is a Sun Saint? As he gazes at the suddenly triggered achievement, a few black crows flit overhead, accompanied by several question marks floating in his mind. Although he is unaware of what the 1 arrow, Sun Saint achievement entails, he is familiar with the Hongmeng purple chi. Ding! Achievement unlocked. The path of archery reaches perfection, standing side by side with the Dao. Reward, Hongmeng Chaos Decision. Chapter 4, Ascending to Heaven. What is this arrow? Lin Jiuxuan's countenance turns peculiar upon seeing this achievement. Sun Saint. His proficiency has reached its zenith. How exceedingly strange. However, the notion of a Sun Saint leaves him with a slight headache. Could it be that he truly struck a saint with his arrow? At that moment, Tongtian, en route to Sanxiao Island, has just arrived above the island when he suddenly feels himself locked onto by an aura. He shows no sign of fear. After all, he is a saint of the Primordial era. How could a mere arrow possibly harm him? However, he realizes he cannot evade this arrow. The saintly aura proves utterly ineffective against it. As if it were mere paper, instantly pierced through. PFF. It strikes directly at his forehead. At this moment, Lin Jiuxuan also sees that his arrow seems to have hit someone. He cannot help but wonder. Could that be a saint? Yet the system does not lie, which means he indeed struck a saint. At this juncture, the Sanxiao trio also notices Tongtian in the sky, with an arrow embedded in his forehead. The three exchange bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This individual is their master, the leader of the Jie sect, a saint among the 3 pure ones. How could he not evade the arrow shot by their junior brother? Could it be that their master is testing the abilities of their junior brother? That is the only explanation they can conceive. After all, how else could one justify a mere Taiji golden immortal being unable to withstand an arrow from a saint? Where would the saint's dignity lie? In truth, Tongtian had simply let his guard down. Fortunately, no one else witnessed it, otherwise he would have lost face as the leader of the Jie sect. Now, even without a mirror, Tongtian can feel the arrow still lodged in his forehead. Gripping it, the arrow vanishes instantly. His expression reveals a hint of surprise. This arrow was in fact condensed with magical power. Were it not for this, how could it disregard his saintly aura? If it is not due to the arrow, then it must pertain to the arrow technique itself. And one beneath the saintly level can disregard the saintly aura. Not even a quasi-saint could accomplish such a feat. Was that truly his master? Just as Tongtian ponders the arrow, Lin Jiuxuan quickly retrieves it, furrowing his brow. Could it be a counterfeit? How could a saint be struck by my arrow? Tongtian is someone he has only met once, and given his cultivation level, who would believe it? A Taiji golden immortal striking a saint is utterly absurd. A false saint. The Sanxiao trio chuckles. This does seem plausible. Junior brother, that is indeed our master, the genuine saint. Perhaps it was merely a test of your strength that caused him to be struck. The Sanxiao trio can only resort to this awkward excuse. To be honest, they themselves are uncertain how to explain it. The fact remains before their eyes. Tongtian, of course, overhears their discussion, his face twitching. How embarrassing. He feels a sense of frustration. How could he have been so careless? Losing face before his disciple. In a single step, he crosses 1,000,000 miles to stand before the four of them. Master, the four bow in unison. Lin Jiuxuan naturally hides behind, feeling a bit anxious, fearful that Tongtian might seek revenge. That last arrow was rather peculiar. Your archery skills are quite remarkable. Tongtian cannot help but praise. What choice does he have? Can he not commend? Otherwise, how would he alleviate his embarrassment? It is no ordinary feat to strike him. Observing Lin Jiuxuan, his eyes brim with admiration. This excellent disciple does possess some talent. The Sanxiao trio exchange glances. There is hope. Disciple, there are still many shortcomings. I humbly request Master to critique me. Lin Jiuxuan hastily speaks up. He dares not boast in front of Saint, one who can determine his life or death. Having struck Tongtian, his heart still races. Will he seek retribution? The purpose of this visit is to impart the art of archery to you. However, it seems my understanding falls short of yours. The Sanxiao trio grows anxious at this point. They invited Tongtian precisely to gauge their junior brother's archery skills. Master, you, being a venerable saint, a mere word of guidance would greatly benefit our junior brother. Indeed, Master, it cannot be that a single arrow from our junior brother would deter you from instructing him. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression twitches, and he raises his head, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. His face flushes with embarrassment. Master, I implore you to guide me. Lin Jiuxuan seizes the moment to interject. Tongtian, a saint, will undoubtedly point out his deficiencies in that case. Come with me, my disciple. Tongtian can only say, mustering his courage, he does not believe he will gain any insight from Lin Jiuxuan, even though he was struck by that arrow earlier. He does not dare to underestimate him. He understands that it was merely a moment of carelessness on his part. He never anticipated his saintly aura would be breached. Moreover, even if it were breached, it did not harm Tongtian in any way. Not a single hair was lost. After all, he is yet to attain sainthood. Even with an understanding of the Tao, he is not a match for a saint. If he receives guidance from a saint, in the future, slaying a saint may not be impossible. The Primordial era knows no bounds. Tongtian's lecture lasts several hundred years. The teachings he imparts are not particularly profound. The Sanxiao trio is somewhat bewildered yet captivated. However, to Lin Jiuxuan, it is not quite the same. Although he has reached an understanding of the Tao that stands side by side with it, he has not completely transcended its boundaries. Tongtian's teachings prove immensely beneficial to him. Lin Jiuxuan enters a state of meditation, which Tongtian has specifically selected for him. 100 years later, awakening from his meditation, he senses his body. His realm has not advanced, yet his understanding of the art of archery has evidently deepened. Your Tao can only be mastered in your own hands. As your master, I can only assist you to this extent. Tongtian observes this disciple of his. His comprehension is not lacking. Those foundations fall short. The heights one can achieve in the Primordial era are closely tied to their foundations. Lin Jiuxuan is, after all, a member of the innate human race. Compared to the formidable beings of the Primordial era, he indeed has much to catch up on, especially when it comes to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The importance of one's foundation becomes even more pronounced. Otherwise, even after cultivating for countless years, one might not touch the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Tongtian looks at this young disciple, secretly lamenting the lost potential. Yes, disciple, I will remember this and diligently follow Master's teachings. Lin Jiuxuan is oblivious to Tongtian's thoughts. Were he to know of the foundation issue, he would merely smile. After all, he is an innate human, infused with the heart's blood of Pangu. Even if he cannot match the innate chaotic divine demons, he surpasses the formidable beings of the Primordial era by a considerable margin. The 12 ancestral witches, formed merely from their essence, can reach quasi-saint status. He, however, possesses the heart's blood. Moreover, he is equipped with a system. Him. A saint is merely a level to attain. Tongtian nods in satisfaction and departs. The Sanxiao trio, witnessing this, also feels regret for their junior brother, in the Primordial era. Enhancing one's foundation is no easy feat. Subsequently, Lin Jiuxuan resumes his archery practice. However, this time, the arrows possess even greater power than before. Eldest sister, Our junior brother is so diligent. Should we lend him a hand? The next step is to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Without a solid foundation, breaking through such constraints is more challenging than ascending to heaven. The Sanxiao trio observes from a distance, nodding in agreement. Determined, he resolved to assist his junior disciple in refining his archery skills. Chapter 5. The sudden arrow Sanxiao made up his mind to take action. After exchanging a few words with Lin Jiuxuan, he departed from the island, stepping into the primordial wilderness. Meanwhile, he continued his practice of archery. The teachings from Tongtian had yet to be fully absorbed. Once his archery reached the level where it was on par with the Dao, breaking through became increasingly challenging, relying heavily on luck and opportunity. His archery had also hit a bottleneck, akin to his swordsmanship. To enhance his abilities, he needed to venture into the primordial wilderness for training, where accomplishments would come more readily. Prior to that, he felt the need to bolster his strength at that moment. He remembered a technique rewarded to him previously, the 3 arrows of creation, an archery technique originating from the chaos. Though it comprised only 3 arrows, each possessed greater power than the last. When unleashed simultaneously, they could obliterate the heavens and devastate entire realms. However, executing this technique required an exceptionally robust physique. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to shoot the arrows, but he might also suffer fatal backlash. Even after absorbing Panga's heart's blood, his body could only manage to unleash the first arrow. Named Ken. With boundless magical energy coalescing in his hands, he held the longbow, gazing across tens of thousands of miles. Gradually, his magical power formed into an arrow shape, resting upon the bowstring. There was no sign of extraordinary disturbance, just an ordinary, unremarkable arrow. The arrow flew towards the sea and sky. It obliterated everything in its path in an instant, annihilated by an unseen force. The ocean was torn asunder, and curious sea creatures had no time to emerge. Their cries silenced before they could even be uttered, shattered to dust. The early stage Luo Jingxian sea creatures fled far away, vowing never to dwell in that perilous place again. It was far too dangerous. Not long ago, tens of thousands of sea creatures had perished beneath the inexplicable arrows. Now, another arrow had arrived, sending shivers down the spines of even the Luo Jingxian. This arrow traversed an unimaginable distance across the seas. Jin Ling, one of Tongtian's 4 great disciples, ranked alongside Dao Daoren, Gui Ling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Luo Jingxian, a notch higher than Sanxiao. Recently, feeling bored in seclusion, she sought to visit Sanxiao for a conversation. She wondered if her 3 junior sisters had made any progress in their cultivation and hoped to engage in philosophical discourse. Far across the seas, Jin Ling sat in her carriage, munching on spiritual fruits, adorned in a golden gown, resembling a fairy. The celestial aura enveloped her as her gaze pierced through the vastness, catching a glimpse of the hazy 3 Immortals Island. A smile graced her lips. She pondered whether her junior disciple was on the island. Aside from seeking philosophical discussions with Sanxiao, she intended to see how her junior disciple was faring in his training and had brought along some spiritual fruits. Beneficial for cultivation and quite delectable. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, she suddenly felt her hair stand on end, a profound sense of danger emanating from the front. Luo Jingxian. She was highly sensitive to peril. She quickly summoned her magical artifacts, her energy flowing steadily as she prepared for battle. What could that be? She gazed at the arrow hurtling toward her from the distance. Unable to react in time, her body felt as though it had been frozen in place, her expression growing grave. With her naked eye, she could clearly see the devastation wrought by the arrow. The sea was disintegrating, and the threat remained unabated. Fear flickered in her eyes. Was someone ambushing her? The intruder's cultivation seemed formidable. This single thought crossed her mind. However, within her divine sense, she sensed no one surpassing her. Moreover, as a disciple of a sage, who would dare to attack her? There was no option to evade the arrow. She could only withstand it. Her artifact shielded her in front, and her energy surged forth. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the artifact was violently struck, sent flying back in her body. Jin Ling staggered several steps back, a few drops of blood trickling from her lips. her complexion paling. To block that arrow, she had expended nearly half of her internal energy. Who could it be? I must report this to my master. This thought raced through her mind. If a few more arrows were to come, she wondered if she could withstand them. Moreover, this was the territory of Three Immortals Island, belonging to her sect. How could such a person exist here? Instantly, her thoughts turned to Sanxiao and Lin Jiuxuan. Transforming into a beam of golden light, she surged toward the source of the arrow. A Luo Jinxian could traverse millions of miles in the blink of an EYE that moment. Jin Ling discovered a figure not far from Three Immortals Island, practicing archery. The arrows he shot were all formed from magical energy. Lin Jiuxuan was immersed in the power of his first arrow, oblivious to Jin Ling's presence nearby. Just as he was coming to terms with the might of that arrow, a voice startled him. Junior disciple? He turned to see Jin Ling, her large eyes curiously appraising him. Senior sister Jin Ling, was that arrow you shot just now? Jin Ling recognized him as their junior disciple. Although he was merely a Tai Jinxian, he had managed to shoot an arrow that left even her feeling apprehensive. She couldn't quite comprehend this. Could it be that this junior disciple was an extraordinary talent? Her mind raced with this thought. After all, it was astonishing for a Tai Jinxian to evoke such trepidation in a Luo Jinxian. Responding to senior sister, I was practicing archery. Lin Jiuxuan respectfully bowed. He regarded Jin Ling, one of the four great disciples, whose cultivation surpassed even that of Sanxiao. Why not shoot another arrow for me to see? I'll treat you to some delicious snacks, Jin Ling suggested, raising the spiritual fruit in her hand. After some discussion, Jin Ling had come to understand that the arrow she had encountered earlier had indeed been shot by her junior disciple. Her master had even come to provide guidance. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Even as one of the four great disciples, she had never experienced one-on-one instruction. Her gaze toward Lin Jiuxuan shifted. Filled with newfound respect, to shoot such an arrow while receiving personal guidance from their master was indeed remarkable. She could also sense that Lin Jiuxuan's physical strength was substantial, likely rivaling that of the Witch clan, who specialized in physical cultivation. Truly a prodigy. Unable to resist teasing him, she also began to formulate a little plan in her heart. She was aware that Sanxiao had departed. Although Lin Jiuxuan hadn't stated it, she knew why they had gone. The thought of that arrow, which she could barely block, suddenly conjured an image of a particularly sturdy individual. She wondered if that individual could withstand the power of her junior disciple's arrow. Do you wish to know how strong your arrow is? She whispered into Lin Jiuxuan's ear. She was well aware that among her fellow disciples, there was one whose shell was quite hard, requiring considerable effort to breach. Senior sister, can we find her? Lin Jiuxuan asked, puzzled. Though he was uncertain of the strength of his arrow, Jin Ling's expression indicated that it could undoubtedly pose a threat to practitioners of her caliber. With a swift gesture, Jin Ling sent forth a butterfly formed from magical energy, directing it toward the distance. That it was indeed the disciple with the hard shell, a perfect subject to test the durability of her shell and to observe the strength of Lin Jiuxuan's arrow. Chapter 6. Senior sister, you are quite ruthless. Golden Turtle Island. As another of Tongtian's four great disciples, Gui Ling pondered, did Sister Jean summon me? Her eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing the butterfly in her hand. Though the sect had four direct disciples, the nature of the teachings often led to long periods of separation. All were Luo Jinxian. Seclusion could easily stretch for centuries. She had only just emerged from her retreat when she encountered Jin Ling. Whatever the matter may be, it was best to go directly to her. With that thought, Jin Ling transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Three Immortals Island. Before Gui Ling's arrival, Jin Ling and Lin Jiuxuan began discussing the primordial world. The human race was frail, surviving in the primordial wilderness thanks to Nuwa's intervention. The human race had yet to produce a saint, and even the quasi-saints were suppressed within the fire cloud cave, stifling the human race's fortune. By fortunate coincidence, Lin Jiuxuan had found his way under the guidance of the. Listening to Jin Ling recount tales of the primordial wilderness, he too felt a yearning to explore that world. However, his cultivation was insufficient at this moment. In the primordial realm, the Luo Jinxians were not in short supply. They were as common as dogs roaming the earth. Yet, one could only claim to possess the strength for self-preservation. In another realm, Sanxiao commenced her travels shortly after emerging from the primordial chaos. Having devoted countless years to cultivation on Sanxian Island, she had long remained secluded, unaware of how many years had passed since she last traversed the vast expanse of the primordial world. Naturally, she would not forsake the pursuit of enhancing her innate treasures. It remained uncertain whether it was the benevolence of the Heavenly Dao or sheer fortune. But before long, Sanxiao indeed discovered a location abundant in spiritual energy. "Sister, there must be treasures here. Perhaps we will find what we seek. Let us venture inside," one of them proposed. With their combined might, even beneath the realm of saints, they harbored no fear. "Let us proceed," Yin Xiao remarked with a smile. The trio, united, felt emboldened to confront even a saint, especially considering that saints were prohibited from interfering in matters of the primordial realm. Additionally, encountering a quasi-saint who roamed the primordial world was not an everyday occurrence. Moreover, they were disciples of the截教, students of the saints. Upon entering, the gathering of spiritual energy accelerated even further. "Brother Yuding, this location, where spiritual energy converges, must surely herald the emergence of treasures," one of them declared, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You are correct, junior brother Tai. It seems our luck is fortuitous. It is an honor for us to stumble upon such a blessed land," another added. "Yet, how shall we deal with Sanxiao's presence? Have they already entered? When did they come? I did not notice," Yuding replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness as he greedily observed the rapidly accumulating spiritual energy that on Sanxian Island, Jin Ling had engaged Lin Jiuxuan in conversation for an entire month, even offering guidance on his cultivation shortcomings. Lin Jiuxuan gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, "When will that hard-shelled creature arrive?" Casting a glance at Jin Ling, who was deep in conversation, he felt a sense of trepidation. The art of persuasion in this world was indeed formidable, but he could only pray for the swift arrival of that hard-shelled being, yearning to escape this torment. His head could scarcely bear it. Just as he was consumed by frustration, a beam of golden light streaked across the sky and landed on the island. "Junior sister, you have finally arrived? Let me tell you," before Gui Ling could finish her sentence, Jin Ling had already pulled her aside, chiding her for her tardiness and questioning whether she had been napping en route. "Sister, why did you summon me?" Gui Ling retorted, having finally extricated herself from Jin Ling's grasp. "I came as soon as I received your message." Gui Ling, wearing a bemused expression, acknowledged that Jin Ling was the most troublesome among Jie, akin to a mischievous little demon. "Sister Gui Ling," Lin Jiuxuan bowed respectfully, appraising her physique to gauge whether she could withstand the force of his arrow, capable of piercing through the realm of saints, though he was unsure of the extent of its damage. "Sister, but junior brother is merely a Tai golden immortal. Wouldn't that be too much for him?" Gui Ling remarked, casting a wary glance at Jin Ling, doubtful that Jin Ling merely intended for her to test the damage of Lin Jiuxuan's arrow. "It cannot be that simple. Really, junior sister, when have I ever deceived you?" Jin Ling insisted. "When have you not deceived me?" Gui Ling shot back that "It is truly just a trial. Lin Jiuxuan remained silent, too intimidated to inquire further, opting instead to observe from a distance. "Junior brother, my defensive capabilities have even garnered praise from our master, who declared that no one beneath the saints can breach them." "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Gui Ling questioned, appearing perplexed as she stood near Lin Jiuxuan. Jin Ling's claims seemed exaggerated. How could a mere Tai golden immortal pose a genuine threat? At most, he could be likened to a Luo golden immortal. "Sister, do you not utilize any artifacts?" Lin Jiuxuan inquired, scratching his head while gazing at Gui Ling. His arrow could indeed breach the protective barrier of a saint. Had Jin Ling not mentioned this to Gui Ling? Turning to Jin Ling, he saw her making a mischievous gesture, her fist clenched in a playful manner. Realizing her intent, Lin Jiuxuan thought to himself that he should temper his strength when the time came. "Junior brother, do not hesitate to unleash your power. I possess confidence in my defenses," Gui Ling proclaimed with unwavering assurance. Her true form, a mystical tortoise, endowed her with formidable defensive capabilities rivaling those of the ancestral witches. Lin Jiuxuan fell silent, drawing his bow. His inner energy gradually coalesced into an arrow resting upon the string. He too was curious to ascertain the extent of his piercing power, but he did not genuinely believe that by breaching the barrier of the celestial heavens, he could inflict harm upon a saint. That he released the arrow, aimed directly at Gui Ling's back. The most robust aspect of the mystical tortoise's defense was its shell, located upon Gui Ling's back. This arrow represented one of the 3 creations of his celestial arrows, specifically the opening the heavens technique. Executed with only 7 layers of power, a 10-layered version could breach innate artifacts and injure Jin Ling. Hence he had restrained his strength. Jin Ling immediately recognized that this arrow had been intentionally restrained. As the arrow sailed forth, Gui Ling sensed something amiss. "Are you setting me up, sister?" she exclaimed as a surge of brilliant golden light erupted from her, the mystical tortoise shell manifesting before her. With an apprehensive gaze, she regarded the arrow, channeling her energy into the tortoise shell, which glowed with radiant gold. Meanwhile, she caught sight of Jin Ling's playful grin, and she realized she had fallen into a trap. The threat posed by this arrow was far too significant, compelling her to deploy all her defensive measures in an instant, nearly resorting to her true form. With a thunderous crash, the arrow collided with Gui Ling's defenses. All her efforts seemed as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart as it surged towards the mystical tortoise shell. Lin Jiuxuan could only cast a glance back at the mischievous Jin Ling. "Sister, you truly are incorrigible." Fortunately, he had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The arrow pierced through the mystical tortoise shell, striking directly at Gui Ling's forehead. Chapter 7. Invitation from the Celestial Heavens. Listening to the Dao, the mystical tortoise shell shattered, blood splattering forth. The might of this arrow was immense, creating a gory aperture in Gui Ling's physical form. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Shield Breaker. Reward. Chaos Arrow Soul. A new achievement triggered. The Chaos Arrow Soul surged within him, enhancing his comprehension of arrows significantly. Anything associated with chaos was undeniably of great value. Lin Jiuxuan also realized that standing shoulder to shoulder with the Dao was not the pinnacle of achievement. With 2 elder sisters present, he felt it unwise to speak further. Opting instead to bury his thoughts deep within, he turned his gaze to Gui Ling, who was still dripping blood, her complexion pale. Her expression filled with frustration as she glared at Jin Ling. In truth, Gui Ling remained unaware that this arrow had been a mercy from Lin Jiuxuan. Had he unleashed his full power, she would have long since been obliterated. His physical prowess had been tempered by the essence of Pangu's heart, rendering his corporeal form formidable enough to rival even the ancestral witches. Thus, it was only fortunate that Gui Ling was a Luo golden immortal, adept in defense. Otherwise, the outcome would have been disastrous. "Sister, I apologize," he said respectfully as he retracted the arrow, casting a resigned glance at Jin Ling. "Junior brother, that arrow of yours is remarkably powerful. It managed to breach my defenses," Gui Ling admitted, accepting a medicinal pill from Jin Ling to recover her vitality. Looking at Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. "Junior brother's arrow has even penetrated Master as protective barrier," Jin Ling remarked, approaching with a look of satisfaction as she regarded Lin Jiuxuan. "What a splendid shot! You have truly surpassed my expectations, worthy of receiving Master's personal guidance. Sister, please refrain from saying such things," Lin Jiuxuan exclaimed, covering his head as he looked at Jin Ling, hastily interrupting. "If this were to reach the ears of Tongtian, who knows if he would strike me down with a single sword?" Even as a disciple of the截教, such matters severely undermine the dignity of a saint. Anxiety flooded his heart. Gui Ling's mouth fell agape, struggling to believe Jin Ling's words. Yet the next moment, she became convinced. Gui Ling prepared to retreat for seclusion, and Jin Ling, having failed to locate Sanxiao, was also set to depart. "Sister, did you already know I wouldn't be able to withstand it? Were you deliberately waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" The tortoise spirit gazed sorrowfully at the golden spirit beside her. This elder sister was full of clever tricks, unwilling to suffer any losses. That it was evident that she had experienced a setback at the hands of the little junior brother. which brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. She also desired to see others face misfortune. Ahem, junior sister, I never anticipated that the junior brother could breach your defenses. After all, he is merely a Tai golden immortal. The golden spirit's gaze drifted into the distance, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. She would never admit that it was intentional on her part. Junior brother, is it possible that the power of the arrows you practice can threaten a late-stage Luo golden immortal due to the quality of the magical treasures? The tortoise spirit felt vexed. How could a Tai golden immortal penetrate her defenses? Unless the bow and arrows were crafted from extraordinary magical items. She had been so focused on her defense that she hadn't taken a closer look. Junior sister, this is a matter of your perspective. How could you doubt the strength of our little junior brother? The bow used by the little junior brother was made from ordinary dragon tendons, and the arrows were merely manifestations of magical energy, not true magical treasures. Moreover, the little junior brother had held back earlier. Hearing this was one thing, but realizing it was shocking, her eyes widened in disbelief. As if she had narrowly escaped death. It was to say that she had danced on the precipice of doom. Don't speak of yourself. Even my magical treasures were pierced by the arrows. The golden spirit remarked, gazing at the boundless sea. The tortoise spirit's suspicions were further confirmed. The golden spirit was deliberately targeting her. Chaos arrow soul, an essence born from the spirit of chaos, enhancing the comprehension of archery and amplifying the power of arrows. Comprehension of archery. This only strengthened his conviction that standing alongside the Dao was not the limit. It was merely that he had yet to attain the capability to grasp it. He already possessed the chaos sword soul, the book soul, and so forth. These could be integrated into archery treasures to elevate their levels, with no upper limit. Elevating levels, without bounds, he was filled with exuberance, nearly leaping from joy. This was truly serendipitous, an unexpected boon. Looking at the arrows in his hand, they could only be deemed treasures if he were to enhance their levels. Wouldn't their power be explosive? A Luo golden immortal would be as easy to shoot down as a bird. Fusion. He decided to merge the chaos arrow soul with the arrows in his grasp. In an instant, radiance erupted, stirring tumultuous winds and clouds. Spiritual light flickered. Fortunately, this was Sanxiao Island, the domain of the where no one dared to seize anything. The fusion was successful, creating the chaos bow. He felt elated as he held the bow, which had instantly risen to the level of a congenital spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it could continue to grow, potentially becoming a treasure of chaos comparable to the creation jade disc. He resolved to master various weapons and the 3,000 paths. For as the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. Centuries passed. The three sisters had yet to return. There were scarcely any disciples on the island. Lin Jiuxuan diligently exchanged insights with various weapons. Honing several to the level of standing alongside the Dao, he had acquired several congenital spiritual treasures, all infused with the essence of chaos. Another few centuries flew by. Lin Jiuxuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. Yet he found himself unable to break through to the Luo golden immortal. Just then, a resounding voice echoed across Sanxiao Island. 3 days hence, I shall expound on the Dao at Jinbi Island. All disciples of the are welcome to attend. The voice of Tongtian, a sage expounding the Dao. Tongtian was one of the 3 pure ones, a formidable being among the sages, a saint of the Heavenly Dao. Previously, Tongtian had merely offered Lin Jiuxuan some guidance. This time, however, he would be expounding on the Dao. What does it mean to expound on the Dao? It is to speak of the principles of the Heavenly Dao. Lin Jiuxuan's heart burned with fervor. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal for too long. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. At that moment, a figure landed beside him. Elder sister, Lin Jiuxuan thought, without needing to look to know who it was. Over the past few centuries, the golden spirit had frequently visited, and he had grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, she even stayed for several years. Will you attend the teachings of our master, elder sister? Lin Jiuxuan inquired, unsure of the route if he were to go alone. Just as he was feeling troubled, he noticed the golden spirit's arrival. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Junior brother, You heard the Master's voice too? The golden spirit regarded her little junior brother with surprise. Sizing him up, she felt that he was somehow different. First, he received personal guidance from the Saint Master, and now he had the chance to attend the teachings. Among the disciples of the, only a select few were granted such opportunities. Someone like the little junior brother would typically have no chance at all. Yes, elder sister, could it be that you did not in the grand hall? A profound silence fell upon all present as they each sought a place to sit. The three individuals chose a position not too far forward, preparing to listen to the sage's teachings. Lin Jiuxuan had just settled in, intending to contemplate the insights he had been pondering over the past few days, when a voice pierced his thoughts. His expression shifted abruptly. You, stand up, this seat is mine. Turn around. A Taoist approached him, exuding an air of arrogance and superiority, radiating a fierce and daunting presence. He was at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, newly ascended to such heights. Jin Ling, too, had witnessed the scene, yet made no effort to intervene, instead casting a sympathetic glance at the Taoist, choosing to remain seated and observe the unfolding drama. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, fully aware of the man's cultivation level. My fellow Taoist, is it not improper to disregard the order of arrival? He gestured toward the vacant space a short distance behind. You should consider your qualifications before lecturing me. Luo Xian looked down at Lin Jiuxuan with disdain. How dare a pinnacle Tai golden immortal presume to reason with him, a great Luo golden immortal? Especially a member of the human race. When had humans ever been deemed worthy to sit alongside him? In the vast wilderness, cultivation did not dictate everything. Lineage, artifacts, and divine abilities all played pivotal roles in determining true strength. Moreover, could the human lineage even begin to compare with his? I am Luo Xian. Best to recognize your place and leave. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze grew icy. The newcomer was clearly not benevolent. He had heard of Luo Xian, a figure from Fire Dragon Island, whose very essence was born of innate fire spirit. A lineage sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Though newly ascended, his power rivaled that of many seasoned early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals. I am well aware of your identity, Luo Xian, but that bears no weight with me. I will not yield this position, Lin Jiuxuan replied coldly. Should he concede this seat, how could he maintain his standing within the截教? Luo Xian's name was infamous. It was said that upon his recent breakthrough, he could contend with seasoned early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals without defeat. Alas, it was a pity that the human race was so feeble. Onlookers exchanged glances, most shaking their heads in disbelief, for Luo Xian's reputation was formidable. Lin Jiuxuan's defiance drew the astonished gazes of the surrounding immortals. It was undeniable that this young man possessed remarkable audacity. Few within截教were familiar with Lin Jiuxuan, and here he was, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, daring to challenge a Great Luo Golden Immortal. State your name if you dare speak to me so. Luo Xian's expression darkened. Though he hesitated to kill, he was more than willing to teach Lin Jiuxuan a lesson. Lin Jiuxuan, he proclaimed with a measured step forward, disregarding the murmurs around him, but he understood that if he did not assert dominance today, he would likely find no comfort in this seat. He was unafraid of conflict, nor did he shy away from it. He stood as the youngest second-generation disciple of截教, Lin Jiuxuan. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Wasn't he human? Did he aspire to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? Those disciples of截教who overheard the comments felt a mixture of emotions. After all second-generation disciples had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, with Lin Jiuxuan being the only exception. But now, so, it is a fellow sect brother. Pray enlighten me, Luo Xian said, fixating on Lin Jiuxuan with a mocking tone. You may enlighten me, but only if you can withstand it. Lin Jiuxuan was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. He stepped forward, his cultivation manifesting, an overwhelming aura surging forth out of provocation. Before everyone present, Luo Xian felt his temper flare, in unabashed challenge. Were it not for the fear of Lin Jiuxuan's status as a second-generation disciple, he would have relished the chance to eliminate him, but he dared not act recklessly. Not only was this the sage's domain, but Lin Jiuxuan's identity alone warranted caution. Do not worry. I have no desire for an unfair victory. I shall not hold back. Lin Jiuxuan discerned Luo Xian's trepidation and spoke calmly, intent on establishing his reputation through his own merit, rather than relying on his lineage. Very well, Luo Xian replied, his brows furrowing. A glint of coldness in his gaze. If Lin Jiuxuan sought his own demise, he would not be the one to bear blame. Although he could not kill him, injuring him was entirely feasible. Flames began to erupt from his body, engulfing him in a sea of fire, creating an inferno around him. The surrounding disciples of Jie and early-stage Great Luo golden immortals retreated, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire of their confrontation. "Sister, come, come, witness this spectacle," Jin Ling called out to Gui Ling amid the throng, eager for company in her viewing of the unfolding drama. "Sister, why don't you intervene?" Gui Ling whispered. "Intervene? Why would I? Is it not entertaining to watch?" Jin Ling hastily covered Gui Ling's mouth, casting her gaze back to the contest between Lin Jiuxuan and Luo Xian. Those present were all astute beings, and as the two did not communicate through sound, everyone could hear. It was apparent that Lin Jiuxuan's standing with the Jie disciples was tenuous. Nobody believed Lin Jiuxuan could prevail. The difference between a pinnacle Tai golden immortal and an early-stage Great Luo golden immortal, though merely one realm apart, was akin to a chasm. Luo Xian could easily vanquish even the most ordinary of early-stage Great Luo golden immortals, let alone Lin Jiuxuan of the Tai golden immortal stage. "I shall defeat you in a single strike." Before Luo Xian could respond, Lin Jiuxuan extended a finger, disdainfully regarding him. Such arrogance! The declaration resounded like thunder in the ears of those present, who stared at Lin Jiuxuan in disbelief. A Tai golden immortal claiming to defeat a Great Luo golden immortal in one move? It was utterly preposterous. Jin Ling and Gui Ling exchanged amused glances, pitying Luo Xian for his impending misfortune. Luo Xian, feeling that he faced nothing but a fool, chose not to waste words. Flames erupted around him, swirling with intensity, filling the air with a searing heat. His very essence was fire, and though he initially considered sparing Lin Jiuxuan some dignity, it was clear that such restraint was unnecessary. He aimed to deliver a resounding slap in the face, a forceful retort. He unleashed his full power. Flames blazed forth, igniting the void, encircling Lin Jiuxuan. The surrounding early-stage Great Luo golden immortals felt the oppressive heat and instinctively retreated. In an instant, Lin Jiuxuan found himself enveloped in flames, the air crackling with a searing sound. Luo Xian's expression turned pale as he beheld the inferno, a hint of satisfaction creeping onto his lips. He had once ensnared an early-stage Great Luo golden immortal with this very technique. Was this all Lin Jiuxuan had to offer? Just as he reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice resonated in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Jiuxuan emerged from the flames, step by step, as if he were traversing a path of fire. The surrounding flames recoiled as if encountering something terrifying, parting to form a fiery corridor that a flicker of flame danced upon his fingertips. "If this is all you possess, you are woefully inadequate," his words echoed. Lin Jiuxuan clenched his hand. The boundless sea of fire was summoned to him, coalescing into a blazing sword of flame. It was the very fire technique employed by Luo Xian to be, "Why your own method? I shall repay you in kind. Go." He pointed, and the flame sword obeyed, transforming into a fire dragon that roared toward Luo Xian. Tearing through the fabric of space, Luo Xian unleashed all his abilities, engulfed in flames, his very being an embodiment of fire. Yet faced with the fiery dragon, he found himself bereft of any means of resistance. In an instant he was consumed by the flames, a wretched cry escaping his lips, but this was not the end. "What are your last words?" In that moment, an icy killing intent radiated from Lin Jiuxuan. The surrounding Jie disciples and early-stage Great Luo golden immortals trembled involuntarily at the chilling aura. This, he truly intended to kill. "You cannot kill me." Luo Xian's face turned ashen, his lips pale. His gaze filled with helplessness as he looked towards Lin Jiuxuan. Flames still ravaged within him. The Jie disciples upheld the principle of forbidding infighting among members. Some attempted to intervene, but as they spoke, they felt an unsettling chill that a pair of frigid eyes bore down upon them. Just one glance. The disciple who dared to speak felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Retreating several steps in trepidation, he harbored no doubt that this master uncle would slay him. Lin Jiuxuan, after all, was a second-generation disciple of. How many within the sect could dare to reprimand him? Even Jin Ling and her companions did not dare to approach, fully aware that Lin Jiuxuan sought to establish his authority as a second-generation disciple of. Lin Jiuxuan's honor could not be tarnished. Even a Luo Jinxian would have to pay a price that he intended to convey to all that he was not to be trifled with. With deliberate steps, he advanced toward Luo Xian, each footfall resonating clearly, as if echoing in Luo Xian's heart. Luo Xian could feel the palpable threat. He truly dared to kill. Under this aura of murderous intent, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. You cannot kill me. In a frantic attempt, Luo Xian sought help from those around him, fear gripping him, but a Luo Jinxian's lifespan equaled that of the heavens. He did not wish to meet his end just yet. I concede. Under the oppressive weight of the murderous aura, he surrendered. Though he knew that yielding would impact his Dao heart and future path, he still clung to life. As he uttered those words, all his strength seemed to drain away, leaving him prostrate on the ground. Lin Jiuxuan's murderous intent dissipated. He cast a cold glance at Luo Xian, who lay sprawled like a dead dog, then returned to his seat. A mere early-stage Luo Jinxian. Since the other had conceded, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. However, Luo Xian's path forward had now been irrevocably severed, devoid of hope for further advancement. Killing was but a momentary act, yet to strike at the heart was far more terrifying that he had come here to listen to teachings. Should he truly kill Luo Xian, Tongtian might say little, but a negative impression would linger in his heart. His objective had been achieved. Whether he killed or spared was of little consequence. The onlookers gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, their expressions shifting dramatically. A Tai Jinxian had retaliated against the Luo Jinxian. Was this not the stuff of fantasy? Yet it unfolded before their very eyes, leaving them no room for disbelief. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from him. This was a ruthless individual who dared to kill within the sacred grounds of a sage. Little junior brother, how terrifying, Gui Ling exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. She recalled Jin Ling's suggestion to test Lin Jiuxuan's defenses, grateful that he had not unleashed his full power. Otherwise, she surmised she might have already met her demise. At that moment, celestial energy swirled and spiritual essence surged forth. The sound of Dao resonated in waves as a golden figure seated in the grand hall began the discourse. In the hearts of all present, a singular thought emerged. The sage had appeared. The golden figure was none other than the leader of Tongtian sage. The sage had arrived. Everyone settled down, preparing to listen intently to the sage's teachings. Chapter 10. The three Shaos return wounded. As they took their seats, their figures revealed. The crowd lowered their gazes. Tongtian glanced at Lin Jiuxuan and nodded. This was his sacred ground, and he was fully aware of the events involving Luo Xian. He did not intervene, merely observing how Lin Jiuxuan would handle the situation. The outcome did not disappoint him. This time, the discourse was open to all attendees, regardless of race, cultivation, or status. Tongtian paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward the island's periphery. Three figures descended from the heavens, still carrying the lingering scent of blood. Senior sister. Lin Jiuxuan's figure flickered as he swiftly approached the trio, the long-absent three Shaos. However, they appeared haggard, their bodies stained with drying blood, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Their auras were chaotic, their faces ashen, that a surge of anger welled within Lin Jiuxuan as he solemnly inquired, "Sister, who harmed you? Junior sister, who was it that injured you?" At that moment, Jin Ling and Gui Ling also approached the three fellow disciples of close in kinship, rushed to inquire. The other Luo Jinxians exchanged glances, their minds racing with a singular thought. A grave situation had arisen. The three Shaos had encountered trouble. Who dared to harm a sage's disciples? Such an act was a direct affront to the sage. Little junior brother, this is a precious, innate spirit root that can enhance your foundation. Take it. Yin Xiao handed Lin Jiuxuan a jade box, her heart conflicted as she regarded the item. His foundation did not require such enhancement. In that moment, guilt washed over her. It was all because of him that her 3 senior sisters had sustained injuries. That has gone too far. Tongtian's aura shifted slightly as he spoke in a grave tone, but he calculated the circumstances with a flick of his fingers and grasped the unfolding events. Yet, he could not intervene. After all, he was a sage. With a single finger, Tongtian unleashed a verdant glow of life that enveloped the 3. Thank you, Master, they exclaimed, their injuries fully healed. Lin Jiuxuan, Jin Ling, and the others bowed in gratitude toward Tongtian. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, many practiced the path of life, yet none could achieve such simplicity as a sage. With merely a finger, he restored the mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian's injuries. And this was no small feat, especially for 3 individuals. The listeners were left with an indelible impression of the sage's authority. This matter can be discussed later. Let us commence the discourse. Everyone, take your seats. Tongtian waved his hand, and all attendees found themselves instinctively returning to their places. The 3 Xiaos sat at the front, and no one dared to protest. As esteemed disciples of, they were already de Luo Jin Xians. At the forefront sat Duo Bao, the foremost of the 4 great disciples, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Luo, rivaling even that of quasi-saints in combat. Next to Lin Jiuxuan, Gui Ling and Jin Ling exchanged glances, their eyes darting toward Lin Jiuxuan, as if concocting some scheme. Lin Jiuxuan cast a sidelong glance at Duo Bao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He held little regard for Duo Bao, who would one day betray and become the Western Buddha, entering the Buddhist fold. You, sit here. Tongtian's voice resonated, and Lin Jiuxuan felt himself compelled to take a seat beside the 3 Xiaos. The onlookers watched in astonishment. Given Lin Jiuxuan's identity and strength, he had no rightful place at the front. That Tongtian personally adjusted his position held profound significance. Even the 3 Xiaos were taken aback. Little junior brother had never been held in high esteem among the 2nd-generation disciples. Duo Bao, seated at the forefront, could not fathom why the sage would elevate Lin Jiuxuan's position. While some disciples respected Lin Jiuxuan's human heritage, others looked down upon him, and one dared to voice their thoughts. Tongtian's arrangement spoke volumes, and from a distance, Luo Xian glared with venomous intent, fists clenched and teeth gritted. Silence descended upon the assembly. The Dao begins with the primordial, emerging from chaos. The Dao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2, and 2 gives birth to... Tongtian commenced his teachings as a stream of golden light emanated from his being, illuminating the heavens. The golden radiance filled the skies, and petals of flowers cascaded from the clouds, each blossom containing the essence of the Dao that Tongtian expounded. These were known as the flowers of enlightenment. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. As the flowers of enlightenment rained down, the earth erupted with golden lotuses, resonating with the sounds of the Dao. Each flower and golden lotus that landed upon the listeners enhanced their comprehension of the Dao. The flowers of enlightenment seemed to seek out suitable individuals, weaving through the crowd, accelerating the understanding of the Dao among all present. In the past, such phenomena had not occurred during Tongtian's teachings. This time, he too became immersed in a profound level of discourse, simultaneously grasping the Dao himself. The attendees reaped immense benefits from this experience. Seated upon his mat, Lin Jiuxuan's mind reverberated with the analysis of Tongtian's teachings. His comprehension of several paths had reached a level where he could stand alongside the Dao. For him, ordinary paths held little value. Yet this time, as Tongtian imparted his wisdom, he too found himself immersed in a realm of understanding, leading him to grasp different aspects of the Dao. Beyond the Dao lay even stronger paths. In the boundless wilderness, time was inconceivable. The discourse extended for a full 300 years. Tongtian's teachings were universal, suitable for all, intermingled with his insights into new paths. Few understood fully, and those who did grasped only fragments. Yet the 3,000 great avenues converge in unity, each capable of leading to enlightenment. Thunder rumbled ominously, crashing down. From time to time, individuals achieved breakthroughs. Tongtian opens his eyes, gazing at the disciples who have transcended. A glimmer of satisfaction flickers in the eyes of the Taoist listener, reflecting contentment with his teachings. After all, while it is commonplace for one or two to break through, witnessing a dozen or more signifies that his teachings genuinely benefit the masses. The sage's discourse compels those yearning for breakthroughs to suppress their desires and come forth to listen. In the past, when Hongjun lectured, only a mere handful of the 3,000 Sanxiao guests comprehended his words. Lin Jiuxuan, enveloped by the rhythms of the Dao, concludes his lecture. Those who have broken through revel in their enlightenment, while others remain immersed in contemplation. Lin Jiuxuan, too, perceives something beyond the Dao. A smile gracing his lips, his thoughts are not amiss. He opens his eyes to glance at the closed-eyed Tongtian, whose depth becomes even more inscrutable. Opportunities to hear a sage speak are rare. Most are reluctant to depart, wishing to receive guidance from a sage. After all, the sage stands aloft, with an understanding of the Dao that is unfathomably profound. Yet, at this moment, even if Tongtian wished to offer guidance, it would be impossible. An unexpected visitor arrives. Tongtian, the three teachings are interconnected. You have indulged your disciples in their violent transgressions, crossing the line that a voice laden with fury descends from the heavens. The disciples on the island, overwhelmed by this aura, prostrate themselves to the ground, with the weaker ones even spitting blood and fainting. This voice reverberates throughout Jining Island, leaving only two words in everyone's mind. The sage, Lin Jiuxuan, concealing the aura of the Dao, lifts his head, undeterred by the oppressive force. He already knows who it is that in the primordial realm. Only the narrow-minded Yuan Shi Tianzun would dare to speak so to Tongtian. Chapter 11. The Visitor's Malicious Intent. Unabashed. Senior brother, we both understand the cause and effect of this matter. Why bother? Tongtian opens his eyes and waves his hand, dissipating the sage's oppressive presence. Why bother, Tongtian? You have allowed your disciples to act violently. Today you must provide me with an explanation that a beam of golden light descends upon Jining Island, heralding Yuan Shi's arrival, accompanied by several Taoists. Upon seeing two among them, Lin Jiuxuan's hands clenched tightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I pay my respects to second master uncle. The disciples of Jiao bow respectfully upon Yuan Shi's appearance. Yuan Shi immediately fixes his gaze on the position of the Sanxiao. The Sanxiao, noticing the Taoists following Yuan Shi, changed their expressions. Senior brother, an explanation. Your seated disciple has seized the opportunities of my Jiao disciples and even injured my disciple. Do you not owe me an explanation? Tongtian steps forward, facing Yuan Shi with a calm demeanor, although the space around him trembles with suppressed fury. The Sanxiao have suffered severe wounds, affecting their very essence. Had it not been for their timely return and Tongtian's intervention, losing their realms would have been the least of their concerns. The repercussions could have been catastrophic. Were it not for the kinship of the three clear ones, the four swords of Zhejian would have unleashed a massacre. Yuan Shi's expression darkens. Tongtian's words are a slap to his face. Tongtian, do you still see me as your senior brother? Hand over the Sanxiao, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, even if our elder brother arrives, there may not be a favorable outcome. The Sanxiao's countenance grows increasingly grim. Yuan Shi steps forward, declaring, Second Master Uncle, the cause and effect of this matter. Silence. I am speaking to your master. It is not your place to interrupt. Yuan Shi glares at Yuan Shi, his terrifying sage's pressure descending upon her. Poof! Before the words are fully uttered, Yuan Shi is sent flying in that instant. Yuan Shi attempts to crush her with sheer force. The might of a sage is not something a Great Luo golden immortal can withstand, let alone Yuan Shi, who is already injured. Yuan Shi, this is my Taoist sanctuary. You have overstepped. Tongtian steps forward heavily, confronting the sage's oppressive aura, countering Yuan Shi's might. Yuan Shi kneels on the ground, pale, coughing blood. Had Tongtian not intervened, she would have been crushed to dust by Yuan Shi's overwhelming pressure. Lin Jiuxuan approaches Yuan Shi. Infusing her with life force, he gazes at Yuan Shi above, a glint of coldness in his eyes that a silent sigh escapes him. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Without attaining sagehood, one cannot seize their fate in the primordial realm. Yet, The Heavenly Dao is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Perhaps only transcending the Heavenly Dao can one break free from such constraints. This thought suddenly arises within him. The might of the sage becomes evident. There is no need for personal intervention, for even his aura can crush a Great Luo golden immortal at that moment. Lin Jiuxuan resolves to set a modest goal, to attain sagehood. Only by becoming a sage can one truly grasp their own fate. His destiny shall not be dictated by others. It must lie firmly within his own hands. Without achieving sagehood, one forever lacks the authority to determine their fate in the primordial realm. Had Yuan Shi been a sage today, Yuan Shi would never have dared to act thus. I respect you as my senior brother. Yet your actions have indeed crossed the line. Yuan Shi's earlier actions have left Tongtian deeply dissatisfied. To threaten his disciples in his presence is intolerable. He can understand reprimands, but if he turns a blind eye, how can his disciples navigate the primordial realm in the future? Tongtian, your disciple has ambushed and injured my disciple Yu Ding. And he has seized treasures. Do you not owe me an explanation? Yuan Shi coldly addresses Tongtian, his sage's aura manifesting behind him. Senior brother, your disciple has robbed mine of opportunities and harmed their foundations. How can you be so blind to right and wrong? Tongtian's four swords of Zhuzhen shimmer ominously, fixating on Yuan Shi. Humph, can you truly believe the words of these wet-born creatures? My disciples of the Sanxiao are all fortunate golden immortals. How could they commit such acts? Yuan Shi scoffs, disdain etched across his face as he regards the截教disciples. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, the截教disciples on the island exhibit visible anger. Lin Jiuxuan believes Yuan Shi has truly lost his mind. The entire primordial realm knows of his disdain for the wet-born creatures. To say such things in front of Tongtian is indeed excessive. Even though Yuan Shi, as a sage, makes such statements, they remain powerless to respond. After all, beneath sagehood, all are but ants. Senior brother, your words are exceedingly excessive. I guess it not too much to invert truth and falsehood? Must my disciple's sword truly be drawn today? Tongtian's anger surges uncontrollably. The four swords of Zhuzhen materialize, their overwhelming aura of slaughter pervading the air. Were it not for the Dao Ancestor's decree forbidding sages from engaging in conflict, he would indeed wish to demonstrate the might of his four swords of Zhuzhen upon the primordial realm. Humph! Yuan Shi coldly snorts, his sage's pressure equally formidable. He steps forward, fixing his gaze on the Sanxiao. Master Uncle, my brother Yu Ding and I traverse the primordial realm, seeking a place rich in spiritual energy. After great effort, we discovered a high-grade, innate spiritual root. Along the way, we encountered the Sanxiao sisters, who, upon seeing riches, ambushed and injured us, stealing the spiritual root. I beseech Master Uncle to discern the truth. Upon Taiyi's declaration, an uproar ensues. The Sanxiao glare at him with disdain. Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao retain their composure, merely observing coldly. You dare to speak such lies with your eyes wide open. You truly are shameless. Bai Xiao stands forth, her small eyes glaring fiercely at Tai. This individual is truly vile, brazenly reversing right and wrong. Yet Yu Ding remains unaffected, declaring, Humph, can one truly believe the words of these wet-born creatures? I am a 12 golden immortal, a fortunate golden immortal. How could I lie? He stands arrogantly. Dismissing the截教disciples entirely, Tongtian's fury escalates, the four swords of Zhuzhen locking onto Tai with palpable intent. Tai senses the overwhelming murderous aura and his complexion pales, rendering him unable to move. The sage's might has him firmly ensnared. Tongtian's expression darkens. He is acutely aware of the nature of his disciples. The Sanxiao are among his favored disciples, and it is inconceivable that they would engage in such behavior. Should Tai continue to slander his disciples, how can he, as their leader, maintain his reputation? How would the denizens of the primordial realm perceive his截教? Junior brother, my disciples speak the truth. Do you intend to silence them? Yuan Shi waves his hand, dissipating the four strands of sword intent and casting a confirming glance at Tai. He then turns to Tongtian, stating, the sage's pressure directly locks onto Tongtian. preventing any opportunity for him to strike. Speak the truth? Humph. Yuan Shi, your disciple is truly formidable. A fortunate golden immortal is utterly insignificant. Tongtian erupted with a torrent of expletives. Behind him, the four swords of Zhuzhen manifested their true forms. Swirling around him, as a member of the Sanxiao, he had established the three teachings. He was aware that his senior brothers regarded him with disdain, yet he had not anticipated that Yuan Shi would be so brazen as to employ such tactics to tarnish the reputation of his disciples and sully the name of Jie. Master, Brother Tai is so certain that he speaks the truth. I, your disciple, have a way to expose this shameless individual, Lin Jiuxuan declared, glancing at Tai with a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. However, he added, but I fear that Brother Tai may lack the courage. Chapter 12. Time reversal, sword pointing at Tai. His gaze fixed intently on Tai. What means do you possess? Tongtian inquired of Lin Jiuxuan. This youngest disciple had surprised him many times. Tio's voice, such words indicated that he had a plan in mind. He was reluctant to escalate tensions with the Sanxiao, but I wonder if my second uncle dares to let me try. Lin Jiuxuan mused, looking at Yuan Shi. With the abilities of a sage, Yuan Shi surely knew the ins and outs of the situation. Since he was aware yet still sought to confront Tongtian, it was evident that he intended to take action against him. As the youngest disciple of Tongtian, it was his duty to defend Jie's honor. What method do you propose? Yuan Shi fixed his gaze upon him, wielding the might of a sage. Lin Jiuxuan remained undaunted. Returning the stare, disciple has comprehended a technique of time reversal during Master S teachings that IT allows for the retracing of past events. However, it requires a drop of Brother Tai's blood that I wonder if Brother Tai dares to provide it. A flicker of surprise crossed Tongtian's eyes. Time reversal. He immediately recognized it as a profound manipulation of time that Yuan Shi's expression shifted. Master! Tai's gaze darted away from Yuan Shi. He felt a pang of anxiety. If his reputation were to be exposed, he would be ruined, and he instinctively stepped back. Brother, why not give it a try? Your disciples are all blessed golden immortals. Surely they would not shy away. Tongtian stated matter-of-factly, pointing the four swords of Zhuzhen at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi's expression darkened, but he understood that if he refused, the matter would not be easily resolved. Tongtian might very well draw the four swords and engage him in a duel. Lin Jiuxuan was rapidly simulating the scene of the reversal in his mind. The technique of time reversal was not something he had gleaned from Tongtian's discourse, but rather a reward from the system. Space is supreme, time is king. Both concepts were far from simple. Give it to me. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment, fingers moving behind his back. Reversing time was no simple endeavor. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Should Tongtian attempt the reversal himself, he would never consent to a second-generation disciple daring to manipulate time. What was he afraid of? Here, Tai gritted his teeth, squeezing out a drop of blood and tossing it to Lin Jiuxuan, shooting him a fierce glare. Thank you, Brother Tai, Lin Jiuxuan replied, his face beaming with a smile as he requested another drop of blood from the Sanxiao. As he performed a hand seal, a wondrous force was drawn from the void. Soon after, a mirror materialized, shrouded in mist. Time reversal. Activate. Lin Jiuxuan opened his eyes and pointed, 3 drops of blood falling onto the mirror's surface. Rippling like waves upon water, Tai's expression suddenly shifted, and Yuan Shi's gaze turned dark. Junior brother, the power of time is not easily mastered. Perhaps it would be better not to see. Yuan Shi reached for the mirror. At the same moment, Tai, under Yuan Shi's directive, lunged to attack Lin Jiuxuan. Yuan Shi, Tongtian scoffed coldly, his gaze icy as he watched Yuan Shi seek to dismantle Lin Jiuxuan's technique. When the mirror shattered, the scene revealed Tai and Yuding's ambush on the Sanxiao. Brother Tai, what are you doing? Are you silencing witnesses? Lin Jiuxuan emerged from a void. Gazing at the thwarted Tai, Tongtian's 4 swords of Zhuzhen simultaneously unsheathed, pointing at Yuan Shi. The wrath of a sage could rend heaven and earth asunder, altering the very fabric of reality. The disciples of Jie on the island felt as if a great weight had descended upon them. Master, since Brother Tai wishes to spar with me, how could I refuse? Lin Jiuxuan spoke hastily. observing the chaos unfolding that a battle among sages would result in rivers of blood and falling stars. He tactfully framed it as Tai's desire for a friendly contest. Tongtian, have you lost your senses? Your disciple claims it is merely a spar. Why are you in such a frenzy? Yuan Shi's sage power radiated, casting a glance of appreciation at Lin Jiuxuan, seemingly acknowledging his understanding. Upon hearing this, Tongtian hesitated, looking at Lin Jiuxuan at a spar. Are you certain? I am certain. It is merely a spar, life and death aside. Lin Jiuxuan replied respectfully with a bow. Brother, what do you think? Tongtian asked Yuan Shi. Seeking his counsel, good, Tai, receiving the signal from Yuan Shi, stepped forward to face Lin Jiuxuan, his demeanor ominous. The aura of a Luo golden immortal surged forth. The Sanxiao opened their mouths to speak, but a single glance from Tongtian silenced them. Brother Tai, please show mercy, Lin Jiuxuan bowed, grinning slyly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just moments ago, he had sought to tarnish Jiejiao's name, but his allegiance was to Jiejiao, and this identity facilitated his actions significantly. With the sage backing him, what was there to fear? Moreover, the Sanxiao had treated him exceedingly well. He felt compelled to act for the sake of justice. If not, Brother Yuding, why not join us? Strength in numbers. After all, that moment, Lin Jiuxuan's words pierced the atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. Yu Xiao, who had been poised to strike, froze in astonishment. Tongtian was equally taken aback. The only reason he even agreed to a contest with Tai was due to Lin Jiuxuan's prowess in defeating Luo Xian with a single blow. Now, the prospect of adding Yuding to the mix was daunting. Junior brother, you are pushing it, Yin Xiao remarked, shaking her head. Lin Jiuxuan turned back, offering her an assuring look that Yuan Shi's gaze shifted to Lin Jiuxuan, an icy glint flickering within. Yuding go, he commanded coldly to the figure behind him, casting a lethal look. Such audacity. Even Tongtian found it difficult to intervene. Lin Jiuxuan had initiated this challenge himself. Yuding approached Tai, and the latter's face turned ashen, staring daggers at Lin Jiuxuan. This was a provocation, blatant, naked provocation, a display of contempt. To challenge 212 golden immortals simultaneously was an affront. Speak, how do you wish to die? Yuding stepped forward, his tone frigid. This one cannot be spared, that he must perish, even if he is a disciple of Jiejiao. With the sage Yuan Shi backing them, they felt no fear. Lin Jiuxuan slowly raised his head, a triumphant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Die, do you think you are worthy? His voice rang out with an icy, piercing tone. Such arrogance, such hubris. All present were taken aback by Tai's audacity to utter such words in the face of 212 golden immortals. Master, may I borrow a sword? He raised his head and addressed Tongtian. Tongtian was left speechless. You dare to utter such audacious words and then ask me to lend you a sword. The killing sword is sealed with the intent to slay. Nevertheless, I shall lend you one. The 4 swords of Zhejian were all sacred weapons. With my mere status as a Tai golden immortal, I trust my brothers would not mind. Would they? Second uncle? Lin Jiuxuan looked up, his lips twitching as he met Yuan Shi's gaze, shameless, unrepentant. Tai and Yuding's expressions twitched. Yuan Shi raised his hand, pointing out a sword that landed in Yuding's grasp. Since my junior brother has borrowed a sacred weapon, I cannot remain without a show of support. Chapter 13. Soul Shattered. Yuan Shi's fury. Lin Jiuxuan's expression flickered. This old man truly had no shame, since the strong preyed upon the weak and the mighty oppressed the small. The younger generation could only acquiesce. He raised his head to meet Yuan Shi's gaze, surveying the two of them that if they were shameless, then he would be even more so. That moment, Yuan Shi looked to the heavens. Were it not for Tongtian's presence, he would have slapped Lin Jiuxuan into oblivion. Brothers, let the contest begin. Life and death aside. Yuding's eyes, filled with a murderous intent, glinted behind Lin Jiuxuan, and Tai exuded a similar aura. Both individuals were notorious for their ruthless nature, and the humiliation inflicted upon them by Lin Jiuxuan's earlier magical prowess only intensified their desire for vengeance. Such hatred could only be quenched with blood. The might of a mid-stage Luo Jin Xian erupted forth, encircling Lin Ji. In an overwhelming assault, they flanked him from both sides, compressing him in their midst. The peak aura of Lin Jiuxuan. A Tai Jin Xian was instantly crushed, akin to a leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea. The disparity in their realms could not be compensated for by any divine weapon. The weapons in their hands, temporarily enhanced by Yuan Shi, momentarily reached the level of the Zhan Xian sword. Yuding wielded the Zhan Xian sword behind him, while Tai summoned the 9 dragons' divine fire cover above his head. Flames roaring fiercely. In truth, a Luo Jin Xian was merely that. Lin Jiuxuan raised his head, grasping the Zhan Xian sword. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically as the sword emanated its own majesty, although its killing intent was sealed. The essence of its murderous aura remained, precisely at the threshold he could bear. Turning back, Tongtian nodded at him, instilling confidence within he could unleash his full might, even to the point of slaying these two in cold blood. Knowing Tongtian would shield him, thus masking his true power, the 2 individuals suddenly discovered that this arrow contained the very essence of time and space. Their bodies were ensnared by the arrow's formidable power, and in their current spiritual form, they found themselves unable to escape this binding. Gazing intently into Lin Jiuxuan's icy demeanor, their hearts quivered. They could only hope that the sage's protective aura would suffice to withstand this arrow. Tongtian, you have gone too far. The primordial sage unleashed a force unique to the saints, which erupted from the 4 swords of Jiuxian. The heavens and earth changed color. The universe trembled. Lin Jiuxuan lifted his gaze to meet the primordial sage's penetrating eyes as they pierced through the 4 swords of Jiuxian. His stare was unwavering, devoid of any trace of fear. The sound of shattering resonated as the sage's protective aura crumbled. The arrow surged straight toward their souls. Lin Jiuxuan possessed unwavering confidence in this arrow. Open the heavens. Its primary harm lay within the soul itself, and it inflicted indiscriminate damage. Even the souls of quasi-saints could be obliterated by a single shot. Just then, Lin Jiuxuan, the space was instantly torn asunder. Blades of light were sent flying. A hand emerged from the rift, seizing the arrow and shattering it effortlessly. Tongtian's body plummeted beside Lin Jiuxuan as he regarded the primordial sage. He had not anticipated that the primordial sage would take such decisive action. The primordial sage coldly scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan, who felt a chill run down his spine under the sage's unwavering gaze. You are commendable. With a wave of his hand, he drew Tai and Yuding into his own space. Had he not erupted in time before Tongtian could react, this arrow would have effortlessly pierced through his sage's protective aura, annihilating their souls. Before my very eyes, you dare to strike at my disciples from the Chan sect. Seeking to extinguish their souls, as the primordial sage spoke, a palpable pressure emanated from him, descending upon Lin Jiuxuan. The disciples of the Chan sect, including Sanxiao and Jin Ling, exchanged glances of alarm. How audacious was this primordial sage? How could a Tai golden immortal withstand the pressure of a saint? Even a Great Luo golden immortal would struggle to endure it. Tongtian attempted to intervene, but found himself ensnared by another force belonging to the sage. Elder brother, he glowered at the heavens. Yet, fortunately, Lin Jiuxuan had fused with the essence of Pangu, his physical strength extraordinarily formidable, coupled with the support of the system. The sage's pressure bore no effect upon him. Nevertheless, he feigned weakness, pretending to be vulnerable and in need of survival. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's demeanor, the primordial sage felt a twinge of surprise. Is Lin Jiuxuan truly a member of the human race? Even the few quasi-saints among humanity could not bear such pressure from him. Tongtian was restrained by elder brother. The primordial sage's pressure failed to crush Lin Jiuxuan, a mere fledgling, ignorant of rank, daring to plot against his fellow disciples, yet still audacious enough to show disrespect to me, shall be met with death. With that, he extended a finger, lightly pointing at Lin Jiuxuan, prepared to take action himself. Lin Jiuxuan must not be spared. Primordial sage, you, a revered saint of the heavenly path, personally trouble a mere junior like me. Do you not fear the scorn of the mighty in the wilderness? Lin Jiuxuan gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze. He had not anticipated such a blatant display of disdain from one of the 3 pure ones. A farce. You are well aware that I am a heavenly path saint. the supreme being of the Chan sect. Who would dare mock me? The primordial sage took a step forward, utterly dismissive of Lin Jiuxuan's words. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Who would dare to ridicule him? Since my esteemed uncle has made his move, I cannot remain idle. Lin Jiuxuan's heart sank, his gaze resolute. The rhythm of the Dao began to manifest around him, his eyes shimmering with a galaxy of stars. The primordial sage's expression darkened. He sensed an inkling of danger emanating from Lin Jiuxuan. Though not a threat to his life, the fact that a Tai golden immortal could evoke such a feeling was alarming. He could not allow him to remain. Transforming his finger into a palm, he unleashed a colossal hand toward Lin Jiuxuan, seeking to crush him. Lin Jiuxuan conjured a bow infused with chaos. The bowstring quivered lightly. The rhythm of the Dao coalesced in his hands, intertwining to form an arrow entirely composed of Dao rhythm. The arrowhead gleamed with a chilling light, imbued with the essence of swordsmanship. The second arrow. A shocking strike. With a soft exclamation, his complexion turned pale as this arrow gathered all the Dao rhythm within him, intertwined with insights into various paths. This was the culmination of his strength, and he released the arrow. The heavens transformed. The winds ceased shatter. The disciples of the Chan sect, including Sanxiao and Jin Ling, gasped in astonishment. They all felt the overwhelming force of the explosion produced by this arrow. Even the pinnacle of the Great Luo, golden immortal, would harbor no thoughts of resistance. The primordial sage's descending hand was pierced cleanly by the arrow. The T showed no sign of stopping. How could this be? The sage's protective aura coalesced around him. Bang! Faced with this arrow, even the heavenly path sage's expression shifted dramatically. The arrow surged forth, targeting the sage's protective aura with relentless ferocity. Sparks flew and thunder roared. The sage's protective aura shattered abruptly. This arrow was powerful. Yet you are too weak. The primordial sage grasped the arrow that had breached his protective aura. He regarded Lin Jiuxuan with trepidation. Even a quasi-saint would not be assured of enduring the previous arrow. However, he was a sage, a heavenly path saint. That a Tai golden immortal could injure him was already a matter of pride. He cast a glance at the blood dripping from the hand that held the arrow. Lin Jiuxuan. He had wounded a saint. The disciples of the Chan sect on the island stood in stunned disbelief. It was an inconceivable reality unfolding before their eyes. Yet, this was also your original sin. Die. The primordial sage's fury intensified, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Lin Jiuxuan's complexion paled under the weight of the sage's murderous aura. He found himself utterly depleted of strength. With a smile, he heavily knelt upon the ground. Just a moment longer. If only he were a Great Luo, golden immortal, you would surely perish today. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Plop, plop. Chapter 15. Achieving the Great Luo, golden immortal. Tongtian sacred path. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Defying heaven. Wounding a saint. Reward. Breakthrough. Breakthrough allows one to transcend any minor realm, regardless of its height or depth, simply by reciting the phrase in one's heart. At this moment, he had no time to ponder further. The primordial sage's icy murderous intent loomed perilously close. Not a single disciple of the Chan sect dared to stir, fearing the flames of calamity would engulf them. They beheld the blood dripping from the primordial sage's hand. Realizing he had succeeded, he had wounded a saint. While Tongtian was occupied with that figure, Lin Jiuxuan had no choice but to confront the primordial sage alone. Breakthrough, Lin Jiuxuan's resolve solidified. Without achieving the Great Luo golden immortal, he could not threaten the life of a saint at present. Without breaking through to attain the Great Luo golden immortal, he could not escape the murderous intent of the primordial sage and would only meet a tragic end at the hands of the saint. In this moment, he had no alternative. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the winds and clouds shifted, lightning crackled, and a rolling silver dragon soared into the sky. The Great Luo golden immortal tribulation. How could this be? Silence. The entirety of Golden Tortoise Island fell into stillness. No one could have anticipated that Lin Jiuxuan would break through under such circumstances, at a spontaneous breakthrough in the face of a saint's murderous intent. Who would dare to attempt such a feat? Yet now, Lin Jiuxuan dared. First, he had slain 12 golden immortals, then wounded a saint, and now he was facing the saint's murderous intent while crossing the Great Luo golden immortal tribulation. How intriguing. The primordial sage withdrew his outstretched hand. Watching with amusement as Lin Jiuxuan stood at the center of the tribulation clouds, the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished, but rather intensified. That moment, Lin Jiuxuan had no room for contemplation. He stared at the tribulation clouds above. His head throbbed. Externally, he faced the murderous intent of the saint. Internally, the tribulation clouds loomed, where a single misstep could lead to utter destruction, his soul scattering to the winds. That was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was crossing the tribulation under the gaze of countless eyes. A single misstep could expose his secrets, leading to his downfall, as everyone watched Lin Jiuxuan amidst the tribulation clouds. None bore any glimmers of hope. Transcend the tribulation and attain the Great Luo golden immortal, as a Tai golden immortal required immense preparation. Not all could survive such tribulations. Moreover, Lin Jiuxuan had already demonstrated his extraordinary talent by wounding a saint while still a Tai golden immortal, making him the foremost among the wilderness. The tribulation he faced was far from simple. As the tribulation clouds enveloped him entirely, the breakthrough commenced. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, and a relaxed smile spread across his face, revealing a dazzling set of teeth against the dark void of the tribulation clouds. How peculiar! He could not see through it. Pooh! An anomaly. High above in the ninth heaven, Hongjun's expression shifted. He suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes streaming crimson, as if he had glimpsed something forbidden. He hastily vanished from sight. The aura of a father in a certain place, silhouettes towering 12 times higher than the mountains, gazed into the distant calamity clouds. The figures shrank and dashed towards a particular direction. Ba, a great terror in the barren lands of the west, amidst the calamity clouds, the sage remained unseen. Lin Jiuxuan's expression shifted, and his aura suddenly became exceedingly formidable. Cold and proud, he raised his head to meet the gaze of those abyssal eyes. Ants disperse. Under the fearful countenance reflected in those eyes, Lin Jiuxuan softly uttered a few words. An overwhelming yet frigid power enveloped those eyes in a chilling grip. Then it shattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze returned to normal. The profound energy within him flowed, solidifying his Great Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. As the calamity clouds dissipated, he felt the surging mana within his body while observing the killing intent emanating from Yuan Shi. His eyes brimming with eagerness, but he was keen to ascertain the current disparity between himself and the sages. As a tight golden immortal, he could injure a sage with his second arrow. Now, the power coursing through his body was more than 100 times greater than before. If he unleashed his second arrow, it would undoubtedly threaten the sage's life. Upon witnessing the dispersal of the calamity clouds, Yuan Shi's killing intent erupted. A tide of sage power surged towards Lin Jiuxuan with an overwhelming force. The onlookers on the island felt a sense of regret. Having just broken through to the Great Luo golden immortal, he was now facing the lethal intent of a sage in person. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as his mana gradually coalesced. Yuan Shi, do you think I'm dead? A figure suddenly appeared before Lin Jiuxuan, casting a reassuring glance back at him. The moment that voice emerged, the overwhelming sage power collided with the force-sword of extermination, producing a thunderous roar. The sea churned, and a heavenly chasm opened up. The sage power spilled forth, a force that would not dissipate for millennia. It was none other than the sage, Tongtian. Only after one of the 3 pure ones withdrew could he step forward to protect Lin Jiuxuan. He had witnessed everything this young disciple had done. With Tai golden immortal strength, he could injure a sage. He would protect him, not solely for that reason, but also because of the 3 pure ones. Thus, no matter what, Lin Jiuxuan must be safeguarded. Tongtian, you intend to obstruct me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike against you? With a slow yet relentless stride, Tongtian stepped forward, embodying an indomitable dominance. Brother, we both understand the matter concerning the 3 heavens. I agreed to your disciple's challenge. Now, to intervene personally, is it to imply that I, Tongtian, am dead, or do you think I would refrain from acting against you? Humph, this is my Golden Turtle Island, not your Void Palace, that if you strike. Do not blame your junior for disregarding the sentiments of the three pure ones. With the foresword of extermination in hand, the cold killing intent gathered ominously above. Humph. Yuan Shi snorted coldly and waved his robe as he departed. He recognized that as long as he dared to act, Tongtian would undoubtedly retaliate. The affection of the three pure ones had long since faded in his eyes. The sermon concluded, and they all sought their own fortunes. Tongtian took a step forward, waving his hand as he and Lin Jiuxuan vanished into Golden Turtle Island. The disciples of the截教and the listeners were all flung away by the formation shockwave. As Lin Jiuxuan broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a momentous event unfolded in the 33 heavens. Here stood the heavenly court of the demon clan. Within the court, two demon emperors were present. One donned a golden robe, his head crowned by a blazing sun, the demon emperor Dong Huang Tai. The other wore a white robe, with the rivers and mountains faintly depicted behind him. The demon emperor Jun, these two sovereigns of the heavenly court, who should have been spirited and reigning supreme, were now beset by worries. Elder brother, the Wu clan is exceedingly overbearing. The 10,000-year period of recuperation is drawing to a close. What shall we do if the Wu clan launches an assault? Dong Huang Tai, he looked at Jun, who sat upon the imperial throne, his face riddled with anxiety. The last great war between the Wu and the Yao was only averted due to the intervention of the saint Nuwa, allowing this millennium of peace. Now, with Nuwa no longer on their side, the Wu clan possesses the 12 ancestor Wu formation capable of summoning the true form of Pangu, even with the Zhou Tian Star Do battle and the Du Tian Shunsha formation. The demon clan could not compensate. Why Eastern Emperor Bell, coupled with elder brothers He Tu and Luo Shu, can withstand half of the ancestor Wu, and the 12 demon saints should be able to hold back 5 of the Wu clan. What about the rest? Tai Yi counted on his fingers, his expression still burdened with worry. Jun observed Tai Yi's demeanor, both amused and exasperated, shrugging his shoulders. If there were a solution, the two demon emperors would not be so glum. Your Majesty, Lord Baizhe requests an audience, claiming to have found a means to restrain the Wu clan that a demon knelt at the palace entrance. Quickly, let him in. The expressions of Dong Huang Tai Yi and Jun shifted to one of ecstatic anticipation. To resolve the Wu clan issue, they had dispatched the 12 demon saints long ago, hoping to find a way to counter the Wu clan. Your Majesty, Baizhe entered and bowed to the two. Among the 12 demon saints, Baizhe was the most mysterious, his combat prowess immeasurable, and he possessed the ability to foresee the future. Even Jun, the sovereign of the heavenly court, dared not underestimate him. Baizhe, have you found a solution? Jun asked hastily, supporting Baizhe. Tai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked on. Baizhe, you have no idea. Elder brother has been so troubled over the Wu clan matter that he has nearly lost his hair. If you have a good method, please share at once. Baizhe smiled faintly, his figure enveloped in a layer of white mist. Indeed, Baizhe thought, Jun playfully remarked, cautious not to pressure Baizhe too much. While Baizhe was one of the 12 demon saints, their relationship was more akin to that of collaborators. Baizhe waved his hand, producing an ordinary knife that lay horizontally before him. What is this knife, that it harbors such malevolent power? Jun questioned, grasping the knife in confusion. This seemingly ordinary blade contained a sinister force capable of clouding one's mind. That it was truly peculiar. Tai Yi's eyes gleamed as he regarded Baizhe, realizing that this knife must be related to the method he was about to unveil to counter the Wu clan. Your Majesty, this knife has been stained with the blood of the human race and can restrain the Wu clan. The Wu clan possesses formidable physical strength. If their minds are clouded, how could the great powers of the wilderness possibly be restrained? At that time, wouldn't the Wu clan rise in rebellion? As Baizhe spoke, Jun's eyes lit up with understanding. It indeed seemed plausible. If the Wu clan were vanquished, the demon clan would dominate the wilderness, and who beneath the sages would dare to belittle them? They might even leverage the demon clan's might to contend with the sages. However, this malevolent force was far from sufficient. Jun sensed the knife's power and found it lacking. Your Majesty, try this sword. Bai Zhe then produced a blood-stained sword. Tai, Yi, and Dijun each took hold of the sword, soon realizing that its malevolent power could invade the mind of a nascent golden immortal. This sword was drenched in the blood of countless human cultivators. Observing their bewilderment, Bai Zhe explained. The two slowly nodded in agreement. Elder brother, we can give this a try. Dong Huang Tai Yi's face lit up with joy. Finally, a solution had emerged for their pressing issue. Dijun's expression brightened with a long-lost smile. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. The human race also has quasi-saints, and the human race was created by the Saint Nuwa. Our actions may not be prudent. Dong Huang Tai Yi remained silent. After all, Nuwa was the one who established the human race and attained the status of a saint, should they slaughter the human race. It might provoke Nuwa's ire. The consequences would be dire. Dijun, does the Saint Nuwa truly care for the human race? The few quasi-saints of the human race are trapped in the fire cloud cave. Nuwa is preoccupied with comprehending the supreme, saintly path. How could she be concerned with mere postnatal humans? Bai Zhe interjected. Addressing their concerns, he reiterated the focus on the postnatal human race. The two exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred. The human race comprises both primordial and postnatal beings. They would only slay the postnatal humans. Moreover, the human race is vast. Even a slight reduction would have little impact. Bai Zhe, give the order to covertly eliminate the postnatal human race. The heart's desire pales in comparison to action. Thus, I promptly commanded Bays to relay the orders. The entire demon race mobilized. Soon after, the human race in the primordial world, regardless of their cultivation level, inexplicably fell victim to ambushes. Even golden immortals were not spared. The human race appeared woefully feeble before the demon race. Although Nuwa crafted the primordial humans and imparted cultivation techniques, they could only ascend to the level of the Great Luo golden immortal. Laozi, who sought enlightenment among the humans and established Taoism, also transmitted numerous methods of cultivation. While these may not lead one to the pinnacle of Great Luo, they could still allow entry into its realm. Moreover, the quasi-saints of the human race refined and perfected techniques belonging to them, allowing human powerhouses to emerge. Yet, regardless of how exceptional the techniques were, the humans remained shackled by their innate limitations, making the breakthrough to Great Luo Golden Immortal a formidable challenge. Presently, the number of Great Luo Golden Immortals among the human race was minuscule, and they remained sequestered in their meditative retreats. The demon race dispatched many formidable beings, including the 12 demon saints, who personally engaged in the onslaught. How could the remaining Tai Golden Immortals withstand the slaughter orchestrated by the 12 demon saints? Even some Great Luo Golden Immortals in seclusion fell victim to the massacre. The human race was utterly overwhelmed by the might of the demon race, reduced to mere prey. Thus began the cataclysm for humanity. Simultaneously, this marked the prelude to the eventual retreat of the demon race. Outside Nuwa's sanctuary, human powerhouses knelt in supplication. Similarly, at the Taoist sanctum, human beings offered their reverence. Notably, both sacred sites were guarded by demon saints. Impeding the approach of human powerhouses, outside Sanxiao Island, Lin Jiuxuan surveyed the vastness of the primordial world, his mind drifting between the serenity and tumult of the sea, observing the rise and fall of the sun and the ebb and flow of tides. He remained in contemplation for over a decade, undisturbed by the three shaos in the distance. Lin Jiuxuan had already communicated the matter of his cultivation journey. It had been 50 years since he broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. His physique had become extraordinarily robust, his muscles exuding explosive power. Even without employing magical energy, the sheer strength of his body could obliterate an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal with a single punch. Such terrifying prowess, Ding, achievement unlocked, comprehended the powers of the Taiyin and the Sun Reward, a strand of the law of chaos life. The law of chaos life, born from the power of chaos. Transcending the heavenly path, understanding it to the utmost may grant one the qualifications to comprehend the great Dao of chaos. As the voice echoed, Lin Jiuxuan radiated an aura that was entirely distinct, embodying the paradoxical yet harmonious essence of the Dao Ancestors, mastery of the Taiyin and the sun could lead to the creation of the sun and moon. Chaos, perhaps. A smile graced his lips as he extended his hand, green light flickering in his palm. Over the decades, he had grasped numerous Dao principles and laws, elevating himself to a level where he stood shoulder to shoulder with 100 different Daos. His combat prowess was so terrifying that it defied description, exponentially surpassing his strength during his battle with Yuan Shi. His veins coursed with the blood of several Witch clan members and even that of a sage, including that of Nuwa, the progenitor of humanity. That it was time for him to venture forth. Rising, he gazed out at the expansive in such a vast world as the Primordial Realm. It was high time he explored it. Ding! Human race crisis. Rescue the human race. Traverse the primordial world. Reward: a sage-level sanctum. Just when he thought he was merely drowsy, the system presented him with a compelling task, regardless of the system's involvement. He would have journeyed through the primordial realm without a crisis for the human race. Propping his head, he scrutinized the task. The human race had the backing of Nuwa and Laozi, 2 sages, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the quasi-saints residing in the Fire Cloud Cave. What could possibly threaten them? Furthermore, the system's reward was a sage-level sanctum, raising his suspicions. "Junior brother, someone seeks you," came the voice of the 3 Shaos, interrupting his thoughts. Seeking me? His mind grew even more bewildered. Who could possibly be looking for him in the primordial realm? He was hardly well known. Nevertheless, he proceeded forward, beautiful, truly beautiful. Chapter 17. Departing the primordial realm, the crisis of humanity. Beautiful. Upon first sight, Lin Jiuxuan could only describe it with a single word. The woman before him was extraordinarily remarkable, though she now sat within the grand hall, her complexion somewhat pallid. She appeared anxious, her hands twisting the fabric of her attire, her face betraying a sense of unease. Such actions only accentuated her pale beauty. Chang'e. This was Lin Jiuxuan. Yin Xiao led Lin Jiuxuan into the hall and cast him an encouraging glance before departing. Chang'e, may I inquire what brings you to me? Lin Jiuxuan immediately recognized her presence in the grand hall. Dressed in a simple, flowing gown, her demeanor radiated an ethereal grace. In his past life, Chang'e was but a legend. To see her in person now filled him with a profound sense of meaning. Lin Jiuxuan, I implore you to save my human race. Chang'e grasped Lin Jiuxuan's hand, her body instinctively kneeling before him. Her actions left Lin Jiuxuan astonished. The system had assigned him a task regarding the crisis of humanity. And now Chang'e herself sought his aid. It appeared the situation for the human race had reached a critical juncture. Otherwise, Chang'e would not have resorted to such measures. Fairy, what do you mean? What has befallen the human race? Lin Jiuxuan gently lifted Chang'e, hastening to inquire. Although he was a disciple of he remained fundamentally a member of the human race, a true human. Moreover, as one who hailed from a later era, he felt a deep obligation to protect humanity. According to the system's perspective, the survival of the human race was paramount. Failure in this task was not an option, regardless of whether it stemmed from the system or his own identity. He was resolute in safeguarding humanity. Decades ago, the demon race inexplicably went on a rampage, ruthlessly slaughtering our kin, even taking the lives of several Great Luo golden immortals. Now, only a few 100,000 of us remain. Chang'e spoke urgently, her eyes filled with a glimmer of despair. If she had not reached such a desperate state, she would not have turned to them for assistance. The demon race. What is their motive? Are they not fearful of the wrath of the Ta-Ching sage and the Saint Nuwa? Lin Jiuxuan's gaze retained its skepticism. The human race was created by Nuwa, and Laozi achieved his saintly status among them. So surely the demon race would consider the potential consequences of inciting the ire of these 2 sages. Unless suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and his expression darkened. That it is said that the demon race seeks to refine a certain treasure, believing that human blood can counter the witch clan, and thus they, Chang'e exclaimed tearfully, her eyes reddening, use the blood of 1 billion humans to forge this treasure. Are they not afraid of Nuwa's retribution come harvest time? Outside the door, Yin Xiao interjected, pushing it open. Sister, Do not forget that although Nuwa created humanity, she is also a sage of the demon race. Chang'e's expression shifted upon hearing this. They had not considered that angle. From the side of the Ta Ching sage, the demon race must have already devised a plan. Lin Jiuxuan added, let us not forget that Laozi is the leader of the three pure ones, whose path revolves around non-action. The survival of the human race does not fundamentally concern him. Chang'e's face paled. Outside the Ta Ching's sanctum, do you truly intend to eradicate the human race? A powerful human being, drenched in blood, roared defiantly, seeking to draw the attention of the Ta Ching's sanctum, by the side of Nuwa's sanctuary. The cycle of cause and effect will ultimately lead to your own demise. Demon race, on Sanxiao Island. Lin Jiuxuan bid farewell to Chang'e and the three Xiaos, along with Jin Ling and other disciples of the promising to return without failed as for when he would return. Only he knew the calamity of the Fengshun was imminent, and he would surely return then to protect those who mattered most to him. He would also safeguard the facing even sages without fear. The three Xiaos were the closest individuals to him in the Primordial realm, and there was his sect. His current status as a Great Luo golden immortal would not change much. Only by stepping into the Primordial realm would he have the opportunity to grow stronger. He believed that when he returned, he would already stand at the peak, witnessing the rise and fall of tides. The human race must be saved. Farewell, my friends. May we meet again. Stepping upon the clouds, he glanced back at the familiar faces on the island. Disciple, are you certain you wish to proceed? This is the fate of humanity. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Lin Jiuxuan naturally recognized the voice. It was none other than the voice of the leader of the Jie sect, the Saint Tongtian. Disciple, as a member of the human race, I cannot neglect the calamity that befalls our people. My journey may lead to uncertain life or death. I implore my revered master to take care and remain vigilant against the three pure ones. Lin Jiuxuan knelt upon the clouds, bowing his head, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. Immortal, why do you not request the saint's assistance, given the high regard in which he holds you? Thoughts swirled in Chang'e's mind. Fairy, if the saint intervenes, the situation would be irrevocably altered. Such a course of action is unwise. Moreover, should my master choose to act, there will undoubtedly be those who seek to obstruct him. Lin Jiuxuan shook his head. Gazing out at the vast ocean, if given the chance, he too would wish to linger under the saint's protection until he attained invincibility. As he watched the three immortal islands gradually fade from view, a myriad of emotions welled up within him. Ultimately, there was no escaping his fate. Stepping onto the primordial land, countless thoughts raced through his mind. This time, he was uncertain of the outcome. Yet, there was no evading the inevitable. The moment he set foot on the primordial continent, he could sense the pervasive aura of malevolence and concealed threats surrounding him. The formless and shadowless malice roamed the air. The calamity of the human race marked the onset of the Great Tribulation in the Primordial realm. Observing the ominous energy in the sky, he noted the overwhelming presence of both the demon and human races. At this moment, a landscape filled with corpses and blood painted a picture of brutality. It was evident how merciless this reality was. After more than a decade, the human race faced the brink of survival. Where is the human race now? Lin Jiuxuan lamented, gazing at the unyielding, ominous energy above. Such a primordial realm would hasten his cultivation. The human race was currently gathering at Shoyang Mountain. Chang'e's eyes narrowed, and she took 2 steps back, speaking softly, witnessing the scene of death and destruction. She could not help but feel afraid. After all, women are innately fragile. The Taiji Saint's domain would no longer provide sanctuary for humanity. Shoyang Mountain was indeed the domain of the Taiji Saint. Laozi. However, Lin Jiuxuan understood that Taiji would not shield the human race. From the moment he perceived the relentless, ominous energy in the heavens, he was aware the Great Tribulation was brewing. Even the saints dared not intervene lightly. A moment's carelessness could draw one into the tribulation, and even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. This held true even for the saints. The hint of despondency flickered in Chang'e's eyes. Indeed, the saints will not protect us any longer, she acknowledged, understanding that Lin Jiuxuan spoke the truth. Otherwise, when the demon race first commenced their assault, neither the Taiji saint nor the Nuwa saint made any move. No race dared extend a helping hand, fearing the demon's wrath would turn upon them. During this time, the human race seemed to have been forsaken by the world, reduced to mere prey beneath the demon's blade, becoming sacrificial offerings for the refinement of magical artifacts. Chapter 18. Slaughter, let us depart. Lin Jiuxuan took a step forward. He had no time to dwell on Chang'e's sorrow, observing the multitude of human corpses scattered around him. He realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Along the way, he encountered demon clans seeking to ambush him. They were no match for Lin Jiuxuan. The Tai Golden Immortal could harm a saint. Now he had ascended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his combat prowess even more formidable. With a wave of his hand, a sword materialized, radiating a chilling sword intent that enveloped him. Chang'e, standing behind him, sensed the scent of death even with her initial cultivation as a Great Luo Golden Immortal. This sword was imbued with the essence of the Chaos Sword Soul, transformed into a congenital treasure. Come forth, he pointed the Chaos Sword, positioning Chang'e behind him as they were surrounded. They were not far from Shouyang Mountain. Yet Lin Jiuxuan did not fly directly there, instead shielding Chang'e behind him. The sword intent coiled around him, the nuances of Tao subtly manifesting. Roar! The ground trembled, resonating with the thunderous sounds of the earth rending, accompanied by the howls of demon beasts charging forth. Take care. He glanced back at Chang'e. The aura of the Great Luo Golden Immortal surged forth. The Chaos Sword fully revealed its inherent power. Strands of sword light encircled Chang'e protectively. However, he still cautioned her. Watching the demon race surge towards them like a tempest, he could not guarantee her safety. His expression darkened, and a chill swept over him, causing the very air around him to grow frigid. Two Great Luo Golden Immortals, formidable adversaries, Jin Ling and Gui Ling, two demon saints, descended upon the clouds. One addressing the other, we must first deplete his strength. Charge, my minions. Gui Ling licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Lin Jiuxuan like a predator eyeing its prey. Thousands of demons roared and charged at Lin Jiuxuan, their claws glinting and crimson eyes burning with fierce malevolence. Unfazed, Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward. The chaos sword flew from his grasp, transforming into a dragon of sword intent. The oncoming demons exploded, torn apart by the sword intent. Even when faced with the corpses of their fallen comrades, the remaining demon beasts showed no fear, as if they had lost their minds. The malevolent energy coursed through them. They were doomed, opening his eyes to behold the frenzied crimson pupils of the demons. Lin Jiuxuan grasped the chaos sword, his voice icy. The sword opens the heavens. Myriad paths converge to one. He replaced the first arrow of the 3 arrows of creation with his sword in an instant. The chaos sword split into countless sword shadows. The sword light buzzed ominously. One sword plunged into the ground, rotating gently. A multitude of swords erupted forth. The air resonated with a sound akin to clashing metal. Roar! The demons charging forth were shredded by the myriad flying swords. Above and below, blood-red raindrops began to fall, mingled with the fragments of various incomplete corpses, seeking death. Jin Ling's expression darkened as he witnessed the heavy losses among his kin, his heart bleeding. This is a tough opponent. Gui Ling's eyes turned cold. The two exchanged glances before simultaneously landing before Lin Jiuxuan. The demon energy coalesced as the sword light danced. Lin Jiuxuan tore through the swarm of demon attacks, emerging unscathed save for the blood of demons dripping from the tip of his sword. The malevolent energy seeped in, a curse upon him. The two demon saints furrowed their brows, sensing the ominous red tint of the invading malevolence in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes. The chaos sword trembled, shaking off the blood upon its blade. Charge! They commanded the demons below. In their eyes flickered a glimmer of light. The Great Luo Golden Immortals were not without their share of kills. They merely found Lin Jiuxuan a bit troublesome. They directed the demons to exhaust his strength, preparing for a lethal strike. If a Great Luo Golden Immortal were to be refined, it would be an immense boon. How swift, Lin Jiuxuan thought as he faced the oncoming tide of demons. His expression darkened. The protective sword aura around Chang'e had been stained with blood and shredded, though she was not adept in combat. As a Great Luo golden immortal, she should be able to endure. Seeking death, he muttered, his gaze turning icy as he beheld the relentless demons. In their eyes burned the same crimson rage, even reflected in Ji Ming and Gui Chei's eyes. In just a few decades, the situation had escalated far too quickly. Even the Great Luo golden immortals were succumbing to the malevolent energy, sword of annihilation. Gripping the chaos sword tightly, he bellowed, strands of Tao infused into the blade. With a horizontal slash, the edge gleamed with deadly intent. The aura of destruction swirled around him. As he unleashed this strike, the demons attacking were obliterated in an instant, leaving not even a trace of their remains. Now it is your turn. Bloodied, he stepped forward, each footfall leaving a print of crimson upon the ground, as he advanced towards Gui, Chei, and Ji Ming, the once pristine white of his garment now soaked in blood. Arrogant, the two demon saints trembled, stepping back involuntarily. This figure, drenched in the blood of thousands of demons, exuded an overwhelming presence, a sharp sword intent piercing the heavens. Yet they thought, how threatening could a mere initial stage Great Luo golden immortal truly be? Kill, exchanging glances and sharing a fleeting smile. A sense of calm enveloped them momentarily. In an instant, the formidable essence of a peak de Luo Jin Xian was unleashed, halting their retreat and dispelling any fear that lingered in their eyes. Their entire being became a vessel of concentrated power, manifesting their true form. An imposing figure towering hundreds of zhang, gazing down upon Lin Jiuxuan as if to find solace in that elevation. Let us proceed to Shouyang Mountain. There we shall find safety. Chang'e, adorned in a gown of pure white, embellished with blossoms of plum, alighted beside him and spoke, observing the ghastly visage of Gui Chei and the looming figure of Ji Ming. She instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, muttering under her breath, "What an unsightly creature from the demon race." She swiftly darted behind Lin Jiuxuan, having already witnessed his formidable prowess in vanquishing countless demon foes. Such a powerful de Luo Jin Xian was bound to instill a sense of hope within the human race, rendering them no longer fugitives. Yet, the sight of the demon saint proved too much to bear. Inciting a cacophony of dread, Gui Chei, enraged by her words, loathed the notion of being called ugly. With a swift motion, he lashed out at Lin Jiuxuan, directing his wrath toward Chang'e. The gust of wind swept across her face. "How dare you act in my presence? What audacity!" With a flick of his chaos sword, a piercing beam of icy light shot forth, severing Gui Chei's arm. He stepped forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Was Shouyang Mountain truly a sanctuary? Was it genuinely the last refuge for humanity? Casting a glance at Chang'e and then at Gui Chei and Ji Ming, he pondered aloud, unsure to whom his thoughts were directed. He gestured for Chang'e to follow him as they soared through the skies, casting their gaze toward Shouyang Mountain, a bittersweet smile playing upon his lips. The plight of humanity seemed indeed to have reached its nadir. "This is a trap." Chang'e's gaze fell upon the distant Shouyang Mountain, her expression shifting dramatically. In an instant, it felt as though her strength had been utterly drained. She looked at Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes filled with remorse. "Perhaps you should leave." Chapter 19. Millions of demons. Humanity must stand strong. Let us go. Taking a decisive step forward, a chill enveloped his features as he faced the overwhelming tide of demons. Their numbers akin to a dark cloud looming over the city. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered within him, yet quickly dissipated. As a member of the human race, retreat was not an option. Chang'e's face turned ashen, despair etched in her eyes. The existence of demon saints rivaled that of peak de Luo Jin Xian. Not to mention, the presence of demon gods loomed nearby, gazing at the vast army of demons ahead. She had hoped for a glimmer of hope for humanity at Shouyang Mountain, unaware that this place harbored the greatest peril for their kind. If only I could persuade Lin Jiuxuan to leave. How could we contend with 2, 3, or even 4 demon saints? Aware of the chasm between the demon saints and demon gods, and recognizing that Lin Jiuxuan was merely at the initial stage of the Luo Jin Xian, she felt utterly powerless to withstand even a single demon saint. Since we are here, how unfortunate it would be not to witness how I am welcomed. Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward, with Chang'e closely trailing behind him. Soaring past two formidable demon saints toward Shaoyang Mountain in the 33 heavens, within the heavenly court, what? There's an anomaly aiding humanity. Di Jun exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the bloodied Bai Zhe, aside from the quasi-saints in the fire cloud cave. The number of Dao Luo Jin Xian outside, among humanity, was scarcely a few. Now, to claim that there was an anomaly capable of inflicting devastating blows upon the demon race was astonishing. Anomaly? Where? I shall crush it, Dong Huang Tai Yi, bearing the Eastern Emperor bell upon his head, charged forth in a fit of rage, exuding an air of imminent confrontation, and why subordinates are unwell. I shall take my leave. Bai Zhe replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he bowed to the two and subsequently exited the grand hall. Di Jun waved his hand, oblivious to the glimmer of trepidation that flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Jiuxuan was accompanied by Chang'e, with Gui Che and Ji Ming, the two demon saints, close behind. With each stride of their massive forms, the earth quaked beneath them. Before them loomed the towering Shaoyang Mountain. Once a sacred ground for humanity, that it was here that the Ta Ching saint established the teachings of humanity, drawing upon the fortunes of the human race to attain sanctity. Since then, it had become a hallowed site for humanity. At the foot of the mountain, a gathering of beleaguered humans stood, their eyes shimmering with hope, for they believed that reaching this place would ensure the protection of the saints. The demon race dared not lay a hand upon them. Humanity, at the foot of Shaoyang Mountain, some humans, upon seeing their fellow kin in distress, expressed surprise. Under the onslaught of the demon race, their numbers had dwindled drastically. Now, witnessing their compatriots, their faces radiated relief. Here lay the sacred ground for humanity. Surely, the demon race would not dare to strike. The Ta Ching saint would undoubtedly shield them. The humans were filled with joy, as if their arrival here would truly alleviate the looming threat of the demon race. Just as they reveled in their newfound camaraderie, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. The colossal shadow blotted out the sun, revealing itself to be a demon beast, towering at a staggering height of 10,000 zhang. What? Demons! This is the sacred ground of humanity, the abode of the saints. How dare the demons act here? To their astonishment, it was not just one demon. A swarm of dark figures, akin to a veil obscuring the sky, descended upon them. The presence of several formidable beings reached the level of demon gods only added to the terror. As they beheld the overwhelming horde of demons, despair washed over the humans. We implore the saints for protection. One individual knelt before the direction of the saints, beseeching their aid. Soon, others followed suit, and nearly all the humans sank to their knees, seeking the saints' intervention. Only a handful of Dao Luo Jin Xian among the humans bore a glimmer of madness in their eyes, refusing to bow before the saints, merely sneering. Saints? They are but heartless beings. The demons, wary of the sacred site of Shaoyang Mountain, refrained from unleashing their carnage. Within the sacred grounds, Master, shall we not intervene? These are humans. We have established a doctrine centered upon humanity. The Grand Master Xiandu gazed at the closed eyes of Laozi. Listening to the pleas of the humans outside, his eyes brimmed with moisture. Kneeling down, he longed for the saints to take action. Yet, confronting such overwhelming numbers of demons, even he, a Dao Luo Jin Xian, could not alter the course of events. Being of human descent, he could not bear to witness such a plight. Xiandu, it is time for you to seclude yourself. Go. Enter seclusion. Laozi's voice resonated as he waved his hand, sealing Xiandu's power and sending him to his place of seclusion. May you understand my intentions in the future. Observing the plight of the humans, Laozi waved his hand, enveloping Shaoyang Mountain in a shroud of white mist. Rendering it invisible to the human gaze, the kneeling humans were left in bewilderment. Shaoyang Mountain had vanished. It seemed the saints had forsaken them. Why? The saints are unjust. We, the human race, strive to attain enlightenment. Yet the saints do not protect us. The saints are unjust. A human cried out in anger, his eyes filled with confusion. They could not comprehend why the saints would not safeguard them, despite being the saints of humanity. They refuse to protect the last remnants of their bloodline. The saints have abandoned you. The demon race thundered in laughter. Become our prey. The demon army, led by several powerful demon beings at the level of demon gods, could no longer contain their wild roars. Shaoyang Mountain had once been a sanctuary, where the might of the saints deterred them from violence. Now, with the sanctuary obscured, the saints seem to favor the demon race. The saints are unjust. The human race need not plead any longer. We, the proud descendants of humanity, shall not cower before mere demons. A powerful human being bellowed, rising against the oppressive presence above. Indeed, although humanity was frail, they possessed an indomitable spirit. The words ignited a spark within them, as if something within their very blood ignited. 1, 2, 3. Soon, all stood resolutely, fists clenched and teeth gritted, confronting the demon race above with unwavering resolve. In that moment, humanity stood united like never before, an extraordinary aura igniting their beings. Humph! In the face of seemingly insignificant beings, the demon deity strides forward, releasing the overwhelming aura of countless demon tribes. Even a quasi-saint would tremble in its presence, let alone the feeble human race. What does resoluteness matter when one cannot turn the tide? Not far away, Lin Jiuxuan observes all that the human race is doing. Feeling as if a raging fire ignites within his heart, he watches a colossal avian demon beast of the Great Luo golden immortal realm stretch its wings, blocking out the sun. The chaotic sword in its grasp morphs into a bow, and with a swift pull, it transforms magical energy into an arrow. The arrow soars, driven by the indomitable spirit of humanity. It pierces through the sky, effortlessly penetrating the avian demon beast, not sparing even its primordial spirit. The beast, a Great Luo golden immortal, barely has time to emit a cry before blood stains the heavens, crimson droplets cascading downwards that we, the human race, shall strive for strength. We will seize control of our own destinies. If the Buddha stands in our way, we will slay the Buddha. If the gods oppose us, we will slay the gods. You shall not touch the lives of humanity. Chapter 20. 3 feet before me can defy millions of demon tribes. The resounding voice reverberates in the ears of the human race, igniting fierce battle intent within their eyes. What does it matter if there are no strong warriors among us? They are willing to die, willing to fight. The sight of a Great Luo golden immortal demon beast meeting its demise instills a surge of morale among the humans. No matter who strikes, they are all heroes. Who dares to lay a hand on my demon kin? An enraged voice erupts from the ranks of the demon tribes above. A dark figure tears through space, releasing a violent aura that forces several demon deities to retreat a few steps. It is none other than Jiuing, one of the 10 demon saints. As Jiuing appears, the battle fervor in the eyes of the human race gradually dims. Even among the leading Great Luo golden immortals, that, after all, is a demon saint. A peak-level demon powerhouse of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, coupled with the overwhelming numbers of the demon tribes, increases the pressure manifold. The combat prowess of the demon race is inherently superior to that of the human race at the same realm. Do you truly wish to eradicate humanity? If the humans on Shaoyang Mountain are annihilated, there will be no chance left for them. With the backing of saints, can you demon tribes withstand their wrath? This is the sacred ground of humanity. Do you not fear divine retribution? Some among the human race gaze at the vanishing Shaoyang Mountain, summoning their courage to confront the terrifying demon tribes, though their hearts tremble at the thought of speaking such words. The sacred ground of humanity is indeed laughable. Ultimately, our demon kin shall reign supreme in the heavens. While you are but mere ants, should a saint intervene, we would still dare to slaughter you, pursuing you here. What a pitiful bunch of ants, unable to see the impending doom even as it looms. When Gui Ling speaks, silence falls upon all. His words bear a semblance of truth. It is not that they cannot perceive the reality, but rather, in the face of the demon tribes, humanity lacks the strength to resist. When the demon tribes approached, the humans chose to retreat from their sacred ground. The creator of the human race, the Saint Nuwa, is also a saint of the demon tribes. They have already been forsaken by the primordial land. Today, it seems, they are truly on the verge of extinction that I shall ask once more, who dares to stand before me? Jiuling's gaze sweeps across the direction from which the arrow came, seeking the one audacious enough to strike against his kin. The humans below are completely disregarded. Yet the humans also peer towards the source of the arrow, eager to discover the identity of the attacker, torn between curiosity and dread. The it was I. Lin Jiuxuan steps forward. Standing tall above the human ranks, Gui Ling and Shaman, the two demon saints, retreat back into the ranks of their tribe. Cheng'e watches Lin Jiuxuan step forth, biting her lip as she follows suit. Although she is of the human race, she is also the partner of the great witch Hui from the witch tribe, and there is no choice but to emerge. The presence of Lin Jiuxuan invigorates the spirits of the human race. No one recognizes him. Who is this fairy, Chang'e? A voice calls out, stepping forward to inquire. Fellow, you have slain thousands of my demon kin. Shouldn't this matter be addressed? Even if you are a disciple of a saint, you owe the heavenly court an explanation. Jiuling steps forward, fixating his gaze on Lin Jiuxuan. Out on the day of the sermon at Tongtian, there were demon powers present. He is indeed one of the demon deities. An explanation? You speak of slaughtering billions of human lives, and yet you express such outrage over the mere slaying of a handful of your kind. Lin Jiuxuan, now clad in white robes, speaks with an air of calmness. Devoid of fear, just a demon saint, he dares to confront a saint, to battle a saint. Fellow, what relation do you have with the human race? Jiuling's mind races as he observes Lin Jiuxuan's demeanor, sensing a profound connection to humanity. Upon hearing the teachings, he has merged with the essence of Pangu and the blood of saints. The roots of humanity are concealed, only discernible before a saint. Otherwise, one could hardly perceive his ties to the human race. I am Lin Jiuxuan of the human race. His voice resounds, igniting a stir among the humans. Indeed, there exists a hidden powerhouse among our kin. I shall protect those of my race here. This has nothing to do with the截教. Moreover, the human race is merely entangled in an unforeseen calamity.截教cannot afford to meddle in this chaos. Out of respect for the saint, you will depart now, and it shall be as if nothing has occurred. Jiuling's gaze flickers, still wary of the saint Tongtian. A disciple of the saint is not to be trifled with. I have stated that the saint will not intervene. Lin Jiuxuan steps forward once more, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The vengeance of humanity shall be avenged by humanity itself. As a member of the human race, you all deserve to die. The eyes of Jiuling and the two other demon saints flicker with murderous intent. They yearn to eliminate Lin Jiuxuan. Yet they hesitate, daunted by the saint's might. Revenge? What a joke. Do you think you can rely on your Great Luo golden immortal cultivation? A demon deity emerges from the ranks. A two-headed demon with an eagle's head and a tiger's head. A late-stage Great Luo golden immortal. Its claws glistening with a chilling light. The three demon saints remain silent. The blood offering delivered to their door is an act of folly. This demon deity lunges forward, its eyes glinting with ambition. This is an excellent opportunity to earn merit. With claws gleaming, it lunges at Lin Jiuxuan. Chang'e watches the demon deity charge towards Lin Jiuxuan, a worried expression crossing her face. The gap in cultivation is substantial. Trash! Lin Jiuxuan's chaotic sword dances behind him, his white robes billowing. The humans below wish to warn him, but in the next moment, they are rendered speechless. They witness his figure flicker, the chaotic sword following suit, transforming into a blade that pierces through the charging demon deity. Boom! Along with its primordial spirit, it is obliterated. What? The demon side is left in utter shock. The human side is equally astounded that a late-stage Great Luo golden immortal demon deity has perished just like that. In a single strike. How is that possible? Even Jiuling is left dumbfounded. Annihilate a demon deity with a single strike from a being in the early stages of the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Such a notion is utterly absurd. The humans are overwhelmed with exhilaration, realizing there exists such a formidable entity among them. The remaining few Great Luo golden immortal humans wish to advance, but wear expressions of concern. There are still three demon saints present. Lin Jiuxuan turns back, offering them a reassuring glance, point, one person stands resolute against the overwhelming demon tribe, that a smirk plays on his lips. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. When did the human race fall to the point of lacking the courage to fight? How dare these insignificant demon tribes prance upon our heads? Now, I shall show you what true humanity is. His words seem directed at both the humans below and the demon tribes. With each step he takes, though small, they carry great weight. Each word resonates within the hearts of the human race. Each stride imbued with murderous intent. As he advances, the chaotic sword's killing aura gradually swells. The demon tribes advance, intent on tearing apart this arrogant human, but they cannot breach the barrier formed by the sword before him. 3 feet of the swordsman are a forbidden zone. Spirits and phantoms perish, clad in white. A refreshing breeze surrounds him. His towering figure imprints itself upon the eyes of the human race. This is the true demeanor of humanity, undaunted and unafraid. Even in the face of millions of demon tribes, one dares to stand alone. The humans grasp their weapons and charge forth. I am of the human race, not a coward. What is there to fear from the demon tribes? We shall slay them. I am of the human race, standing tall and firm. The human race gazed upon the tall and imposing figure of Lin Jiuxuan, their blood surging with fervor in an instant. Chapter 21. The sword stained the sky, directly targeting the demon saint T. This moment, the human race was profoundly affected by the atmosphere, igniting within them a fierce and unyielding battle spirit, casting aside the cowardice of mere survival. The leading figures among the Great Luo golden immortals charged directly into the ranks of the demon race. With their blood stirred, the humans were imbued with a desire to fight one after another. They surged towards the demons, undeterred even by the peril, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Moths to a flame indeed. Ultimately, the human race faced annihilation. The 9 infants allied with Jin Ling and Gui Ling, 3 demon saints standing at the forefront, looked down upon the relentless wave of humans charging towards them, their expressions filled with disdain. The human race, inherently frail and struggling to cultivate, was met with a fleeting sense of satisfaction at the sight of these reckless souls hurling themselves towards the demons. He was determined to protect the humans, yet he pondered whether they were worthy of such guardianship, should they remain in their initial state of cowardice, fleeing and seeking refuge in others, ignorant of their own strength. He would only protect a select few of their bloodline. That it was only now that he witnessed the human race he had longed to see, undaunted by oppression, unyielding regardless of poverty. Humans, you do not comprehend. As the demon god intervened, launching towards several leading Great Luo golden immortal humans, he observed that they did not retreat. Even in the face of superior power, they dared to gamble. This audacity ignited within him a recognition of their spirit, to strive and contend. This was the human race he yearned to behold, one capable of holding up the heavens. Step back. Leave the rest to me. The chaos sword sensed its master's fierce battle intent, transforming into a longbow in his hands. Drawing the bowstring, the chaos sword morphed into arrows, his voice resonating for all to hear. With sword as arrow, it soared into the sky. Boom! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The chaos sword instantly split into hundreds of thousands of sword lights, descending like shooting stars upon the demon race. The proud flesh of the demons crumbled under the shadows of the swords, akin to mere paper. The terrifying aspect was that the swords pierced through the demons, igniting flames that consumed their very souls. Upon hearing Lin Jiuxuan's command, the human race paused momentarily, their bodies responding to the falling myriad of swords. They distanced themselves from the battlefield. A few unfortunate souls among the humans were struck by the swords. Merely a stroke of bad luck. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. The darkened sky above the demon race was torn open, revealing a glimmer of hope. Seeking death, the 9 infants seethed with fury, having lost tens of thousands of demons in an instant. How dare these mere ants attempt to slay my noble demons? Waves of murderous intent radiated from his eyes, regardless of whether they were human or not. He now sought to kill. Having lost so many comrades, how could he not seek vengeance? Where could he place his dignity? A mere early-stage Great Luo golden immortal displayed such formidable strength. The moment that arrow was loosed, Even he felt the threat. Behind him, the demon saints Gui Che and Jin Ling advanced. The three exchanged glances, resolute in their intent to eliminate. The demons that fell to Lin Jiuxuan's hands numbered in the hundreds of thousands. To return empty-handed would surely invite the wrath of the demon emperor. If they could bring back the heads of these humans, along with Lin Jiuxuan's, it would be a different story. Hey, why don't you make a move? Lin Jiuxuan wielded the chaos sword, rampaging through the ranks of demons. Crash. A colossal demon was slain beneath his blade. Addressing the three in the sky, he couldn't help but inquire, raising the severed head of the recently slain demon. Ah, Lin Jiuxuan. The 9 infants roared, slapping towards his direction. Come and kill me. Lin Jiuxuan had anticipated this and vanished in an instant, evading the strike effortlessly. As he moved, he continued to reap the lives of demons. Observing the diminishing numbers of demons, the three understood that if they hesitated any longer, they would likely be wiped out entirely. The retreating humans exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the scene before them. Lin Jiuxuan, single-handedly with his sword, sought to annihilate the demon race. You two cowards, if you don't act, just wait and see how the demon emperor punishes you. The 9 infants flickered, waving the demons back. Are you willing to strike? Or is it too late? Stopping in his tracks, he regarded the 9 infants, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Boom. The arrows fell like stars. The chaos sword transformed into a bow, its power coalescing into a single shot. The 9 infants attempted to resist, but they were utterly unprepared. Once again, tens of thousands of demons fell. The earth of Shouyang Mountain was stained red with demon blood, the stench of violence and bloodlust permeating the air. Ah! The 9 infants roared in rage, their bodies suddenly expanding to a monstrous size, a serpent stretching 1,000,000 feet long. 9-headed serpent. You two, why are you still hesitating? Jin Ling and Gui Che shared resigned smiles. There was no choice left. Reluctantly, they transformed into their true forms. Gui Che's body swelled, his wings blocking out the sky as he morphed into a 9-headed bird. Jin Ling, roaring, sprouted feathers from his back, his hands transforming into razor-sharp claws at a dragon's head, a human body, and bird talons. Truly a grotesque sight as he beheld the 3 demon saints in their true forms. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Jiuxuan's eyes. 3 presences at the pinnacle of Great Luo golden immortal bore down upon him, creating a vacuum around him. Alas, he could disregard even the pressure of a saint, let alone that of a Great Luo golden immortal. 2 9-headed beings and 1 hybrid. Despite the overwhelming pressure, he remained unperturbed, strolling leisurely. Boom! At that moment, the earth trembled violently. Gui Che's wings flapped, a tempest raging forth. As the demon saints unleashed their might, the heavens and earth changed color. The 9 infants swayed their 9 heads, exhaling fire and water. Jin Ling, his dragon head murmuring, unfurled his feathers, each becoming a lethal blade poised for attack. Lin Xianchong, you should depart. Preserve the last remnants of our human bloodline. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, the human race trembled, their eyes filled with the resolve of those prepared to face death. As the demon saints advanced, hope for survival faded. Some humans knelt, begging Lin Jiuxuan to leave, fearing he could not withstand the might of the demon saints. Even if he could slay tens of thousands of demons, he remained incomparable to a demon saint. They all wished only for Lin Jiuxuan to lead a few away, preserving a flicker of hope for the human race. At this moment, the humans stood united before Lin Jiuxuan. Having lost all chance to flee, he could escape. Flee. Is that even possible? The voice of the demon saint resonated. The mountains crumbled, flames and divine water enveloping the area. Count his own head was utterly destroyed by an arrow. The Lin Jiuxuan of today is no longer the Lin Jiuxuan of Jinbi Island. Completely liberated, he dares to confront even the saints. The power of the demon saint is indeed formidable. However, when faced with Lin Jiuxuan, this Tai golden immortal dares to harm the saintly monster. 1 can only say it is his misfortune. Whoosh! Boom! 3 more arrows were shot forth, obliterating the 3 heads of Jiu Ying in rapid succession. The 3 arrows left Jiu Ying with no chance to evade. How can you be this strong? The remaining 5 heads of Jiuing gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, their large eyes wide open in terror. These arrows are too terrifying, leaving no opportunity for resurrection. The 5 arrows resting on the bow glimmered with a cold light, appearing to him as if the king of hell were summoning his life. "Why are you not making a move?" Ji Ming and Gui Chei's bodies suddenly trembled. They swallowed hard, their eyes flickering as they stared at the bow and Lin Jiuxuan's hand. Especially Gui Chei, who also possessed 9 heads, pondered how many arrows he could unleash with his magical power. "If you do not act now, we shall all perish." Seeing that the 2 still did not make a move, he continued to roar, gradually retreating, shaking his 5 heads. These were the last 5 lives they had. If you do not act, I might spare your lives, but if you do, I cannot guarantee that your heads will remain intact." Turning to look at the 2 demon saints, Ji Ming and Gui Chei, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. He could confront the 3 demon saints simultaneously, but he preferred not to expend so much magical energy, intending to save it for seeking justice in the Heavenly Court. The saint-level dojo of the system was something he coveted. After all, these 2 had already been frightened out of their wits. Once he completed the system's human tasks, collecting them as gatekeepers would be quite advantageous. Indeed, we are not so easily deceived. Ji Ming and Gui Chei swallowed nervously, glancing at Jiu Ying's appearance, their eyes meeting. "You swear, and we shall believe you. Otherwise, we shall strike you." They raised their large fists, attempting to intimidate him. The onlooking human race was left dumbfounded. Is this truly their strongman? So terrifying that even the demon saints dared not make a move. "I am an honest person, yet you do not believe me." Sighing, he shot an arrow from his hand. Boom! Lin Jiuxuan had barely retreated a few steps when an arrow pierced through one of Jiu Ying's heads. "You are a demon saint. How can you be like this?" He bellowed at the 2, who bore no semblance of demon saints. They could not even contend with Jiu Ying. Life was of paramount importance. What did it matter to be a demon saint? They should take a look at their own condition. Turn to take a look at Jiu Ying. If we do not act, we will protect the humans here. Instantly, their forms morphed into shadows, landing beside the human youth. The pitiful sight of Jiu Ying still lingered. They were clever individuals. What did it mean to be a demon saint? They looked at their own state. "Beware, or I shall strike you." They glared at Jiu Ying, waving their fists, conveying a clear message. "What are you looking at?" Lin Jiuxuan was left astounded. These 2 had adapted to their roles far too quickly. He felt reassured. The humans were utterly dumbfounded. Was this still the proud and imperious demon saint? Jiu Ying's countenance darkened. Disregarding Ji Ming and Gui Chei, he felt utterly humiliated. Seeing that Lin Jiuxuan's attention was not on him, he thought, "Escape? I must escape." In that fleeting moment, he summoned every ounce of strength to flee towards the Heavenly Court. After all, he was a demon saint, and his speed remained remarkable, faced with Lin Jiuxuan's arrows. He could not muster a single thought of resistance. Not daring to linger for even a second, he feared that if he stayed, he would lose the remaining 4 heads as well. "Can you truly flee?" Lin Jiuxuan observed Jiu Ying's retreat, and with a soft sound, for arrows were knocked on the bowstring in unison, the 4 arrows tore through space, vanishing from sight. Could he strike down a demon saint from a distance? This thought raced through everyone's minds, mingled with disbelief. How could it be possible? With the strength of a demon saint, how could one hope to escape from afar? Yet, hope flickered in their eyes. What Lin Jiuxuan was doing seemed like an impossible feat. Jiu Ying, having fled thousands of miles, turned back to see no one in pursuit and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Boom! A ripple surged in the space behind him, an arrow soared through the air, unimpeded, piercing through ahead. Following closely were 3 more arrows that he hastily burned his essence blood, wishing he could sprout several more heads to aid in his escape, not wanting to be struck by a single one of the 3 arrows. He was, after all, one of the top 10 demon saints of the Heavenly Court. I could see this moment. The Heavenly Court was rather empty, with only a few essential personnel remaining to guard the gates. Within the Imperial Palace, Dong Huangtai and Dijun were discussing matters of anomalies. Brother Baizhe would not deceive us, would he? Dong Huangtai, adorned with the Eastern Emperor bell, regarded Dijun's solemn expression. Clenching his fists, he was eager to annihilate the human race immediately. Searching for the anomalies Bai Zhe had mentioned. Tai Yi, rumbling, "Your Majesty, it is bad." Just as Di Jun was about to speak, a clamor erupted outside the palace. Along with the guards' cries of alarm, that a glint of severity flashed in both their eyes as they stepped outside. "Who dares to cause trouble in the heavenly court? Your Majesty, I am powerless. We cannot eradicate the human race." As they exited the palace, they beheld the transformed figure of Jiuing, with 3 arrows still embedded in him, and his head's gone. This was the last sound he left behind. Jiuing. Di Jun dashed forth. Golden magical power surging as he attempted to save him. Human race, at this moment, a golden flame engulfed his entire body. Jiuing is dead. Find out where the human race is. I shall take matters into my own hands. The eyes of Dong Huang Tai Yi were filled with coldness. Jiuing was one of the top 10 demon saints, and moreover, one of his most capable subordinates. How could he die so easily? The heavenly court sprang into action. The demon race that emerged from the heavenly court bore a fierce aura. Ding! Achievement unlocked. 1 man stands against 100. None shall pass. Reward. Divine ability. 3-foot forbidden zone. 3-foot forbidden zone. When facing an enemy with a sword, this ability can be triggered in the 3 feet in front of oneself. One is invincible. Ding! Achievement unlocked. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is a hero. To massacre millions is a hero among heroes. Reward. Arrival of the God of Slaughter. God of Slaughter reward. In moments of absolute crisis, one can trigger this skill. 1 minute of acquiring the power of the God of Slaughter. God of Slaughter, Saint. Observing this achievement, he felt a sense of relief. Although these were all passive skills, there was at least a possibility of activation, allowing him to face Saints without being overly passive. Ding! Achievement unlocked. There is more. Chapter 23. Title: Arrival of the Eastern Emperor. Ding! Human race crisis resolved. Rewards have been dispatched. Please collect them in a timely manner. His heart soared with joy. 2 achievements, and the task was conveniently completed. Although both were passive skills, the gains were still considerable, especially the saint-level dojo. Whenever faced with danger, he could simply retreat into the dojo, rendering even saints powerless against him. Thank you, Lin Jiuxuan. Indeed, Lin Jiuxuan, if not for you, our human race would have truly perished. The remaining de Luo golden immortals of the human race stepped forward to bow. I'm also of the human race. I would not stand idly by while it is annihilated. He waved his hand, accepting their gesture of gratitude, that he was more than deserving of it. He had also heard from Chang'e that the St. Nuwa's dojo had sent individuals from the human race. Yet none returned. In all the major sects, human emissaries have been dispatched to request help, yet no one acted. Even the Xuandu master under the Taiching saint had been invited numerous times. In the end, only he had taken action. Thank you, Lin Jiuxuan. We are grateful for your protection of our human race. The powerful beings of the human race knelt on the ground. We implore you, Lin Jiuxuan, in the name of the human race, to shield us. 1 by 1. The members of the human race knelt upon the ground. Please, venerable immortal, bless our kind. This act of submission was one he could neither evade nor wish to avoid. Indeed, the human race was in dire need of a pillar of support. The voices of all converged as one in that moment. His body seemed to undergo a unique baptism, as a miraculous force cleansed his very being. Ding! A special title achievement was triggered. Guardian of the Human Race. The guardian of the human race, able to harness the fortune of his people and gain their strength. The system's voice echoed once more. Being the guardian of the human race appeared to be quite commendable. Gazing at those kneeling before him, their eyes brimming with hope, he felt an inexplicable turmoil within. He, too, was of the human race. And now this vast lineage required his protection. From this day forth, I shall safeguard our people. He exhaled heavily, looking at the remaining members of his kind, and proclaimed loudly, boom! The heavens erupted with radiant light, and the merciless gaze of the Heavenly Dao materialized. Upon seeing that figure, a flicker of fear crossed his depths. He hastily abandoned his merits and fled. Yet, Lin Jiuxuan stood in stunned silence. Had something just transpired? Merits. As the merits flowed into him, He felt his body become markedly lighter. Ding! Heavenly Dao poison detected. Initiating retrieval. Ding! Virus elimination successful. Lin Jiuxuan was left bewildered. What was that? Heavenly Dao poison. Wasn't this merit? Before he could fully appreciate it. It vanished, along with the declaration of successful elimination. Quite the absurdity indeed. In the midst of his frustration over the absence of merits, the heavenly court erupted in chaos. How could the human race possess the means to injure a demon saint? Jun slammed his fist on the table in fury. The small demon, trembling on the ground, bowed his head to the floor. Could it be the fire cloud cave that made a move? Dong Huang Tai, he waved his hand dismissively. The small demon, feeling a sense of relief, retreated. How terrifying. It appeared the demon race's fortune had reached its end. Should they seize the opportunity to escape? The reporting demon stepped outside, patting his chest, contemplating his next course of action, and left without a backward glance, soaring into the unknown. Impossible. The fire cloud cave is under the watchful eye of a demon saint and has shown no signs of movement. Jun rubbed his temples. That is a demon saint, not merely a demon god. Perish like this would be a significant loss for the demon race. Anomalies? Both men thought simultaneously. The anomalies spoken of by Zhe concerning the human race. Elder brother, I shall personally venture into the human realm and deal with that anomaly. Very well. Exercise caution, Jun advised, watching Dong Huang Tai. The mere notion that the human race could compel the demon emperor to intervene was utterly disgraceful if it were spread. Elder brother, await my triumphant return. Once Dong Huang Tai, he concluded his words, he donned the Eastern Emperor bell and exited the imperial palace, transforming into a beam of light as he sped towards Shouyang Mountain. In a chaotic space within the primordial realm, a child's eyes dripped with blood. His cold, unfeeling gaze scrutinized the entirety of the primordial world. Meanwhile, atop Shouyang Mountain, Lin Jiuxuan had just ushered the human race into his sanctuary. Fortunately, the system proved reliable. The rewarded sanctuary was portable, eliminating the need for a fixed location, allowing him to evade danger when confronted by saints. Should he find himself outmatched, he could retreat into the sanctuary. Just as he completed the gathering of the human race, a resounding boom echoed as a multitude of demons appeared in the sky. At the forefront stood a figure clad in golden robes, a sunwheel faintly visible behind him. His golden form emanated an aura of unyielding authority, standing as immovable as a mountain. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze met his, igniting a vision of blazing flames and a golden crow crying out amidst the inferno. I am Dong Huang Tai. Surrender our demon saint, and let the ones behind you emerge. You may yet retain your life. With a quizzical gaze, he pondered how a mere early-stage Great Luo golden immortal could possibly threaten a demon saint, instilling fear in two demon saints. Had this been a quasi-saint, he would have believed it without question. Here stood only a single early-stage Great Luo golden immortal of the human race. How could he accept this? The pressure of the quasi-saint's aura surged forth, bearing down upon Lin Jiuxuan, aiming to subjugate him with sheer might. The next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. A demon emperor. Is this a reckoning? With a single step forward, he gazed up at Dong Huang Tai, astonished that he had come in person. This individual could contend with saints, and with the Eastern Emperor bell, he could retreat unscathed from their grasp. Dong Huang Tai's gaze narrowed as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan. Who are you, and where have you hidden the human race? It was then he realized that apart from this human before him, there was not a single living being in sight. Moreover, this individual did not seem intimidated by his quasi-saint's pressure, appearing merely as an early-stage Great Luo golden immortal. How could this be? The demons behind him rallied, roaring loudly to bolster Dong Huang Tai's courage. I am the one who saved the human race and vanquished the demon saint. That I am the human you seek. As for my identity, consider me the guardian of the human race, with a system providing immunity to pressure-based damage and a sanctuary of saint-level caliber, not to mention 2 passive skills. He stood unwavering against Dong Huang Tai's imposing aura. What a farce, the guardian of the human race. With your mere early-stage Great Luo golden immortal cultivation. Preposterous. Bring forth those behind you. Dong Huang Tai, he stepped forward, the Eastern Emperor Bell appearing above him. Issuing a heavy reprimand, a Great Luo golden immortal killing a demon saint? I doubt it. Even if Pangu were alive, he would not believe it. I care not for your status among the humans. Hand over the one who has slain our demon saint, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Ruthless? What of it? Would it be wrong for the demon race to seek retribution for the slaughter of my kin? Do not speak of demon saints. Even you, the demon emperor Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Di Jun of the heavenly court are targets I would consider slaying. Dong Huang Tai, he furrowed his brow at Lin Jiuxuan's brazen words. This individual did not appear to be lying. Yet, where did he find the audacity to speak such words? Impudence. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave were present, they would not dare utter such things. That I see you have a death wish. The Eastern Emperor Bell trembled ominously above him. Lin Jiuxuan remained unfazed. Doubt it, he grinned, slowly drawing back the bow in his hand, transforming the chaos sword into an arrow. An arrow. It was you who slew Jiu Ing. In the next instant, he felt a tingle at the nape of his neck, a chill coursing through his body. His primordial spirit quivered with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 24. The Eastern Emperor Bell is at a fa ade. Faced with this arrow, Dong Huang Tai, he felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a grave threat. Memories of the arrow that had slain Jiu Ing flooded back to him. He drew the bow to its full extent. When confronting demons, he believed it prudent to let his strength speak for itself. As he gazed at the arrow, Dong Huang Tai, he found himself sweating profusely. Whoosh! The arrow did not fly toward the demons as they had anticipated. Instead, it soared directly above them. Even Dong Huang Tai, he was taken aback. It was you, but that was impossible. How could he not even control the direction of the arrow and yet kill from afar? Watching the arrow miss its target, Dong Huang Tai, he regarded Lin Jiuxuan with apprehension. Yet the arrow that had struck Jiu Ing had traversed countless miles to do so. That a sudden realization struck him. This arrow seemed different, imprecise, perhaps. Listening to Dong Huang Tai's words, Lin Jiuxuan shook his head, a wicked smile gracing his face as he pointed upward. Not good. Instantly, Dong Huang Tai, he looked up at the chaos sword in the sky. With a cry of alarm, he tore through the fabric of space. The demons trailing behind him did not possess such strength. The chaos sword transformed into 7 blades above, aligning themselves and plunging into the ground, erupting with radiant beams of light. 7 beams encircled the remaining demons. Arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, a sword formation. How fearsome. Dong Huang Tai, he found himself outside the sword formation, unable to suppress his admiration. To convert arrows into swords and then arrange them into a formation was a feat unparalleled in the primordial realm. The sword formation, arranged like the Big Dipper, summoned the power of the stars to descend. Let us see how effective this arrow truly is. With his hand resting upon the bowstring, the amalgamation of magical energy and the essence of the Dao coalesced into an arrow capable of splitting into countless projectiles. Dong Huang Tai's gaze tightened as he beheld this arrow being loosed, the demon race, ensnared within the sword formation and recklessly assaulting the light pillars, altered in countenance upon witnessing this arrow. The force of their assault intensified and quickened. That if the previous arrow had served as a confinement, then this arrow was an unabashed slaughter. The arrow soared through the air, manifesting myriad arrow shadows, akin to meteorites plummeting from the heavens, streaking across the sky. In an instant, thousands of arrow shadows descended. Each shaft was enveloped in golden flames, piercing through the demons while extinguishing their very souls. Those trapped within the sword formation could only endure a merciless massacre, their frenzied attempts to breach the light pillars proving futile. Lin Jiuxuan remained unfazed by the spectacle, compared to the atrocities inflicted by the demon race. This was but a trifling matter. Dong Huang Tai, he stood nearby, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The demons being slaughtered were those he had brought with him. Witnessing such devastation, he could no longer contain himself. Revealing his quasi-saint level cultivation, he charged into the sword formation, directing a punch towards the location of the 7 light pillars. With a resounding crack, the pillars shattered, and the chaotic sword returned to Lin Jiuxuan's grasp. The moment Dong Huangtai took action, Lin Jiuxuan discerned that the sword formation was destined for destruction. After all, he was the Demon Emperor, his true form a three-legged golden crow. His physique and cultivation reaching quasi-saint levels, an entity capable of rivaling saints. Having obliterated the light pillars, Dong Huangtai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the arrows raining down from above. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the arrows were drawn into the void, their final destination unknown. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow at Dong Huangtai, his hand remaining poised on the bowstring. He had developed a fondness for the sensation of archery. Remaining stationary, he could strike targets 1,000 miles away without the need for movement. How splendid that was! The essence of the Dao began to manifest around him as his magical energy converged, intertwining with the Dao's resonance. Such resonance, a pity indeed. Given the opportunity, you would undoubtedly carve out a place among the quasi-saints. Observing the Dao's vibrations emanating from Lin Jiuxuan, Dong Huangtai's expression flickered with admiration, only to morph into a grimace moments later. Were Lin Jiuxuan of the demon race, he would undoubtedly nurture him with the might of his kin. Alas, such was not the case. With fists transformed and imbued with the fiery essence of the golden crow, he propelled himself toward Lin Jiuxuan, intent on shattering him. What a pity for you! Lin Jiuxuan suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide open. The arrow in his hand had taken form, the confluence of magical energy and Dao resonance imbuing it with the fluctuations of cosmic laws. Whoosh! An arrow was released that a ripple of disturbance spread through the space surrounding Dong Huangtai. His fists ablaze with golden crow flames manifesting before Lin Jiuxuan, he refrained from drawing his sword, instead opting to withstand the onslaught with his corporeal form. Through the refining of various essences and the cleansing power of merit, his physical strength rivaled that of a quasi-saint. His garments were torn by the searing flames, revealing his robust, bronze-hued skin to be careful. He squinted at Dong Huangtai, for that arrow bore the resonance of the Dao and the laws of space. Even Dong Huangtai, bracing himself with his flesh, would sustain injuries. Dong Huang furrowed his brow, surveying the surrounding space, and with a wave of his hand, he drew the demons behind him into his own domain. Whoosh! 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 Lin Jiuxuan's hand, still resting on the bowstring, involuntarily twitched again. More arrows were loosed, as though he were to be rendered helpless. Clang! Dong! 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 At that moment, the sound of a bell resonated, with waves of energy rippling outward. Arrows rained down upon the earth. Above Dong Huangtai's head, a colossal bell emitted its sound. His companion treasure, the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was a congenital supreme treasure requiring a saint to fully unleash its power, as it was his companion treasure, it could exert a fraction of its might. Even at a mere fifth of its strength, it could overwhelm other quasi-saints. This was the very reason why he was the Demon Emperor. To compel me to utilize the Eastern Emperor Bell signifies a measure of capability. How splendid it would be if you were among my demon race. But alas, you are of the human lineage and destined to perish. Dong Huangtai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Jiuxuan, his eyes suffused with murderous intent. Those not of my kind harbor differing hearts. They must be eradicated. Regrettably, you are not capable. Behold the arrows. Lin Jiuxuan declared, once more knocking an arrow aimed at the chaotic bell, propelling it forth. Arrows shot forth like shooting stars, and with your current might, you shall not harm me. Dong Huangtai, shielded by the Eastern Emperor Bell, regarded Lin Jiuxuan's archery with disdainful laughter. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a defensive innate supreme treasure. Beneath the saintly realm, none could breach its defenses that a mere human. Merely a Grand Luo Jingxian could not possibly shatter the Eastern Emperor Bell, regardless of his talents. Is that so? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jiuxuan's arrow struck the Eastern Emperor Bell, unleashing a thunderous roar. His expression turned to one of disbelief as cracks began to appear on the surface of the bell. Now, Lin Jiuxuan unleashed his final projectile, tearing through space with the power of time and space. Boom! A piercing sound resonated as it penetrated the Eastern Emperor Bell, leaving its mark upon Dong Huang Taiyi's shoulder. With a resounding clang, the Eastern Emperor bell shattered into fragments. A fake? Who is responsible? The bell that had been his constant companion was a mere imitation, swapped without his knowledge. Unable to contain his fury, he roared. Never had he felt such rage, not even at the death of a demon saint before him. In the west, a small demon drifted lazily upon a cloud, a jug of wine in hand, occasionally indulging in hearty gulps. What a carefree and contented existence! Suddenly, a piercing arrow materialized before him from a rift in the void. What in the world? You nearly scared me to death. Fortunately, this clever demon had switched the object back in time, a colossal bell now hovering above his head. Chapter 25. Nirvana. A sneeze escaped him, as if someone were cursing him. The small demon gazed at the arrow that had fallen before him. Stifling another sneeze, he quickly altered his course. The west was no longer a safe destination. Dong Huang Tai surveyed the shattered remains of the chaotic bell before him, devoid of any semblance of an innate treasure. Seizing the fleeting moment of Dong Huang Taiyi's distraction, another arrow materialized, hurtling towards his forehead. In a fit of rage, Dong Huang Tai grasped the arrow, snapping it in two with sheer force. Ignoring the blood staining his hand, he retrieved the fragments of the Eastern Emperor bell from the ground. A fake! Ha ha ha! A fake! The Eastern Emperor bell had been substituted, and this was merely a counterfeit. His ever-present companion treasure had been switched without his knowledge. Had it not been for this incident, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Whoosh! 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 He grasped the arrows darting through the air with his bare hands, consuming them entirely with his flesh. Rage surged within him, a fury that could not be contained. The wound on his shoulder, inflicted by the arrow, gradually healed. The capabilities of a quasi-saint were unmistakably evident at this moment. Rising to his feet, he fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Lin Jiuxuan. It is he. This human has unveiled the truth. His gaze, now complex, wrestled with conflicting emotions. Were it not for the fact that he had been kept in the dark, he might have felt differently. However, as he was of the human race, the slayer of demon saints, he had to die. Lin Jiuxuan, witnessing Dong Huang Tai's current state, felt a flicker of apprehension. Gazing at the fragments strewn across the ground, he was bewildered. The Eastern Emperor bell, once deemed invulnerable beneath the saintly realm, had indeed been shattered by him. He could hardly believe it himself. Who could have swapped it right beneath the demon emperor's nose? Such concerns were trivial. He understood only that a Dong Huang devoid of his bell was akin to a cripple. Faced with the full might of Dong Huang Tai, he dared not underestimate him. This was the demon emperor, a peer of the three pure ones in Nuwa, with the chaotic bell in ruins. How potent is this human strength? Surely, it must be a deliberate ploy by the esteemed demon emperor. The demons lurking at a distance, observing the destruction of the Eastern Emperor bell, were wide-eyed with astonishment. Without the Eastern Emperor bell, how many arrows can you withstand? Lin Jiuxuan addressed Dong Huang Tai, who was lauded as the foremost being beneath the saints, his strength stemming from the unparalleled defense of the chaotic bell. Let us put it to the test. Today, you shall meet your end. The eyes of Dong Huang burned a vivid crimson as they fixated intently on the arrow clutched in Lin Jiuxuan's hand. Within him, the essence of magical energy gradually coalesced, while the ethereal resonance of the Dao began to manifest around him. This resonance was a hallmark of the quasi-saint level. Individuals like Lin Jiuxuan, a Grand Luo golden immortal, were exceedingly rare, capable of perceiving the Dao's resonance. Behind Dong Huang Tai, the three-legged golden crow let out a piercing cry, and the sun wheel materialized behind him. The searing heat of the blazing sun descended upon Lin Jiuxuan, a fire potent enough to incinerate even a quasi-saint. Lin Jiuxuan dared not confront it head-on, despite his formidable physique that rivaled that of a quasi-saint. If Dong Huang remained undying, reclaiming the Dong Huang bell would surely bring catastrophic devastation upon humanity in the future. No one among humanity could withstand Dong Huang's might, unless all 8 ancestors of the Fire Cloud Cave were to unite, which was a slim possibility. Contemplating this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Drawing back the bowstring, he unleashed dozens of arrows, each not of ordinary make but infused with the resonance of the Dao, comparable to common postnatal treasures. Dong Wang Tai, dismissing any further banter, ignited his form in flames, rapidly enlarging until he became a behemoth of immense proportions, a manifestation of his true self, the three-legged golden crow, with an extraordinarily robust physique and mastery over the sun wheel's power. Layers of fiery waves surged around him, forming a wall of flames that rendered the arrows futile. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows failed to breach the fiery barrier, falling helplessly to the ground. One arrow, however, pierced through the fabric of space, only to be seized by Dong Wang Tai. Lin Jiuxuan's face registered surprise. He had not anticipated that arrow would be detected. Though its attack lacked strength, it relied on stealth and subterfuge. It seems you have exhausted all options. Now, it is my turn. Dong Wang Tai sneered at Lin Jiuxuan. With a tremendous flap of his wings, the scattered arrows on the ground were summoned, soaring into the air with their tips aimed at Lin Jiuxuan, each adorned with the golden crow's pure yang flames, capable of incinerating all. Truly, the might of a demon sage. Lin Jiuxuan leapt to evade, yet one arrow struck his arm. Fortunately, his physical resilience was sufficient to withstand the flames that failed to harm him. Your physique is impossible. How can you remain unaffected by the flames? Dong Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that a Grand Luo golden immortal could possess such formidable physicality, rendering his flames ineffective. Flames, is this what you refer to? With a snap of his fingers, a flicker of fire erupted from his fingertip, even more potent than the golden crow's flames. Fire is merely a manifestation of the Dao, as long as my understanding of the Dao surpasses yours. I have nothing to fear. With that, it was my turn. As he spoke, multiple strands of Dao resonance materialized upon his drawn bow, infused with various laws of power, akin to a volatile explosive, ready to detonate upon contact. Observing the arrow, Dong Wang felt an increasing sense of trepidation. This arrow was formidable. He had no confidence in his ability to deflect it. Lin Jiuxuan had consistently reshaped Dong Huang's worldview. The notion that the strongest beneath the saints could be vanquished was no longer a mere fallacy. Had anyone told him in the past that a Grand Luo golden immortal could hunt a quasi-saint, he would have laughed it off. Yet now, he believed, that unsettling sensation could not deceive him. Anything was possible with this human. Dong Wang Tai regarded the arrow on the bow with trepidation. Attempting to evade, he discovered himself ensnared, with no avenue for escape. I cannot block it. I cannot. The massive wings were pierced through, the arrow continuing unimpeded to pierce his chest. The chaotic force of laws erupted like an explosive. Dong Wang Tai found himself disoriented in the air, transforming into human form, with not a single part of him remaining intact. I warned you that you must die. Swallowing the blood pooling in his throat, Dong Huang's eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Jiuxuan. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he expelled the true fire of the sun, an inferno that had taken him tens of thousands of years to refine. This was his trump card, now forced from him by Lin Jiuxuan. With no time to evade, Lin Jiuxuan was enveloped by the true fire of the sun. I told you, you would die. And that thief who stole my Dong Wang bell. Ha ha! Witnessing Lin Jiuxuan engulfed in the sun's flames, Dong Wang's expression revealed a trace of elation. The true fire of the sun could incinerate all, even the treasures of saints. A mere human, no matter how formidable his physique, could not withstand his true flames. Truly, a demon emperor, nearly grasping the essence of the Dao. Cough, cough. Lin Jiuxuan staggered forth from the true fire, his skin charred black. With each step, the flames surrounding him gradually froze. The ice law. How could this be? How can you command so many laws? Impossible, impossible. Lin Jiuxuan's complexion turned pale, exuding an icy aura that froze the true fire of the sun. That he appeared exceedingly feeble. Yet he lifted his head, grinning at the incredulous Dong Wang Tai. With the last remnants of his strength, he drew the bowstring taut. Chapter 26. Flee. I must escape. His hand on the bowstring. All of his magical energy coalesced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 arrows were loosed toward Dong Wang Tai. After releasing these arrows, Lin Jiuxuan had expended all his magical energy, Half kneeling on the ground, supported only by the chaotic sword, he watched as the 9 arrows flew in unison toward Dong Wang Tai, aiming to pin him to the void. Boom! Dong Wang Tai had no strength left to evade, his flesh torn asunder, blood cascading down. Had the Demon Emperor been defeated? In the distance, the Demon Clan hesitated, wary of Lin Jiuxuan's formidable aura, afraid to advance. This is bad. That a sudden tremor coursed through Lin Jiuxuan's heart as he beheld the final look in Dong Wang Tai's eyes. An ominous premonition overwhelmed him. Humanity, meet your end. Dong Wang Tai's body ignited with various manifestations of the true fire of the sun. The flames expanding as massive wings unfurled from the inferno, his icy gaze locked onto Lin Jiuxuan. Rebirth. The Phoenix's rebirth. How could you? Lin Jiuxuan never anticipated that Dong Wang Tai would undergo a phoenix-like rebirth. Victory seemed assured. He was on the brink of vanquishing the Demon Emperor, yet rebirth occurred. To force me to this extent. You are quite impressive. However, next, I shall rend you to shreds, enveloped in the blazing true fire of the sun. Dong Wang Tai, ablaze, flapped his colossal wings, fixating his gaze on the half-kneeling, weakened Lin Jiuxuan. Licking his lips, he relished the thought of torturing him slowly. Whoosh! With a single flap of his wings, Lin Jiuxuan was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, the chaotic sword flying from his grasp as he coughed up blood. For a human to achieve such heights, quite commendable. Thud! Thud! With each flap of his wings, Lin Jiuxuan's body was repeatedly tossed through the air. Even with a physique comparable to a quasi-saint, he struggled to endure. His skin bore the marks of the fiery wings, his hair disheveled. Are you angry? I intend to torment you slowly, letting you die in despair. Ha ha ha! As the fiery wings flapped once more, strands of true fire enveloped Lin Jiuxuan like a furnace. Dong Wang relished the prospect of witnessing Lin Jiuxuan perish in agony, daring to humiliate him so thoroughly. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Casting a glance at the raging inferno surrounding him, Lin Jiuxuan regarded the frenzied Dong Wang Tai. The chaotic sword soared from the ground into his grasp, and with the last of his strength, he rose to his feet. A trump card. I am eager to see what else humanity can muster to rival me. Or do you intend to leverage your status as a disciple of the截教to intimidate me? Laughing heartily, Dong Wang Tai had already discerned Lin Jiuxuan's identity as a disciple of Tongtian. But what of it? Not to mention being a disciple of Saint, he would dare to speak boldly even in the presence of Saint. After all, Saints are not poised to intervene at this moment. The blazing true fire of the sun surged toward him with a ferocious intensity, as if intent on consuming him whole. I shall borrow your strength. Those in agreement, raise your hands. His consciousness returned to the Dao platform, gazing down at the human populace. Without activating passive skills, he could only rely on the title of Humanity's Guardian to see how much power he could accrue. The collective strength of millions of humans should enable him to restore himself to his former state, perhaps even stronger. As his consciousness sank into the Dao platform, his physical form was engulfed by the roaring flames. Ha 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 ha! Dong Wang Tai let out a hearty laugh as he gazed upon Lin Jiuxuan, who was engulfed by the true fire of the sun. He exhaled deeply, his expression one of palpable relief. Lin Jiuxuan felt to him as if he had just battled with a quasi-saint of similar caliber. The true fire of the sun possesses the capacity to incinerate all things. Even a saint would require considerable effort to extricate themselves from its grasp. Below the realm of quasi-saints, survival is utterly impossible, but a slightly weaker quasi-saint would be left in a state of utter disarray upon entering its flames. And this exemplifies the relentless ferocity of the true fire of the sun. Mere ants are but mere ants. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The Great Luo, golden immortal, given the might of the true fire of the sun, should have already been reduced to ashes. Even Lin Jiuxuan, with a physique rivaling that of a quasi-saint, should have met the same fate. Tap, tap, tap. What was that sound? His ears perked up, a look of confusion crossing his face. There were no living beings nearby. From whence did these footsteps emerge? In the next instant, a chill crept down his spine. Wasn't he, the Demon Emperor, also merely an ant from the flames, a cold arrow? Radiating an aura of frost, pierced through the fiery barrier, he hastily dodged the arrow, yet it still left a gash upon his face. Staring in shock at the flames, he thought, "Impossible, impossible. You are merely a Great Luo golden immortal." How could this be? He could hardly believe that a Great Luo golden immortal remained unscathed beneath his true fire of the sun. With growing trepidation, he regarded Lin Jiuxuan. The true fire of the sun could not incinerate him. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. A terrifying grimace twisted Dong Huang Tai's face as he gestured for the sun wheel behind him to activate, reigniting the flames upon his wings. The power of the sun wheel surged through him. Amalgamating with the unyielding true fire of the sun, he could not fathom that a Great Luo golden immortal could withstand the true fire of the sun, let alone that of the sun itself, a flame so potent that even saints would retreat in fear. Die, he bellowed, enveloped in even more intense flames, the void around him cracking under the heat. The dark stars appeared as if unable to endure the scorching blaze. Lin Jiuxuan spread his arms wide, as if summoning myriad stars. Waves of energy surged into his being as he opened his eyes. A glimmer of blue flickered within. With a single finger extended, he unleashed the power of countless stars, an unstoppable force. Boom! The earth trembled and mountains shook. The demon race watching from afar were swept away by the shockwave. Billowing dust mingled with flickering embers, the air still heavy with the lingering warmth of the recent inferno. As the dust settled, the once sacred Shuyang Mountain was now a scene of utter chaos. Its ambience a jumbled mess within 100 miles. Impossible. How is this possible? Dong Huang Tai's gaze shifted, disbelief etched upon his features as he beheld the unscathed Lin Jiuxuan, that he exclaimed loudly. Unable to comprehend how a human Great Luo golden immortal could withstand the true fire of the sun now. "It is my turn," Lin Jiuxuan declared, brushing off the dust from his attire, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent laced with caution. Had it not been for Dong Huang tearing a rift in the sky, he would not have been able to harness the power of the stars. Nor would he have emerged unscathed from the flames. A bow materialized in his hands. The chaos sword transformed into an arrow, aimed directly at Dong Huang Tai. "Flee. If you do not, you shall die." Dong Huang's gaze narrowed, a long-buried sense of mortality creeping back into his consciousness. This arrow he could not withstand. It would certainly spell his doom. The demon emperor. He could not perish here. With Lin Jiuxuan gathering momentum, he felt a prickling sensation upon his skin. That arrow he could not evade. His wings flapped furiously, tearing through space as he bolted towards the heavenly court. You think you can escape?" As Lin Jiuxuan's words fell, another arrow, forged from the very laws of the universe, whistled forth. Several more arrows followed suit, slicing through the air towards Dong Huang Tai's fleeing form. The demon race, witnessing this spectacle, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Their demon emperor was retreating. Terror filled their gazes as they glanced at Lin Jiuxuan. In the next moment, they scattered in haste, fearing that they too would be targeted by his arrows. With their demon emperor in flight, they had no inclination to remain and offer themselves as sacrifices. Their speed was such that they might have sprouted additional legs to flee faster. Observing the retreating demon race, Lin Jiuxuan smiled. To think they could escape before him was truly naive. A golden arrow shot skyward, followed by a multitude of arrows formed from pure energy, descending like a torrential rain. The fleeing demons emitted heart-wrenching wails. Dong Huang Tai frantically beat his wings, tearing through the void. In an instant, he had traversed countless miles, pursued relentlessly by the arrows which showed no signs of slowing. The sensation of impending doom intensified within him. Suddenly, the arrows behind him were propelled forward by some unseen force, hurtling toward his back. He beheld the heavenly court drawing nearer, the arrows closing in. A multitude of expletives surged through his mind. Burning his essence, he hastened his speed, barely managing to widen the gap between himself and the arrows. Yet, with each surge of his speed, the arrows matched his haste. This arrow, it was about to strike him. Alas, my life is forfeit. He realized he could not evade this arrow. He had once been the great Dong Huang Tai of the demon race, a being capable of contending with saints, Though he had not ascended to sainthood, he possessed strength that could rival such figures. Everyone in the vast wilderness knew him as the strongest beneath the saints. Yet now, confronted by Lin Jiuxuan's arrow, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His once proud strength and status felt utterly insignificant. Should this arrow find its mark, it would surely leave him gravely wounded, if not dead. "Brother, save me!" Gazing down at the heavenly court, his desperate cry echoed within the imperial palace. The arrows were closing in on him. Like a tea that moment, he could hardly consider his dignity. His life was paramount. Without life, what was the worth of pride? Tai is calling for help. Jun heard the plea and immediately emerged from the palace, his gaze falling upon the disheveled Dong Huang Tai. "Tai, what has happened to you?" he inquired, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had never before encountered Dong Huang in such a state. What calamity had befallen him to render him unrecognizable? His body appeared to be half-ruined. "Brother, quickly, save me!" Seeing Jun, Dong Huang Tai rushed toward him as if he had found salvation. Not far from the heavenly court, a woman clad in white revealed her delicate jade-like feet. Traversing miles in a single step, her eyes brimmed with stars and the essence of the Daos, she journeyed. Those she passed seemed to forget her presence entirely. Did someone just enter? No, I must have been mistaken. The guard stationed at the heavenly court rubbed their eyes, yet could see no one. How strange. How could I have misseen? Jun, observing Dong Huang Tai's injuries, his body torn asunder, asked with a grim countenance. "What has happened, Tai? Who has harmed you?" Supporting Dong Huang Tai, Jun's expression darkened. The current state of Dong Huang Tai was utterly unrecognizable, stripped of any semblance of a demon emperor. Jun had never witnessed Dong Huang in such disarray, and with a glance around, he found no one in sight. With no one beneath the saints in the vast wilderness capable of inflicting harm upon Dong Huang Tai, it was bewildering that he had been so grievously injured. Had a saint intervened? "No, brother, save me, the arrow, the arrow!" Dong Huang Tai cared not for dignity. His sole focus was survival. "An arrow. Did Tongtian strike you?" Jun inquired. "An arrow? Only Tongtian employs swords among the saints. Yet Tai possesses the Eastern Emperor Bell as a defensive treasure. With the Eastern Emperor Bell to guard him, even a saint like Tongtian should not have been able to inflict such damage. The Eastern Emperor Bell is shattered. It was swapped out." The mention of the Eastern Emperor Bell ignited Jun's fury. He was unaware of who had perpetrated this deceit. Had he known, he would not have been caught so off guard. "Brother, the arrow, the arrow!" As Dong Huang Tai raised his head, he beheld the arrow hovering in the air. In a panic, he ducked behind Jun. "Brother, be cautious. That arrow is most peculiar." Hiding behind Jun, he cautioned him, fearing that his elder brother might underestimate the arrow and suffer a disadvantage. Although he held confidence in Jun's strength, Lin Jiuxuan's arrows were undeniably enigmatic, capable of piercing through barriers of magical power. "What a trivial arrow! Yet it has you so frightened," Jun remarked, raising his gaze to find the space above him suddenly fissured, from which an arrow emerged, hurtling towards the direction of Dong Huang Tai. How is this possible? Where did it come from? A surge of astonishment gripped Jun's heart as he beheld the bizarre appearance of the arrow. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He positioned himself directly before Dong Huang Tai. With a swift motion of his hand, a barrier of flames materialized, exuding a formidable aura. "Elder brother, it's futile. That arrow." Dong Huang Tai began to warn, only to realize it was unnecessary. Jun's countenance shifted dramatically upon facing the arrow, losing its previous nonchalance. "Interesting. It can actually disregard my defenses." That a smirk graced his lips, and he was not particularly concerned about the arrow's strength. However, its capacity to penetrate his defenses took him aback. He swiftly extended his hand, seizing the incoming arrow. "Tai, this arrow is hardly remarkable. How could it instill such fear in you?" With a slight exertion, he crushed the arrow to dust, casting a glance at the disheveled Dong Huang Tai. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder brother, your hand." Upon hearing this, Jun raised his hand, only to discover an unexpected bloodstain had appeared. His brows knitted in confusion. That arrow was not formidable. Why did it draw blood? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The space above ruptured once more, and several arrows descended, aimed directly at Dong Wang Tai. A jolt of alarm surged through Di Jiuan as he unleashed a wave of terrifying power that a scroll depicting a landscape painting materialized. With the space above continuously folding, his innate treasure, the He Tu and Luo Shu, perched atop. The firewall cannot withstand. Surely the defenses of He Tu and Luo Shu should suffice. Yet in the next instant, he was left dumbfounded as his prized He Tu and Luo Shu shattered. Impossible! Di Jiuan's expression shifted drastically at the sight of the broken He Tu and Luo Shu. Save me. Elder brother, 2 arrows had destroyed the He Tu and Luo Shu, while the remaining arrows sped past Di Jiuan, hurtling towards Dong Huang Tai. Realization struck Di Jiuan, his face betraying astonishment. He reached out, attempting to grasp the arrow, only to find it seemingly possessed a will of its own, veering away before darting towards Dong Huang Tai. Humph! An arrow cannot escape. He exerted force, forcibly yanking the arrow from the fabric of space. What? His face registered shock as the arrow broke free from his grasp, inflicting injury upon him. Unable to believe this was reality, he found himself incapable of halting the arrow. Its target was Dong Huang Tai, racing towards him with blinding speed. Help me! Dong Huang Tai's expression turned grave as he summoned all his defenses, which proved utterly ineffectual. The arrow, like a venomous entity, could disregard all magical barriers. How intriguing! A woman clad in white appeared, observing the arrow with a slight curve of her lips. Her bare, jade-like feet graced the earth, emanating wisps of ethereal aura. Her eyes shimmered with violet starlight, exuding an air of mystery. Upon witnessing the arrow, she couldn't help but express admiration. My life is forfeit. Dong Huang Tai watched helplessly as the arrow pierced through all defenses. Its might undiminished, mere inches from his forehead, the terror of death enveloping him entirely. Tai! Di Jiuan's complexion paled, desperate to grasp the arrow, for Dong Huang Tai was his right-hand man, the celestial emperor. He could not allow him to perish thus. Elder brother, help me uncover the thief who stole the Dongwang bell. With a final glance at Di Jiuan, he closed his eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He never imagined that a life spent conquering would culminate in his demise at the hands of those he deemed beneath him. What troubled him most was the identity of the thief who had exchanged his Donghuang bell. Who says you are to die? The woman in white intervened, her finger pointing forth, freezing the arrow in place. Time itself halting around it. She stepped forward, arriving before the 2 men. Shangyang Mountain. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. The power of a sage. This arrow was forged from the chaotic sword, and he could sense the threat it posed. Only a sage, master of the Dao, could achieve such control, freezing his sword. Let me see just how formidable a sage truly is, he scoffed. Not anticipating such interference, he formed a series of hand seals. Summoning the celestial chaos, sword into motion. Dare to act recklessly before me. The woman in white retorted coldly, unleashing a wave of force, which caused the space behind her to crack. The chaos sword, upon materialization, was met with a blow. Immediately, her delicate hand reached out to seize the chaos sword. This sword is rather interesting. I find it appealing. True to her status as a sage, she sought to claim his sword. But such a notion was futile. Lin Jiuxuan wiped away the blood trickling from his lips, his eyes sparkling with the light of stars. He formed another hand seal. How intriguing! The chaos sword, caught in the woman's grasp, buzzed and instantly broke free, leaving a cut upon her hand. It then soared towards Dong Huang Tai, causing him to collapse in fear. Upon witnessing the bloodstain on the woman's hand, Di Jiuan's expression shifted. Impossible! He recognized her. She was the Saint Nuwa, the matron of humanity and the demon saint of the demon race. Even a sage could be wounded by the sword. How could this be? Yet the bloodstain was irrefutable. Attempt to commit foul play in my presence is an act of audacity. The woman in white pointed, her directive infused with the power of the Dao, landing directly upon the chaos sword. In an instant, her flawless hand grasped the hilt of the chaos sword. Be still. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from her, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The chaos sword, breaking free from Nuwa's grasp, exuded a dreadful presence. Various forces of the Dao, along with a hint of chaotic power, surged forth explosively. Seizing the fleeting moment, the chaos sword slipped into the fabric of space. Nuwa furrowed her brow, raising her hand to thwart the explosive forces of the Dao with her own. Boom! What? In an instant, she sensed a trace of chaotic energy erupting, too late to prevent it. The fusion of the explosive forces unfolded unexpectedly. Even Nuwa had not anticipated such a result. The catastrophic explosion obliterated the imperial palace, its shockwaves radiating outward, resulting in the untimely demise of countless demon kin. Lin Jiuxuan summoned a succession of treasures before him. With his quasi-saintly power, he was not in need of them. Yet behind him lay the gravely wounded Dong Tai. Boom! Lin Jiuxuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the situation for Dong Tai was even more dire, unable to move as he lay prostrate on the ground. Fortunately, Nuwa intervened in time, preventing the entire celestial court from being engulfed. Though the losses were still grievous, with half of the imperial palace reduced to ruins, leaving only a skeletal framework, Nuwa approached Dong Tai, her brow furrowing. The sword, infused with chaotic power, was beyond her expectations. The severity of Dong Tai's injuries appeared entirely unbefitting of a demon emperor. Although perplexed, she extended a finger, a green light merging into Dong Tai's form. The life force, the very essence of regeneration, was wielded by Nuwa, capable of revitalizing bones and flesh. For a sage, mastering the laws of the Dao was second nature. Gradually, Dong Tai's injuries began to mend, though wounds that struck at his essence would take a considerable time to heal. Tai, pursue the culprit behind this, and uncover what has transpired. Emperor Jun's voice resonated with a heavy tone as he inquired. Those recent assaults were formidable enough that even I could scarcely endure them. It is difficult to fathom that apart from the saints, there exists such a being in the primordial realm. The fact that a battle waged from afar could injure a saint was astonishing. Even Nuwa was taken aback. Beneath the saints, all else is but mere insects in the eyes of a saint. Only those of equal rank merit consideration, and even those who can surpass the ranks of saints are seldom regarded. The arrows just now had nearly struck him, and they wielded a hint of chaotic power, a force not within the grasp of a quasi-saint. The distinction between a saint and a quasi-saint lies in the nature of the powers they command. While those beneath saints utilize magical energies derived from the material world, saints harness the essence of chaos and the cosmic forces. This fundamental difference breeds the arrogance inherent in saints. Not a saint, but a member of the human race, Emperor Tai said through clenched teeth, filled with a desire to tear Lin Jiuxuan apart. That a member of the human race? Both Nuwa and Emperor Jun were astonished. Such strength among humans was unprecedented. The ability to injure the quasi-saint demon emperor, coupled with Emperor Jun's gaze upon Nuwa, shimmered with an unusual light. That I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Nuwa declared, leaving behind those words as she waved her hand. Parting the fabric of space, he sensed a peculiar twist in this affair and decided to return to consult with the Dao Ancestor. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the demon and human races. Were it not for the Dao Ancestor's directive regarding the demon's plight, she would not have intervened to heal Emperor Tai. Tai, is your Eastern Emperor Bell truly authentic? Emperor Jun asked gravely, assuming that Tai was jesting to his dismay. Even his own He Tu and Luo Shu had proven to be counterfeit. Chapter 29. The Dao Ancestor's Calculations. Rewards from the system, brother. We must uncover this thief who managed to replace our innate treasures without our awareness. Emperor Tai ground his teeth in fury. Aside from Lin Jiuxuan, the one he loathed most was the thief who had swapped his Eastern Emperor Bell. The mere thought ignited a blaze of anger within him. Had his Eastern Emperor Bell not been replaced, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. We must capture him. I shall rend his body to pieces, ensuring that his soul is scorched for millennia in the true fire of the sun. Emperor Jun clenched his fists tightly, equally incensed. Yet they could not fathom who could accomplish such a feat without their knowledge, leaving them completely oblivious. Not even a saint possessed such capability. Brother, do you think our innate treasures were always fake? Emperor Tai suddenly had a moment of clarity, pondering that perhaps they had always been illusions. Perhaps they had never shattered, and their conflicts with saints had merely reinforced the illusion of authenticity. Surely not. If saints are incapable of breaching their defenses, how could they be false? Emperor Jun found some merit in the thought, but remained puzzled. If they were indeed false, how could they withstand the assaults of saints yet fall to a mere Great Luo Jinxian? Brother, could it be that the saints are in on this deception with us? Emperor Tai slapped his forehead, gesturing towards the heavens that the thunderous realization struck Emperor Jun's mind. He quickly covered Emperor Tai's mouth, casting a wary glance upwards to the summit of Shuyang Mountain, within the sacred grounds of the saints. Lin Jiuxuan, bewildered, gazed at the achievements bestowed by the system. Beep triggered the truth of the primordial world. Hidden task completed. The false heaven. Reward. Divine ability. Deceiving heaven and crossing the sea. Deceiving heaven and crossing the sea. One of the 36 divine abilities of a certain power. Capable of deceiving the heavenly Dao and obscuring the calculations of saints. Beep triggered the system update mechanism. Please select your sacred ground location promptly. In 24 hours, the update will commence. Duration 72 hours. Lin Jiuxuan stroked his chin, contemplating the series of notifications from the system. Gazing at the heavens above, he pondered deeply. The divine ability of deceiving heaven and crossing the sea, if his memories serve him correctly, was part of the 36 stratagems of later generations. How had it transformed into a divine ability here, with the sage who originated the stratagems now referred to as a great power by the system? Moreover, he recalled the calamity he encountered while slaying demonkin. Even ordinary Great Luo Jinxians would be susceptible to calamities. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. High above the 9 heavens, the entirety of the primordial world lies before me. The 3 characters' purple cloud palace dominated the summit of the 9 heavens. The primordial world is on the verge of a transformation. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun, with fingers deftly calculating, stood with Nuwa respectfully behind him. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of old blood, his complexion paling, eyes flashing with deep apprehension. Through the river of time, he witnessed a revelation that left him astonished. Dao Ancestor, Nuwa exclaimed, her expression shifting as she stepped forward. What could possibly induce the master of the primordial saints to cough blood? It's nothing. The Dao Ancestor raised a hand dismissively, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze, a hint of unease stirring within him. Return and keep a close watch on the Wu and demon races. With that, the Dao Ancestor stepped forth, parting the space as he entered. Within the chaotic expanse, the Dao Ancestor regarded the figure of a young man, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Heavenly Dao, what is happening? Why is there such a terrifying anomaly? His eyes brimmed with confusion. He could not even discern the man's visage, only a blurred silhouette that had caused him to cough blood. One could only imagine the magnitude of this being's strength. What is going on? You ask me. The primordial world is on the brink of transformation. A calamity is brewing, and saints should refrain from intervening prior to the calamity. This calamity is immense, truly immense. The heavenly Dao spoke without turning, recalling the chilling gaze that made him shudder involuntarily. That gaze exuded an indifference that felt akin to facing the great Dao itself. The Dao Ancestor's heart trembled at the heavenly Dao's words, his eyes narrowing. Is there another calamity looming? The heavenly Dao waved a hand, ushering the Dao Ancestor from this realm. Return and inform your clan. This secret cannot remain hidden any longer. Prepare at once. As the Dao Ancestor departed, a deep sense of bewilderment flickered in the cold, unfeeling gaze of the heavenly Dao. A shadowy figure emerged, soaring from the chaotic depths. Heavenly Dao, is it? The Dao Ancestor observed the retreating shadow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He refrained from intervening, for he harbored a fear of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao possessed a deeper understanding of the primordial world. While he comprehended the heavenly Dao more than anyone else in the primordial realm, thus he recognized the true terror of the heavenly Dao. Upon returning to the 9 heavens purple cloud palace, a voice resonated in the ears of all the saints. In an instant, all the saints tore through the fabric of space, converging upon the purple cloud palace. Lin Jiuxuan darted toward a specific direction, tearing through space with a single step, traversing vast distances in an instant. He recalled an exquisite location. Upon completing the hidden task, he realized that this primordial world was far from simple, that it was undoubtedly different from his prior understanding of the primordial realm, in his previous comprehension. There was no mention of this calamity, nor did the demon race make any moves against the human race in their conflict with the Wu race. Therefore, he resolved to protect the human race. The strength of a single individual, unless overwhelmingly potent, could not rival the might of a substantial backing. Thus, he aspired to cultivate the human race into a grand sect capable of ascending to the pinnacle within the primordial realm. Although the foundation of the human race was lacking, the humans in the primordial world were all innate Dao bodies, possessing boundless potential. Thus, he set his sights on that location. Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is said to be the transformation of Pangu. Shrouded in unfathomable mysteries, even saints cannot ascend to its peak. However, with the system at his disposal, he harbored no fear of any overwhelming aura. Furthermore, Pangu might not yet be dead. Hence, Mount Buzhou was the most advantageous destination for him at this moment. A strategic consideration for the future, majestic and awe-inspiring, piercing the heavens. No wonder it is referred to as the Pillar of Heaven. Before him, Mount Buzhou towered into the clouds, piercing through the 9 heavens. An imposing sight that in later generations, Mount Tai was merely a replica of Mount Buzhou, which in the primordial era was hailed as the Pillar of Heaven, supporting the entire firmament, standing at the mountain's base. He could feel the overwhelming aura, compelling admiration. It reminded him of the water god Gong Gong and the fire god Zhurong, who clashed upon Mount Buzhou, ultimately fracturing it and causing the heavens of the primordial world to collapse. Now that he had arrived, Mount Buzhou could not possibly break. A resounding roar echoed as 2 colossal figures descended upon Mount Buzhou, their might creating a tremendous uproar that made Lin Jiuxuan instinctively rub his ears. It was as if his thoughts had manifested. He mused that these 2 had once shattered Mount Buzhou in their fierce battle, and now they had arrived atop the mountain. Was this mere coincidence? Upon this thought, he stepped forth, traversing countless miles, whimsically standing amidst the clouds that in his hand, a flask of wine materialized from an unknown source. Chapter 30. A little demon falls from the sky, with the flask in hand. He sat serenely in the heavens, observing the fierce clash between 2 ancestral shamans of the witch tribe. Both were ancestors of their kind, yet due to the absence of a primordial spirit, they remained oblivious to Lin Jiuxuan's presence high above. Gong Gong. Today we shall determine superiority. The fire god, Zhurong, was engulfed in blazing flames, the surrounding space crackling ominously. His enormous eyes fixed intently on Gong Gong, he unleashed a massive fist towards him. As he struck, the very fabric of space began to tear apart. With a formidable physique, his vitality surged skyward. "Humph. If you wish to fight, then fight. I fear you not," Gong Gong retorted with a scoff, dismissing any further dialogue as he charged forward. Their confrontation was a primal display of strength, pure and unadulterated. Each exchange propelled their vital energies, the air sizzling with their might. One was ablaze with fire, while the other exuded a ceaseless flow of water. Despite their ostensibly opposing elements, they battled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Both were of the witch lineage, their physical prowess rivaling even that of quasi-saint beings. As they engaged in battle, they remained utterly unaware of Lin Jiuxuan's watchful gaze from the celestial heights. Each movement reverberated with immense power. Suddenly, a little demon, just returning from the west, was drawn to their fierce combat. Upon noticing Lin Jiuxuan, he attempted to turn away, but his body inexplicably veered towards Lin Jiuxuan's direction. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed, raising his hand to evade, only to realize it was futile. As he drew closer, he discerned it was a person. Unable to evade, he plummeted toward the battleground of the 2 warriors. "Did you see something fall just now?" "PFF, you simply cannot best me and wish to divert the topic," Zhurong retorted, scratching his head and raising a fist. He regarded Gong Gong with a look that suggested, "You cannot defeat me, yet you attempt to distract me with words. PFF, you truly lack shame. Come, Let us fight again. Gong Gong readied himself, swinging his arms and locking eyes with Zhurong, who spat provocatively. Who fears whom? Could you two perhaps refrain from fighting while we exit? The little demon piped up, hopping anxiously. Observing the two colossal ancestral shamans, the immense power of their physiques terrified him, prompting him to hastily retrieve a bell from behind him. He enveloped himself within its confines, trembling as he spoke. Truth be told, I am rather timid and lack fighting prowess. Did you hear someone speaking? Zhurong inquired, scratching his ear while casting a glance at Gong Gong. Having seemingly detected a voice. What nonsense! You tremble in my presence. Esteemed ones, could you perhaps cease hostilities? You frighten the little one. Lin Jiuxuan interjected, a chill running down his spine at the sheer absurdity of the situation. The fire god and water god simultaneously lowered their heads, realizing two diminutive figures were conversing. Were you the one speaking? Lin Jiuxuan exclaimed, instinctively covering his ears due to the overwhelming volume. Indeed, we accidentally fell from the sky. Could you wait until we are out before resuming your battle? We are but children. The little demon pleaded, looking pitiably at the ancestral shamans, embodying a fragile demeanor that compelled Lin Jiuxuan to distance himself slightly. This reminded him of the term green tea, two words that encapsulated the essence of the situation. Clang, Gong Gong flicked the little demon's protective chaos bell. Clang. The sound resonated. This is merely a low-grade treasure. Do not think too highly of it, the little demon stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Jiuxuan recognized it immediately. It was the Eastern Emperor's bell, unexpectedly in the possession of this little demon. Yet he pondered why it resided in the hands of such a diminutive creature. In truth, I am quite capable of fighting. I am merely a child and cannot engage in battle. The little demon protested, patting his frail form and retreating a few steps, pointing at Lin Jiuxuan with certainty. With large, discerning eyes, he scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan before nodding in approval. Subsequently, he shrank to the size of a human, delivering a punch to Lin Jiuxuan's torso. Your physique is indeed commendable. Let us engage in combat. Gong Gong insisted, seizing his hand, granting no room for protest. Zhurong, too, fixated on Lin Jiuxuan's form, instilling a sense of unease within him. He remained focused on the top of his head, casting a warning glance at the little demon while wielding the chaos sword, which transformed into a sword formation that ensnared the little demon. Fearing the little demon's escape, he found the situation utterly intolerable. Pouting, the little demon feigned obedience while glancing at Lin Jiuxuan, suppressing his revulsion as Gong Gong dragged him away. He was unperturbed by the prospect of the little demon fleeing, for his sword formation was not easily breached, especially with the chaos sword, which was no ordinary blade. Actually, I believe I can take on both of you, Lin Jiuxuan declared, adjusting his attire and rubbing his nose as he extended two fingers. Arrogant, presumptuous, you dare to boast with that slight frame. Zhurong, positioned behind him, hurled a punch at Lin Jiuxuan. Given his fiery disposition, he was naturally hot-tempered. Lin Jiuxuan anticipated this, swiftly pivoting to grasp Zhurong's fist. Humph, you possess some skill. Let us see if you can withstand my might. As Zhurong felt his fist caught, a fierce determination surged within him. Finally encountering someone whose physical prowess rivaled that of the ancestral shamans, he unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to raindrops, raining down upon Lin Jiuxuan. Amidst facing Zhurong, he keenly observed Gong Gong from the corner of his eye. You dare to fight while distracted? Zhurong unleashed a fiery punch, igniting the air with sparks as it tore through the atmosphere. Feeling belittled by Lin Jiuxuan's apparent indifference, he was incensed and retaliated with a heavy blow. Lin Jiuxuan merely grinned, revealing a dazzling smile. As he too delivered a punch, in terms of physical might, he held no fear. His strength surpassed even that of the ancestral shamans. A resounding crash echoed as the two forces collided. Both stepping back a pace, that Gong Gong's expression shifted, while Lin Jiuxuan's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by the unexpected strength of Gong Gong. As Zhurong's eyes widened, realizing that the force of their earlier clash was akin to the collision of two celestial bodies. Among the ancestral shamans, he and Gong Gong were of comparable strength, yet that last blow had proven him wrong. Step aside. Though the witch tribe was known for its brutishness, they understood the importance of assessing their opponents. Gong Gong, this behavior is rather unbecoming. Lin Jiuxuan smirked, his gaze fixed on Gong Gong, as if seeking to uncover something. Despite being of the same lineage, he could sense a stark difference from Zhurong, having finally encountered another with comparable physical prowess to the ancestral shamans. He felt an itching desire to engage. Gong Gong gazed warmly at Lin Jiuxuan, presenting himself as an affable figure, though a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Quickly captured, "To be honest, I did not expect your physical strength to be so formidable." As Gong Gong spoke, his body swayed, and he hurled a fist towards Lin Jiuxuan. Upon witnessing this strike, Lin Jiuxuan felt no surprise, for he was confirming a certain matter. Without hesitation, he countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, causing the ground between them to fracture. The terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, flattening numerous peaks and cleaving others in half. A whirlwind erupted around them, as the earth continued to crumble. Fortunately, this was the Unzao mountain, transformed by Pangu. Had it been elsewhere, the surrounding area would have been leveled to the ground. Lin Jiuxuan remained unfazed, for he cultivated the Dao rather than focusing solely on the physical body, rendering his flesh comparable only to that of a primordial ancestor. Thanks to the Dao, the strength of his body could also be amplified through its enhancement. Gong Gong frowned, confident in his own power. Even when facing the two from the heavenly court, he believed he could dominate them in physical prowess. The two soared through the air, continuously exchanging blows, each strike resonating with a sound that shattered the surrounding space. This spectacle left Zhu Rong below in a state of disbelief, his eyes wide, as if witnessing the impossible. It was astonishing that someone could contend physically with a primordial ancestor without being at a disadvantage. With every collision between Gong Gong and Lin Jiuxuan, the fabric of space tore apart, unleashing a terrifying gale. The might of their confrontation was almost beyond belief. Even within the Unzao mountain, remnants of Pangu's power struggled to withstand the intensity of their clash. Boom! As the two figures intertwined and separated, they left massive footprints in their wake, staggering back several steps. "Your physical strength is formidable," Gong Gong remarked, shaking his aching arm as he scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan. The lingering pain his flesh made him ponder. Was his own body too weak? Zhu Rong, appearing dazed, stared blankly at the two. Bewildered, he wondered why there existed a person whose physical form surpassed that of a primordial ancestor. It seemed utterly devoid of reason. Lin Jiuxuan regained his footing and fixed his gaze on Gong Gong, stating gravely, "Primordial ancestor, we must take this seriously." Upon hearing this, Gong Gong's head snapped up, his eyes meeting Lin Jiuxuan's with a flicker of surprise. Could it be that he had discerned my identity? Seriously? Zhu Rong echoed. Still in a daze, was this not serious enough? What did seriousness entail? Pangu, Lin Jiuxuan said with a smile, uttering two words that only Gong Gong could hear. Gong Gong remained silent, launching a punch unlike any before, this one imbued with the resonance of arcane power. Frowning at the strike, Lin Jiuxuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. He retaliated with a punch of his own, devoid of any physical resonance, instead suffused with the essence of the Dao. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, he knew it stemmed from that very punch. Boom! As their fists met, the very space trembled under the strain, revealing a pitch-black, starry sky beyond. "Who are you?" Gong Gong queried, his brow furrowed and murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. His identity should not have been so easily uncovered. "Actually, I was merely guessing," Lin Jiuxuan replied, his gaze solemn as he regarded Gong Gong. In their earlier clash of powers, he had distinctly sensed his own energy being suppressed. Were it not for the Dao's enhancement, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it. "You do not belong to this world? What is your intention?" Lin Jiuxuan demanded sharply, recognizing the stark difference between Gong Gong's power and that of the primordial chaos. Pangu. It dawned upon him that Gong Gong had revealed his murderous intent upon hearing the name Pangu. "What connection do you have with Pangu?" "A guess. Then you may as well perish," Gong Gong declared, spreading his arms to absorb the powers of the surrounding stars. His murderous aura intensifying, he fixed a deadly stare upon Lin Jiuxuan. as if viewing a corpse. You may also meet your end. A befuddled Zhu Rong, still processing the situation, was suddenly caught in Gong Gong's grasp. Who are you? Where has my brother gone? Zhu Rong exclaimed, finally realizing that this man was not the brother he once knew. Struggling with all his might to break free from the grip, he shouted, "What have you done to me? Why is this happening?" Lin Jiuxuan refrained from intervening. Facing Gong Gong with utmost seriousness, he could not afford to rescue Zhu Rong. Nor did he see a necessity to do so. "Your brother? I am your brother," Gong Gong taunted. "What have you done to me?" Zhu Rong screamed. Acutely aware of his life force waning, he could visibly see his body aging rapidly. Terror filling his eyes, fear of the unknown, fear of death. As time passed, Zhu Rong's form withered, and he was carelessly discarded by Gong Gong onto the ground. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes flickered with apprehension as he scrutinized Gong Gong. The earlier display of power had instilled a sense of dread within him. "Now is your turn." Gong Gong's voice shifted abruptly, cold and devoid of compassion, as he fixated on Lin Jiuxuan. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Jiuxuan involuntarily took a step back. Humanity's greatest fear lay in confronting the unknown to him. Gong Gong now embodied that very uncertainty. Gong Gong pointed a finger at Lin Jiuxuan, channeling the power of the stars, a force distinct from that of the primordial chaos. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze narrowed, warily observing this gesture. He sensed that Gong Gong's realm was that of a quasi-saint, yet his exhibited prowess transcended that level. Exhaling heavily, Lin Jiuxuan formed a hand seal. Within the Unzao mountain, the chaos sword stirred, and a small demon revealed a hint of delight. Before he could fully comprehend, the chaos sword propelled him toward the battlefield where the two were clashing. What are you doing, you murderous fiend? Are you going to slaughter demons?" The little demon roared in anger, yet remained motionless. Facing this punch, he recalled the Eastern Emperor's Bell, a supreme treasure renowned for its defense beneath the saints. Boom! The fist struck the Eastern Emperor's Bell, producing a tremendous sound. Lin Jiuxuan was sent staggering back several steps, his expression grave. Even with the Eastern Emperor's Bell as protection, he was still thrown back. "How many of these can you withstand?" Gong Gong's body flickered, appearing before Lin Jiuxuan and unleashing a slap. By the heavens. Chapter 32. The Wu clan, a heavy burden. In the face of this slap, Lin Jiuxuan resolved to avoid conflict if possible. He reflexively hurled the little demon away. "Murdering demons! You wicked fiend!" The little demon could not help but glare at Lin Jiuxuan, roaring loudly. Yes, he confronted the impending slap. Every hair on his body stood on end. Quaking with fear, once more he cast out a treasure, transforming it into an ink-wash painting that shielded the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Bang! The little demon, unsurprisingly, was sent flying by the force of the slap. Lin Jiuxuan, quick on his feet, managed to catch the little demon mid-flight, preventing him from being hurled away. This was his protective shell. If it fled, he would have no means of retrieving it, so he clutched it tightly. "I shall see just how many treasures you have at your disposal." That Gong Gong's face was a mask of rage. Even slaying a Great Luo golden immortal proved to be an arduous task. Had it not been for the need to keep others unaware, he would not have felt so stifled. He cast a vicious glare at the little demon, temporarily disregarding Lin Jiuxuan. No. It's not me. Look for him. The relentless barrage of attacks descended like a meteor shower. Lin Jiuxuan threw the little demon once more. Although he was uncertain how many treasures the little demon possessed, he believed it would suffice to endure the onslaught. Of course, that was merely his assumption. The little demon, however, thought otherwise. "You treacherous fiend, betraying demons." The little demon cursed as he hastily produced one treasure after another from his belongings. Lin Jiuxuan was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. This was truly impressive. From the heaven-rending seal to the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the multitude of treasures he could not even name were clearly not ordinary items. He had no idea how many shops the little demon had frequented to amass such a rich collection. "Enough!" Gong Gong roared, unable to contain his fury, startling the little demon into silence. Lin Jiuxuan's expression darkened. Was Gong Gong preparing to unleash his ultimate technique? If he had the capability, he should engage Lin Jiuxuan directly, without relying on the little demon. He could no longer endure it. This unknown creature, which had seemingly emerged from nowhere, possessed an astonishing array of treasures. Among them were several artifacts not of this world, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. A one-on-one confrontation. How audacious of you to suggest such a thing. What realm do you occupy, and what realm do I occupy? If you have the ability, then suppress me to the same level. Lin Jiuxuan raised an eyebrow, clutching the small demon tightly in his grasp. Poised to hurl it away at any moment, in the realm of verbal prowess. He held considerable confidence. Having been steeped in the teachings of socialism for over 20 years, suppressing someone of the same realm? Absolutely impossible. Were it not for the disparity in realms, he would not have believed he could ever best Lin Jiuxuan. Very well, I shall remember you. After declaring this, Gong Gong formed hand seals, emanating an intimidating aura. With the small demon as a shield, he felt no fear. We shall meet again. He grinned wickedly as a pitch-black door materialized behind him. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes narrowed as he sensed a potent, lethal threat emanating from within the door. He remained oblivious to the small demon's rolling eyes. Upon stepping through the door, the small demon suddenly jolted, breaking free from Lin Jiuxuan's grasp. It transformed into a streak of white light and entered the slowly closing portal. In shock, Lin Jiuxuan watched the small demon vanish into the light, unable to process what had just occurred. Gazing at the vast starry sky, he lamented the loss of such a delightful little creature. Wishing he could have engaged in further conversation. Frustrated, he sensed multiple presences converging upon his location, and his body transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain, a place where no one could pursue him. Unworried, he departed, but soon after, numerous eminent figures from the Primordial Realm arrived. The Demon Emperor, the Demon Sovereign. What a long time it has been. Red Cloud. How have you been? Is that not Shen Dao? Kuanpeng. All present were renowned figures in the Primordial Realm, gathered here to engage in an elite version of mutual flattery, that not Zhu Rong. The crowd noticed the aged and decrepit form of Zhu Rong lying on the ground, their expressions shifting dramatically. The fabric of space tore as the ancestral witches, led by Di Jiang, descended. They too observed the lifeless body of Zhu Rong. Was this your doing? Di Jiang inquired gravely, scrutinizing the assembly of powerful beings, aware that any of them could possess the strength to slay him. The remaining ancestral witches glared fiercely at the group, particularly at the Demon Emperor and the Demon Sovereign, who found themselves nearly encircled by the ancestral witches' glares. Why do you look at me? I still intend to settle accounts with your demon clan. Was my Eastern Emperor Bell not stolen by you? Upon seeing the ancestral witches, Dong Huang Tai, he could barely contain his ire. For the aura of the Eastern Emperor Bell had vanished from this very place. Zhu Rong's corpse lay here, and they had just arrived when the ancestral witches descended. What a coincidence! What Eastern Emperor Bell? I know nothing of it. I only wish to ask if you are the one who killed my brother Zhu Rong. Di Jiang stepped forward, his body radiating spatial power, confronting Dong Huang Tai directly. The demon clan was the most likely culprit behind Zhu Rong's death. My river diagram and Luo book must have been stolen by you. As well, Di Jun stepped forward alongside the demon emperor, both glaring at Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. The demon clan and the ancestral witches were inherently adversarial, and they had no desire to engage in idle chatter. The sudden disappearance of two ancestral witches had diminished their elite power, and they felt no joy in that. Di Jiang, was it your doing? Only your spatial powers could silently and stealthily exchange my treasures. Dong Huang Tai's expression darkened as he regarded Di Jiang. Among the ancestral witches, only Di Jiang possessed the mastery of spatial laws to such an extent. What Eastern Emperor Bell or river diagram and Luo book? I know nothing of it, Di Jiang replied solemnly. His expression revealing discomfort, he recognized that these powerful figures were not here for amicable reasons. I wonder if the ancestral, which Di Jiang has any recollection of my treasures, and mine as well. As Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai spoke, the crowd began to understand the reason for their gathering here, casting hostile glances at Di Jiang, their intent to threaten laid bare. Upon hearing the collective voices of the gathered individuals, Di Jiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His head throbbed, uncertain how to respond. Not slander our elder brother. It seems you simply harbor resentment towards our ancestral witches. Indeed, if you wish to fight, just say so instead of resorting to such clumsy excuses. The ancestral witches, who revered the physical form above all, saw little value in your treasures. The ancestral witches began to voice their anger, positioning themselves protectively in front of Di Jiang, their glares directed at the opposing group. Di Jiang, as the leader of the witch clan, would not tolerate such indignities, especially as they had not taken anything. Esteemed ones, I assure you, I am truly unaware of what you are insinuating. Di Jiang addressed the crowd with a bow. He understood the implications of their gathering. All had treasures stolen or exchanged, and they sensed the presence of artifacts here. Coincidentally, he and his companions had just arrived. Why has the ancestral witch Di Jiang suddenly appeared here? One prominent figure stepped forward to inquire, why Brother Gong Gong sought aid. And thus we descended. Faced with so many powerful beings, Di Jiang had no choice but to calm himself. Yet, why do we not see Gong Gong's figure? Are you suggesting that the ancestral witch Gong Gong murdered the ancestral witch Zhu Rong and then fled? Dong Huang Tai Yi spoke mockingly, casting a scornful glance at Di Jiang. Tai Yi, that is quite unfounded. The ancestral witch's bonds are as strong as gold. How could they commit such acts? Di Jun interjected, relishing the opportunity to see the ancestral witches face difficulties. Moreover, without the river diagram and Luo book, his strength had diminished somewhat, and he would welcome any chance to weaken the demon clan's might. Demon Sovereign, do not push your luck. Chapter 33. The bloody Di Jiang, the malevolent force. The winds howled atop Buzhou Mountain. The heavens darkened, and the earth trembled. Waves of magical energy surged, causing the surrounding space to crack and splinter. Di Jiang, surrender our treasures, or we shall bury you ancestral witches here today. A powerful figure spoke, bearing several wounds, fixing his gaze upon Di Jiang. Di Jiang, while the ancestral witches possess formidable physical forms. They number merely 10 against our multitude. Di Jun asserted, the sun behind him illuminating the space as he threatened Di Jiang with his words. Di Jun, if you have the courage, let us engage in combat. Who fears whom? Humph. A bunch of brutes. I am attempting to reason with you. Di Jun began a war of words with the ancestral witches, knowing full well that they would not resort to violence. With this thought, he engaged the ancestral witches in a verbal sparring match. Meanwhile, Di Jiang fell into contemplation, surveying the powerful beings in the air and glancing at his brothers, each bearing their own injuries. Di Jun's words held merit. If this continued, his brothers might truly face annihilation. Yet he was genuinely at a loss, unaware of who had stolen those treasures, and these powerful beings were steadfast in their belief that he was the culprit. For the first time, he felt that his adeptness with spatial laws was a liability. Esteemed ones, I truly did not take them. What must I do for you to believe me? Di Jiang implored the figures in the air, with a mix of exasperation and desperation. If he had taken them, he would not hesitate to admit it. Besides, those artifacts held no value for him. The celestial beings fell into silence. Even Di Jun refrained from speaking, given their understanding of the 12 ancestral witches. They naturally believed Di Jiang's words. However, since they had come, a resolution was required. They had already engaged in a conflict. The ancestral witches would not be so foolish as to deny their actions. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Atop Buzhou Mountain, Lin Jiuxuan ascended to the peak. He regarded Buzhou Mountain with deep reverence, for it was a remnant of the primordial realm birthed by Pangu. The summit was perpetually shrouded in mist, towering even above the 9 heavens. The sages could not discern the happenings at the peak. When the Dao Ancestor sought to ascend and declare himself the foremost being of the primordial realm, he ultimately failed. Only his identity as the Dao Ancestor remained unspoken. For Lin Jiuxuan, the summit of Buzhou Mountain represented the safest haven, even more so than the sanctuaries of the sages. The sages' abode bore the risk of being assailed by other sages, whereas this place remained untouched by such calamities. Now, standing at the peak, he could survey the vast expanse of the primordial realm at this moment, gazing upon the boundless land, his state of mind inexplicably elevated. The malevolent force, suddenly, his expression shifted, and his gaze sharpened. The west. A dense concentration of malevolent energy coalesced, That malevolent force seemed capable of influencing even the quasi-saint level. It seemed that the primordial realm was about to be thrown into turmoil once more. Contemplating for a moment, I found a suitable location atop the mountain to establish the holy sanctuary. The rich spiritual energy at the summit surpasses that of the great sects, further enhancing one's comprehension of the Dao's essence. It can be deemed an unparalleled site for founding a new sect, now belonging to Lin Jiuxuan, that as of yet, no one is aware of this. There's a possibility of remaining concealed indefinitely. As long as the peak of the unbreakable mountain remains intact, no one can uncover the presence of the human race here. Shaoxian, where is this? A few Great Luo Jingxian emerge from the sanctuary. Only the Great Luo Jingxian can operate at the summit of the unbreakable mountain, where the pressure is immense, so much so that any cultivator beneath the Great Luo Jingxian would be crushed upon standing there. Elderly, this is the summit of the unbreakable mountain. Henceforth, the human race shall reside here, that I have already established the sanctuary. Please ensure that no one from our clan ventures out, unless they are a Great Luo Jingxian. Lin Jiuxuan spoke at length, conveying all he wished to impart. The mere thought of the malevolent aura from the west sent shivers down his spine. Upon glancing towards the west, his expression abruptly shifted. His body trembling violently, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The west. It seems I must make a journey there. Just moments ago, he had seen that malevolent energy morph into a smiling face directed at him, rendering him momentarily stunned. Shaoxian, are you all right? Elderly gently patted Lin Jiuxuan's shoulder, his tone filled with concern that I am fine. Elder, please proceed with your arrangements. After bidding farewell to Elderly, he fell into deep contemplation. He realized that this primordial world was terrifying, especially with the earlier manifestation of malevolent power. It was clearly the force of a calamity, yet it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. He resolved to venture to the west. Observing the updated system, he decided to wait for the system to finish updating before embarking on his journey. Down the mountain, Dijiang observed the threatening gazes of the crowd. His composure faltering that if he dared to refuse an oath, he was certain that this group of powerful beings would intervene to assist the demon race against the witch race at that moment. He would become a historical sinner of the witch race. Very well, I swear. Despite his reluctance and helplessness, in the face of such formidable beings, it seemed that no one in the primordial world could ignore them, except for the sages. Of course, upon Dijiang's agreement, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly. That aren't you quite capable? Show some backbone. Dijun and Donghuang Tai leaped forward, reveling in Dijiang's predicament. Having taken advantage of him countless times in the past, seeing him in such a state delighted them immensely. Demon Emperor, you shouldn't go too far. Your relation seems to suggest that your demon race is engaged in self-deception. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, their expressions shifting. The demon race could scarcely withstand any further turmoil. If things escalated, they would be the ones affected. I, Dijiang, hereby swear that my words carry no deceit. Should I misappropriate any treasures from you, may I fall into the depths of hell, struck by heavenly thunder, with the heavens as my witness, and may my words be proven false. He cast a begrudging glare at the assembly. Lamenting the indignity of being coerced into such a position, compelled to swear an oath to affirm his integrity. After a prolonged silence, the heavens remained unresponsive, indicating that Dijiang had spoken truthfully, and he turned to leave. Just as the group tore through the fabric of space to depart, a thunderous roar erupted from above. In the chaotic void, the Heavenly Dao could not resist sneezing. Rubbing its nose in confusion, someone plotting against me. Just as it began to calculate, it sneezed multiple times in succession. The thunder rumbled again, echoing 5 times, perfectly corresponding to the 5 strikes of heavenly thunder Dijiang had mentioned. Dijiang was left bewildered. Thunder had struck 5 times, to be precise. The group, prepared to leave, simultaneously turned to gaze at Dijiang, who suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the urge to vomit blood overwhelming him. I swear, this is an accident. Do you believe me? He could not help but plead, sensing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. His luck seemed to have plummeted to the depths of misfortune, encountering such bizarre occurrences. After finally managing to swear an oath, he was met with the Heavenly Dao's unpredictable wrath, Oh, you think we are fools? Why don't we visit the witch race and investigate? I too sense something amiss. Red Cloud stepped forward, proposing the idea that Jiang cast a grateful glance at Red Cloud, oblivious to the glint of malice that flickered in Red Cloud's eyes. Then let us heed the suggestion of our comrade Red Cloud and visit the witch race. Ultimately, the 10 ancestral witches returned, but they were met with an overwhelming number of figures, the entire witch race thrown into disarray. They could scarcely believe what had transpired, astonished by the arrival of so many prominent figures from the Primordial Realm. Chapter 34. New System Feature, Lottery. In a world where walls have ears, especially in the Primordial era when great beings were as common as dogs, the news of the witch race's affairs spread far and wide. Leaving the inhabitants of the Primordial Realm utterly astonished, in the 9 heavens, at the Sanxiao Palace, all the sages convened. Dao Ancestor, what urgent matter has compelled all of us sages to gather? Yuan Shi rose respectfully. Inquiring of the Dao Ancestor, it had been eons since such a congregation had occurred. Patience. The Dao Ancestor gestured for calm. Fixing his gaze on Yuan Shi, he awaited the arrival of someone, a being not seated among the sages, yet more formidable than the Heavenly Dao itself. They have arrived. As he spoke, a figure clad in black entered the Sanxiao Palace, the surrounding Dao's essence deliberately avoiding him. Upon seeing this figure, the sages trembled, their eyes widening in recognition. Yet, they recalled that the Dao Ancestor had slain him before their very eyes. How could he still be alive? Surprising. I senti it. Esteemed ones. The figure in black nodded towards the Dao Ancestor and took a seat beside him. The sages unleashed their pressure upon the black-clad figure, but the Dao Ancestor remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference. The black-clad figure, impervious to their aura, waved his hand, unleashing a force that crushed the 6 sages. Aside from Tongtian and Tai Ching, the other 4 sages turned pale, spewing blood. Now, let us discuss matters at hand. The Dao Ancestor waved his hand, casting a glance at the black-clad figure, surprise flickering in his eyes as he realized the extent of the figure's power had reached an astonishing level. As the assembly of prominent figures departed from the witch race, satisfied with their findings, Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged knowing smiles with Jiang, inciting a desire within Jiang to confront the two. Observing the departure of the crowd, the expressions of the 10 ancestral witches were grim. Brother, this is excessive, especially that one named Red Cloud. Indeed, that Red Cloud even dared to covet the Father God's temple. One ancestral witch spoke, turning to Jiang with incredulity. The ancestral witches had never endured such indignities before. I shall remember that scoundrel Red Cloud, that a glimmer of malice crossed Jiang's eyes as he watched Red Cloud's departing figure. He had initially thought Red Cloud was a good Samaritan coming to his aid at the unbreakable mountain, only to discover that Red Cloud had plundered every corner of the witch race. Let us proceed to the Father God's temple, Jiang declared, leading the remaining ancestral witches towards the Panga temple. The 12 ancestral witches were born from the essence of Panga's blood, venerating Pangu as their father god, and placing his statue within the temple to honor the witch race's devotion. Who has entered? Upon emerging from the Panga temple, Jiang's expression darkened as he confronted the great witch guarding the entrance. Lord Jiang, Red Cloud has entered. We could not stop him. The guardian great witch lowered his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he moved with swiftness, drawing a gleaming dagger aimed at Jiang. Caught off guard, Jiang had no time to evade, and the dagger struck true. Brother, the remaining ancestral witches, having just exited the temple, witnessed the scene and swiftly retaliated. 2 great witches were slain on the spot, leaving Jiang kneeling on the ground, his expression dark and furious. Red Cloud, I, Jiang, shall kill you. A fierce glint shone in his eyes as he vowed to eliminate Red Cloud, convinced that this scoundrel had driven the witch race to its current plight. Even ensnaring him, the ancestral leader, far from the witch race, Red Cloud knelt before a figure, respect filling his gaze. Master, there is nothing of value left in the Panga temple. The figure before him remained indifferent. Their back turned. The task of visiting the witch race had been relayed to him through a transmission from his master. You have done well. This shall be your reward. the man spoke, pointing a finger. As a glimmer of starlight vanished into the body of the crimson cloud, the aura surrounding him gradually intensified until it reached its zenith. Attend to your tasks diligently, and you shall not be wronged. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space began to fold. The crimson cloud gazed at the disappearing figure and turned towards the direction of the Nine Heavens Terrace. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly to reclaim my sacred position. To attain sanctification, he had already betrayed and allied himself with that man. Clenching his fists, he pondered, had the primordial purple energy not been seized from him back then, how could he have fallen to such depths? The law of causality dictated that when you denied me my sacred position and used me as bait, it was the cause. Now, as I achieve sanctification, I shall cast you down to the mortal realm. This is the effect. Ha ha ha! The mountain of no return. Lin Jiuxuan counted the days and watched the sun rise and set here. It is said that the rising and setting of the sun in the primordial world is controlled by the Golden Crow clan. However, over the past few days, he observed otherwise. Indeed, there were golden crows in the sun, but they were not of the Golden Crow clan. Instead, they were condensed by the rules of the primordial realm. For all celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars, are governed by these rules. As the time for the system update drew near, he became increasingly curious about the treasures the updated system would bestow upon him. Would it render him invincible, able to dominate the primordial realm? Ding! The system update is complete. All update information has been dispatched. Upon reviewing the information in his mind, he noted that this system update primarily introduced 7 new features. The first linked one's cultivation to the Dao, delineating clear realms. Entering the Dao, understanding the Dao, comprehending the Dao, transforming the Dao, and breaking the Dao. Race, human, cultivation, half-step into the Dao. The second addition was the aspect of fortune, which could enhance one's strength and accelerate the comprehension of the Dao, akin to the merits in the primordial realm, serving as a universal remedy. Race, human, fortune, 100. Note: human race's fortune is too low. Please enhance the human race's fortune in a timely manner. To augment one's fortune, there are 2 methods. One is to elevate the cultivation of the human race, and the other is to devour the fortunes of other races. Essentially through warfare, he considered this and outright dismissed it. The human race currently struggled to survive, lacking the strength to initiate a war. The third update introduced a marketplace for goods, purchasable with primordial purple energy. Oh my, primordial purple energy. This feature left him utterly bewildered. If he recalled correctly, primordial purple energy was the key to achieving sanctification, and all 6 saints of the current primordial realm possessed it. Terrified, he hesitated to even open the page. Primordial purple energy had become a currency unit. He feared it might cause him to faint. Race, human, balance. 0. The 4th edition was a lottery summon function, allowing him to draw cultivators from all realms to the primordial world, with a loyalty guarantee of 100%, ensuring no betrayal. Race, human, lottery chances. 1. Without observing the solitary chance, he felt the system was indeed powerful, generously gifting him with a lottery opportunity. Rubbing his hands together, he exhaled heavily. He was in dire need of assistance to aid him. The depths of the primordial realm were daunting, and he felt a tinge of fear. Lottery. There was no better time than now. Suddenly, his body materialized in a void space, gazing at the flickering stars overhead. The ceaselessly surging rivers flowed, branching into numerous tributaries. Suddenly, the stars above became chaotic, and the rivers began to leap restlessly. Although he could not perceive the beings upon each star, he knew they were certainly not ordinary entities. Boom! A bell tolled, and the entire space instantly reverted to tranquility. He witnessed a droplet of water leap from a cup and merge with a star, hurtling towards him. His expression shifted to one of uncontainable joy. Chapter 35. Chaos Through the Ages, Journey to the West. His eyes glimmered with unmasked delight. He never expected the system could summon beings from myriad realms. The droplet fused with the star, forming the silhouette of a youthful figure. The system was indeed formidable, capable of bringing forth such existence for battle. As he read the introduction of this person, he could already foresee the legendary reputation they would carve out in the primordial world, in the chaotic universe, where worlds flicker like grains of sand. The primordial realm is but one grand world among many. Ding! The first lottery yielded an achievement. The first drop of blood. Reward. Secret technique. Walking word secret. Walking word secret. A technique created by a powerful being in a vast world. Capable of enhancing speed. Moving through space with ease. His face could not suppress his exuberant joy. Such benefits were unexpected. Even the lottery could yield secret techniques, which were equivalent to divine powers in the primordial realm. These secrets were seldom revealed, and among the disciples of the great sects in the primordial realm, few, if any, had heard of anyone mastering such divine techniques. This scarcity underscored the rarity of divine powers. My lord, a figure stepped forth from the starlight, radiating brilliance, with an air of defiance upon his face. Approaching him, he bowed respectfully. Character: Wong Tong. Origin: the world of shielding the heavens. Realm: entering the Dao. Upon seeing this individual, he could not help but recall the saying, "My son Wong Tong possesses the potential of an emperor, unparalleled throughout history." At T5, he danced with the dragon in the deep pool. At 7, he alone entered the ancient divine lake in the northern domain and acquired a golden ancient battle chariot. At 9, he ventured into the ancient emperor's mountain, bringing forth the ancient divine talisman and a celestial sword. At 12, he fell into the divine phoenix cave and obtained the blood of the immortal divine phoenix. One must admit that Wong Tong was indeed destined for greatness, had he not encountered the protagonist aura of Yifan. Possessing the legacy of the ancient emperor, he might have ascended to the imperial throne. However, gazing at the Wong Tong behind him, a smile crept upon his lips. In this life, ascending to the throne was not out of reach. The entering the Dao Realm was akin to the quasi-saint realm in the primordial realm, granting the ability to comprehend the rhythms of the Dao and apply the Dao in battle. Preparing for the journey westward, he was astonished that the system had bestowed upon him such a grand gift. The emperor from the shielding the heavens world undoubtedly surpassed the Heavenly Dao saints. Possessing the legacy of the imperial path, his combat strength would undoubtedly exceed the limits of his cultivation. Your father has great expectations for you. Lin Jiuxuan could not resist teasing, while also feeling a pang of sorrow for Wong Tong. A once limitless future had been thwarted by his own father's words. Had his father not boasted, "My son Wong Tong possesses the potential of an emperor, unparalleled throughout history," it would not have led to the final confrontation with Yifan. Ending in tragedy, there's no need to dwell on the past. Wong Tong waved his hand. A mix of laughter and tears on his face, that a flicker of melancholy passed through his eyes as the stars around him faded. Wong Tong suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed in a certain direction. Then he scanned his surroundings. Could it be that I misperceived something? He had distinctly sensed the divine while here moments ago, but now it had vanished. Lin Jiuxuan also frowned, his expression darkening as he remained silent. He led Wong Tong into the Taoist temple and briefed him on certain matters. Wong Tong's perception should not be mistaken. After all, the quasi-saint realm could discern truth from falsehood. Moreover, he did not believe Wong Tong would deceive him regarding this matter. "I need to journey to the west. Will you accompany me or explore on your own?" Standing atop the mountain of no return, Wong Tong was right behind him. He had a feeling that the journey westward would not be tranquil. If Wong Tong could join him, it would provide an additional formidable bodyguard. He did not wish to impose, as those summoned retained their own memories and thoughts. Aside from absolute loyalty, nothing else had changed. Never mind, I shall go alone to investigate. This world is quite intriguing. Wong Tong lifted his gaze to the heavens. Since he had arrived through the system, the Heavenly Dao had not detected his identity. Several places in this world felt utterly out of place. Yet they emanated a lethal sense of danger, and one location even had an inexplicable allure that tugged at his very core. "All right," Lin Jiuxuan nodded, refraining from coercing him into a choice. These individuals would become his steadfast supporters in the future. Wong Tong tore through the fabric of space and departed, heading towards those intriguing locations. With risks and crises coexisting, he too wished to enhance his strength and return to the world of shielding the heavens. Watching Wong Tong leave, he held a pearl tightly in his hand. As long as he crushed this pearl, Wong Tong would be able to reach his location. This was crafted by the system, capable of disregarding any rules or powers, quietly storing it away. It might prove useful. Gazing at the vast sky, it was time for him to depart as well. Wong Tong would undoubtedly carve out his own reputation in the primordial realm. He found himself somewhat intrigued by the reputation he had heard. The great emperor of ancient chaos, one of the emperors in the vast world of Zhetian, was also the most peculiar of them all. Having never once triumphed over an adversary throughout his life, ultimately achieving the title of emperor through a series of defeats, he wondered if Wong Tong would bring him any surprises. With Wong Tong gone, it was time for him to journey westward. He felt compelled to unravel the enigma of the sinister force. Convinced it bore a connection to him, that in the West, there were two sages known as the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of precise enlightenment. He was well acquainted with these figures. Had it not been for Dao Ancestor Hongjun's need to repay karmic debts, they would never have attained their saintly status. They established Buddhism in the West, propagated the teachings of Buddha, and constructed a grand temple. The West was often referred to as the Western Paradise, a realm of tranquility and peace. Such were the rumors, though he had never ventured there himself. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the West, he discerned that the situation there was far from favorable. Emerging from a void, he surveyed the landscape before him, his brow furrowing in concern. He was still quite a distance from his senior sister in the West. As he gazed at the scene ahead, his expression darkened. This was a mountain peak that separated the East from the West. Though not particularly tall, it served merely to denote the division between the two realms. Consequently, within this mountain existed a Taoist temple, home to many mortals who held faith in Buddhism. It should have been a mountain vibrant with life. Instead, it lay in eerie silence. The air was tainted with a lingering scent of blood. Kneeling down, he touched the earth, which appeared to be freshly disturbed soiled. To his shock, the hue of the dirt was dark, ominously so, suggesting it had been soaked in blood. A heavy weight settled in his heart as he attempted to project his spiritual consciousness, only to find it utterly ineffective in this place. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he certainly was not malevolent. He ascended the mountain, believing he would discover the answers he sought there. Along the way, he encountered various minor demons that should have been swayed towards goodness by Buddhist teachings, shape-shifting tigers, leopards, and snake demons. Gui Hongjun is renowned as the quintessential good-natured person in the primordial chaos. He is even willing to relinquish his saintly status for others. Unfortunately, he has encountered Wong Tong. His rebellious nature is evident. Even when confronted by Lin Jiuxuan, I ask that your intention or merely that of this dog. Wong Tong squinted, gazing at the individuals behind Hongjun, just as Hongjun was about to unleash a tirade. He felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Wong Tong and decisively fell silent, realizing he was up against someone he could not defeat. Lin Jiuxuan's face was etched with disappointment. He had attempted to deceive the Buddha using a divine technique, and as anticipated, he succeeded. However, upon reaching the threshold, he collided with an invisible barrier, sending him tumbling back. His efforts ended in failure. When he tried again, his body was similarly repelled by the barrier. He had thought that overcoming the Buddha was the final challenge, only to discover there was another trial ahead. This only fueled his determination as he glimpsed a flicker of hope. Within the formidable Buddha's domain, he casually selected a tree and sat cross-legged beneath it. Closing his eyes, he earnestly contemplated strategies for breaking the barrier. The issue with the Buddha had been resolved that a breeze began to stir. An intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air from an unknown source. Mist enveloped the space, and the tree behind Lin Jiuxuan swayed gently, casting strands of green light. Surrounding the tree, a verdant layer of plants emerged, swaying in the wind, their leaves glimmering with a vibrant green hue. A chilling wind rose, stirring the mist and causing the bones on the ground to stir as if summoned by some unseen force, emitting chilling and terrifying sounds. The Buddha before the temple also stirred, a glimmer of green fire igniting in his gaze. Lin Jiuxuan remained with his eyes closed, entering a state of ethereal clarity. At that moment, he pondered, "What is happening to me?" Opening his eyes wide, he extended his hands, confirming the presence of his physical form. Just as he reached to touch his body, his expression shifted dramatically. He looked up, retreating several steps in shock, pale and incredulous. Chapter 37, Awakening. The Knight of 100 Ghosts, he suddenly raised his head, and a colossal eye loomed over him, obscuring his entire being. He hastily retreated several steps, startled. Demon God, this is not a place for your recklessness. A resounding roar echoed in his ears. Above, a golden light shimmered, revealing a radiant ancient Buddha. The air resonated with sacred chants, various pathways swirling around him. Behind him stood numerous Buddhas clad in monk robes, each accompanied by golden Sun and A.S. Lin Jiuxuan beheld these Buddhas. He felt no hatred or revulsion. Instead, a sense of respect blossomed within him. He had never believed in the Buddha, nor dismissed the notion that they were all malevolent. During the divine tribulation of the later ages, the malevolent nature of the Buddha revealed itself at the foot of Ling Mountain. Where evil thrived, he held no fondness for the Buddhas in the primordial chaos. Ancient Buddha, could it be that this realm still belongs to you? Another voice resonated. With a thunderous boom, the heavens split open, and a gigantic figure exuding an inky blackness descended. The very fabric of space tore apart, followed by a throng of bloodthirsty figures whose eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Clutching a blood-stained demonic blade, they fixated on the multitude of Buddhas. His body soared naturally into the air, confronting the two immense forces. Every word and action stirred the clash, and the thunderous roars from above never ceased. Demons should not exist, the ancient Buddha declared, golden light radiating from behind him as he recited scriptures. The brilliance intensifying to overshadow half the sky, pressing down upon the demonic horde. The Buddhas chanted in unison, their voices merging into waves of sacred sound that echoed across the cosmos. Demons are merely what you call us. The ancient demon sneered, raising an enormous hand to shield against the heavenly golden light. Lin Jiuxuan observed closely as the clash between the ancient demon and the ancient Buddha unfolded, each collision imbued with traces of divine paths. As the two engaged in combat, the surrounding space shattered repeatedly. The Buddhas collided with the demonic forces, the air filled with both sacred chants and the aura of slaughter. The ground beneath them was obliterated. Disintegrating into shards that scattered in all directions, he witnessed Buddhas fall while demonic blood stained the sky. The ancient Buddha coughed up blood, and the ancient demon sustained grievous injuries. Their bodies moved with incredible speed, fragments of scenes flashing before his eyes until he glimpsed a glimmer of light. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes, one hand pressed against the ground as he exhaled heavily. Confusion flickered in his gaze. What had just transpired? What had he witnessed? Before he could ponder further, the scene before him left him bewildered. Had he merely closed his eyes for a moment? What had occurred? The chilling wind surged, swirling the dense fog, and skeletal figures began to rise from the ground. Their hollow eyes flickered with green flames. Ethereal figures flickered in and out of view, surrounding a palanquin in which a stunning woman sat her day. With a thunderous boom, the sounds of chaos drew closer, and the hollow gaze of the Buddha blazed with green light, more vibrant than the flames in the empty eye sockets of the skeletons. Each strike from the Buddha shattered a multitude of bones, only for them to reassemble. This cycle continued, seemingly without end. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes lit up as he discerned that with each reassembly, the green flames dimmed. As the Buddha struck, the green light in his eyes also faded, indicating a mutual depletion of energy. He noted that some skeletal hands bore rings, and ephemeral figures traversed through the bones, passing through effortlessly. Both the Buddha and the skeletons trembled in fear, bowing low before the palanquin that sheltered the ethereal woman. Within the palanquin sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her form elusive yet visible to Lin Jiuxuan. Oh, what a fascinating little creature. A voice resonated in his ears. He sensed a smile directed at him from the woman within the palanquin. He remained motionless, paralyzed by trepidation, though the strength of the entities outside eluded his comprehension. That single utterance instilled a deep sense of apprehension within him. If even the Buddha could not withstand them, how could he hope to confront the woman who commanded the Buddha's reverence? In the 9 heavens, the Dao Ancestor accompanied the cloaked figure, trailed by the 6 sages. The 6 sages regarded the pitch-black portal exuding an ancient aura with a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. Even Tongtian, who wielded the 4 swords of immortal slaying, and Laozi, who cultivated the way of non-action, furrowed their brows. They sensed numerous powerful presences emanating from within, beings that surpassed them, that I'm not saying they're weak. But is now the right time to enter? The cloaked figure behind the Dao Ancestor remarked, casting a glance at the 6 sages. He paid no heed to their expressions. Had it not been for the Dao Ancestor's invitation, he would have been disinclined to come here. Weak, perhaps, but it's necessary to go. Only by venturing there is there a chance for advancement. The Dao Ancestor smiled slightly at the cloaked figure. If it weren't for the unexpected tribulation and the Dao's ulterior motives, he would not have engaged with such individuals. Perhaps, as the cloaked figure suggested, the 6 sages were indeed too weak. Among the 6 sages, Tongtian chuckled, realizing it was the first time someone had called him weak in his presence. The irony was that he truly could not defeat them. Laozi maintained an air of indifference, unfazed. The remaining 4 sages wore expressions of indignation. They had always held a superior position in the primordial chaos, never having been labeled weak. Had it not been for the Dao Ancestor's restraint, they would have charged forth to confront the matter. Though victory was uncertain, yet they could not afford to lose face, for they were indeed sages. Do as you wish. You are the Dao Ancestor, and your word is law. The cloaked figure remarked indifferently, uninterested in further discourse. As he exchanged hand seals with the Dao Ancestor, why are you not bound by the rules, being an outsider? The man behind Hongjun gazed at Wong Tong with astonishment. He perceived that Wong Tong's power was fundamentally different from the forces of the primordial chaos. Can people truly be compared? I possess the potential of an emperor. Do you? Wong Tong replied, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at the heavens of the primordial chaos. You truly have no shame. Speaking of imperial potential, how audacious! The man spat blood, gazing at Wong Tong with a strange expression. This fellow appears so refined, yet his words are utterly shameless. And the notion of having imperial potential? If you don't believe it, then let's settle this with a duel. With that, the Heavenly Emperor's sword in hand buzzed ominously, exuding an unmistakable aura of confrontation. You and I, how can there be such a brazen individual as you? The man, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Wong Tong, was at a loss for words. Clearly aware of his inability to win, he still persisted in his bravado. Where does one find such shamelessness? Utterly devoid of martial ethics. Having already conceded defeat, he still sought to impose his will. Just so happens, I am in need of a warm bed companion, and you shall suffice. With a hand raised to lift the man's chin. A wicked grin spread across his face. Does he truly think he can disguise his intentions from me? Is his heavenly, I'm merely for show? In the vanishing mist, Lin Jiuxuan observed the dissipating fog, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Little one, we shall meet again. Just as he lifted his foot to step outside, Lin Jiuxuan's body suddenly froze, a voice echoing in his mind. Look up. He saw the woman in the palanquin smiling at him. Chapter 38. Fragments of the continent. The ruins of the celestial mechanism sect. Confusion clouded his face. Why was this woman smiling at him? A farewell? He had no desire to see her again. She appeared exceedingly terrifying, her aura even more daunting than that of the Buddha. Fortunately, the mist was about to clear, and with the protection of his companions behind him, the trepidation in his gaze diminished slightly. Even though he remained uncertain of her intentions, he sensed no malice from her. Yet, even so, he did not wish to be associated with such a fearsome being. Thank you. He turned and bowed to the tree behind him, despite not knowing what protection it could offer. Furthermore, to think that this tree could withstand the Buddha and the formidable presence of the mysterious woman was no trivial matter. As the fog cleared, tranquility returned to the heavens, and light emerged. The ancient tree swayed slightly, and a tome fell from its branches. Following that, several rings tumbled down as well. The ancient tree then extended a branch, gently brushing against Lin Jiuxuan. He soon resumed its calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Picking up the book, he waved his hand to collect the rings. The title of the tome read Chronicles of the Continent. As he slowly opened the book, he found himself captivated by its contents. His expression growing increasingly grave with each line he had not misjudged. The exit of this space lay within the temple. This fragment of land was indeed the very one he had glimpsed in a state of ethereal clarity. As for the destruction he had witnessed, it was as he had perceived. The powerful ancient demons clashed with the ancient Buddhas. Though the reasons for their conflict were not recorded in the book, what astonished Lin Jiuxuan was the fact that the text documented over 1,000 formidable beings that surpassed the level of the primordial saints. The demon warriors he had seen battling with the Buddha were all entities exceeding the saintly rank. Suddenly, he felt his own cultivation was insignificant in the eyes of the system. He hadn't even begun his path of cultivation. Within the book, he also discovered the method to dismantle the barrier within the temple. This barrier had been established to prevent the demon race from entering. Anyone who was not a demon could pass through. This was set up before the continent had shattered, and now the only way to breach the barrier was to absorb the essence of that land. This very book possessed the essence of the continent. Clutching his head, he felt a headache coming on. What had seemed insurmountable now required merely a book to resolve, truly a blow to his intellect. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed, asking if he wished to absorb the primordial purple chi. The mention of primordial purple chi startled him for a moment. It exists here? Absorb it! Only a fool would refuse. Missing this opportunity would mean it could be ages before he encountered primordial purple chi again. How could he not absorb it? Moreover, the third function of the system's goods page utilized primordial purple chi as its currency. Hearing that currency unit had frightened him at the time. What could possibly require primordial purple chi as a form of currency? Ding! Absorption commencing. As the system's voice faded, visible changes began to unfold within the space. From various places, beneath the ground, atop mountain peaks, amidst the bones, streams of purple light surged forth, gazing at the dense array of luminous energy. His heart trembled. This was money. It was his first encounter with such a vast fortune. Suddenly, as the system fervently absorbed the primordial purple chi, a dark fissure appeared in the air above the temple, voraciously drawing in the primordial purple chi. Damn it! Someone dares to snatch my fortune. System, absorb it vigorously. To him, all this primordial purple chi was wealth, capable of enhancing his power. Now, someone was attempting to rob him. This simply could not stand. Stealing anything else was permissible, but not wealth. As the dark fissure above the temple siphoned the power of the primordial chi, the Buddha guarding the temple stirred. He began to sway around the temple. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment the Buddha turned away, Lin Jiuxuan employed his divine abilities to slip through unnoticed. Holding the book in hand, he effortlessly breached the barrier and entered the temple. By the time the Buddha realized what had transpired, he had already made his way inside. This youth is extraordinary. He may very well be the key to our escape. Upon entering the barrier, the ancient tree that had offered him protection shook its branches, emitting a voice filled with ancient echoes. Let it be. Having been trapped for so long, I have grown accustomed to it. Old ghost. When did you become so easygoing? Ha! I think that lad is quite impressive. This voice resonated. The space fell into an immediate silence. Upon entering the barrier, Lin Jiuxuan discovered it was a small space. There were 3 rooms, each labeled Study, Training Room, and Alchemy Room. He made his way directly to the study, eager to learn more about this place. The chronicles of the continent did not provide exhaustive details, and a significant portion was missing. Books are vessels of recorded events, and the study must contain records of this continent. Year 123 of the Heavenly Era, the demon race invaded, and countless lives were lost. The cultivators resisted. Year 160 of the Heavenly Era, the demon race surged forth, most of the continent fell, bodies piled high, rivers ran red with blood. Year 200 of the Heavenly Era, the ancient Buddha, accompanied by the remaining powerful beings, fought valiantly against the demon race, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for the continent. Year 245 of the Heavenly Era, the continent shattered. The Celestial Mechanism Master led the strong from the Celestial Mechanism sect to hold the rear. He read with rapid comprehension, absorbing the contents of the book into his mind, his mood growing heavy with the weight of the history. How formidable was the heavenly continent! Only beings surpassing the saintly level were considered powerful. Yet within a century, the continent had been shattered by the demon race. Unable to restrain himself, he compared it to the current primordial era. If faced with such a calamity, it would likely not withstand even a decade. He also discerned where the exit lay. This fragment was the location of a sect known as the Celestial Mechanism Sect, where beings of great power, comparable to those in the Enlightenment realm, resided. Stepping out of the study, he proceeded to the alchemy room. Scattered throughout were thousands of vials of elixirs, haphazardly arranged. Clearly, they had been left behind in haste. He waved his hand to collect them. While he had no use for them, the human race could certainly benefit. He had not forgotten that if the fortune of the human race were strong, it would greatly aid his own strength. Next, he entered the training room, where he found a jade stone. This was the key to leaving this space. As long as he held this token, he could break through the space and depart. His divine sense swept over the area, and he had nearly collected everything. If any members of the Celestial Mechanism sect were still alive to witness this, they would surely curse him. This was akin to locusts ravaging the land, leaving not a trace behind. Not even a single meditation cushion was left for them. Stepping out of the barrier, with the jade stone in hand, the Buddha remained unmoved. Lin Jiuxuan approached the ancient tree once more, respectfully bowing again. Then he crushed the jade talisman, effortlessly breaking through the space to leave, casting one last glance back. This lad is quite commendable. He knows how to express gratitude. Indeed, a voice teased as the branches of the ancient tree swayed. This lad truly does not regard others as human. A divine sense penetrated the barrier, observing the scene within the temple. Unable to contain itself, it began to curse vehemently. How utterly shameless! How can one behave in such a manner? The ancient tree's swaying branches suddenly ceased, as if sensing something amiss. Listening to these words, it wondered if perhaps it had misstepped. Chapter 39. So much wealth, ancient countenance. Tearing through the space, he appeared on the primordial continent. Taking a deep breath of the air, the air of the primordial realm is truly delightful. The silhouette cast upon the ground moved towards the ferry, having lingered in that space for far too long. His body was severely depleted of the magical energy it contained. The essence of the Dao was nearly consumed, compelling him to opt for a boat instead. Furthermore, he yearned to uncover the truths he sought. Should he overtly display his cultivation, the knowledge he gained might not align with his desires. It would be wiser to traverse as an ordinary cultivator, while also savoring the customs and culture of the primordial wilderness. A vast river separated the two realms. He drifted leisurely towards the ferry, glancing at the wealth displayed within his system. A grin spread across his face, unable to contain his delight at the sight of a string of numbers. So much money. Race, human, host. Lin Jiuxuan, primordial purple chi, 66.6 strands. He was at a loss for words regarding this figure, only able to remark on the system's cleverness. Whether this number was a deliberate jest by the system, he could not tell. Yet, it was indeed a considerable amount, for this was primordial purple chi, not some mere spirit stone. In the primordial era, a single strand of primordial purple chi could engender a sage of the Heavenly Dao. By this reckoning, he possessed the equivalent of 66 sages. However, he acknowledged that such calculations were likely not so straightforward. He opened the merchandise page. With wealth in hand, he felt emboldened to explore the items available. To his astonishment, purchases could only be made using primordial purple chi as currency. Heaven Opening Axe, Dao level 100. Creation Jade Plate, Dao level 99. Eastern Emperor Bell, Saint level 10. River Map and Luo Book, Saint level 10. Boundary Breaking Pill, 99. Restoration Pill, 88. Yuan Returning Pill, 22. Note: only items within the current limit of primordial purple chi are displayed. The system urged the host to earn more money to unlock additional pages. As he perused the offerings, Lin Jiuxuan suddenly felt that his wealth seemed rather meager. Even the Heaven Opening Axe of Pangu was for sale. He contemplated purchasing it, hoping to emulate Pangu and create a primordial world. Upon reading the small print at the bottom of the page, he sensed a disdainful attitude emanating from the system. IT seemed to regard him as impoverished, unworthy of accessing further pages. Was this not a bit too much? Such mockery was unwarranted. This system was simply here for amusement. The host ought to earn more to unlock additional skills. This statement caused a buzzing in his head. It appeared the system had taken a turn for the worse. Bang! Oh dear! Upon hearing the sound, Lin Jiuxuan glanced back. initially believing he had collided with someone. Due to his robust physique, it seemed he had indeed knocked someone down. He spotted a man lying on the ground, clutching his chest, and frowned. The heavenly mechanism sect excelled in divination, prophecy, and future predictions. The study had left basic teachings of the sect available, which, with the assistance of the system, he could grasp with ease. The man bore a faint aura of death upon his forehead, accompanied by a thick grayish haze above him. "Are you all right?" He extended a hand to help the man up. "Did I say, fellow cultivator? You must be a body cultivator to have knocked me so far," the man replied, brushing off any concern. What could possibly be the matter? Lin Jiuxuan observed the man's demeanor. He seemed to be a straightforward individual. "Are you of the human race?" Lin Jiuxuan discerned the man's cultivation level at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, that in the Barren West. He would be considered a local tyrant in lesser regions. However, to Lin Jiuxuan, there was nothing hidden. He saw right through it all. Yet he pondered. The demon race held little foundation in the West, so it was only natural for the human race to survive there. The human race? How could that be? I am of the demon race. Surely you recognize that. Upon hearing the term human race, the man's eyes flickered and he cleared his throat, emphasizing the words demon race with great conviction, raising his arm to showcase his muscular physique. Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Was the human race reduced to such a state that they could not even acknowledge their own identity? However, he chose not to expose the truth. There was no need to trouble someone of his own kind. "Very well. I must have misjudged," he conceded, uncertain of how to respond to the man's antics. It was fortunate that it was he who encountered the man. Had it been a true demon, the outcome might have been unpredictable. The man smiled, a fleeting hint of bitterness in his eyes that Lin Jiuxuan caught with ease. He had not anticipated the demon race would inflict such harm on the human race, bringing it to such a lowly state. "That I am Gui Ling. May I inquire how to address you?" "Fellow cultivator." Gui Ling appeared quite familiar as he pulled Lin Jiuxuan along towards the ferry. "Lin Daoist. May I ask why you venture to the West?" "I seek to pay a visit to the great powers." Hoping to advance further, Lin Jiuxuan suppressed his cultivation to the Tai Golden Immortal level, ensuring that he would not appear out of place. After all, at a larger location, a Tai Golden Immortal would merely hold a modest status. "Indeed, individuals like us can only try our luck at the gates of the mighty," Gui Ling remarked with a wry smile, his expression understanding. As they conversed, Lin Jiuxuan gleaned insights about the West from Gui Ling. Gui Ling had always resided there, yet his partner was exceptionally remarkable. She was a demoness who bore him a daughter. Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. After all, the circumstances between the demon and human races were vastly different. "Are you certain I can enter?" Gui Ling indeed qualified as a demon. The West was divided into territories, with the most formidable being the Spirit Mountain, where Buddhas and Bodhisattvas resided. Periodically, they descended from the mountain to disseminate teachings and open venues for lectures. Arhats would also descend to assist local believers in dealing with malevolent spirits. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow upon hearing Gui Ling's account. The Western methods appeared to be quite effective, yet the malevolent aura was indeed palpable. The dark energy surrounding Gui Ling was equally concerning to that moment. He recalled a statement made by a great person. "What you know is merely what you are permitted to know." Reflecting on this now seemed quite reasonable. There was undoubtedly a deeper context hidden from the common folk. Just as he began to calculate the source of Gui Ling's dark energy, his expression changed. He pointed a finger, sending a glimmer of light into Gui Ling's body. Observing the grayish aura above Gui Ling's head gradually darkening, he felt compelled to intervene. He realized that Gui Ling's tribulations were somehow connected to him. Had he not appeared, Gui Ling would have suffered merely an injury. Now, with his presence, the outcome had been entirely altered, veering towards an unknown direction. Lin Jiuxuan was unaware that his fate had eluded the scrutiny of the Heavenly Dao. Even the Dao Ancestor would need to sacrifice half of his life to glimpse his future, only to see a silhouette devoid of a face. Soon, they arrived at the ferry location. Only 3 or 4 large boats were docked, each capable of accommodating thousands of passengers. You know the origin of this river. Lin Jiuxuan shook his head, genuinely oblivious to these matters. He had never delved into them, for with his prowess, he could easily traverse such obstacles. That it was only after Gui Ling's elucidation that he learned this place originally lacked any form of ferrying. The river, known as the Tongtian River, was named so because the Tongtian saint had engaged in a fierce battle with the two western saints here. Due to the saint's immense power, he had pierced through the land, thereby creating this river. The existence of the ferrying industry stemmed from the lingering aura of the saints might cross the Tongtian River. One must possess at least the cultivation level of a Dao Luo golden immortal. Lin Jiuxuan found himself at a loss for words upon learning the river's origin. He had not anticipated that a seemingly unassuming master harbored such a side. Unable to tolerate the actions of the two saints, he had resorted to confrontation, even going so far as to carve out this river to prevent Buddhism from spreading to the east. Although he was already aware of Tongtian's formidable combat strength, he was still astonished that he could suppress the two western saints. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the West was impoverished, and during the allocation of saint titles, the two western saints had been left with little in terms of treasures. Moreover, the Tongtian saint wielded the four swords of extermination. Among the six saints, apart from the Taiching saint, Tongtian could be said to possess the most formidable combat prowess. As he glanced around, he noted that there were indeed thousands of individuals waiting to be ferried to the west. Fortunately, there was no cost aboard the ferry. Otherwise, he would have found himself financially constrained. He had not carried any currency on him, having been engrossed in his cultivation and rarely venturing out. Observing the Tongtian River, he took a moment to attune himself to the atmosphere, sensing the essence of the four swords of extermination. He shook his head, perplexed as to why his master would leave behind the sword intent of the extermination swords in this location. It was precisely due to the aura of the extermination sword that many sword cultivators flocked here, hoping to comprehend its profound essence, even if it were merely a fraction. Dao brother, do not linger at this ferrying pace. We shall not reach the vicinity of Lingshan for at least half a month. Gui Ling remarked, standing beside him, that he assumed Lin Jiuxuan was contemplating when they might arrive at Lingshan to seek an audience with that great being in pursuit of the method to attain Tai golden immortal status. Indeed, Lin Jiuxuan nodded silently, his gaze drifting to Gui Ling's brow, which bore a dark hue and the deepening gray aura above his head. His brows furrowed. He had not anticipated that this pace would be rather swift. After a moment of calculation, he realized that if this deepening continued, Gui Ling would encounter tribulations in less than half a month, although he could not discern the nature of these tribulations or how they might relate to him. Esteemed patrons, we shall arrive at Lingshan in half a month. A golden body arhat emerged from the ship, greeting the crowd with a Buddhist chant. Each ferrying vessel was guarded by an arhat to prevent unforeseen incidents. Each arhat was a Dao Luo golden immortal, capable of resolving most crises. Furthermore, Lingshan was merely 1,000,000 nautical miles away. Should any trouble arise, a powerful being from Lingshan could swiftly arrive. This was why the ferries were so heavily populated. The sense of security they provided was unparalleled. Lin Jiuxuan gazed upon the tranquil sea. Thoughts of Gui Ling's impending tribulation weighed heavily on his mind. It concerned him, for it was triggered by his own actions. Both being of the human race, he felt a sense of responsibility to address this tribulation. Thus, he awaited the arrival of Gui Ling's calamity while also striving to restore his own strength, for he had incurred significant depletion in that particular realm. Chapter 40. The demonic clan's provocation is but a ruse. As the sun descended, the moon gradually ascended. Lin Jiuxuan lifted his gaze, finding the lunar orb less aesthetically pleasing than before, for it lacked the presence of a certain individual, since the two emperors of the demonic clan had met with setbacks at Lin Jiuxuan's hands. They harbored discontent. However, they managed to recover some losses through acquisitions within the witch clan, thus alleviating some of their grievances. The Eastern Emperor Tai was not idle either. Days prior, it had come to light that the foremost male immortal, the Eastern King, was extensively recruiting members of the demonic clan to bolster his ranks. This development incited dissatisfaction among the two prominent figures of the demonic clan. What was the meaning of this? With the loss of the two demonic emperors, did he believe they were on the verge of extinction? Initially, it seemed inconsequential. He could recruit from the demonic clan as he pleased without opposition. Yet, the absurdity lay in the fact that the Eastern King genuinely believed himself to be the foremost male immortal of the primordial era. He had audaciously intervened in the demonic army. successfully swaying a portion of them to his cause. This provoked the ire of the two great leaders. How could they remain passive when he stood atop their heads, defecating and urinating? They had just managed to extract some benefits from the witch clan, and now he was courting disaster on Yingzhou Island. The conflict between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court was on the verge of erupting, promising to be the sweetest and juiciest fruit of the past 10 millennia. Upon learning of this situation, the Eastern Emperor Tai mobilized millions of demonic troops within 10 days, his fury palpable. He had dug into the demonic clan's foundation. Many prominent figures of the primordial realm emerged from their seclusion to witness the spectacle. Knowing well that the demonic clan was not to be trifled with, yet they could not resist the temptation of witnessing the self-inflicted turmoil. Though Yingzhou Island was but a single isle, it stretched over 1 million nautical miles, home to various spirits and creatures, including defectors from the demonic army. Upon hearing of the demonic army's advance, they cowered within the island, fearing for their lives, hoping that the Eastern King would spare them from betrayal. Nonetheless, it must be said that the Eastern King possessed a certain charisma. Among his ranks were formidable demons and even demonic gods, bestowing him with considerable strength. The Eastern King awaited the arrival of the Eastern Emperor Tai at sea with his legion of demons, fully prepared for the confrontation. The Eastern Emperor Tai, not underestimating the Eastern King, was aware that the latter commanded a formidable array known as the 10,000 Immortals Great Formation, capable of rivaling the celestial star constellation formation when fully activated. Thus, even as the demonic saints suffered losses, he had brought along 2 newly ascended demonic saints. That it was precisely due to this assurance that the Eastern King was unafraid of the Eastern Emperor Tai, for his 10,000 Immortals Great Formation was his trump card. Eastern King, do you not owe me an explanation? The voice of the Eastern Emperor Tai thundered like rolling thunder, resonating throughout Yingzhou Island. The demons who had defected to the Eastern King buried their heads in the sand, muttering to themselves, "You cannot find me. You cannot find me. You cannot find me." Upon hearing the Eastern Emperor Tai's voice, the Eastern King was not the least bit surprised from the moment he swayed the demons. He had anticipated that the Eastern Emperor Tai would return seeking retribution. Thus, he had spread word of this incident throughout the primordial realm, attracting many prominent figures to witness the unfolding drama. An explanation? I recall that the demonic emperor once sought an explanation from the human race, did he not? And what was the outcome? Severely injured. I hear the golden crow's wings were even broken. How dare you come here expecting to take advantage of me? The Eastern King replied with a grin, showing no hint of concealment. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Emperor Tai's expression shifted. This was a sore spot for him, now laid bare before the public. While not many were aware of his humiliation at the hands of the human race, those who did were not insignificant in number. However, having it publicly declared altered the entire dynamic. I know there are those who may not believe, but allow me to present evidence, the Eastern King said, noticing the skepticism on many faces. With a wave of his hand, a mirror materialized, and with a pointed finger, he revealed a scene depicting the Eastern Emperor Tai being ruthlessly trampled by Lin Jiuxuan. I also assure you that I will never poach from your side. What do you think? The powerful onlookers, who were merely spectating and enjoying the drama, have already begun to tear through the fabric of space, preparing to depart. It has become apparent that this confrontation will not escalate. However, they did not leave disappointed. After all, they did savor some rather delightful and sweet gossip. Dong Huang Tai Yi, gazing at the countenance of Dong Wang Gong, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. Truly infuriating, given that words have reached this point. A physical altercation is out of the question that if it were to continue, who knows what more explosive revelations Dong Wang Gong might unleash. Remember what you have said, Dong Huang Tai Yi uttered coldly. Before tearing through the space and departing, he intended to return and confer with his elder brother on how to deal with this insufferable Dong Wang Gong. How utterly despicable to dare expose his secrets and threaten him. Once the demon emperor had departed, the demon army swiftly vanished like a whirlwind. Observing the retreat of the demon forces, Dong Wang Gong exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. In truth, he had felt quite anxious, fearing that he had not performed adequately enough to deter Dong Huang Tai Yi. Withdraw. Stepping back onto the island, he resolved to meticulously plan the ensuing matters. There was no way the expansion could cease. A more subtle approach was required. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai, he sought out Di Jun, eager to discuss the matter at hand with his elder brother. What? He dares to threaten us? Such audacity! Di Jun erupted in fury. Rising to his feet, his heart heavy with the thought of the injustices his brother had suffered that day. Why should it be his brother who bore the brunt of such grievances? Tai Yi mobilized countless demon soldiers and demon saints to confront Dong Wang Gong. Di Jun commanded with a sweeping gesture. This affront could not be overlooked. How could one who had poached his demonkin expect to keep the demon race silent? That was utterly inconceivable, unless the opponent were a ruthless figure like Lin Jiuxuan, but Dong Wang Gong certainly did not fit that mold. Brother, what of the shattered chaos bell? Is that not a fabrication? It is quite normal for it to break. Isn't it? That does seem reasonable. Indeed, it is a falsehood. Chapter 41. The colossal beast of the abyss, Arhut subdues the demons. False. There's no issue. Who claims it is real? Has anyone seen it? They both erupted into laughter, feeling a sudden lightness in their bodies, as though they had been burdened by something heavy that a wave of relief washed over them, and they made slight progress in their cultivation that had previously stagnated. They exchanged knowing nods that it is indeed a fabrication. They had been deceived for so many years, feeling the energy within them dissipate. Gazing skyward at the cloudless expanse, a complex expression flickered in their eyes. Anomalies, yet again. In the palace of the demon Saint Baizé, he spat a mouthful of blood, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. His face pale, beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he gazed in horror towards the imperial palace. After Dong Huang Taiyi's return, he began to calculate, uncovering a truth he could scarcely believe. Initially, his calculations had gone smoothly. On the ferry, Lin Jiuxuan stood on the deck, observing the tumultuous waves of the Tongtian River. Once, there had been small islands or modest peaks in the sea, but under the relentless battering of the river's waters day and night, they had transformed into perilous reefs. Gazing at the surging surface, it was as though he was witnessing the current state of the primordial chaos. Beneath the tranquil lake's surface lurked hidden reefs, poised to unleash terrifying dangers at any moment. Although he held great confidence in his own strength, believing he could injure a saint, his previous encounter with Gong Gong had made him realize he had underestimated the primordial chaos. Just a single Gong Gong had proven challenging for him. Despite both being at the quasi-saint level, the disparity was indeed vast, leaving him in doubt. Could he truly harm a saint? Was that a genuine saint? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, the lingering essence of ferocity echoed in his mind. The sinister grin of that figure haunted his memories, as did the woman he encountered in the Tiangong sex realm. What are you pondering, Brother Lin? After several days of interaction, he found Gui Ling to be a rather straightforward individual. Treating him well and sharing tales of the primordial chaos and the formation of its treacherous landscapes, he had never delved into such matters before. After all, the past half-month had been quite dull. Listening to Gui Ling recount these stories helped pass the time, that I wonder when the human race will rise again. They both understood their identities as members of the human race. Discussing such matters presented no significant taboo. Yet upon broaching this topic, Gui Ling fell into silence. Currently, the human race struggled to survive under the oppressive weight of the demon race. Even if Lin Jiuxuan had injured the two emperors of the heavenly court and slaughtered 1,000,000 demons, the demon race continued their relentless pursuit of human lives, though now in a more subtle, less overt manner. Why concern ourselves with this? I believe the saints will protect us, Gui Ling smiled broadly, harboring faith that the saints had not abandoned them, though perhaps they were simply too occupied or in seclusion, unaware of the plight of humanity. Saints, perhaps. Lin Jiuxuan chuckled at Gui Ling's words. Those who had not experienced the trials of Shouyang Mountain likely still believed in the saints. Even the humans of Shouyang Mountain, had it not been for his sudden appearance, would have retained a glimmer of hope for the saints, even if the saints' sanctuaries had vanished. However, Brother Lin, it is best not to reveal our identities as humans. Otherwise, Gui Ling suddenly recalled something. Recently, due to Lin Jiuxuan's influence, the demon race had noticeably restrained themselves, granting the remaining humans a brief respite. Even so, their identity as humans remained a potential peril. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze remained calm as he listened to Gui Ling. The issues of a human race needed to be resolved by themselves. Relying on others for protection was not a sustainable path. Achieving strength on their own was the only true path. Depending on others was merely an illusion. Suddenly, the fairy jolted violently. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. With this jolt, he raised his head and saw a gray aura above Gui's head gradually shifting to black. That a glance revealed the ominous energy had only intensified. It's nothing. The ship has merely struck a reef. It's quite common. Gui Ling reassured him, patting his shoulder, believing Lin Jiuxuan was concerned for the ship's safety. Lin Jiuxuan remained silent, observing the transformation of the gray aura above Gui Ling's head into a sinister force. Catastrophe. Bewildered, he pondered why it was becoming an ominous aura. It had merely been calamity energy before, yet the rate of transformation was alarmingly swift. Calamity energy merely indicated one was amidst a disaster, facing potential tribulations without necessarily facing death. However, the aura of a true calamity was altogether different. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, with unpredictable forms of demise lurking at every corner. The ship's rocking did not incite panic among its occupants. All were seated in their respective quarters, meditating and cultivating. Only Lin Jiuxuan stood on the deck, his mind swirling with myriad questions. As night fell, darkness enveloped the scene, and a mist began to rise over the Tongtian River. "What is that?" Lin Jiuxuan rubbed his eyes, certain he had seen something flash by a moment ago. It was impossible to be mistaken. He expanded his senses to discern what had just passed. Boom! 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 The ship suddenly lurched violently. Even the waters of the Tongtian River crashed against the vessel. Lin Jiuxuan, now on the deck, raised his head just as a massive wave was about to crash down, but he swiftly dodged, frowning. The waters of the Tongtian River, tainted by the resonance of the saint's essence, had developed a slight characteristic of the weak water, though it was merely a hint. A Dao Realm golden immortal could withstand it. What sort of fiend is causing this turmoil? The river surged, and the entire vessel shook violently. The Arhat invoked his golden body, chanting Buddhist verses, observing the diminishing glow of the fairy's protective barrier. He frowned slightly. Such occurrences may happen occasionally, but typically, the barrier suffices to ward them off. This time, however, it has exceeded my expectations that a stream of green glowing liquid surged from the river, crashing against the barrier. Sizzle! Sizzle! The barrier deteriorated at a visible pace, corroded and destroyed. Drink! The golden body of the Arhat trembled. And with a resounding shout, golden rays emerged behind him, transforming into a cascade of golden raindrops that fell upon the barrier. Upon witnessing the Arhat's shimmering golden form, Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, fixating on what lay behind the Arhat. That golden figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient Buddha he had observed in the ethereal realm of that spatial dimension. He refrained from taking action. Retreating into the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, he wished to discern what entity was making its move, for the Tongtian River obstructed his mental probing, leaving him with only observation, unaware of the source of the disturbance. The late-stage Great Luo, Jinxian, truly spared no expense in the Spirit Mountain, but a peculiar sound emanated from the depths of the Tongtian River, causing several cultivators aboard the vessels to collapse to the ground upon hearing it. Witnessing this, Lin Jiuxuan found himself even more perplexed. The sound was exceptional and resonant. Chapter 42. Witchcraft. Calamity descends. His eyes narrowed slightly. The sound seemed eerily familiar to the Spirit Mountain, why the tone of it. This was not the first time such an event had transpired. These insignificant creatures were of no use. They were better utilized as offerings. The voice echoed. The river surged violently, causing the entire vessel to sway incessantly. Moreover, dark green liquid continuously dripped onto the barrier, corroding it. Simultaneously, a peculiar force infiltrated the ship as it rocked. Just as Lin Jiuxuan sensed this force, it exploded with a thunderous roar, striking the already battered barrier. "Save me! I don't want to die. I refuse to perish." As the barrier shattered, enormous tentacles emerged from the river, dragging one cultivator after another into the depths. Lin Jiuxuan cast a Taoist barrier around Gui Ling, shielding her. The calamity had indeed arrived. He needed to ascertain whether he could protect Gui Ling under the influence of this tribulation. He was also eager to uncover the connection between the spirit mountain and the entities lurking beneath the Tongtian River. What splendid offerings they made! A faint voice echoed from the riverbed, yet it resonated with a chilling intensity, sending tremors through the hearts of the cultivators aboard the ship as they beheld the writhing tentacles. They resembled the scythe of death, poised to strike at any moment. Ji Yuan, hidden behind Lin Jiuxuan, gazed warily at the black tentacles. "You have gone too far." The Arhut was incensed, witnessing such a situation. It was impossible for his complexion to remain unchanged. These individuals were meant to be delivered to the spirit mountain. They could not all perish here. The golden form behind him expanded, his hand forming a Buddha seal that struck down upon the black tentacles. A pure, radiant light of Buddhism illuminated his head, enhancing his already divine presence. "I it excessive. I'm not afraid to inform you that we have intercepted more than just your vessel," the voice continued. And the cultivators aboard the ship were gripped by fear. Upon hearing this, the Arhut's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed they had come prepared, and oh wonder, the Buddha had advised caution before their departure, urging them to ensure the safe return of the people. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze deepened as he bowed his head, reflecting on these words. 9 vessels had departed at different times, yet at this moment, they were all being intercepted. Creatures resembling grotesque monsters crawled from the riverbed, breaching the barrier. "Quickly, kill them. We cannot allow these creatures to ascend." Each ferry was besieged by monsters. The Arhut was entangled, though not as strongly as this singular Arhut. "Futile efforts. Do you think this will suffice to stop us?" The voice scoffed, and several more tentacles emerged, clambering onto the deck and dragging cultivators into the water. "Why not obediently become blood offerings?" "Ha ha!" The Arhut's brow furrowed as he regarded the tentacles. Clearly distressed, he glanced at the cultivators aboard the ship, then unleashed a brilliant light from his golden form, scattering it in all directions. "No, I am a follower of the Buddha. Please save me, O Buddha." The eyes of those being pulled into the water were filled with fervent hope, praying that the Buddha would intervene to rescue them. Lin Jiuxuan observed the wild expressions in their eyes and shook his head. At such a moment, to rely on others for salvation was nothing short of a dream. Of course, being the good person he would not disrupt their delusions. After all, he was a paragon of virtue. "Buddha, your own kind are in peril. How can you save them?" The voice howled, dripping with disdain for the Buddha. "Enormous appendages continued to drag cultivators from the ship, that I relish witnessing the helpless expressions of your kind." "Ha ha!" The gigantic tentacles flailed in the air, each one bearing a cultivator. Lin Jiuxuan sheltered Gui Ling in a discreet corner, observing the Arhut's demeanor, which remained unperturbed. The expressions of those being swept away lacked any semblance of compassion. Instead, they were marked by indifference, as though this was their destined fate. "Do you not sense anything amiss?" The Arhut suddenly stood, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the Tongtian lake. Before their departure, his master had instructed him that the cultivators were expendable, yet the entity in the lake must be dealt with. Lin Jiuxuan squinted, probing with his mind but discerning no anomalies. Yet the Arhut, faced with such a predicament, could not be aimless. Where lay the crux of the issue? Was there a contingency plan? "What have you done? Are you attempting to frighten me?" The moment the voice fell, the Arhut rose, slowly ascending towards the heavens. Clutching a Buddhist seal, the manifestations of various Buddhas descended behind him. "Break!" A resonant Buddhist chant echoed, and in that instant, the tentacles upon the lake's surface shattered with explosive force. Boom! 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 The eruption did not yield crimson blood, but rather a black liquid. "Ah! Cursed Buddha! I shall turn you all into puppets." The voice screeched in anguish as the tentacles of the river swiftly retracted. Following this, a roar erupted, summoning towering waves that surged towards the Arhut. "You imprisoned ancient beings, do you truly believe you can escape your confinement?" The Arhut's golden body radiated with brilliance as he coldly regarded the colossal waves. He extended a hand, transforming it into a gigantic palm that struck down upon the surging waters. The ferry swayed amidst the waves, yet miraculously did not capsize, prompting Lin Jiuxuan to marvel at the vessel's exceptional craftsmanship. Enveloping Gui Yin in his Taoist essence, he shielded her from the overwhelming pressure that he too wished to witness the form that Gui Yan's tribulation would ultimately take. That, O Buddha, in your compassion, grant them a path to salvation. I urge you to turn back. The Arhot's surroundings resonated with the chanting of sacred verses, a Buddhist wheel manifesting behind him. The imposing aura of a late-stage Luo Jinxian was unleashed, rebuking the presence within the lake. Senior brother, 8 figures descended from the river, taking their places behind the Arhot, their golden forms materializing. They faced the entity in the lake without a hint of fear. We were well prepared. One must admit, your Buddha is truly hypocritical. Ha ha ha! Today, you shall all meet your demise here. The voice roared with fury, a shadow manifesting upon the immense waves, its cold gaze fixated upon the 9 Arhats. Witchcraft! That is witchcraft! Gui Yin exclaimed, her fingers trembling and her pupils dilating as she beheld the shadow. Fortunately, Lin Jiuxuan reacted swiftly, grasping Gui Yin and lifting her into the air. Observing her countenance, the gray aura above her head had fully transformed into a malevolent force, and traces of death were already etched upon her face. He found it utterly baffling how this calamity would unfold, yet he never anticipated such a bizarre manifestation. Chapter 43. The Cannibalistic Buddha. Gui Yan's peculiar tribulation. Gui Yan's pupils gradually widened, the gray aura above her head morphing into a sinister force. The 9 Arhats descended, facing the shadow atop the colossal waves, their expressions grave. What a grand display! 9 Arhats. Are they truly here to settle accounts with us? With a sardonic tone, the shaman opened his mouth to speak, gazing into the eyes of the 9 Arhats, which betrayed no extraneous emotions, only a singular intent. That of murderous intent. The murderous intent was unabashed. The Shaman clan had been living peacefully until these accursed Buddhas, in their quest to solidify their status, embarked on a campaign of slaughter against the shamans. Had it not been for the last-minute intervention of the Sage of Heaven, who stopped the 2 Western saints and sealed this place while leaving behind the intent of the extermination sword, the Buddhas would have surely torn asunder the seal to annihilate them. The malevolent and heretical must be eradicated. Had it not been for the compassion of my Buddha, how could you still be alive? It is one thing to not express gratitude to my Buddha, but to tear apart the seal and devour sentient beings is another. Today, I shall purify the malevolent and the heretical on behalf of my Buddha. The Arhat spoke, looking disdainfully at the shaman, while the Arhats behind him shimmered with golden bodies, their eyes filled with pity for the shaman. Their mission was to eliminate the shamans in the river, employing any means necessary. Buddha! Truly shameless to the extreme, daring to call yourselves Buddhas. Was it not you who tore apart the seal? That tentacled monster was clearly one of your own spiritual pets. With a wave of his hand, the shaman summoned a colossal shadow from the riverbed. It was the very beast that had extended its tentacles to devour sentient beings, a gigantic sea creature. Lin Jiuxuan observed this scene, his earlier puzzlement dissipating as he found it strange why the Arhats remained indifferent as the people on the boat were ensnared by tentacles. Now he understood. It was all a ruse orchestrated by their own kind to tear apart the seals set by his esteemed master, thereby extinguishing the shamans. This shaman was not of the Shaman clan, for the Shaman clan cultivated their physical forms from the essence of Pangu, hence their name. This shaman, too, was a sorcerer capable of devouring the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Commanding demonic creatures, and even crafting puppets, he was benevolent and never sought to harm others. Yet his combat prowess was formidable, nearly invincible among his peers. Thus, when Buddhism was newly established, it sought to assert its dominance and harness the power of faith. The benevolent shamans became prime targets for their schemes. Ultimately, it was the Sage of Heaven who could no longer bear witness and carved out the River of Heaven, establishing a seal that spared the shamans from extermination. He had heard of this event from his senior sister Sanxiao, and, at the time, he had wondered why the Sage of Heaven had secluded himself for so long. Now it appeared that he had been injured while intercepting the 2 Western saints. Buddha's teachings are indeed pleasing to the ear, high and mighty, yet they conceal a predatory nature. I wonder what your followers would think if they knew. The shaman looked at the 9 Arhats with disdain. stating that had they not initially harbored benevolent intentions, and had they not placed their trust in the Buddhas, how could the Shaman clan have fallen to such depths? His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Between them and the Buddhas, there existed only life and death. Lin Jiuxuan infused his Dao rhythm into the body of the ancient figure, temporarily sealing away his five senses. He produced a spirit fruit, intrigued, marveling at its size and sweetness. Indeed, the Buddhas are predatory in nature, a sentiment he fully endorsed. From the earlier actions of the Arhats, it was clear that life held little value in their eyes. Moreover, this was a seal established by a sage. Breaking it would not be a matter of mere moments. Thus, one could only wonder how many sentient beings had perished here. This is the essence of Buddhism. Sacrificing lives to tear apart a seal. You have no chance. Today, the Shaman clan shall be eradicated. Upon concluding his words, the Arhat gestured, and the 9 Arhats moved in unison, positioning themselves in 9 directions. They simultaneously chanted the Buddhist scriptures, their golden bodies stepping into the luminous circle. A pillar of light rose from their bodies, forming a massive barrier inscribed with the marks of Buddha. Let us see how much you have truly grown. The shaman thought as he felt his power suppressed to the level of a Great Luo golden immortal. He raised his head to glance at the barrier above him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Did they truly believe that suppressing his realm would effectively restrain his strength? How laughable! Allow you to experience the might of Buddha. The Arhats unleashed their golden bodies, merging into the barrier to strike the shaman with a single punch. One punch alone was inconsequential, but 9 punches combined were far from simple arithmetic. A tremendous rumble echoed as the shaman extended a finger, a beam of light emanating from his fingertip, transforming into a colossal shield that blocked the incoming assault. One golden body swiftly appeared behind the shaman, delivering a powerful blow, with the remaining golden bodies following suit, launching attacks from 9 different angles, each strike causing tremors in the surrounding space. Though both were Great Luo golden immortals, the shaman's strength, even when suppressed, remained resiliently formidable. If this was all they could muster, it would be a grave disappointment. As the shaman dodged and retaliated, a burst of radiant energy exploded forth from his fingertip, forcing the 9 golden bodies to retreat. Lin Jiuxuan, munching on the spirit fruit, found the battle thoroughly entertaining. The barrier was undoubtedly blessed by Buddha, effectively isolating all divine consciousness from probing within and suppressing their realms to match that of the primary formation. In other words, if the practitioner overseeing this formation was a Tai golden immortal, then their cultivation would be restrained to that level. Lin Jiuxuan observed, shaking his head. The Arhats were bound to be defeated. Even if they suppressed the shaman's realm, he dealt with the 9 golden bodies with ease, showing no signs of struggle. Change formation. The leading Arhat shouted, replacing the lowest-ranked Great Luo golden immortal among them to take charge of the formation. Only a Great Luo golden immortal could sustain this formation. Clever, indeed, but the outcome would remain unchanged. The shaman shook his head. Although his power was repeatedly suppressed, it did not affect him in the slightest. The ability to adapt and change indicated that the Buddhas possessed some degree of wisdom. Yet he frowned at the 9 golden bodies, finding their defenses rather robust. After repelling all 9 golden bodies with a single punch, he felt a slight ache in his palm that he wondered what method had been employed to cultivate such a tough exterior. Their skin was exceedingly thick. Truly, the Buddhas had not changed. With a dismissive flick of his arm, the shaman remarked, "I must find a way to break through the golden bodies. Otherwise, I shall remain trapped here. Did your master not say that among equals, my shaman clan is invincible?" The Arhat's expression shifted at these words. He suddenly recalled this point and regretted not having kept 2 Tai golden immortals for their defense. Although only a Great Luo golden immortal could lead the formation, it was not stated that no one below that rank could oversee it. It would be unsustainable for long, resulting in death, of course. Lin Jiuxuan suddenly met the shaman's gaze and felt an ominous premonition wash over him. As expected. Chapter 44. Self-inflicted tribulation, unavoidable. Upon locking eyes with the shaman, he sensed impending doom. Indeed, the Arhats noticed him as well. A golden body stepped forth from the formation, descending toward Lin Jiuxuan's position. Seeing Lin Jiuxuan, who was leisurely enjoying his spirit fruit, the Arhut's anger surged. While they fought fiercely, here was a lone survivor, indulging in spirit fruits as if watching a spectacle. You, here's your chance. Enter the formation and assist us in eradicating the malevolent and the heretical. I recommend you for membership in Ling Mountain. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This practitioner was far too presumptuous, casually observing their struggle, looking down upon Lin Jiuxuan with an air of condescension. It was as if he were saying, "You ought to kneel and express your gratitude." Why? Had it been anyone else, they would likely have acquiesced, but Lin Jiuxuan was no ordinary individual. Did he need a recommendation to join Ling Mountain? He possessed ample means of his own. Besides, he had no regard for this Arhut, who displayed an unwarranted arrogance. Was it not more enjoyable to observe than to engage in such a trivial battle? This was far more entertaining than watching a circus. The formation could only be maintained by a Great Luo golden immortal. Any leader below that rank, regardless of their combat strength, would undoubtedly perish. The shaman had clearly discerned Lin Jiuxuan's true cultivation level and deliberately made such a statement to draw attention to himself, attempting to divert the blame onto Lin Jiuxuan. Truly a schemer. Yet, he relished the situation. However, one could not expect to seize without offering something in return. Attempting to have him lead the formation without consequence was too ambitious. The Arhut's expression darkened. If permitted, he would have wanted nothing more than to seize this individual and eliminate him on the spot. Had it not been for the special techniques required to maintain the formation, he would have acted without hesitation. Lin Jiuxuan spoke softly, exhibiting a demeanor of timidity. His gaze turned towards Wu, contemplating that if he wished to play, he might as well indulge him. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and why not accept such an opportunity for amusement that came knocking at his door? As their eyes met, a sense of foreboding washed over Wu upon locking onto Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, as if he had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. How could a Grand Luo Jinxian possess such an expression? He murmured under his breath, his form flickering within the golden body. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's silhouette, the unease in his heart deepened. He had made a grave error in judgment, presenting the Buddha's relic and the heart-guard mirror. The Arhut's complexion darkened as he placed the two treasures before Lin Jiuxuan. His teeth clenched in fury as he glared at him, wishing he could tear him apart. How could he have been ensnared by someone who had brought misfortune to his sacred mountain? A deadly decree formed within his mind. Very well, with such fervent invitation from the Arhut, I shall exert my utmost to safeguard the righteous path, casually storing the relic and the heart-guard mirror. He didn't even bother to cast them a glance, for they would eventually belong to him. Striding ahead, he walked confidently before the Arhut, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The performance was merely beginning, and the true nature of the prey remained uncertain. The Arhut, gritting his teeth, watched Lin Jiuxuan's retreating figure with a murderous glint in his eyes, signaling his disciples with a motion to strike. Approaching the formation, the Arhut relayed to Lin Jiuxuan the method of presiding over the array. Rest assured, I shall master the formation diligently. Lin Jiuxuan replied, hopeful that the Arhats would recommend him a chance at the sacred mountain in due course. Stepping into the formation, he began to weave hand seals. The power of the array indeed started to wane. Observing this, the Arhut swiftly launched an assault towards Wu, seizing the opportunity to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Alongside his own essence, 18 Grand Luo Jinxian struck in unison, relinquishing control of the array entirely to Lin Jiuxuan. This was not due to trust, but rather because if one person managed the array, the presiding individual would be unable to divert their focus elsewhere unless they dismantled the formation. Lin Jiuxuan had already sworn an oath earlier, and it was indeed under the name of Gui Ling. This was why they could confidently entrust the entire array to him. After all, they were all destined to perish. With a heavenly oath binding them, in the primordial chaos, no one could defy their own celestial vows. Yet they had miscalculated. As everyone entered the formation, a smile crept across Lin Jiuxuan's face. Boom! Bang! What was happening? The Arhut was sent flying by a single punch from Wu, who then turned his gaze towards Lin Jiuxuan. Bewildered that Wu, too, was taken aback. The sudden surge of power within him had been unleashed. Glancing at Lin Jiuxuan in confusion, he noted that the force that had previously restrained him had now ascended to the pinnacle level of Luo Jingxian. For the first time, he felt a hint of instability. As he spoke, the momentum within the formation suddenly dwindled. Wu found himself unexpectedly suppressed to the realm of Tai Jingxian, providing the Arhats with a chance to unleash a torrent of attacks upon him. Finally alleviating their pent-up frustration, Wu was utterly baffled. He had distinctly perceived that the human was of the Luo Jingxian level. How could he have suddenly been relegated to Tai Jingxian? Lin Jiuxuan familiarized himself with the formation and soon realized that it was rather straightforward. The suppression of power was intimately tied to the presiding individual's magical prowess. Thus, he could manipulate the array's suppressive capabilities, leading to the earlier scene that it was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the Arhats. On Ezhou Island, a myriad of ferocious demons loomed ominously nearby. "What does this mean, Demon Emperor?" Dong Wang Gong inquired, observing the grim countenance of the dual emperors of the demon race. The overwhelming presence of countless demons at their doorstep was quite distressing. The 10 great demon saints hovered above, their oppressive aura making Dong Wang Gong uncomfortable. Not to mention, the dual emperors of the demon race were reinforcing their formation. Ezhou Island had become a veritable fortress. With no means of ingress or egress, there's no real significance. It's merely that the demon army has been rather idle lately, so we thought we'd bring them out for some practice. Dong Huangtai reclined in a chair, casually holding a spirit fruit. Idle, indeed. Thoughts of frustration raced through his mind, pondering the absurdity of it all. How could they come to his doorstep to engage in drills? His expression soured, resembling one who had just ingested something foul. He found himself unable to retaliate against the unexpected arrival of the demons. Tai Yi, how can you say that? How can you conduct military drills at another's doorstep? This is sheer ignorance, Dong Wang Gong. My friend, Tai Yi is simply lacking in discernment. Surely, you wouldn't hold a child accountable for such folly. At this remark, the onlookers were incensed, ready to unleash their indignation. What audacity! Tai Huang Tai Yi a child. He has lived for several epochs. How can he still be considered a child? Dong Wang Gong found himself a loss for words, as the statement was already made, as a being of primordial essence. Dong Wang Gong was indeed born before Tai. Thus, his assertion held merit. The expressions of the 10 great demon saints reflected astonishment as they gazed at their king. Was this the same ruler they once knew? How had his audacity grown so swiftly? Wu's countenance darkened as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan, the master of the array, with a stormy expression. Chapter 45. The astonishing golden body Lin Jiuxuan slowly turned to face the assembly within the formation. The Arhats bore ashen faces, their bodies marred with injuries. Were it not for the golden body supporting them, one could hardly tell they were Arhats at all. Puffed. He turned away, unable to suppress a chuckle. For this group bore wounds to varying degrees, particularly Wu, whose black robes were tattered and a few teeth had been knocked out. His original form was revealed, pale and strikingly reminiscent of a human. "Who are you?" Wu questioned Lin Jiuxuan, having discerned that while this person was at the level of Luo Jingxian, his combat prowess could not be measured by mere rank. The Arhats glared at him with hatred, wishing they could devour him whole. Had it not been for this individual, they would not be in such dire straits. They had never experienced such a lowly state since achieving the golden body of the Arhat. "Do not regard me with such disdain. It was you who invited me to preside over the array," Lin Jiuxuan retorted, emphasizing the word invited. The Arhats immediately turned their gaze towards Wu, blaming him for the predicament. Were it not for Wu, they would never have sought out Lin Jiuxuan, a being of such monstrous caliber, nor would they have paid a price to bring him forth. I had no idea he was this terrifying. Wu chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He had misjudged the situation, his first significant error in judgment. The performance had concluded, and it was time to stretch. As he finished speaking, the Arhats were all unceremoniously flung out of the formation. "My master is Tongtian," but he cast a wary glance at Wu, who exuded an immense pressure. While he could remain composed in the presence of the 2 demon emperors, Wu's aura instilled a sense of trepidation. This individual posed a significant threat, and he was uncertain if invoking Tongtian's name would suffice. Unfazed, he clutched Wong Tong's jade stone, capable of summoning him in an instant, just as it was poised to strike. He heard Tongtian's name, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes that Wu ceased his assault and promptly dismantled the formation. His fists fell like raindrops upon the Arhats. Ah, ah, ah. The Arhats emitted piercing cries, their faces swelling grotesquely under Lin Jiuxuan's relentless blows. Bang! This golden body is quite intriguing. As his fist struck the golden body, a resounding clang echoed, and a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Jiuxuan's eyes. He had anticipated that his punch would pierce through the Luo Jingxian, yet this golden body withstood the impact. Bang, bang, bang. Several more punches landed upon the golden body. Lin Jiuxuan clasped his hands behind his back, shaking them lightly. The golden body was remarkably resilient. Even his arms felt slightly numb. Not strike the golden body. You cannot penetrate it. Upon hearing Wu's voice, he descended directly before the Arhats that Wu stretched out his hand, enveloping the golden body with his magical powered in no time. All the Arhats were unceremoniously tossed into the Tongtian River. The Tongtian River bore similarities to the weak water, leaving Wu uncertain of what fate awaited the Arhats. You claim to be a disciple of Tongtian? Wu landed before Lin Jiuxuan. Enveloping the 9 golden bodies with his magical energy, he scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan, for had he not been a disciple of Tongtian, the severity of his injuries would have made him an easy target. My master is indeed the revered Tongtian sage, the leader of the截教. The depths of the Tongtian River are not as the outside world speculates. They are not merely the waters of weakness. Following the shaman to the bottom of the Tongtian River, he beheld a vast array. Lines of intricate patterns shimmered upon it, and as he gazed upon this grand scene, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated the existence of such an array here, and upon it he sensed a familiar aura, the essence of the Jiuxian sword. Indeed, it was the Jiuxian sword. This seal had been laid down as the foundation of the array by an old friend of Tongtian. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's expression, the shaman remarked, having been scrutinizing his demeanor throughout their journey. Should Lin Jiuxuan reveal the slightest hint of treachery, he would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. The shaman raised his hand, effortlessly parting the air to create an opening. They stepped inside. To Lin Jiuxuan's astonishment, the interior resembled a paradise untouched by the outside world. It stretched for millions of nautical miles, filled with primordial ancient trees and ethereal spirits dancing in the air. There were also celestial herbs and spiritual fruits, pristine and unspoiled. Following closely behind the shaman, he witnessed members of the shaman clan tending to the spiritual flowers and herbs, wielding hoes and laboring in the fields. Along the way, he encountered several individuals whose presence sent shivers down his spine. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. There was a reason his master had sealed it away. At the same time, he pondered the formidable strength of Tongtian, capable of sealing such a vast expanse. Here, numerous powerful beings resided. Throughout his journey, he had come across several presences at the quasi-saint level. Since his arrival, he felt as though unseen eyes were watching him. This sensation, he believed, could not be mistaken. This indicated that there were beings comparable to saints lurking here. He increasingly felt that the saints of the primordial world were not as simple as he had perceived. He recalled the shaman's words that, although this place was sealed by Tongtian, there remained those who harbored animosity towards him. The shaman clan had been sealed away out of necessity, not by choice. Thus, his understanding of Tongtian's might deepened, leading him to realize that the primordial world held complexities far beyond his current comprehension. There undoubtedly existed terrifying entities in places seldom trodden by mortals. Akin to the forbidden realms described in novels, as a disciple of Tongtian, he truly was a dragon among men. Upon meeting the leader of the shaman clan, he felt as if his very being was laid bare before that penetrating gaze. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him, a sense of trepidation emanating from the depths of his soul, independent of raw power. Simply the intensity of that gaze made him feel utterly powerless. Esteemed leader, my aptitude is humble. It was the benevolence of my master that took me in, he stammered, lowering his head in deference to in the presence of such a formidable figure. He dared not act out of line. knowing that a mere flick of the wrist could extinguish his life in an instant. Leaving no time for summoning Wong Tong. Benevolence, have someone arrange for this esteemed disciple to rest, the leader commanded, as Lin Jiuxuan was escorted away from the grand hall to his quarters. As he departed, he distinctly sensed a flicker of disdain and complexity in the leader's eyes. He could not discern the cause of such disdain. Was it due to his mention of benevolence? He felt an unsettling aura surrounding this place, compelling him to leave post-haste. Once the shaman returned, he would request to resign. "Immortal, we have arrived at your abode," the attendant announced as he left. Lin Jiuxuan surveyed the modest dwelling, a simple courtyard with a picturesque view. Yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered in the air. He chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on sensing his surroundings, which revealed no trace of surveillance. Closing the door, he waved his hand, summoning the 9 golden figures before him. Ding! Hidden task triggered. The disappeared 12 golden figures. Task completion level 9 out of 12. Rewards: 1 lottery opportunity, 1 enhancement of physique, 1 opportunity to comprehend the essence of the Dao. Chapter 46. Wong Tong's frenzy. He contemplated why he would assist the Arhood aside from the shaman's influence. There was also the task issued by the system. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to help. He possessed no malicious intent. The rewards appeared quite generous. Aside from the lottery, the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. Enhancement of physique. Elevate the host's physique to the true quasi-saint level. True quasi-saint level. Upon reading this, he sensed something amiss. What constituted a true quasi-saint? Were those he had encountered not true quasi-saints? Comprehension of the Dao. Understand the essence of the Dao within the realm of the Dao. Duration: 1 hour. The realm of the Dao. To comprehend the essence of the Dao, there would be a waste of resources, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This piqued his curiosity regarding the significance of these golden figures. The system's rewards were exceedingly rich. Both enhancements, aside from the lottery, hinted at extraordinary potential. Whether in physique or Dao comprehension, such enhancements were far from trivial, especially the latter, which directly led him to the realm of the Dao. Though he knew not what the realm of the Dao entailed, its name alone suggested great profundity. System, what purpose do the 12 golden figures serve? He could not help but inquire. Did the 12 golden figures hold some significance for the system? The disappeared 12 golden figures, constructed by an unknown mighty being using the strength of the entire nation to safeguard the nation's fortune. Function: Level 2 low. Please elevate your level to upgrade the system and gain more privileges. Recalling this description, he could not help but think of his senior sister, the first emperor of all time, who had once rallied the strength of the nation to forge 12 bronze figures. Might there be some connection? He remembered the divine ability of crossing the sea under a cover of FOGI in the system's prompts. All was marked as the work of an unknown mighty being. System: Scan for any surveillance or imminent threats. Ding! Consume 10 strands of primordial purple energy. Initiating probe. As the system's voice echoed, his heart ached. 10 strands of primordial purple energy. How precious they were! He clutched his chest, realizing they were not easily obtained. He had merely spoken casually, yet that single utterance cost him 10 strands of primordial purple energy. The pain was palpable. Ding! Scan complete. NO surveillance detected within 100 miles. Within 100 miles, there exists one individual at the Dao Realm with murderous intent, and 1 half step into the Enlightenment Realm. Mortality rate: 100%. Observing this detection result, he suddenly recognized the system's utility. Murderous intent. He could not fathom why someone at the Dao Realm would harbor malice towards him. He had gained a clear understanding of the Dao Realm in the system's hierarchy. That is to say, in the primordial world, quasi-saints facing off against someone at the Dao Realm had a 100% chance of being defeated. He could defeat quasi-saints, one who could contend with an individual at the Dao Realm. Upon seeing this prompt, he immediately dismissed such thoughts. Enhancing his abilities was far more crucial. Enhance physique. Commencing enhancement to quasi-saint level. As the system's voice faded, he felt enveloped by a surge of black energy. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a pitch-black, starry sky. Lightning began to strike from above, crashing down upon him. What the? No warning whatsoever. The lightning coursed through his body, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were on the verge of explosion. Surging through his veins and bones that on the ground, the fists of celestial giants rained down upon him. His robes were torn to shreds, revealing his robust bronze skin. Heavenly thunder stirred the earth fire. As lightning rained down from above, flames of crimson erupted from the depths, scorching his skin. Thunder from above and fire from below. Accompanied by the fists of celestial giants, all converged upon him in the great hall of the Shaman clan. Speak up. What is your perspective on this matter? The leader sat upon the high seat, surveying the elders below, who were the true masters of the Shaman clan. Now that the seal had been broken, a collective decision was required. Even as leader, he was not exempt from this necessity. TCH, just looking for someone to bear the blame. One elder who sat in front cast a sidelong glance at the leader, secretly disparaging him. Observing the others in the hall, he shook his head. They remained as short-sighted as ever, having forgotten the humiliations of the past. Leader, I believe we can use that disciple of Tongtian as a focal point, one elder suggested, casting a glance at the shaman. The elders were divided into two factions at the time of Tongtian's sealing of a Shaman clan. Some had voiced their dissent. Unacceptable. Tongtian once bestowed favor upon our clan, and this matter is improper. An elder from the opposing faction rose to object. Favor? What favor? If it weren't for Tongtian, would we have been forced to endure this humiliation? You may wish to live this way, but we do not. What nonsense! Had it not been for Tongtian, a heated argument erupted amidst the conversation. The clan leader rubbed his temples in exasperation, as it was always this way. He cast a glance at the shaman, signaling him to intervene, fearing he might lose his temper and annihilate these individuals in a fit of rage. The shaman sighed, lamenting that the burden of resolution always fell upon him. After all, it was he who had quelled the dissenting voices single-handedly, leading to Tongtian's sealing. Nonsense! Do you think your words hold any weight? Were it not for our esteemed friend Tongtian, you wouldn't even have bones left to speak. The shaman rose, indignantly pointing a finger at a group of elders within the grand hall. After venting his frustration, he took a sip of water and continued. Shaman, your words are utterly excessive. An elderly elder stepped forward, unable to endure the tirade any longer. Even a clay figurine has its temper, let alone beings of such great power. Excessive? I have long held disdain for you. Come, let us step outside and settle this. With that, he grasped the elder's hand and dragged him toward the exit, exposing his robust physique, embodying the very image of confrontation. Ahem, the clan leader coughed twice, shooting him a warning glance. That is enough. We must not go too far. Did I understand the importance of knowing when to retreat? For now, we shall let this matter rest. As for Lin Jiuxuan, I caution you all, should anyone lay a hand on him, do not expect me to show mercy. Upon hearing this, the assembly trembled, their expressions shifting, fully aware that the shaman was not jesting. He was indeed serious and capable of lethal action. The fear he instilled was not solely due to his status as a protector of the Shaman clan, but also stemmed from his overwhelming prowess that surpassed any individual present in the hall. All of you disperse, declared the clan leader, his form transforming into a fleeting flash before vanishing, leaving behind a collection of bewildered elders. The Shaman clan had designated a certain area as forbidden, questioning why he was so protective of Lin Jiuxuan. Merely a disciple, the clan leader regarded the shaman earnestly, having contemplated the idea of taking action against Lin Jiuxuan himself, yet refrained from voicing it out of respect for the shaman's authority. After all, he had to consider the clan's welfare as the leader. Yes, I shall guard him, just as he once protected me. I know you have your thoughts, but let me assure you, my protection is warranted. For he is no ordinary individual. As the shaman spoke, he poured himself a drink, offering the clan leader a flask. The young man possesses a murderous sword intent, coupled with a presence that even I find daunting. The clan leader furrowed his brow at this revelation, realizing that the sword intent alone posed a significant challenge, not to mention the aura that even the shaman regarded with trepidation. Their strengths were closely matched, and hearing the shaman's words extinguished any lingering thoughts of confrontation. The shaman glanced at the clan leader, hoping he would refrain from making foolish decisions. This was truly not a place for mortals. Lin Jiuxuan cursed as he exited that realm, feeling as though he had been subjected to inhumane treatment. Countless times, he had considered forsaking the enhancement of his physical form, as the pain stemmed not only from his corporeal body, but also from the torment of his primordial spirit. Leading him to contemplate surrender, an hour felt like an eternity, akin to centuries passing. However, he could not deny the remarkable transformation. He felt empowered, his physical strength having increased tenfold. If he could once shatter a peak de Luo golden immortal with a single punch, now he could pierce through a quasi-saint with ease. Observing his bronze skin, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own reflection. Utilize the opportunity for Dao comprehension, the system's announcement echoed, granting him a fleeting hour. As he felt the change envelop him, he was taken aback. Is this truly not the ocean? He gazed upward, discovering fish swimming about and various seaweed-like entities drifting around. Isn't this supposed to be the realm of Dao? He wondered how it felt akin to being submerged in the depths of the sea. Ding! Warning! Do not question the system. Failure to comply will result in cancellation of opportunity. The system's voice sent a jolt through him, its tone now tinged with a hint of arrogance. Frowning, he extended his hand towards the swimming fish. Observing a radiant aura swirling around his fingertips, it dawned on him that each entity here could embody the Dao. Indeed, this was the realm of Dao. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, unwilling to squander the limited time he had. Missing this chance would mean an uncertain wait for the next opportunity that in someone else's domain. He felt an acute lack of security, which was profoundly unsettling, especially with the lingering sensation of being easily crushed by others. Meanwhile, a breathtaking woman trailed behind Wong Tong, the very one who had once been with Hongjun. Is this the place? She mused, her eyes glistening with intrigue as she surveyed the magnificent palace, where layers of formations enveloped it, all lethal arrays capable of decimating any being beneath the Dao level. Hand me the key, she demanded, her eyes narrowing as she sensed a similar aura within the palace, realizing that the woman possessed the means to unlock its secrets. What key? The woman replied, her gaze flickering, pondering how he could possibly know about the key. She had led Wong Tong here, hoping to harness the power of the formations. Having previously navigated these arrays with considerable difficulty, she had even resorted to using life-saving talismans. Although Wong Tong was stronger than her, she doubted he could traverse these deadly arrays. You truly believe I would shy away from killing you? Wong Tong retorted, his eyes gleaming with a hint of murderous intent. I have not. The woman, feeling the weight of his menace, defiantly raised her head, her stubbornness evident. Tears glistened in her eyes as she pouted, staring at Wong Tong. If I lack the key, does that mean I cannot enter? You underestimate me. Wong Tong's expression shifted suddenly as he regarded the woman's demeanor. A grin breaking across his face, he laughed with abandon, surprised to find himself underestimating by someone else. With a swift turn, he unsheathed the Celestial Emperor's sword and stepped boldly into the formation to a reckless attempt. The woman was stunned, unable to process his sudden action as he vanished into the array. She harbored doubts about Wong Tong's ability to return unscathed. Yet an inexplicable voice urged her to remain, to wait. After much internal conflict, she ultimately decided to trust her instincts. After all, what if a miracle were to occur? Though she found it difficult to believe. Having experienced the formidable power of the formations firsthand, she knew that even those at the pinnacle of the Dao Realm would hesitate to claim they could breach these arrays. Chapter 47. Is the companion treasure a fake? The passage of time in the Primordial Realm was immeasurable. The simultaneous disappearance of the 6 saints did not incite much of a stir. It was a rather commonplace occurrence, unless someone investigated with intent. It would go unnoticed on Yingzhou Island. News of the demon race's dual emperors surrounding the island spread swiftly, attracting numerous powerful figures, all anticipating the outbreak of war. With such a formidable display from the demon race, including 10 demon saints and both emperors present, how could one not speculate? This does not align with the information provided by the Eastern King. Weren't we supposed to engage in battle? Questions arose among the many powerful beings who had rushed to the scene. Prepared to mediate, they had anticipated a confrontation, especially after the Eastern King had been humiliated by Dong Huangtai last time. However, the current situation left them dumbfounded. They arrived ready to intervene, only to find that it hardly resembled the Eastern King's narrative. The demon race seemed uninterested in seeking revenge. They were merely drilling their troops, posing no threat to Yingzhou Island. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the powerful figures he had invited, the Eastern King found himself at a loss for words. Was he to assert that the demons had only obstructed the Eastern King's people? He knew that if he dared to utter such a claim, they would promptly turn and leave without a moment's hesitation. Since you all have arrived, why not join me for a drink? Dijun welcomed the assembly, many of whom he had encountered during their time with the Shaman clan. Bring forth the tables for our esteemed guests. Before anyone could react, Dijun waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to bring forth the prepared provisions. Observing this, the assembled figures were rendered speechless. It was evident they had anticipated their arrival, making the situation all the more perplexing. We appreciate your hospitality, your majesty. In such circumstances, traversing the path became increasingly arduous. With a bitter smile, he ascended, much to the dismay of Dong Wang Gong. These were the reinforcements he had painstakingly summoned. Now summoned away by the Demon Emperor, fear gripped him, as he dreaded the possibility of the Demon Emperor holding him accountable for this turn of events. Previously, he had dared to act arrogantly. Emboldened by the support of the ancestral shaman, openly exposing the wounds of the Eastern sovereignty, this time he too sought the ancestral shaman's assistance, only to be met with a cold shoulder. It was a foregone conclusion that the ancestral shaman would not lend him aid. Thus, he succumbed to cowardice, despite bearing the lofty title of the foremost male immortal of the primordial era. Alas, my esteemed colleagues, the wait has been most arduous. Once all were seated, Emperor Dijun finally spoke, his words leaving the assembly in a state of confusion. What was the meaning of this grand spectacle? Merely to await their arrival? Was it possible that a powerful being had glanced at the wine in his cup, suddenly finding it unappealing and hesitant to partake? Demon Emperor, we have merely come to mediate. What did the Demon Emperor mean by this? He had boldly articulated their purpose, fearful that the two raging individuals might indiscriminately wreak havoc upon them, when these two were driven to madness. Few could withstand their fury within the primordial realm. Wait, what? Quasi-saints. A powerful being's expression shifted dramatically as they regarded Dijun, realizing he could not sense the auras of either Dijun or Dong Huangtai. Not long ago, their realms were comparable. Now, with Dijun's sudden breakthrough, what was the implication? Was it an assertion of dominance? Surely, some among the assembly began to connect the dot that Dijun lifted his gaze towards Zhen Yuanzi, raising his wine cup in a gesture that left Zhen Yuanzi momentarily bewildered. Could it be that his deductions were correct? In truth, he wished to pose a singular question to all present. A question? You orchestrated such a grand affair merely to ask a question. The assembly was left flabbergasted, with even Dong Wang Gong himself rendered speechless. Do you not know whether your accompanying treasures are genuine? Upon this inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the room, with the sound of breath resonating clearly. Could it be that accompanying treasures might possess fraudulent counterparts? What did the Demon Emperor mean by this? A powerful being rose to inquire further. If the Demon Emperor claimed this gathering was for the sake of questioning, it could not possibly pertain to a trivial matter, nor to the authenticity of one's accompanying treasures. A significant number of those present had encountered the Wu clan and were aware of the situation surrounding the loss of treasures. Esteemed friends, you may observe Tai's cultivation. Dijun stood, addressing the assembly. He intended to unveil the deception that had ensnared them for so long. Unfathomable. Only then did the assembly recognize the profound transformation in the cultivation of both Dijun and Dong Huangtai. If previously they were akin to a trickling brook, now they resembled a mighty river, entirely incomparable. Could it be? Indeed, this bore relevance to the accompanying treasures. Noting the skepticism among the assembly, he articulated his thoughts clearly. He believed this realm had deceived the primordial realm for far too long, and he felt compelled to expose the truth for all to see. As you all are aware, the relationship between Tai and my accompanying treasures, the Eastern Sovereign Bell and the river diagram and book, is well known. You are also cognizant of the defensive prowess these two treasures possess, deemed invulnerable beneath the saintly threshold. What you may not know is that apart from Tai's Eastern Sovereign Bell having been destroyed, my river diagram and book has also met a similar fate. Upon this revelation, an uproar erupted among the crowd. They were aware of the destruction of the Eastern Sovereign Bell, but how could the river diagram and book have been destroyed? Both treasures were capable of withstanding attacks from saints that Dijun had anticipated such a reaction. Realizing that when he first heard Tai's conjecture, he felt similarly. Subsequently, they deduced that the accompanying treasures were all fabrications, a shackle restricting their advancement. I understand your doubts, yet I must convey this. This realm is a falsehood. As this declaration reverberated, the assembly erupted in tumult, a sudden tension enveloping the air as thunder rumbled ominously overhead. It seemed poised to strike, but ultimately relented, awaiting a more opportune moment. All present could witness the unfolding events with clarity. According to the edicts of the Heavenly Dao, anyone daring to question this realm would undoubtedly face annihilation. Yet now, both Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun remained unscathed. Transcendence. The term resonated in the minds of all. This implied the possibility of truth, suggesting that a transformation within the primordial realm was imminent. One by one, the assembly began to disperse, the magnitude of what had just transpired weighing heavily upon them. Let us depart as well that I ask that it. You're simply leaving? Dong Huang Tai inquired, perplexed as he observed the retreating figures. The purpose of this elaborate performance was to convey a critical message. Was it truly so simple to return now? Tai, the outcome has already been determined. We need only plant a seed within their hearts. Di Jun remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he watched their departing silhouettes. He realized he had become somewhat more astute. Regardless of the final outcome, he had done what was necessary. The rest was now up to them. This interval had afforded the brothers ample opportunity to develop in secrecy. You have your work cut out for you. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Uncertain of why the skies deceived them, yet he understood that his objective had been achieved. He had sown a seed within the primordial realm, one that could sprout at any moment. Lin Jiuxuan of the Wu clan found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had done nothing, yet the system's voice suddenly echoed, startling him. Chapter 48. The unexpected arrival of the Wu. Unlike others who sat comfortably at home while calamity befell them from above, his situation was quite different. While others remained at home, blessings inexplicably graced him, and he eagerly anticipated more. Ding! Hidden task completed. The false sky. Reward. Divine ability. Illusionary path and stealthy maneuver. Illusionary path and stealthy maneuver. One of the 36 divine abilities established by an unknown powerful being. Effect. To confuse. Emerging from the realm of Dao, he felt invigorated, yet before he could stabilize his own Dao rhythm, joyous news reached him. Another false sky? He pondered, stroking his chin. He recalled having previously triggered and completed a hidden task. Also related to the false sky. Was it possible this was a continuous task, or perhaps an infinitely triggerable one? Only when the sky ceased to be false would it conclude that if this were the case. He could trigger it indefinitely. However, he was uncertain how to initiate such a process. Moreover, as the system indicated, one of the 36 divine abilities, having now triggered it twice, he had obtained 2 divine abilities, hiding from heaven and crossing the sea, and now illusionary path and stealthy maneuver. With 34 more opportunities to trigger, he thought it best to wait for the next chance. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic thoughts, wondering how Gui Ling was faring, with the calamity's essence coursing through him. He should not be so easily dispatched to fulfill the system's task. He had placed Gui Ling on the ferry, yet he was uncertain of the outcome. Death was certainly not imminent. After all, the essence of calamity coursing through him had been mitigated during the initial tribulation, and subsequent trials would not descend so swiftly. He retrieved one of the 9 golden bodies, examining it closely, but finding no discernible flaws. That it appeared as if it were a natural formation. He struck it with his fist, astonished at the results, stepping back while shaking his arm, as the impact had left him stinging. Even the physical form of an ancestral shaman could now be suppressed by a single punch. Yet the golden body remained steadfast, the recoil inflicting pain upon him. System, what is the purpose of this golden body? He felt a sense of gratitude towards the Lingshan Arhats. Without their assistance, he would not have acquired such a formidable shield. On the Tongtian River, he had witnessed how the Wu could not breach the defenses of the golden body. Ding! 12 golden bodies. Used to suppress fortune. One golden body can suppress a city. Half of the golden bodies can stabilize a realm. And when all golden bodies converge, they can suppress the heavens. What the heck? His lack of cultural depth left him no choice but to exclaim in astonishment. The might of the 12 golden bodies exceeded his wildest imaginings. Possessing 9 golden bodies meant he could potentially suppress the world. Ding! Golden bodies require the power of fortune to wield. Current host's likelihood of control, 0. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Madame has inflicted harm. Revealing her profound disdain for him, it appears utterly implausible. After all, he possesses the fortune of 100 among the human race. He is inclined to employ every ounce of flattery he has ever learned. This system is beyond the realm of communication. Race, human, host. Lin Jiuxuan, realm, half step into the Dao. Hongming purple chi, 56.6 strands. Fortune, 150. Lottery. 1. Aside from the 10 strands less of Hongming purple chi, there are no significant alterations. Weight, fortune, it has astonishingly increased by 50. Fortune is an ethereal concept, intangible and formless. Yet he feels a sense of gratification, for the activation of the golden body necessitates the power of fortune. An increase in fortune would consequently enhance his strength. It seems that upon returning from the westward journey, he must devise a means to elevate his fortune. Stroking his chin, he muses inwardly, observing the solitary chance for a lottery. He recalls that fellow Wong Tong. Surely he will be unharmed, given that he is of the Dao Realm and possesses the legacy of an emperor. According to his understanding, the emperors of the world of Zhetian should stand on equal footing with the saints. Xin, are you free? Wu stands at the door, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. On one side, there's his friend, a disciple of Tongtian, and on the other, a member of the Wu clan, which he is sworn to protect. If given a choice, he would have preferred never to encounter Lin Jiuxuan. There truly no other path for Tongtian. He laments that, I am aware that your clan possesses the foundation to rival the saints. Yet the Dao Ancestor oversees it all. In those days, he was full of vigor. Even when the likes of Zhuanti and Jane became saints, he remained unafraid. He was as defiant as ever. What are the saints? They are merely a half-realm above him, yet he could still challenge them. There exist others in the clan who are comparable to the saints. In those times, he looked down upon the vast wilderness, regarding the Buddha with disdain. Then let it be sealed. Ultimately, confronted with reality, he capitulated, for even in his unwillingness, there was no other recourse. With the Dao Ancestor presiding over the wilderness, what does it matter if one can rival the saints? Can one surpass the Dao Ancestor? Shaking his head, he stepped into the Tongtian River, observing the seals laid by Tongtian. Now, Tongtian's disciple stands before him. Senior, what troubles you? Upon opening the door and seeing Wu Yi standing at the threshold, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed an aura steeped in the weight of time, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few paces. Senior, he forcibly steadied his body, swallowing the blood that rose in his throat. He called out loudly, fearing that if this continued, his very organs might shift. The oppressive aura emanating from Wu Yi was overwhelming, leaving him devoid of any inclination to resist. It felt akin to a small boat adrift in a tempestuous sea. Boom! Have I truly erred? A sudden surge of even greater pressure erupted from his body, startling Lin Jiuxuan into hastily placing his golden body before him. Only then did he find some relief, alleviating his suffering. What is happening? What is going on? The eruption of Wu Yi's aura affected the entire Wu clan. The intricate patterns on the seal left by Tongtian illuminated brilliantly. The clan leader and elders were roused. Quickly ascending into the air, the clan leader raised a hand, conjuring a barrier before Wu Yi, his lips twitching. Here we go again. Periodically, Wu Yi would manifest in such a manner, though not as intensely as this time. What are you staring at? Why aren't you helping? A drop of blood fell from his lips as he glared at the elder behind him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. What on earth is this fellow doing? Does he not comprehend his own strength? How can he be so formidable? The arriving elders had yet to recover from the shock Wu Yi had inflicted upon them. Lin Jiuxuan, hidden behind his golden body, patted his chest, relieved that he possessed the golden body. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by this overwhelming aura. Did they not see that even the clan leader of the Wu clan could not withstand it? Requiring the elders to join forces merely to contain the residual force. The elders who intervened were nearly spitting blood. How can he be so strong? Wake up already! The clan leader, perceiving that Wu Yi was showing signs of regaining consciousness, bellowed with a voice imbued with the Dao. This fellow is indeed growing increasingly powerful. What has transpired? As he opened his eyes, he beheld the clan leader, numerous elders, and Lin Jiuxuan, who was cowering behind his golden body. The clan leader rolled his eyes, questioning what was the matter. Does he not have any awareness of the situation? The elders were at a loss, their hearts heavy with discomfort. They dared not voice their thoughts. Especially those who had previously opposed Wu Yi. They were practically cursing under their breath that, this even human. How can he be this strong? Could he seek retribution against us? Several elders glanced nervously at their own diminutive frames, fearing they might not withstand his might. As one ages, reminiscing becomes effortless. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings, sensing a shackle within his body. It seemed that, inexplicably, it had been unlocked, allowing a warm current to flow within him. A smile graced his face, akin to the gentle caress of spring. All right, everyone, disperse. He waved his hand, addressing the crowd of elders gathered here, all of whom were of elder rank or higher, in the distance. A group of bewildered onlookers had gathered. The clan leader exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yi before vanishing in an instant. Respect, decree. The arriving elders, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, respectfully bowed before departing. Previously, it was solely due to Wu Yi's role as protector. Now, not only was there no comparison in status, but also in strength. Better to comply and remain humble, for a single slap from him would likely annihilate them all. Wu Yi chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps this is for the best. There would be fewer disputes within the clan moving forward. However, he was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. You are quite clever. Should the Buddha discover how you squander the golden body, he would likely end your life. Lin Jiuxuan, hidden behind the golden body, sighed in relief as the oppressive aura dissipated, finally retracting the golden body. He patted his chest, still trembling with trepidation, his eyes filled with apprehension. The intensity of the aura he had just witnessed was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered thus far. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the Emperor Jun who possessed the He Tu and Luo Shu, would not measure up to even a fraction of this strength. But they will have to wait until they discover who my master is. Tongtian. They would not dare. A shiver coursed through him, as this thought served as a reminder. Since the golden body could be utilized by the Arhats and could even be summoned by the Buddhist sect, it was impossible that they were unaware of its might. Resolute in his decision, he vowed never to carelessly reveal the golden body again. The Buddhist sect undoubtedly possesses methods to sense the golden body. Nevertheless, a smirk crept upon his lips. Within the confines of the system space, he was confident the Buddhist sect could not detect it. Here, he had no cause for concern. The Buddhist sect would remain oblivious. He supplemented this thought. This clever lad only needed a gentle reminder. After all, he is a disciple of Tongtian. On the Tongtian River, he could easily intimidate him with the name of Tongtian. His mind was keen. Senior, what a statement. The lad is but an honest fellow. Having experienced Wu Yi's might, he spoke with little alteration. Upon meeting Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, Wu Yi discerned that this lad harbored no fear of him. You? Honest? Who knows if you possess other means? Regardless of what it may be, as long as he remains within this clan, Lin Jiuxuan will be safe. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, though he pondered whether Tongtian was aware of his disciple's mischievousness. Should the Buddhist sect dare to bully his disciple, he would surely descend upon Ling Mountain, given his protective nature. What has become of Tongtian? The seal has only just been lifted. He cannot possibly know all that transpires outside. His sole concern is Tongtian. As for others, apologies, he is indifferent. Master is doing well. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. He glanced at Wu Yi. Why this concern for Tongtian? Is there some story between them? A mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Rest assured, I share an excellent relationship with your master. For now, stay here. I will escort you out in due time. With that, he transformed into a wisp of spiritual light and vanished. What does this mean? Frowning, he wondered if this was a form of house arrest or some ulterior motive within the confines of the Wu clan. The clan leader and Wu Yi each held a flask of wine. "What was the matter with you today? You nearly tore the seal apart." The clan chief furrowed his brow, gazing at Wu Yi Dao, unable to restrain his curiosity. How could this usually composed individual exhibit such behavior today, emanating an aura so potent that it was palpable? Fortunately, a seal had intervened, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The sheer intensity of that aura sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the multitude present, he would have been tempted to confront him physically. It was merely the thought of certain matters that crossed his mind. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in the warmth coursing through his body. Although it was an unforeseen event, it had also yielded unexpected delight. Those matters should not concern you. Otherwise, with your talent, why should you be hindered? The clan chief spoke with a frown, fully aware of what Wu Yi Dao was contemplating. Suddenly, his voice faltered, and his complexion shifted as if he had seen a ghost. "You have let it go." "Yes, I have let it go. That realm will come naturally. Ha ha." "Then, there is no rush. The timing is not yet right." The two exchanged glances, then erupted into hearty laughter, raising their cups to drink. Both were in high spirits, their brows adorned with expressions of joy. The daily life of the Wu clan seemed monotonous, revolving around cultivation and tending to flora, with the occasional foray into agriculture. During this period, Lin Jiuxuan had traversed the area, sensing numerous powerful auras. In the room, he frowned, growing increasingly aware that the Wu clan was far from simple, in his estimation. There were at least 3 auras comparable to Wu Yi Dao's. Yet they willingly remained sealed here. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda at play. During this time, both the clan chief and Wu Yi Dao had visited him several times, intensifying his sense of foreboding. They were keen to inquire about the circumstances in the Primordial realm, especially matters concerning the saints. Particularly unsettling was the realization that several auras, rivaling those of elders, had appeared around his dwelling. Each time he mentioned his intention to leave, they would concoct excuses to deter him. This persistent feeling of insecurity was deeply uncomfortable. He felt like fish at the mercy of the butcher, a sensation he loathed. Upon returning to his quarters, he resolved to find a way to escape. The feeling of being ensnared in a dragon's lair was overwhelming, especially in his current weakened state. Anything could transpire at any moment, even though he was a disciple of Tongtian. Not everyone feared the saints, nor did they all shy away from slaying the disciples of saints. The world is bustling for profit. All commotion is driven by self-interest. It requires sufficient benefits. Otherwise, everything is mere nonsense. He had made up his mind. Even if this place was a dragon's lair, he would dare to venture forth. System, I wish to draw lots. At this moment, only the system could assist him, and later he could summon Wong Tong. Leaving this place still held promise. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings shifted, resembling the previous experience of a vast starry sky and a flowing river. This time, the twinkling stars had diminished significantly, leaving only 2 layers compared to before. What was happening? Why were there so few? He suddenly felt a twinge of fear, a hint of panic. Ding! First draw, no restrictions on realms. Upon hearing the system's words, his expression fell. This was simply illogical. How could it function this way? What if his luck turned sour and he met his demise? Chapter 50. Unexpected joy. He did not consider himself particularly fortunate. Originally in a perilous situation, now the system had thrown him another curveball. Was it merely to jest with him? This was absurd. If misfortune struck and he encountered someone of equal standing, it would spell disaster. And he wouldn't even need to venture out. With his fists clenched, he closed his eyes to offer a silent prayer to the myriad Buddhas in the heavens. Then it struck him. This was the primordial realm. He ought to beseech the system instead. System Father, grant me strength. As the starlight flickered and the river surged, droplets of water began to rise. From the boundless expanse, a beam of light emerged, traversing the stars. Could something emerge from nothing? His consciousness followed the beam, brows furrowed. Before him lay a chaotic void, devoid of any trace of life, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, as he passed through the chaotic aura, his eyes widened in shock. A blinding white light illuminating his vision, he coughed up blood, his pupils dilating. For the first time, he felt so close to death, catching sight of a solitary eye, cold and emotionless. Merely a glance sent his blood surging uncontrollably. Nearly leading to his demise, he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air, sweat pouring from his forehead like raindrops. His garments were drenched. The preceding moment had been terrifying, so close to the brink. Teetering on the edge of death, he had nearly taken that final step. Suddenly, a droplet of water soared into a star, enveloping it in radiant light, accompanied by a commanding shout. The dazzling brilliance surpassed even that of Wong Tong. Nearly blinding him, that a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. This time, he had placed his bet wisely. Indeed, seeking assistance from the system father proved beneficial. Instinctively, he knew this individual was several levels stronger than Wong Tong. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged with brows like sword edges, distinct features, and eyes as clear as crystal, clad in ethereal white robes. A palpable indifference radiated from him, his long black hair cascading elegantly, adding an air of scholarly grace. Apart from his sword, he possessed nothing else. He was a true swordsman, the heartless swordsman, yet filled with passion, devoted his life to the sword, ultimately reborn through love. The system's voice resonated, and he smiled, genuinely pleased that a swordsman, a pure swordsman, was he not stronger than Wong Tong? With that exceptional swordsmanship, he could command respect throughout the realm, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Questioning why this individual was so formidable, even the greatest of heroes should not reach such heights. The surroundings returned to normal, tranquility restored. He squinted slightly, sensing a surge in the surrounding auras, now akin to those of elders. It was difficult to fathom the depths of the Wu clan's heritage, as elders were beings of the Dao Realm. Not to mention the clan chief and the formidable Wu Yidao, he remained uncertain about the true implications of the Wu clan. Was this not akin to a veiled house arrest? The summoned individuals might not necessarily appear beside him. They could materialize in random locations. When needed, he could simply shatter the jade stone to summon them. This made him feel that the system, indeed, possessed a degree of humanity and consideration. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in the room, an unsettling occurrence in the celestial realm. The Dao Ancestor sat cross-legged, facing none other than the figure in black. What is your perspective on this calamity? Reflecting on the past, when he sought assistance from that place, it had required considerable effort and sacrifice. Yet this time, the response was swift and agreeable, with those who arrived possessing no small measure of strength. Could it be that this calamity had also impacted them? Otherwise, given the nature of that group, they would likely remain indifferent, even if the primordial realm were breached, let alone lend assistance, that we are undying and unyielding. What does the calamity have to do with us? The figure in black remained unfazed, speaking with an air of detachment. They held that confidence. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. The Heavenly Dao saints are merely the beginning of the saints. Among the 6 saints, only Tongtian and Tai Ching caught his interest. The rest were inconsequential. How absurd, undying and unyielding. The Dao Ancestor caught a fleeting glimpse of astonishment in the black-clad figure's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, returning to a meditative state. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that he neither wished to meddle in that realm, nor had the ability to. Success or failure lies with the Dao Ancestor. To all, the Dao Ancestor is an exalted being, ruling over the primordial realm, omnipotent, a figure of invincibility. Little do they know, the Dao Ancestor is merely a title. Beyond this title, he is but a cultivator. There are many things in the primordial realm he cannot interfere with, such as Mount Buzhou and individuals like the one before him. These traces are merely obscured from public knowledge. Were it not for the title of Dao Ancestor, how could he be so limited in his cultivation? Were it not for this identity, how could he possess such knowledge? A title of Dao Ancestor inherently restricts interference in many matters. Maintaining the normal operation of the Heavenly Dao is his duty. In the distance, a pitch-black door shimmered with arcs of purple lightning, revealing a glimmer of melancholy in his gaze. He too yearned to venture to that realm, to no longer bear the title of Dao Ancestor. What significance does the Heavenly Dao hold? Is it still the original Heavenly Dao? What of the primordial realm? What can he truly change? From whence does the calamity arise? Even the Dao Ancestor himself is oblivious, let alone the Heavenly Dao of the Primordial realm. Naturally, as the calamity commenced, anomalies began to manifest. The Heavenly Dao ceased to seek him out, nor did he pursue the Heavenly Dao. He maintained a delicate balance, fearful that it might shatter at any moment. Dao Ancestor, do you not know how the calamity is formed? The figure clad in black opened his eyes, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he met the gaze of the Dao Ancestor. The individuals behind him had prompted his inquiry regarding the origins of the calamity, seeking ways to evade or perhaps even dismantle it as the master of the primal chaos. The Dao Ancestor ought to possess some knowledge about it. Though the calamity is indeed disastrous, it is also accompanied by opportunities. Each occurrence of such a calamity brings forth individuals of great fortitude and immense fortune, who subsequently shatter the barriers of sanctity. The unknown intertwines with the fateful, leaving one in suspense. The Dao Ancestor lifted his head to meet the incredulous gaze of the man in black. You are the Dao Ancestor, the Dao Ancestor of the primal chaos. The implication that the Dao Ancestor was discontented by this statement was palpable. How could one harbor doubts about him? He too was vexed, yearning to understand how to unravel this calamity. Yet he truly had no inkling. Not only did he lack answers, but even the Heavenly Dao was in a state of bewilderment. The formation and origin of such a calamity remained shrouded in mystery. Dao Ancestor, should you enlighten us on the reasons behind this calamity, we shall lend our assistance to the primal chaos free of charge. The gaze directed at the man in black stirred something within him that a chance for free aid was indeed tempting. The mere thought of this accursed calamity filled him with dread. There were several anomalies present now, causing his mind to swirl. How had they stumbled into such a predicament, with calamities and anomalies appearing without rhyme or reason? A single misstep could lead to great disaster for the primal chaos. Point one could even be pierced through. It was quite the conundrum. Truly, one could not claim to control the entirety of the primal world. Not even the Dao Ancestor at this point. He looked at the man in black, as if to emphasize his ignorance that I am the Dao Ancestor, not an omnipotent being, that if I could fully grasp the primal chaos, would I find it difficult to handle you? Chapter 51. Unexpected changes. The great demon emerges. The Dao Ancestor found himself at a loss for words. Was there truly a need for such discourse? If one did not know, then so be it. Why belittle others? Calamity? Anomaly? The Dao Ancestor chuckled, for he dared not probe further, frightened by the implications, regardless of whether it was a calamity or an anomaly. He could not predict their outcomes, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his own harm. He had once attempted to calculate an anomaly, only to see a fleeting silhouette and end up spitting blood. As for the calamity, he dared not venture into its depths, for even the Heavenly Dao refrained from doing so, and he was even more reluctant. The Dao Ancestor was but a man, still not strong enough to surpass the Heavenly Dao. It would require more time to emerge. I must return to report. The figure in black stood and waved, tearing through the space behind him as he stepped forward. The Dao Ancestor's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Was this a show of force? Had that place grown so formidable? This was his sacred ground, the Purple Cloud Palace. The ability to easily tear through space here indicated that it was time to confer with others on strategies. By the time they were forced into a defensive position, it would be too late. Those there were madmen, with few sane individuals among them, in the western spirit mountain. The Buddha sat high upon a lotus, fingers forming the Buddha's seal, surrounded by the resonant chants of sacred sounds. Below him were Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Vajra, Arhats, and novices. O Buddha, we are guilty. We have failed to subdue the witch clan, losing our golden forms. The 9 Arhats stumbled to their knees, hands clasped in prayer, sincerely confessing their sins. The golden forms of the Arhats had been stolen, their dharma bodies shattered, their robes torn by sea beasts in the river of heaven. Some Arhats were even left dismembered, their faces marred with bloodstains. It was true that seals existed in the river of heaven, as did the laws left behind by the saints. Sea beasts had, under the influence of these laws, breached their dharma bodies. Had it not been for the passing Bodhisattva's rescue, they would have sunk to the riverbed, torn apart by the sea beasts. The thought alone was repugnant. They were the Arhats of Spirit Mountain. And to be fed to fish would be a disgrace. That it is understandable that you are willing. I too did not anticipate you would encounter him. However, the loss of the Arhut's golden form is a grave sin. From the descriptions, it was clear who the Arhats had encountered. The guardian of the witch clan, Wu Dao. Even facing him, they could not prevail, which was entirely reasonable. The golden form of the Arhut was a treasure of Spirit Mountain, one of its most prized possessions. How could it be allowed to wander astray? We are willing to accept punishment. Very well. The Arhats bowed their heads, acutely aware of the significance of the golden form. There were many Arhats, but only 9 could claim the title, ranking just below the Bodhisattvas. The loss of the golden form was indeed a grave sin. O Buddha, in your mercy, as long as you retrieve the golden form, this matter shall be laid to rest. The Buddha sat high, fingers forming the Buddha's seal, and with a single gesture transformed into 9 strands of golden light that entered the brows of the 9 individuals. Thank you, O Buddha, Amitabha. The golden forms of the Arhats were reformed, the sun wheel reappearing behind them. The Buddha waved his hand, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and a talisman fell into one of the individual's hands. Tear this talisman, and I shall arrive in an instant. In the witch clan, Lin Jiuxuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the object on the table. Moments ago, a shadow had fallen into the room, leaving behind an item, a letter. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, with so many elder-level beings outside, none had noticed. The letter on the table made him hesitate. In the witch clan, aside from knowing Wu Dao, he recognized no one else, let alone the risk of delivering a letter to him. He hardly trusted Wu Dao. The man exuded an aura of unreality, appearing hypocritical and contrived. And no matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom who would take such a significant risk. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will go straight to, I have a system. What is there to fear? Seizing the letter from the table, he began to read line by line. His expression gradually shifted, becoming increasingly grim. Beasts, brutes, damn them. They are utterly unworthy of existence in this world. The human race was already frail, yet he had not anticipated being targeted by so many. First, the demon clan had ruthlessly slaughtered the human race, claiming it was to contend with the ancestral witches, nearly leading to their annihilation. Now, even the witch clan had set their sights on the humans. The witch clan's greatest strength lay in their ability to use sorcery to create puppets. What infuriated him was that the witch clan had captured a large number of humans to raise and turn into test subjects. They intended to use them for drug trials, sorcery experiments, and even to cultivate them into killing machines. Their intent to keep him around was clear. The more powerful the human race, the more it would incite their predatory instincts. Had it not been for his backing of the Heavenly Saint, he would have long been targeted by the witch clan. Now, they were already poised for action. Let us see who truly is the prey. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, slowly consuming the letter, as a fierce determination emerged upon his previously gentle face. Humans are but knives on the chopping block, and I am the fish. I wonder if you can stomach me. His eyes narrowed, glimmering with a chilling intensity. They dared to view him as prey, yet he pondered whether the knife was sharp enough. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Do you choose to accept? The considerate system truly was a pillow delivered during a nap. Accept? How could one refuse such a bountiful reward? To decline would be a pity. In the witch clan, a man tending to flowers and plants raised his head to gaze at the sky, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The face obscured by a hat bore a terrifying scar. He grinned widely. Genuinely pleased, it had been long since he felt this happy. He hoped that this would bring him a glimmer of hope. In the east, there stood a mountain known as Huagua Mountain. At its base lay a cave named Water Curtain Cave. Monkeys leaped about the trees, restless and unrestrained, preserving their most primitive and original forms. Elk, monkeys, foxes, and various animals roamed freely in the mountains, living in harmony. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. The earth quaked violently, the mountain trembled fiercely, and the sky flashed with lightning, arcs of blue light moving erratically. Ancient trees collapsed under the violent tremors. Smaller hills sank continuously. Crack, snap, rumble. The ground split open, fissures tearing through it. Herds of animals dashed frantically towards the mountain's exit, while small hills continued to sink, the stones upon the mountainsides cascading downwards. The howling winds carry the thunder rolling across the vast expanse of the sky. Thunder, as thick as a water barrel, roams the heavens, exuding an aura that instills terror. The sky is shrouded in ominous dark clouds, casting a foreboding shadow. Cracks in the earth continue to tear open, revealing the pitch-black abyss beneath. The fierce winds uproot ancient trees, while fissures in the mountains are devoured. The surrounding spiritual energy erupts into a frenzied rage, with the ground's cracks voraciously consuming the ethereal essence from the air. Even the Dao rhythm seems to be engulfed in this chaos. Chapter 52. The Demon Monkey, a contest for power. The cracks widen incessantly, ravenously devouring spiritual energy and seizing the power of the Dao rhythm. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the air is stripped of its spiritual essence and Dao rhythm, all fiercely plundered. Tales of ancient times are obliterated, mountains are swallowed whole, and creatures within this vast expanse flee in madness. The once vibrant flower and fruit mountain has transformed into a barren hill, its surface marred by peculiar cracks. Heavenly thunder converges, its ominous aura instilling fear and trepidation. The great fissures on the ground signal the extraordinary nature of this place. 100 miles away, powerful figures gather, frowning as they gaze upon Flower and Fruit Mountain, astonished that such a blessed land has descended into this state. The presence of demonic energy suggests the emergence of a formidable demon. Such a force could only arise from the nurturing of heaven and earth. Nonsense. I say it is merely a suppressed demon. Enough with the noise. It should be emerging soon to the demon born of heaven and earth. How much can it absorb? The powerful figures fixate on Flower and Fruit Mountain, where the demonic energy is abundant, promising potential worth nurturing. That a creature born of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, can hardly be inferior. To sees it as a steed or a divine beast for a Taoist temple would be an excellent choice. Not far away, a lone figure clad in white, a sword in hand, with long black hair cascading behind, appears ethereal, untouched by the mundane, a swordsman. Yet, no sword intent can be sensed. Some notice the swordsman, others ponder deeply, while some choose to ignore him completely, without a hint of presence. He exudes no aura of cultivation. What is there to fear? Most are solely focused on the impending emergence of the great demon. A few, however, furrow their brows, their expressions heavy as they scrutinize the white-clad swordsman. The wind tousles his dark hair, brushing across his face, unaffected, as his gaze remains fixed on Flower and Fruit Mountain. If I am not mistaken, it must be an unparalleled great demon, one that could be captured as a mount. The sky fractures and the earth shatters as the winds howl and the thunder crashes. The celestial phenomena intensify, causing ancient trees and stones to explode in the wake of this formidable force. The ground itself rips open, threads of lightning flickering ominously, accompanied by a resounding roar. Boom! The thunder cannot hold back any longer, as thunderbolts the size of water barrels crash down upon the gaping chasms below. 1, 2 dozen strike, causing the earth to tremble violently. Rocks and soil sent flying. 100 miles is engulfed in a sea of thunder, devoid of life. There's still any vitality left, born of heaven and earth. Does it mean annihilation is at hand? Such terror! Many gasp in shock, their eyes wide with fear as they behold the scene. At this level of thunder, even a Tai golden immortal would meet their end. This unborn great demon possesses such might that even the Heavenly Dao cannot bear to watch, seeking its destruction. Within 100 miles, life is extinguished, leaving no escape. Even a Luo golden immortal must tread carefully here, let alone an unborn demon. Has it truly reached such heights? If it is this powerful before birth, what will it be like once it emerges? The thoughts of the powerful figures grow more fervent. If one can survive this calamity, attaining the status of a quasi-saint is not beyond possibility. They might even brush against the threshold of sainthood. The white-clad swordsman's eyes flicker, inadvertently emanating a wisp of sword intent. Those who gaze upon him turn pale in an instant, terrifying, a presence of great horror. A few retreat several steps, distancing themselves from the crowd, wiping the sweat from their brows. Opportunities belong to the capable. Such a formidable existence cannot be trifled with. Hope has shattered. Fleeing is the only way to preserve one's life. This is no realm for them to meddle in. The departure of a few does not stir a ripple. Though a few others furrow their brows in confusion, soon it will emerge. Undoubtedly, it possesses the potential of a quasi-saint. Mine. It is mine. Do not dare compete with me. Nonsense that belongs to me. Disputes arise, for the impending emergence of such a demon is colossal. Even the thunder alone could instill fear into Luo golden immortals. The level of its origin is undoubtedly different. The Luo's peak is assuredly within grasp, but a quasi-saint may still have a chance. As for whether they can touch the threshold of sainthood, it is left to fate. Something is amiss. Suddenly, everyone realizes something is off. The heavenly tribulation thunder does not dissipate. Instead, it seems to be rising and intensifying. A quasi-saint's potential? Absolutely. I must have it. I must have it. Do not compete with me. You get lost. The escalating calamity ignites a frenzy among the crowd. The potential is undoubtedly formidable. A quasi-saint is assured. The thunder rumbles, the thunderous sounds echo, and the sky darkens as the evolving tribulation thunders descend. The ground trembles, and within 1,000 miles, the aftermath leaves no blade of grass unscathed. Flower and fruit mountain stands barren, now only adorned with visible cracks. Boom! As the thunder strikes, the earth quakes, yet flower and fruit mountain remains steadfast. What is that? A stone? Surely not. A stone dares to defy the heavenly thunder. To strike against stone is to invite destruction. From the fissures of the earth, a stone emerges, soaring towards the thunder. Everyone stands dumbfounded. No mistake, they are not seeing things that is indeed a stone. Before they can react further, what happens next astounds them even more. The stone collides with the thunder, showing no inferiority. The thunder cannot repel the stone, nor can the stone penetrate the thunder. They remain locked in a stalemate. Some rub their eyes, astonished that the stone has indeed blocked the thunder. How absurd! This surpasses all expectations. The white-clad swordsman's gaze shifts. This stone is intriguing. Boom! Boom! The thunder dissipates, and the stone hovers in midair. With a resounding crash, the stone explodes, drawing the attention of all. Such potential of a quasi-saint. It must be obtained. In their hearts, they roar and howl, their eyes gleaming with a crimson hue. Greed taking root, their resolve faltering. Roar! As the stone shatters, it reveals a creature coiled within a monkey. A quasi-saint. Mine. One by one, they go mad, rushing towards the monkey. Huge hands sweep through the air, descending upon it. The monkey opens its eyes, revealing a fierce glint within its deep gaze. Extending its arms, it unleashes a punch that shatters the space. The shockwave carries a wave of heat and the residual thunder still lingering in the air. The foremost figures are sent flying. From above, a colossal hand transforms, descending upon the monkey. Yet the monkey's deep eyes flash. And with a similar punch, it raises its hand in defiance. The giant hand is momentarily halted, and the monkey vanishes from sight. Where is it? It is mine. That is mine. The monkey lands on the white-clad swordsman's shoulder, baring its teeth in a display of ferocity. Hand over the monkey, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Surrender the monkey, and do not bring ruin upon yourself. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us act and seize it. A gleaming blade slices through the air, aimed directly at the white-clad swordsman. The force is tremendous, fueled by all its might, intent on cleaving the swordsman in two. Crack! Clang! Has anyone informed you that you are worthless? Chapter 53. Wong Tong's opportunity. The white-clad swordsman turns, his gaze indifferent, fixed upon the assailant. In an instant, he points a finger, the treasure blade, a postnatal artifact. Shatters, a chilling voice echoes in the assailant's ear, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. In a mysterious realm, within a grand palace, a woman stares wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, stunned by the ferocity displayed. In the vast expanse of the universe, there are always those who surpass even the most gifted. Her innate talent, Though remarkable, is not without its rivals. Radiance dances and intricate patterns become vividly apparent, as the ascending formation rends the air with gaping wounds, exuding an aura that strikes fear into the heart. Since acquiring this palace token, she had never imagined that someone could possess the strength to breach the formation. The overwhelming presence is irresistible, and the formation teeters on the brink of collapse, its brilliance flickering in her gaze. To enter is one matter, but to control is an entirely different realm. She had once entertained the hope of mastering the formation, yet her inadequate strength rendered it impossible. She had believed that, in the face of the ancient saints of the primordial world, no one beneath their rank could dismantle and control such formations. It was not disdain for those beneath the ancient saints. It was merely the truth of the matter. Even a quasi-saint could defeat numerous foes, yet how could one hope to breach a formation? But this individual, their power is astonishing. The methods they wield are clearly not bound by the primordial rules, yet they remain unshackled by the constraints of those very rules that it is comprehensible. Treasures abound in the world, and while few possess the ability to obscure the rules, such entities do exist. Such strength is indeed rare. They truly believe that a mere formation can confine me? The moment the Wong Tong Heavenly Emperor sword is drawn, his aura surges dramatically, enveloping the surroundings. Within the formation, the faint sounds of air exploding can be discerned. The essence of the Dao trembles, and spiritual energy boils, threads of vitality being drawn forth. A war chariot suddenly manifests, his presence intensifying once more, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. The formation's patterns ignite, releasing waves of potent energy. The killing formation awakens, and murderous intent surges. The woman's face reflects shock, her hand clasping her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Roar! The formation conjures a true dragon, which roars fiercely and lunges at Wong Tong with its gaping maw. As it sheds its guise, the killing aura radiates from the dragon, brimming with lethal intent. Is this a jest? Who do they underestimate? With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he steps forward, the Heavenly Emperor's sword glistening with a sharp brilliance. Behind him, an overwhelming force gathers, the corners of his mouth curving slightly in a smirk. Clang! The Heavenly Emperor's sword is in motion, the imperial weapon of the Chaos Age. It rivals the treasures of the primordial chaos. Its aura swells. The sword imbued with the essence of imperial laws resonates with traces of the Dao. The surrounding Dao rhythms are instantly devoured, and spiritual energy is cleaved apart by the sword. It is as if he holds it in contempt, regarding the spiritual energy as utterly worthless. The true dragon roars, its killing intent surging, while the formation emits a cacophony of sounds. The suppressive force begins to awaken, intent on subduing this uninvited guest. Kill! With a cold huff, the Heavenly Emperor's sword moves, the Dao rhythms shatter, and the spiritual energy scatters in retreat. When the true dragon makes contact, there is no surprise. It is utterly incapable of contending. The Heavenly Emperor's sword pierces through the dragon, and the void dissipates as the formation's killing intent descends upon Wong Tong. The Heavenly Emperor's sword thrums ominously. Formation, witness my might. The sword pivots and positions itself before him, his gaze flashing with disdain. Formation, humph! If it were an intact formation, he would have retreated without a second thought, after enduring countless epochs of wear and tear. Its power is diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Yet it should not be underestimated, at least in the eyes of others to him. However, this formation can be shattered with a bellowing roar. A spectral figure manifests behind him, seated in meditation, as the Heavenly Emperor's sword resonates with boundless sword intent. Stars shimmer in his eyes, and he forms a hand sealed I in this moment. It is as if a sovereign has descended. A saint has arrived. Outside, thunder rumbles, lightning halting in mid-air, uncertain of where to strike. An outsider Dao. In the heavens, the Dao Ancestor and a figure in black regard one another with solemnity. How intriguing. Is it an outsider? In the chaotic realm, the Heavenly Dao's lips curl into a slight smile, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his gaze. The cultivators beyond this space suddenly feel a tingling at the nape of their necks. their bodies trembling in fear of making a move. Above them, the thunder roars, bolts of calamity lightning hovering in the air, swaying left and right, aimless. Has the Heavenly Dao gone mad? This lightning cannot be serious. Strike already, do not hesitate. It appears as though the calamity lightning is merely toying with them. Fear not, take a step forward, and you shall see. One cultivator bravely steps forth, defiantly gazing at the lingering lightning above. Boom! What the hell? Bang! The calamity lightning descends, the cultivator caught completely off guard, reduced to mere ashes. If the enemy does not move, I shall remain still. If I remain still, please do not strike me. Terrified, the remaining cultivators dare not budge, fearing a bolt of lightning might target them. Their faces betray their dread. This is too much. These are the very cultivators who had just departed from the flower and fruit mountain, their hearts cursing their misfortune. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of calamity lightning, they now encounter an even more bizarre manifestation. What sins have they committed to deserve this? Why must the Heavenly Dao treat them so harshly, leaving them no chance to live? They vow to avoid chaos in the future. What madness is this? In the space, the spectral figure behind Wong Tong opens its eyes, causing the very fabric of space to quiver momentarily. The woman, frozen in place, gazes at the figure in astonishment. A crystalline glimmer dances at the corners of her eyes, and her gaze towards Wong Tong shifts entirely. The Heavenly Emperor's finger. The figure quivers. A finger pointing forth, and the formation erupts with a thunderous roar. Radiant beams surge forth, the patterns voraciously absorbing the rhythms of the Dao's spiritual energy. All the killing formations and confining arrays activate simultaneously. The entire formation undergoes an extreme metamorphosis, facing this single finger as if before an emperor. Tremble, annihilate. The spectral figure takes another step forward, a glimmer of light emanating from its golden pupils, with a wave of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. It cleaves through the air, radiance swirls, threads of sword energy coiling around the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Under the might of a single finger and a single stroke, the formations buckle under the strain, their patterns dimming. Concurrently, the external calamity lightning grows fiercer, even showing signs of rampaging. The area within 10,000 miles is engulfed by the calamity lightning dragons twisting and turning amidst the storm, causing the onlookers below to pale in fear. Vowing never to step outside again, they resolve to diligently cultivate, refusing to leave their confines until they achieve sainthood. This is too terrifying. They curse the unknown figure who has drawn this calamity upon them, wishing to rend them limb from limb to appease their grievances. Boom! The calamity lightning descends. It strikes towards the vast ocean, and in an instant, the sea beasts cry out in distress, while the powerful beings of the ocean tremble in fear. The anguish they feel is profound. An unprovoked disaster. An unprovoked disaster. They neither sought entertainment nor chaos, yet calamity has befallen their waters. Truly, this is an unbearable plight. I end the space. The spectral figure behind Wong Tong vanishes, and he lands upon the ground, his complexion slightly pale. The woman steps forward, offering her warmth, massaging his shoulders, presenting an assortment of healing herbs and restorative elixirs. Her gaze brims with utmost reverence, leaving Wong Tong momentarily taken aback. Just moments before, she had exuded an air of defiance. Now, she is transformed entirely. That gaze, Chapter 54. The peculiar peak the witch clan. Lin Jiuxuan incinerates the letter in his hand, erasing all traces. Ding! A hidden quest is triggered. Quest: rescue the captive human clan. Reward: method of fortune cultivation. The system's voice suddenly resonates, leaving him momentarily dazed. He then finds himself both amused and bewildered. The mechanics of the system's quests still elude him. Sometimes hidden quests are triggered, while other times tasks are actively issued. However, the rewards for hidden quests are invariably superior to those of regular tasks. That it is as if the system strongly encourages him to pursue hidden quests. Fortune, indeed. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Although he lacked the means to harness fortune, it was precisely this fortune that could enhance his cultivation and expedite his comprehension of the Tao. In summary, the advantages were manifold. surpassing even the utility of merit. While he pondered how to obtain such fortune, the system unexpectedly presented him with an opportunity. He was certainly inclined to save the human race. The identity of the messenger delivering this letter was not a matter for immediate consideration. Regardless of whether the sender was friend or foe, evasion was not an option. After all, he too belonged to the human race. His mind wandered, contemplating where within the realm of the Wu clan one might find a captive of the human race. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish he had been. This was their territory, and lacking familiarity, he could hardly deduce anything. Although he had ventured out previously, the initial excitement had rendered him oblivious to many details. Resolutely, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. If he was to search for a location, he would do so openly. Since someone had delivered a message to him, whether they were an adversary or not, their intention was undoubtedly to connect him with the human inhabitants of this place. And he was certain that guidance would be provided. Why should he toil in search of it himself? Was there a need to report this? No, there was no reason to fear that he would escape from their territory. Upon leaving the room, the elder-level figures intertwined their divine consciousness, deep in discussion. Their sole duty was to keep watch over him, ensuring he did not flee. After all, venturing outside would still take place within their domain. Moreover, with the CLS power in place, escaping was far from simple. If it were that easy, their clan would have long since departed. There was no reason for them to remain confined here. Besides, what could a mere half-step into the Dao accomplish? Exiting the room, Lin Jiuxuan wore a faint smile. The absence of those elder-level figures had truly afforded him an opportunity. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to conceal himself amidst their collective divine consciousness. Have you emerged? The elderly man, tending to the flowers, turned his gaze towards the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of light darted from beneath his feet towards that direction. I hope you can succeed. After completing his task, he lowered his head to continue tending to his flowers. Remarkably, even the individual concealed in the space behind him remained oblivious to these actions. Merely furrowing his brow in contemplation, tempted to investigate, yet ultimately shaking his head. For millennia, this elder had employed the same methods repeatedly, and each time he pursued them, it proved fruitless that on one occasion he had even traced it to the forbidden ground, only to receive a severe reprimand from the clan leader. Lin Jiuxuan walked along the path, his brow furrowed as he sensed wave after wave of aura. His heart quivered involuntarily. He had encountered an abundance of auras belonging to those who had entered the Dao. The presence of no fewer than 10 auras left him in a state of heightened confusion. Damn, this is truly terrifying. Just as he spotted a concealed space and was about to enter, he instinctively retreated several steps. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he muttered to himself, "This is too frightening. Could it possibly be a grave?" The air was thick with auras of those who had entered the Dao, mingling with the presence of 2 others who had comprehended the Dao, that he was close, so very close to alerting those within. His heart raced. He had just traversed the gates of the underworld. "Have you arrived?" He sensed a wisp of spiritual light beneath his feet and pointed towards it. Just as he surmised, if someone had sent a message, they would certainly provide him with a location. This would allow him to proceed without concern for whether it was a trap. Even if it were a trap, he had his means of escape. He had not forgotten the sword intent of the Lucian sword left by Tongtian. Tongtian was a sage, one of the top 2 in combat prowess among the 6 saints. Moreover, he firmly occupied the position of the Wu clan's foremost figure, making it clear who was stronger. He had sensed the Wu clan's wariness towards Tongtian, or rather, the entire Wu clan's caution in the face of Tongtian's presence. The sword intent of the Lucian sword was his source of confidence. Following the guidance of this spiritual light, Lin Jiuxuan encountered members of the Wu clan along the way and greeted them with a smile. No-one obstructed his path. They all recognized Lin Jiuxuan as a distinguished guest of the Wu clan, personally endorsed by the clan leader. As he wandered aimlessly, his route appeared haphazard. He passed by fields, gardens, and water bodies. Curiously, he even heard a clatter emanating from a nearby room. The spiritual light lingered for a moment. Damn! Lin Jiuxuan was taken aback. This spiritual light was utterly ridiculous. From the sound alone, he could discern what was occurring within, especially considering the time of day. Such noises were hardly soundproof. He nearly decided to bypass the room entirely. Feeling the spiritual light retreat into that room, he found himself torn about whether to enter. After a brief moment of indecision, the light emerged again, and he sensed a satisfaction emanating from it. His frustration boiled over. This is too much. The owner of this light must be no good. They are undoubtedly a lecher. Reluctantly, he followed the guidance of the spiritual light, which seemed to pause at places he ought not to visit or witness. It would venture inside, only to return with a sense of fulfillment. This made him uncomfortable, and at one point, a figure emerged from a house wielding a kitchen knife, glaring at Lin Jiuxuan as he stood at her doorstep. Beast, this is utterly outrageous. To label the light's owner as merely a lecher would be an understatement. They were the very epitome of a lecher among lechers. His disdain for the influence of the spiritual light diminished even further. He had not anticipated such antics, though. This is amusing. The calls are quite unacceptable. As he meandered along, his heart trembled. Had it not been for the words of the Wu clan leader, Lin Jiuxuan might have feared for his life. He clenched his fists, contemplating what he would do if he encountered the owner of this spiritual light. The desire to exact revenge surged within him. Is this the place? He frowned, halting in his tracks. Before him loomed a barren mountain, stripped of all but stone. The air crackled with the essence of heavenly tribulation. The spiritual light had vanished here, suggesting that the trapped humans might be located in this vicinity. However, after scanning the mountain with his divine consciousness, he found nothing but stone. The aura of the tribulation remained, making it impossible for any living beings to exist here. He had never heard of a place cleansed by tribulation retaining any practitioners. If the tribulation entered one's body, the consequences would be dire. He began to doubt whether the spiritual light had led him astray. How could such a desolate place possibly harbor a small space, let alone imprison someone? The elderly man tending to the flowers paused, a flicker of hope crossing his eyes. This was as far as he could guide him. The location of the captivity could only be discovered through personal exploration. I shall leave it to fate. He began to tidy up his gardening tools and, with faltering steps, returned to his dwelling. The figure within the space appeared, frowning as he observed the elder, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. Something felt off. Why had the diligent old man decided to cease work so early? He had only been at it for an hour. Could it be that he has discovered my presence? A hint of doubt crept into his mind. This was unlikely. How could he have been detected? The elder's behavior had indeed been peculiar, as he cast several glances towards the observer's location. Should I report this? He pondered. This is too strange. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the fabric of space. Lin Jiuxuan scrutinized the barren mountain, his brows knitted in concentration. Stone, stone, nothing but stone. How could there be a place capable of imprisoning anyone? His divine consciousness swept across the mountain. It was not hollow, leaving no hiding spots. Something was amiss. Very amiss. He examined every detail meticulously, leaving no blade of grass overlooked. Grass. Yes, grass. He smacked his forehead in realization. A mountain cleansed by tribulation, devoid of life, yet still. Grass? Was it not considered a product of vitality? How could grass possibly grow in a place where life had been obliterated? There it was. A single green blade of grass caught his attention. Swaying gently, its delicate roots embedded within the crevices of the stone. Humph! A clever disguise. The space capable of confinement lay right here. The existence of this grass should not have been possible. It could not have survived. Yet the pressing question remained. How could he gain entry? Finding the location of the space was one thing, but lacking a means to access it presented a formidable barrier to force his way in. Unthinkable. That would surely alert the Wu clan. The human race is truly weak, incapable of even nurturing a worm. What purpose do they serve? Do not speak. You can still nurture worms. Mine has long since perished. Do not speak. Recently, several newcomers have arrived. Shall we venture inside to take a look? Lin Jiuxuan's ears twitched as he caught the sound of footsteps and conversation. The words that reached his ears were utterly despicable. The Wu clan had never regarded the human race as equals. Even the lowest of beasts were deemed superior. Akati had been a long time since he had attempted any new maneuvers. And now, With the clan leader instructing them to bring a batch of humans over for a little feast, it was unlikely anyone would notice. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Jiuxuan felt a seething desire to reduce these two to ashes. Listen to their inhumane chatter. What purpose does the clan leader have for the humans? Is it related to the seal? Their presence might have led to the discovery of a method to completely break it. Blood sacrifice. Yes, only a blood sacrifice can unlock the seal. The blood of living beings can shatter it. He recalled the words spoken by Luohan when he intended to eradicate the Wu clan. Two figures emerged from the grass, one biting their finger. Allowing a drop of blood to fall. One of them formed a hand seal. An enigmatic energy emanated from the grass. What are you doing? I told you to keep an eye on him, not to report on his inactivity. Why are you here if you are not working? Are you merely a supervisor? A booming voice erupted from the clan leader's chamber. The individual was regarded with disdain, akin to viewing a fool. Were it not for the fact that this was a trusted confidant, he would have been slain on the spot for such foolishness. Wait, you claim he has sensed you and has relayed information? The clan leader furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. That shouldn't be possible. The confidant is of elder rank. How could an individual of such stature be detected? Could it have been a mere coincidence? That seems unlikely. Yes, the activity has been rather frequent. The confidant's face bore a footprint, swollen and bruised, with tears glistening in his eyes. How burdensome. You were the one who claimed there was no need for a report. Yet here we are. This is hardly the work of a human. So frequent, and yet you fail to report. You inform me of his inaction? What purpose do you serve? Have you devolved into a mere sloth? The thought alone ignited his rage. Why report trivialities instead of matters of substance? Shoes were flung in frustration. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Suddenly, Wu Dao felt something was amiss. The sounds he heard felt distinctly wrong. What has changed? Never mind. You return and continue to observe him. Report back if anything arises. Wu Dao waved his hand, halting the clan leader. It was intolerable. Something felt profoundly off. The confidant, with a swollen face, gazed at the clan leader with a look of sorrow, fully aware that the fault lay within himself. Yet, he dared not voice it. He was frightened that it was merely a pair of shoes, yet the pain inflicted was excruciating. He wished to weep, but held back. The grievance was overwhelming. On the mountaintop, Lin Jiuxuan concealed himself behind the two individuals, observing as they opened a spatial rift. He was curious about the nature of this new opening. It was said that they were all newcomers. Were they indeed all fresh faces? He was uncertain whether their mouths were sealed or agape. As the enigmatic energy manifested, an entrance appeared. The two stepped forward, with Lin Jiuxuan following closely behind as he entered the portal. Do not enter the cave realm. It was merely a small space, abundant in spiritual energy, suitable for moderate cultivation. Most, it could accommodate a Tai golden immortal. The spiritual energy within could not sustain the birth of a Dao Luo golden immortal. The elder who had been under scrutiny was merely an anomaly, released by chance. Speaking of which, what purpose does the clan leader have for so many humans? It had been quite some time since he had sought the human race. Rumor had it that it was related to the humans brought back by the Guardian. Suddenly, both individuals felt a chill run down their spines as a cold voice echoed from behind. They instinctively touched their necks, feeling warm blood seeping from the wounds. Their eyes gradually dimmed. They stammered, turning to point a trembling finger at Lin Jiuxuan. Disbelief etched across their faces. How did he enter this space? They could feel the essence of life slowly fading, their bodies collapsing heavily to the ground. Break the seal. It is impossible while I am here. The glint of cold light flashed in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes as his expression darkened. He had indeed been correct. This was undeniably linked to him, explaining the multitude of elder-level beings assigned to watch over him. Now, the tables had turned. Who was truly the prey? He sensed the presence of many human auras within this space, along with the formation of a killing array. Among humans, only Tai golden immortals could emerge. Thanks to that elder's influence, the prevent unforeseen circumstances. This formation could also eliminate early-stage Dao Luo golden immortals among the humans. However, Lin Jiuxuan's arrival altered everything. He was an existence unmatched in cultivation and combat prowess. There were two elder-level presences. Frowning, he sensed the existence of two elder-level energies. Even if he employed all his means, he could only contend with one elder. Facing two simultaneously would pose a challenge to Da. Since this is the case, I cannot be blamed. Within his consciousness, he suddenly sensed something peculiar in the space that a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gleaming with mischief, he could not be held accountable for this. Finally, an opportunity to escape presented itself. Indeed, being trapped in this wretched place was unbearable. Where are the others? One elder-level being pondered. Furrowing his brow, the clan leader had informed them. Yet at this time, the humans should have arrived. I shall investigate. Their reliability is increasingly questionable. The other elder stepped forward, heading outside. Once outside, he would ensure to teach this unreliable group a lesson. They were growing increasingly negligent, disregarding the clan leader's directives. Chapter 56. Killing Array. Confronting elder-level beings. This elder, known as Wuxing Dao, was originally an elder of the guardian lineage, but due to a grave mistake, he had been assigned to guard this space. Although he possessed elder-level cultivation, his combat prowess ranked among the weakest within the Wu clan. What is happening? Wuxing Dao's eyes flickered as he slowed his pace. He scanned his surroundings, releasing his consciousness to form a protective barrier around him. Show yourself, he bellowed, as if facing a dire threat. The magical energy within him flowed slowly, a formidable aura gradually emanating. Reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber, the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, which was peculiar, particularly near the entrance of this space. Strange, very strange, a mistake had been made. Hidden in the shadows. He sighed inwardly. He had forgotten that beings of such caliber possess keen senses. He overlooked this small detail. His body remained still, suppressing his aura to avoid detection. Was it a false perception? Wuxing Dao scanned the area multiple times, finding nothing, and he could not help but ponder. This place is deeply concealed. Ordinary clan members would struggle to locate it, and few know how to open the spatial rift. Could it be that he had been here so long that he had developed a false sense of security? Suppressing his aura, he continued to scan the surroundings. After a considerable time, he withdrew his consciousness, reigning in his presence, and walked towards the entrance as an ordinary elder would. Lin Jiuxuan sighed heavily in relief, but remained cautious. Beings of this level possess a sharp wit. The longer they live, the more astute they become. He waited, knowing that he could not lower his guard. They were all cunning foxes, not to be underestimated. Once more, Wuxing Dao's consciousness swept through the area, his aura returning as he scrutinized the surroundings. Intent on uncovering the source of that presence, he was met with disappointment. Yet nothing has transpired. Furrowing his brow, a glimmer of light sparkles in his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan is frozen in fear, knowing that any movement would surely betray his presence. With no absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish this elder-level being, he understands that should a single breath of his essence escape, it would be detected by the Wu clan, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Without certainty of a kill, he will refrain from acting, unless absolutely compelled to do so. The elder level is not akin to the quasi-saints like the Demon Emperor. It exists on a higher echelon, that he fears the quasi-saints of the Primordial era not, for he is assured of victory in combat. However, confronting an elder-level being presents an entirely different challenge. It is a completely distinct concept. The Wu clan has informed him of a time prior to the Primordial era, when the universe was yet unformed. In the primordial chaos, the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons transcended the status of saints. The quasi-saints, known as the half-step into the Dao, were capable of comprehending the essence of Dao. Unlike the current primordial era, where even the Great Luo lack the qualification to grasp the Dao's essence, anyone who comprehends it can be deemed a quasi-saint. The elder level encompasses all realms of Dao entry, representing a transitional state between quasi-saint and saint. Entering the Dao signifies crossing the threshold of cultivation, allowing one to engage with and utilize the Dao, thereby opening the opportunity to attain the status of a saint. After the creation of the heavens, the 6 saints achieved sanctification, with Hongjun wielding the authority of the Dao, remaining unyielding in his entry into the Dao, while quasi-saints reigned as kings, and saints were revered. This explains the primordial era's singular focus on quasi-saints. oblivious to the realm of Dao entry. Emerging, I have already discerned the situation to Wu Sheng Dao retracts his aura, sealing off every corner with his divine sense, calling out. His gaze is sharp and radiant, shimmering with intensity. The scent of blood in the air is unmistakable. It is evident that someone has intruded, and they have not yet departed, lingering nearby, in the yard of the old human who tends to the flowers and grasses. The clan leader has personally descended. Have you still not made up your mind? The clan leader furrows his brow, observing the old man's face, which bears a hint of displeasure. After so many years, it remains unchanged that is it truly so difficult to agree to collaborate with them? Were it not for the old man's status as the only Great Luo golden immortal among the imprisoned humans, there would be no need for such painstaking efforts that in this meager spiritual atmosphere. Achieving the status of Tai Golden Immortal requires extraordinary talent. How much more so for the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Both talent and fortune are indispensable. You stand no chance. This place is quite suitable. The old man shakes his head, providing the same response. As always, he has long since grown indifferent to life and death. At worst, he would face the disintegration of his soul, with no hope of reincarnation. Yet he fears not. Should he acquiesce, he would become an eternal sinner among the human race in the primordial era. I refuse to believe that a second Great Luo Golden Immortal cannot emerge. Having said this, he tears through the fabric of space to depart. His confidant casts a sympathetic glance at the old man, who has been under surveillance for over a decade. This is finally coming to an end. Can you not wait any longer? I hope you hasten. Closing his eyes, having endured for a millennium, he is on the verge of liberation. The Wu clan can no longer afford to wait. They wish to forcibly break the seal and descend into the primordial era. They can only hope that the young man's actions will expedite the rescue of the trapped humans. Relieving the pressure on the seal, perhaps this old frame of bones still holds some utility. Lin Jiuxuan stands frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? Must he languish here indefinitely? This has repeated itself time and again, 7 or 8 times already. Now he has resolved to sit in meditation right here, unwilling to depart. He feels utterly helpless. This is no cunning old fox, but rather a shameless old rogue. No, he cannot squander time here. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he resolves to rescue the trapped humans that he cannot afford to waste time here. For if he is discovered missing, the consequences will be far more dire than merely facing Wu Sheng Dao. Suddenly, Wu Sheng Dao, with his eyes closed, snaps them open, a golden light flashing. I have found you. He locks onto a specific location, a smile creeping upon his lips. You are well concealed. Had it not been for my unique ability to seek out individuals, I might never have located you. This is not good. Lin Jiuxuan feels a jolt of trepidation as his gaze meets that of Wu Sheng Dao. His heart races. He has been uncovered. He knows it. Though he does not comprehend how he was detected, he is certain that he has been discovered. Come forth. Wu Sheng Dao's hand reaches toward Lin Jiuxuan's position, even with his secret technique. Had it not been for that nearly imperceptible fluctuation, he would have remained oblivious, hiding right under his nose. Boom! Since he has been discovered, there is no need for further concealment. He retaliates with a punch, clashing against Wu Sheng Dao's strike. Not bad at all. Revealing himself, he remains resolute against the sudden onslaught, though his brow furrows. This entire space is shrouded by some force, rendering his divine sense ineffective. Is it a formation? The little human has unexpectedly ventured in. Should you perish, do not blame this old man. There is no surprise, no shock. Instead, his eyes reveal a glimmer of delight, as if Lin Jiuxuan is a grand treasure that he can claim credit for. Something feels amiss. It is profoundly unsettling. His divine sense cannot penetrate, and Wu Sheng Dao exhibits no sign of astonishment. That last punch, though lacking in sheer power, should have produced some ripple. Yet, the surrounding space shows no reaction. Wu Sheng Dao, dissatisfied with his actions, points a finger, sending a thread of cold light aimed at Lin Jiuxuan's brow. This is a treasure capable of breaking the seal. There exists hope for escaping this damned space. Oh, you were aware of my presence all along. Chapter 57. Have you ever seen a sword technique descend from the heavens? Did you know of my presence all along? Lin Jiuxuan lifts his head, his eyes shimmering, transforming his finger into a sword, a beam of light erupting forth. He thrusts it directly against the approaching finger. In his perception, this space is sealed. Otherwise, the force of their battle would have long since been transmitted outward. Why has no one come? Bang! The two fingers collide, and the residual waves that were about to disperse vanish instantly, leaving no trace behind. As if nothing had occurred, he deduced correctly. Something indeed restricts this space. Otherwise, there would be at least some residual impact. Your hidden methods are commendable, but you shall find it impossible to escape. This area is enveloped by my formation. Even those in the Dao comprehension realm would struggle to detect any anomalies in the short term. Surrender your concealed methods, and perhaps I might allow you to retain your complete form. Wusheng Dao speaks nonchalantly, observing his finger being thwarted with not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan was brought back by the guardians. If he lacked talent, how could he have garnered such attention? Breaking the seal to the heavens requires a blood sacrifice, and the catalyst for that sacrifice is the primordial spirit of a Great Luo golden immortal. The elder under surveillance in the clan is one such being, and for the sake of caution, they have delayed their actions. Of formation. Heaven has indeed assisted me. I was contemplating how to eliminate Wusheng Dao without alarming another elder-level being. And now he has delivered himself right to my doorstep, unwittingly sealing this space for me. He has dug his own grave and even devised his own demise. I shall ensure you comprehend that entering the Dao is not a provocation one can undertake lightly. Even if you have grasped the essence of the Dao, Wusheng Dao speaks slowly, an aura suddenly erupting from him, reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber, revealing his fangs and preparing to devour Lin Jiuxuan. He unleashes a palm strike, infused with profound Dao power. Entering the Dao. Once within the Dao realm, one possesses their own cultivated Dao, which is entirely distinct from the essence of Dao. Grasping the chaos sword, Lin Jiuxuan, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, feels the weight of the situation settle in his pupils. The Dao entry realm is not to be trifled with. While it is not impossible to slay, it is certainly formidable. The giant palm descends upon Lin Jiuxuan, laden with potent traces of Dao, suppressing the Dao essence within this space. With an unstoppable momentum, it descends upon him, intent on crushing him to smithereens. Sword of the heavens, the chaos sword radiates a terrifying brilliance, its sharp blade glimmering with cold light. This sword has the power to reshape the heavens. This sword can make the very universe tremble. A flash of golden light erupts from his eyes. His face reflects the gravity of the situation. The Dao entry realm is not easily vanquished. The sword bursts forth like a dragon in flight. Its intent razor-sharp, and its light stabs painfully at his back. The sword transforms into a soaring dragon, unleashing a terrifying cold light. One sword to open the heavens. A vast and overwhelming hand descended with the force of a crushing weight, confronting the piercing sword light of the chaotic sword. As they collided with a ferocious intensity, there was no thunderous sound, nor was space torn asunder. Instead, the sharp, cold brilliance of the chaotic sword pierced through the hand. The might of the dragon remained undiminished, roaring forth towards the path of the witch. In the face of the entry into the Dao realm, he dared not underestimate it. If he refrained from striking, it was one matter, but once he engaged, victory was imperative. Defeat was not an option. Falter would mean death, a gamble he could neither afford nor dare to take. Roar, roar, roar. You possess some skill. The witch raised his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan. This sword, with a hint of prowess, bore a semblance of threat, infused with the essence of the Dao. If a mere entry into the Dao could wield the power of such an attack, then the technique in his hand must be acquired. Yet, even further advancement was not a certainty. The dragon surged forward, the sword intent approaching, an overwhelming cascade of sword light. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch. This punch, shimmering with golden light, was akin to facing a roaring tiger or a dragon surfacing from the sea. The very fabric of space quivered. The dragon howled fiercely, undeterred, as it charged headlong. Boom! The dragon dispersed. The sword light scattering, the Lin Jiuxuan let out a cold snort. Drawing upon the power of his sword, he rose to his feet, the chaos sword in his hand vibrating with a low hum. Sensing its master's fury, never before had he endured such humiliation. The chaos sword performed a flourish. Raising his head, he beheld the enormous hand above him, furrowing his brow as a surge of anger welled up in his eyes. A warrior may be slain, but never insulted. The Shaman Dao was brazenly humiliating him. The hand remained pressed down without relenting, an oppressive weight descending upon him, threatening to crush him beneath its might. Surrender the sword technique you just employed, and I shall grant you a complete corpse, intoned the Shaman Dao, intent on acquiring the sword technique, hoping to comprehend the essence of chaos and breakthrough to reclaim the lineage of guardians. This place was no longer where he wished to linger. The spiritual energy was scarce, and resources were meager. It was far more enticing to live freely and comfortably outside, without the worry of insufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. Old dog, never. Lin Jiuxuan straightened his spine, the icy intent of the chaos sword coursing through his grip, gazing defiantly at the Shaman D. To think he could force him into submission was utterly preposterous. The human race would never be enslaved. One's life must be in one's own hands. Humph, then die. I shall come for you myself. The hand came crashing down with tremendous force, imbued with the power of the Dao. The overwhelming pressure sent tingles across his scalp, and his already burdened body coughed up blood. His complexion turned pale, lips cracked. Clutching the chaos sword tightly, he prepared for one final strike. The Shaman Dao must die. He could not be allowed to live that if he sought his life. It remained to be seen whether he possessed the skill to do so. With a cold snort, he straightened his posture, the chill of the chaos sword's aura swirling around him. Tendrils of sword intent were released boundlessly, his black hair cascading down, his eyes sparkling like stars in that moment. Facing imminent death, he still defied fate. The hand descended with the swiftness of a storm, rumbling ominously as the space fractured inch by inch. The murderous intent solidified, stinging the corners of his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan uttered no further words, his body soaring into the air, unafraid of the descending palm. The chaos sword spun gracefully, performing a beautiful flourish, then completed a full rotation. 3 sword techniques to exterminate immortals. His gaze shifted, shimmering like the stars, as a phantom arose behind him, the chaos sword flying from his grasp. As the words left his lips, a subtle change rippled through the space. With the appearance of the phantom, cracks formed in the air, directly shattering, revealing the starry sky, where celestial bodies flickered. The Shaman Dao's expression changed dramatically. Facing a formidable foe, the mere appearance of the phantom filled him with an inexplicable dread. His scalp prickled, and his primordial spirit trembled slightly. He gazed uncertainly at the phantom, questioning why such an ephemeral figure bore such immense power. In the next instant, he was stunned. The phantom seemed to come alive. The chaos sword fragmented inch by inch, chaos upon chaos. No, this is impossible. The phantom's eyes opened, gathering the power of the stars, the tip of the chaos sword shimmering with celestial brilliance. This strike could slay immortals, kill gods, extinguish Buddhas, and annihilate demons. The Shaman Dao bellowed, unleashing his Dao and magical power as if they were free of cost. His eyes turned crimson, his body trembling that moment. Faced with the threat of life and death, he unleashed every means and resource he possessed. Chapter 59. Dow Pearl, Exterminating Immortals? What does it mean to exterminate immortals? Immortals, Buddhas, gods, demons, and monsters. Immortals are the highest, tracing back to the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed. At the dawn of chaos, 3 sword techniques to exterminate immortals. Unparalleled, his cultivation unleashed, capable of obliterating ancient immortals. The Shaman Dao, having entered the Dao Realm, felt his scalp tingle, his bloodline solidifying, as if his body were nailed in place. There was no escape. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Slash. The phantom uttered softly, and the murderous intent enveloped the heavens and earth, the brilliance of the stars transforming into a tangible killing aura. It penetrated the soul. Cold and terrifying. 1 word became the law. The Dao principles of space ceased their tumult, as the power of the stars converged upon the sword god. Subtle strands of profound energy were drawn forth. The Shaman Dao's eyelids twitched, trembling uncontrollably. Chaos, more chaos. What manner of monster was this, repeatedly employing attacks infused with the laws of chaos? This technique was even more terrifying. Faced with the phantom's frigid gaze, he felt no spark of rebellion. His body trembled violently as he watched the chaos sword hurtling towards him. The colossal hand descended relentlessly, seeking to disperse him. Alas, in the presence of the phantom, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The chaotic aura of this strike surpassed that of the previous one. Puff. Both individuals were sent flying. The phantom dissipated, the stars vanished, and the cold light of the chaos sword flickered ominously. The power of the stars, entwined with the essence of chaos, could even severely injure those in the Dao Realm. Those newly entering the Dao Realm could very well perish on the spot. Lin Jiuxuan's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, his lips torn, his aura plummeting to its nadir. Without the support of the chaos sword, he sank to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, gasping heavily. Bang! The Shaman Dao was struck by the chaos sword. The power of the stars invading his body as he was sent reeling backward, leaving a crimson arc in the air. Feeling the Shaman Dao's presence gradually waning, sinking to the depths, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He truly lacked the strength to continue the fight. Every ounce of power had been drained, making even the slightest movement feel arduous. Cough, cough, cough. A soft cough broke the silence of the space, sending ripples through the stillness. Lin Jiuxuan's heart raced once more. Was he not dead? He had clearly sensed the fading aura. Clinging to life, he had revived again. Truly infuriating, this was unbearable. Just when he thought he had finished him off, he discovered he was still alive. Gripping the jade token tightly, he was ready to crush it at any moment. As the dust settled, the Shaman Dao's figure emerged. He bore no semblance of a former Dao Realm expert. His aura flickering precariously, he managed to rise with great difficulty. If it weren't for this old man's hidden treasure, you would have truly succeeded in deceiving me, you little brat. The Shaman Dao was enveloped by a thin halo, a crystal-like orb in his hand. At this moment, it was dim and lifeless, lying on the ground, scattering with the slightest breeze. The Dow Pearl. No wonder he survived that strike. What is a Dow Pearl? The transition from the Dao Realm to the Enlightenment Realm is a chasm that requires not only talent, but also luck and other factors. The Dao Pearl is formed when one at the pinnacle of the Dao Realm, on the verge of entering the Enlightenment Realm amidst life and death, fuses all their Dao principles into a single pearl. This is the Dao Pearl. That a single Dao Pearl can withstand a full force attack from the Enlightenment Realm while containing all its Dao principles. He never expected that this old fellow would possess such a valuable item. Clang! The chaos sword fell beside him, its brilliance dim, having dropped to the ground. Its aura was subdued, resembling an ordinary sword. Kid, now let us see what you can use to contend with this old man. His expression darkened, the intent to kill evident in his eyes. The previous strike had forced him to rely on the Dao Pearl for survival. Leaving him in a state of profound weakness, he could barely stand. What a loss, to have nearly exhausted his resources to kill a half-step Dao warrior, and still have failed. This left him quite disheartened. When did half-step Dao warriors become so formidable? Do you realize how hideous you appear right now? Lin Jiuxuan grinned at the Shaman Dao. Despite the protection of the Dao Pearl, which absorbed much of the damage, his body was still gravely injured. The weakness in his aura was undeniable, and his magical power was nearly depleted. His entire physical form was on the verge of collapse, one side of his body blurred, his hair disheveled, resembling a madman. The Shaman Dao furrowed his brow, having used nearly everything at his disposal to withstand that strike. At this moment, though he wished to kill Lin Jiuxuan, he found himself powerless. His magical energy had completely evaporated. He could stand only because his physical body had withstood some of the damage. Otherwise, like Lin Jiuxuan, he would be no better off. Kid, hand over your techniques and sword forms, and I shall spare your life. Point one hand clasped behind his back. He gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, knowing he must maintain his imposing demeanor. He could not afford to falter. He dared not move, fearing he would collapse after just a few steps. All he could do was issue threats, his voice sounding strong yet revealing his inherent weakness. Despite his anger at Lin Jiuxuan's words, he suppressed his rage. Calm down. Don't lose your temper. Fine. Come take it from me. If you approach, I shall give it to you. Lin Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling with a hint of mockery, his pallor making his smile appear strained. His fingers twitched slightly. This is useful. Indeed, fortune proves to be far more reliable than merit. While mending his body with luck, he simultaneously provokes Wuxing Dao with his words. Employing a dual approach, why not indulge? He feels a pang of regret. After all, luck is a limited resource, and now it is being used for bodily restoration. Were it not for the system's task reward being a means to enhance his luck, he would never squander it so extravagantly. Both luck and the primordial purple aura are treasures that elude him in his current state. No, you must throw it over to me. Wuxing Dao took a step forward and then spoke. However, with that single step, he felt his body suffer a tremendous blow. The recovery of his mana was agonizingly slow. Nearly impossible. The spiritual energy in this area was already sparse, compounded by the array he had cast to shroud the space. There was virtually no spiritual energy available. He had been singularly focused on capturing Lin Jiuxuan to claim credit. He had never considered the possibility of being unable to defeat his opponent. Who would have thought that a half step into the Dao would be this formidable? Attempting to break the array was a futile endeavor. Without mana, it was impossible to unlock it. He certainly could not resort to self-destruction. Old dog, it's my turn now, that a crisp voice echoed, sending chills down Wuxing Dao's spine. His body trembled violently. How could this be? Impossible. How could you recover so quickly? Lin Jiuxuan rose, gazing at Wuxing Dao with a smirk, the chaos sword gripped firmly in his hand. Oh, you have entered the Dao, yet now you are merely a sheep for slaughter. How could this be? Do not judge me by your narrow perspective. In a space devoid of spiritual energy, I possess luck, and luck is far more valuable than spiritual energy. It restores far more rapidly. It took 50 units of luck to fully restore my body, and I do feel a twinge of regret. No, wait, I understand now. Chapter 60, Traces of Existence, the Trapped Human Race. I see it now. Wuxing Dao suddenly recalled something, pointing at Lin Jiuxuan, his face contorted in madness. You will die. You are doomed. Lin Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wuxing Dao. What had transpired to frighten a being of the Dao to such an extent? Was it merely because he had restored his mana in this space? That seemed insufficient to induce such terror. Having cultivated to the Dao Realm, surely his mental fortitude could withstand more. What could it be? Puzzled, the next moment, a horrifying realization struck him. You possess that thing. You have been tainted by misfortune, and you will die. That I will accompany you in the depths. His laughter was wild, frenzied, akin to a deranged elder. No. Please, I was wronged. I should not have revealed it. You are tainted by misfortune. You will die. You will die. Observing Wuxing Dao's sudden demise, an inexplicable chill coursed through Lin Jiuxuan's heart. Tainted by misfortune, what could possibly afflict a being of the Dao to such insanity? The system, perhaps. He had clearly sensed a ripple in the system moments. It could mean that the system had once existed, and Wuxing Dao had some prior connection with it. Only then could it make sense. Suddenly, he felt that this primordial world harbored many concealed histories. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The look in Wuxing Dao's dying eyes reminded him of those he had seen perish, individuals who had once possessed the system. Their fates had been grim. Questions swirled in his mind as the surrounding array shattered, and the array disc fell to the ground, which he promptly collected. Perhaps it would prove useful. Following the path, he sought the trapped human race. As he surmised, the individual who had sent him here and provided him with guidance was none other than the Great Luo, Jinshin-level human trapped outside. If that person had brought him here, they must possess a means of escape. He had also made plans. Should that person prove helpless, he still recalled the path he entered through. However, that route bore considerable risk, and he had to weigh its worth. Then he was taken aback. There were far more than one path. There were at least a dozen. Had he known, he would not have killed those two individuals. Now he regretted it, unable to find his way. Fortunately, he possessed the technique of creating clones. Otherwise, searching each path one by one would have wasted an immeasurable amount of time. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned a dozen identical figures who dispersed into each path. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. None of these paths were correct. They were all illusions where was the real path? He closed his eyes, meticulously scanning the space with his consciousness. Surely the way would be here. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slapped his own forehead. How foolish! Remembering the token he had found on Wuxing Dao, he hastily retrieved it. Indeed, an illusory path emerged before him as he employed transformation techniques to disguise himself as Wuxing Dao. So long as no one at the Dao Realm laid eyes upon him, his disguise would remain intact. The two Dao beings were ensconced in their own worlds. As long as this space remained undisturbed, they would not emerge. Moreover, Wuxing Dao was dead, and the other was ensnared by the array. Stroking his chin, it seemed this crisis had been averted. I am truly a genius. Little did he know, another significant crisis was brewing slowly. Outside, what did you say? The person has been missing for several days, and you report this now. What have you all been doing? The clan leader erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table as he glared at the assembly of elders. His frustration was palpable. He felt an urge to strike them down. I have already stated that any disappearance must be reported immediately. Where is the sense in taking 5 or 6 days to inform me? Were it not for my cultivation, I would feel as though these individuals might truly drive me to madness. Previously, a confidant claimed that the human elder was slacking off, then came to report that he was on strike. What a nonsensical endeavor. Now, this group of elders had completely failed in their duties, merely lounging around until they fell asleep. Had he not gone to check, he would still be unaware that individuals had been missing for days. Go find them. Why are you all just standing there? The sight of the elders staring blankly at one another only fueled his ire. But he genuinely contemplated visiting the graves of previous clan leaders to inquire how they had managed to endure the presence of such elders for so long while successfully managing the Wuxi clan. How had it come to pass that under his leadership, all he had were these insipid beings? They were even less worthy than swine. Clan leader, we searched but found nothing. The law enforcement elder, observing the clan leader's ire, felt a chill run down his spine. He inwardly cursed the elders behind him for pushing him forward to face the blame. Clan leader, the clansman reported seeing Lin Jiuxuan heading towards that mountain. The law enforcement elder was the most senior among the elders, surpassing even the clan leader in experience. Even the clan leader could not impose authority over him based solely on status. The generational hierarchy was undeniable, and it was quite a headache. What? Law enforcement elder, gather a few elders, and head to keep watch over the human elder. Taking several elders with him, he tore through space towards that mountain. All the elders understood the significance of that location and followed the clan leader without hesitation. That a few accompanied the law enforcement elder to the room of the human elder. The rest dispersed in search of Lin Jiuxuan's whereabouts. In the space, Lin Jiuxuan was making his way along a narrow path towards the location of the trapped human race, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Even if he were aware, it would be of no consequence. Against the entirety of the Wuxi clan, only a sage could emerge unscathed. Along the path, his eyes were dazzled. This space lacked any coherent laws. It was merely a realm. All spiritual energy was derived from spirit stones, extracted through array formations to sustain this space. The narrow path alone was constructed from the essence of spirit stones, a testament to their wealth. Upon reaching the Great Luo realm, spirit stones became extraneous, offering little utility. Yet, they appeared magnificent and impressive, but to the end of the narrow path lay a floating island where the trapped human race resided. As he soared towards the narrow path, he sensed no fewer than 10 Great Luo presences within a short distance. Having disguised himself as Wuxing Dao, he retracted his consciousness entirely on the island. He was filled with fury as he beheld the scenes unfolding before him. His heart trembling with dismay. He had anticipated that the human race here would endure great suffering, yet he never imagined the depths of their misery. They were living in abject poverty, reduced to the status of slaves pulling carts, or worse. Some among them had been executed on the spot for offending a member of the witch clan. The images before him ignited a surge of anger, and his eyes glinted with a flash of murderous intent. How could the human race endure such indignity? His arrival stirred the guardians of the island, who respectfully invited him to their quarters, albeit with a sense of bewilderment, for such esteemed figures rarely appeared, especially the witch sage, who had been sent here against his will and held little regard for these people. The thought of their sudden appearance sent a shiver down his spine. If he failed to serve them well, his life would be at stake. "Elder, please rest here while I fetch some attendants for you," the manager said with a forced smile. Logically, he was a half-step into the Dao and need not be so obsequious. However, the witch sage was known for his unpredictable temper. A single misstep in service could lead to death. With no recourse for grievance. Chapter 61. Dao Realm Master. Human race's predicament. The law enforcement elder, accompanied by several other elders, arrived at the abode of the human elder. Suddenly sensing something amiss, they found the elder seated leisurely in his chair. Observing them with a calm demeanor, it was as though he had anticipated their arrival, waiting for them all along. "Please, take a seat. Standing must be exhausting," he said, casually gesturing with a hand. The others were struck with horror and confusion. What was happening? Their bodies were suddenly pressed to the ground by an overwhelming force, rendering them immobile. Even the law enforcement elder could not move, his eyes wide in disbelief at the strength of the human elder. "Isn't he just a Great Luo, golden immortal? Come forth, do not hide any longer." With a pointed finger, a confidant hidden in the void fell into view, his face a mask of incredulity as he gazed at the elder. How could he have grown this powerful? He had monitored this elder for no less than a millennium. When had he transformed? Wasn't he merely a Great Luo, golden immortal? This was clearly the realm of Dao. If not its pinnacle, that it seemed the little one had been discovered. Perhaps it was time to let the old man stretch his limbs, for he clearly lacked respect for this old fellow. "I shall trouble you to remain here for a while," he said, waving his hand to cast an array that enveloped the area, trapping everyone inside. They gazed at the elder with astonishment and trepidation. To create such a formation capable of ensnaring them required an extraordinary level of skill. With more time, he could likely achieve the status of a Dao Realm Master. They exerted all their might to break free from the formation. Desperate to prevent his escape, the law enforcement elder bellowed, unleashing all his magical might to shatter the array. The others joined in, launching attacks to breach the formation that if he were to escape, the witch clan would surely face calamity. A Dao Realm Master could contend with any Realm Master of the same realm. In the realm of comprehension, none could rival him. They attacked the array with fervor, unwilling to remain trapped. The law enforcement elder, at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, along with his confidant and several other elders, stood a fighting chance even against a half-step into the Dao. Yet the formation remained unscathed, as solid as a fortress. Furrowing their brows, they each produced an item imbued with the power of the Dao realm. With a thunderous roar, they hurled them simultaneously, causing the array to shatter like glass. Damn it, before they could revel in their success. Another layer of the formation descended upon them. Their expressions darkened. This was an attempt to confine them. In the midst of this, the witch sage sensed the elder's aura and stepped forward. The witch clan could not be destroyed at his hands. Despite his disdain for the situation, with every wave of the elder's hand, another array fell into place, ensnaring yet another elder. The clan leader, guiding his people towards the mountain peak, also sensed something amiss and halted. "You truly have hidden yourself well, leaving us completely unaware," he remarked, as arrays materialized in front of them, entrapping him and his kin. The leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have thought that a Great Luo golden immortal from the human race could evolve into a Dao Realm Master over a millennium? It was far beyond his expectations. Given a few more years, he might have become a force to reckon with. Reluctantly, the elder did not wish to stir trouble, yet that little one was proving to be quite the nuisance. Shaking his head, the elder observed the leader's solemn expression. He could not confine the clan leader. The realm of comprehension was beyond the capabilities of a mere Dao Realm Master to contain. He could only manage a temporary confinement, and he sensed another figure of comprehension approaching, that if he was not mistaken, it must be the guardian of the witch clan, the witch sage. Had it not been for Lin Jiuxuan igniting a glimmer of hope in him, he would have preferred to remain hidden. Facing a race that had existed since the dawn of chaos, he had no confidence in his ability to prevail. Moreover, The witch clan's deep-rooted heritage was formidable, with many powerful beings lying in slumber. Unless one possessed the caliber of a transcendent being, it was folly to claim dominance over the witch clan. Even the likes of the transcendent and the two saints dared not fully eradicate the witch clan. Wary of their profound lineage, that it was understood that only those who surpassed the realm of comprehension could truly claim to suppress an entire race without fear of retaliation. You think a Dao array master can confine me? You underestimate the realm of comprehension. The clan leader roared, unleashing his full might, the power of his Dao swirling around him. Threads of space trembled in response. The array quivered momentarily, teetering on the brink of collapse. The might of the comprehension realm was indeed terrifying. The elder could only marvel at its strength, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. After a millennium of suppression, it was clear that revealing oneself now indicated a certain degree of capability. It was impossible for a single being of comprehension to dismantle all his schemes. Otherwise, the past millennium would have been for naught. You have arrived? The elder addressed the witch sage, who appeared in mid-air. I did not expect you to take action. The witch sage landed before the elder, a hint of sentiment in his eyes. He was aware of the elder's ascension to the rank of Dao Array Master, but chose not to mention it. He had not anticipated such an immediate response. Shaking his head, the elder's actions surprised him, his expression turning grave. While he was confident in his ability to subdue the elder's ability to conceal his strength for a millennium raised uncertainties. You should know that I will not allow you to destroy the witch clan, he said, glancing at the clan leader and others ensnared in the array, furrowing his brow. Although this array was crafted by a Dao Array Master, it emanated a trace of chaotic energy that I would relish the opportunity to eliminate you. But I lack the confidence. He gazed at the murderous intent in their eyes. He too wished to slay them all. However, he understood that such an ambition was unattainable. Nevertheless, he could trap them. The witch sage frowned. While a Dao Array Master was formidable, it was primarily against those of the Dao Realm. Even sensing the chaotic energy within the formation did not make him feel threatened. He could not fathom the source of the elder's confidence. Array. Activate. The elder bellowed, forcing his essence outward, revealing his concealed strength, a half-step into the Dao. This revelation did not disconcert him, but the sense of impending danger was palpable. This is not good. The earth trembled, mountains and rivers collapsed, and intricate patterns emerged from the ground. A massive array enveloped the entire witch clan. The culmination of a millennium of planning unfolded before them. With the elder himself as the foundation of the array, the earth as its base, and the mountains and rivers as its patterns, the intent to kill was unmistakable, a thunderous resonance echoing through the air as countless smaller arrays erupted from the ground. This is your grand plan after 1,000 years, the witch sage questioned, his brow furrowed. The array was breakable, but he dared not attempt it. Brute force would surely damage the very foundation of the witch clan's existence. What is happening? Where have the mountains gone? My heavens, the rivers have dried up. The clan members of the witch clan gazed at the rising arrays, confusion etched on their faces. What was happening? The mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and the earth split open with cracks. You use yourself as the array. How long can you truly confine us? The clan leader questioned the elder, a fierce killing intent gleaming in his eyes. A millennium, underneath his very eyelids. So much transpired unbeknownst to him. Had it not been for Lin Jiuxuan's sudden appearance, compelling him to act, he would have remained oblivious to the intricate array of formations woven around his very existence. The terrifying reality struck him. In a millennium, he had evolved from a novice in the art of formations to a master of Dao arrays, all without the slightest awareness. In that moment, he felt utterly worthless. It would not be long before he ensnared them. He hoped for swift action, for he could not endure much longer. Seated at the heart of the grand hall, Lin Jiuxuan suddenly trembled, as if something tethered to him was vanishing. Frowning, he pondered what could provoke such trepidation in a member of the witch clan. Chapter 62. The mighty hidden among humanity elder, we have brought the individuals, announced the subordinate before taking his leave. The clan members responsible for overseeing this space escorted several human women into the hall. Perceiving Lin Jiuxuan's furrowed brow, they wisely withdrew. The elder of the Witch clan was known for his eccentric temperament, quick to resort to violence, and they had no desire to serve him. Although uncertain of the purpose behind summoning these women, they complied, for they were mere clan members who could not afford to offend an elder. Raising his gaze, he cast aside the unsettling thoughts and focused on the women before him. They were delicate and captivating. Truly the Embo, sensing the ripples emanating from outside, his countenance changed drastically. Indeed, his suspicions were not unfounded. The situation was far from simple. Chapter 63. Betrayers of the Human Race. Damn it! Waves of pressure surged through the sky, unleashing a formidable force that caused every individual to tremble. Come out! A colossal hand reached directly towards his location, grasping fiercely, entering the Dao Realm. How could this be? Feeling this aura, the 5 elders furrowed their brows, murmuring to themselves. How could it possibly be the aura of someone in the Dao Realm? Lin Jiuxuan pondered, frowning. He had only just arrived. Why was someone from the Dao Realm descending? This could only indicate the presence of a traitor. What other explanation could there be? Was it mere coincidence? The 5 elders rose simultaneously, descending from the sky, fixating their gaze upon Wu Mingdao. They were unsure why he appeared in this place. Now that they had been discovered, there was no need for concealment. Lin Jiuxuan stepped out as well, realizing that remaining inside was not an option. He could not stay in this room any longer. He sensed over a dozen Dao Realm auras approaching from all directions, converging towards the house. "Oh, it is you 5 old fools. Hand over that item, and I may spare your lives." Wu Mingdao regarded the 5 elders with an expression of foreknowledge, devoid of any surprise. Set up the formation. Without further ado, the 5 elders formed a hand seal, and a powerful aura surged from behind them, creating a formation that enveloped Wu Mingdao. Using oneself as the formation. Indeed, it is something left behind by that old man. Without making a move, he observed the formation with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with admiration. To be honest, he held great respect for that individual, even if they were adversaries. Had it not been for that elder, they would not have lost nearly 10 elder-level figures. If it had been that old man, he would have turned and left without hesitation. Unfortunately, you are not him. Gazing at the formation, he felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling how he had once experienced it. The disparity between then and now was astronomical. After all, without the guidance of that elder, this formation could only confine beings at the mid-Dao realm. Were that elder to intervene, even those at the peak of the Dao realm would spill blood here. With your capabilities, you cannot hinder me. Hand over the item. Wu Mingdao unleashed his aura, thunder rumbling. The earth quaking as thin spiritual energy surged towards him, but he struck a punch against the formation, which wobbled slightly, but held firm. Boom! Bang! One punch after another struck out, causing the formation to tremble incessantly. Forcing the 5 to retreat, blood seeping from their mouths. Chaos erupted in other parts of the island as well. The confinement of those in the Dao realm ignited the flames of rebellion. Hidden Luo golden immortals emerged one after another. Among them 2 or 3 leaders of the half-step Dao realm. I will fight you to the death. Damn it. I've had enough. The human race had been ignited like a powder keg. With one hidden powerhouse revealed, all the humans rose, filled with fury, charging towards the Wu clan. The entire island was engulfed in flames of battle. And at this moment, the human race was enraged. Thousands of years of suppressed wrath erupted in full force. The battles of the Luo golden immortals were scattered, each one now a treasure of the human race. Emerging 1 by 1.2 half-step Dao realm powerhouses were also uncovered by the Wu clan. Even hidden among the graveyard of bones, there were human powerhouses in that instant. Regardless of where they had been concealed, all human beings were drawn out as if a grand, unprecedented purge was underway, targeting the human race. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brows as he surveyed the unprecedented chaos. Though it appeared chaotic, it was entirely under the control of the Wu clan. Was it mere coincidence? He couldn't help but ask himself. He had only just arrived, and this turmoil erupted. What a remarkable coincidence this was. The 5 hidden pillars of support for the human race had been discovered, and the chaos began. He found it hard to believe that there were no traitors among the humans. How could the locations of those hidden Luo golden immortals be uncovered? Although he had just arrived, based on the human race's tendencies to conceal themselves, how could such information be revealed to others? This indicated that it was a conspiracy, a plot against the human race here. He could not fathom what force could compel the Wu clan to wait for 1,000 years, refraining from breaking the seal. To orchestrate everything, willingly remaining sealed at the bottom of the Tongtian River for millennia. Just as he was contemplating all of this, amidst the chaos, shouts of fury echoed, heart-wrenching roars pierced the air, and anguished cries resonated. Why? Why did you betray us? A Dao Luo, golden immortal of the human race, looked incredulously at his companion, questioning that he could not comprehend why. Why would he turn against him? They had been brothers for over 1,000 years. How could this happen? Because I no longer wish to live this way. I desire to cultivate normally, without hiding. It was not just one instance. Among the same race, one Dao Luo, golden immortal, after another perished at the hands of their own kin. Before dying, their faces bore expressions of disbelief. Betrayed by their own kind, they did not fall to the enemy's hands but to those of their own. Then let us die together. The ambushed Dao Luo, golden immortal, filled with wrath, glared at his assailant, charging towards the Dao Luo, golden immortal of the Wu clan while embracing the one who had attacked him. The essence of their souls pulsated, waves of destructive energy permeating the sky. Boom! The sound of violent explosions echoed through the heavens. The essence of their souls burst forth like beautiful fireworks, dazzling yet terrifying. Betrayal. This is your doing. The 5 elders, trapped alongside Wu Mingdao, cried out in anguish, their hearts torn as they witnessed the unfolding scene. The Dao Luo golden immortal was not as easily produced as a Tai golden immortal. These 100 Dao Luo golden immortals had accumulated over generations to this moment, with more than half having betrayed them. How could they not be enraged, witnessing their comrades turn against one another, tears streaming from their eyes? You wish to ambush me? Lin Jiuxuan, with the sword that had grazed his face, fixed his gaze on the 3 women behind him, his voice laced with intense inquiry. They were no mere Tai golden immortals. Their auras unmistakably revealed them as Dao Luo golden immortals. Although he was unsure how they had deceived his senses, he did not regard the 3 of them as a threat. Observing the eldest among them, he noticed a faint aura reminiscent of the Wu clan, very subtle and weak. No, you are not of the human race? He suddenly realized and spoke aloud, causing the other 2 women to gasp in surprise. Their elder sister was not human. He recalled that it was this very woman who had discerned his unique essence and even knew his name within the Great Hall. He had assumed everyone here was aware of it. Yet, the 5 elders were completely oblivious. It was only this woman who mentioned it. What nonsense are you spouting? One of the women exclaimed, glaring at Lin Jiuxuan, instinctively distancing herself from her elder sister. It was not that she did not believe him. Rather, the recent betrayal had taught her to be cautious. How did you recognize me and my essence? Ignoring the change in her elder sister's expression, he continued, if I am not mistaken, those people must have been incited by you. Perhaps even some of your Wu clan members. He fixed his eyes on the elder sister, speaking with unwavering conviction. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. I must admit, your storytelling skills are impressive. The eldest sister applauded, a smirk of pride curling her lips. Yes, that's so. Do you think I lack the means to see through your deception? Lin Jiuxuan met her gaze unwaveringly, stating calmly. However, her so-called disguise was merely the use of the essence of the human race to conceal her identity. Once the essence was stripped away, her true power would be revealed. Conveniently, he held the title of guardian of the human race, which not only allowed him to harness the strength of the human race, but also enabled him to discern whether someone was truly human. Regardless of the as long as they were of a human race, he could identify them, which was why he spoke with such certainty. Are you trying to fool me? Present some real evidence. I could just as easily claim you are a fraud. The elder sister, furrowing her brows, remarked his disguise was personally crafted by the patriarch of the Wu Dao realm. Lin Jiuxuan is merely a half-step into the Dao from the primitive human tribe. How could he possibly see through it? If it were that easy to uncover, how could no one have detected his concealment over the course of a millennium? System. Activate the title to strip her of her human essence. She executed a complex seal with her hands. The ability to sever essence was indeed a function of this title, but did not entail the deprivation of human essence itself. Rather, it could strip away the disguises employed by other races utilizing human essence. In other words, it could remove all those who employed human essence as a fade. There's no escape now. Observing Lin Jiuxuan, who remained silent with a furrowed brow, she spoke with a smile. Stepping forward, the Hongjun cold sword firmly in her grasp, she intended to kill Lin Jiuxuan. Being the direct disciple of the Formation Elder, his demise would ensure that no one would uncover her true identity. Once the 5 pillars of the human race were eliminated, she would ascend to the position of leader, thus gaining the right to unveil the secrets of this realm, ultimately becoming the Grand Minister of the Wuji tribe. Divine abilities, secret techniques, and status would all belong to her. "What are you doing to me?" Suddenly halting, she frowned, her expression darkening as she sensed the human a sword cleaved through the air, fracturing the very fabric of space, revealing the boundless firmament beyond. With this single strike, it seemed as if both the sword and the realm had been torn asunder, and a tremor coursed through all present. The harbinger of death had arrived. Though merely for a fleeting minute, his presence embodied the undeniable essence of a saint. "I beg for mercy. I surrender." Beneath the weight of that singular sword, blood flowed like rivers. And those merely a half-step into enlightenment were utterly annihilated. With but one stroke, he obliterated a clan of thousands from the Witchkin, a terror beyond comprehension. Their primordial spirits extinguished, their souls scattered, they were bereft of even the chance for reincarnation. In that moment, all trembled. Every traitorous human knelt upon the ground, shivering in terror, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld Lin Jiuxuan. How had the human race come to possess such formidable strength? They wondered, unaware of the truth. Had they foreseen this, they would never have betrayed. The 5 venerable elders, now ascendant, gazed into Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, equally astonished. How could he have become so powerful so suddenly? Traitors deserve death. The cold voice sent shivers through all, causing them to involuntarily quiver. It was an overwhelming dread, so potent that it compelled them to their knees. "No, I refuse. By what right do you challenge me? I will fight back. I do not wish to die." In this moment, both the human traitors and the Witchkin howled in rage. Their bodies were restrained, fury directed at Lin Jiuxuan. Why was this happening? It was an unbearable injustice. The half-step enlightened from the Witchkin, meeting those blood-red, icy eyes, felt their heart race with trepidation. With a shared glance, they unleashed all their powers against Lin Jiuxuan. They were not ready to die. Their lives had yet to be fully lived. Did the ephemeral truly believe they could shake the heavens, soar too, shock the divine? With a cold smile, he dismissed them, mere ants unable to disturb a great tree. And these individuals were even less than that, merely the grasshoppers of autumn. The sword was drawn, shocking the divine, as waves of sword light surged forth. The space was torn asunder, sliced, and the stars flickered. An enigmatic force spread throughout the realm, and everyone could feel their primordial spirit tremble. "No, please, I do not wish this." In that moment, all members of the Witchkin and the treacherous humans felt their bodies shudder. Whether they were Great Luo golden immortals or merely half-steps into enlightenment, their essences were utterly extinguished, descending into oblivion. Their primordial spirits annihilated. Only their physical forms remained. "Shatter," a single word escaped his lips. And the law followed his command. The chaos sword gleamed ominously, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword light. With the obliteration of their primordial spirits, their physical bodies held no purpose. The fallen corpses were cut to pieces by the endless sword light. As the traitors of humanity dared to wish for intact remains, a dream. After all this, he raised his gaze to the heavens, where the Witchkin's Ming Dao was trapped, and regarded the 5 venerable elders in their ascended state. A fire ignited within him. "Elders, leave it to me." With a single step forward, he declared, "Young one, I know not what external force you wield, but how long can your physical form endure?" Ming Dao observed Lin Jiuxuan, now drenched in blood, with a grave expression. The oppressive weight he exuded rivaled that of the clan leader himself. Slay, you would be sufficient." He reached for the chaos sword, which hummed ominously. The burden of his physical form was irrelevant to him. The system's passive skill dictated that 1 minute was 1 minute, and it would undoubtedly sustain him. Arrogant. You have already expended so much power. How much more can you possibly wield? A smirk crept across his face that a half-step into enlightenment cannot draw upon the powers of a true, enlightened being multiple times, let alone a mere half-step. However, he was mistaken. Lin Jiuxuan possessed a system, an unassailable advantage that defied conventional reasoning. I shall extinguish your primordial spirit and scatter your soul. With a step forward, the chaos sword resonated, his gaze frigid as he shattered the formations, enveloping the 5 elders in a force that sent them crashing to the ground. Sword 3, exterminate the celestials. As the sword was unleashed, a phantom emerged behind him. Those cold eyes opened in unison, piercing through the expanse of space, causing the primordial earth to tremble in the outside world. The trapped clan leader and others, including the enlightened witchkin, felt their bodies quiver. Their hearts raced with unease, as that gaze exuded an overwhelming pressure. Across the primordial earth, from the ninefold celestial palaces to the depths of the blood sea in the north, terrifying powers felt their bodies shudder. Such great terror, such immense dread. In the western realm, the light of the Buddha radiated. Within the confines of space, no, it cannot be. Lin Jiuxuan's phantom extended a finger, fracturing the space. The finger transformed into a sword, and the realm could not withstand it. The laws crumbled in the boundless starry sky. Countless stars erupted in an instant. No. Mingdao summoned every ounce of his magical power, hurling various artifacts and life-saving treasures outward. This sword sensed an acute danger and sought to escape. Yet his body remained immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through him, leaving a roar in its wake. His body was reduced to dust, with his primordial spirit having no chance to flee. He cast a glance at the 5 elders on the ground, their brows furrowing. Concentrate. He extended his palm, uttering a single word. 5 orbs coalesced from the laws, materialized in his hand, and were thrust into the bodies of the 5 elders. They were exhausted and at their wits' end. Even the arrival of a saint could not salvage their plight. 15 seconds remaining. Feeling the power within him dwindle, he sensed the minute drawing to a close. As long as humanity endures, my path shall not be solitary. Outside, the formation elder spat blood, feeling the tremors resonating from the shattered space. The formation collapsed, his body torn asunder, blood staining the heavens, yet he bore not a shred of regret. He had not misjudged the young man. He indeed possessed a means, but humanity could not be forsaken. As long as I am here, death shall not come. Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward, standing before the formation elder. Pointing a finger, laws coalesce. The essence of the witchkin's laws converged into his hand. A rounded orb pulsating with life force was thrust into the formation elder's body. Lin Jiuxuan, the clan leader, roared, feeling the essence of the witchkin's laws. Life force surged forth. Mingdao's expression darkened, and all the elders launched their assault simultaneously. A tremendous onslaught descended upon Lin Jiuxuan. 2. He felt the weight of that power, but remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. 1. Farewell. He extended his palm, tearing through the void, seeking a life star to plunge into. Curse be this fate. Chapter 66. The laws, a new world in the starry sky. Celestial bodies flickered, some teeming with life, others devoid of it. Each life-filled star was shielded by the laws of heaven. Even saints dared not breach them lightly. Within the chaos, various terrifying entities existed, including ancient chaotic beasts that feasted upon saints once they reached maturity. A beam of light pierced through a barrier, descending upon a star in the depths of chaos. It seemed some seal had been shattered, and chaotic energies surged forth in tumultuous waves. Across the land of Zhuzhou, amidst the vast mountain ranges, it was a realm of demonic beasts, rumored to be under the dominion of an esteemed beast master of the Taoist level. Have you heard? The Tianzong has begun recruiting. That sect on the brink of irrelevance. I heard their ancestral figure is near death, yet they're still of the Taoist level. Their foundation endures. Tea wouldn't hurt to try. Several young cultivators stealthily approached the edge of the vast mountain range. They were practitioners from the vicinity, eager to test their luck upon hearing of the Tianzong's recruitment. Participation in the entrance examination required a cultivation level of at least Earth Realm, and they were all half steps into that realm. Hoping to seize this opportunity, as they gradually ventured deeper, they began to disappear. Taoist level, Tianzong, upon the gnarled ancient tree, Lin Jiuxuan rose languidly, observing the figures that had faded from view. He muttered to himself. His mind still grappling with the transition. It had been over 10 days since he awakened, now acutely aware that this was not the Hongjun world, but rather a new realm altogether. His cultivation had suffered significant setbacks. He recalled the moment when, at the precipice of annihilation during the God of Death's descent, he had forcefully torn through the spatial barrier, believing he would return to Hongjun. Little did he know that he would be thrust into an entirely different world. Moreover, this realm was strikingly dissimilar to Hongjun, seemingly surpassing it. The density of the Dao principles in the air was far richer than that of Hongjun. Even a mere pig could attain the status of a Great Luo golden immortal here. Regardless of its lineage, the act of tearing through the world's barrier had left his cultivation in tatters, and his physical form had endured grievous injuries. Were it not for the system's intervention at the last moment, he would have been unable to withstand the world's forceful pull. The system remained dormant. Young Master, a figure materialized behind him. One of the human race from this realm, in that critical moment, he had taken advantage of the God of Death's impending arrival to forcibly refine this space. This individual was named Li Tianxian, one of the few remaining Great Luo golden immortals among the human race. Given his current power, he could only open a fraction of the space, allowing the Great Luo golden immortals of the human race to emerge. The rest remained in slumber, awaiting either his recovery of strength or the utilization of formidable spiritual energy to tear through the space. Upon awakening, he had instructed Li Tianxian to assess the situation. He held no fears of betrayal from these individuals. During the refinement of the space, their soul imprints had been firmly within his grasp. It was not a matter of coldness, but rather a precaution. This realm was known as the continent of Dao. Here, all beings primarily cultivated the Dao principles, though not everyone could engage in such practices. The realms beneath the Dao Realm were divided into 4 tiers: the human realm, the mysterious realm, the earth realm, and the heavenly realm. Above these were the Dao Realm, which was further divided into 9 levels. Beyond the Dao Realm lay the entry Dao and the enlightenment Dao. What lay beyond that remained unknown. Additionally, this world was rife with sects, yet only those that had reached the entry level were recognized. The sects were classified from 5th to 1st rank. The sole entry-level sect in the vicinity was the Tian sect, which housed an elder at the late stage of the Dao Realm. However, this elder, due to issues of longevity, was nearing the end of his days, as no successor had yet emerged to uphold the sect's stature. It was on the verge of descending in rank. Let us proceed and investigate. Accompanied by Li Tianxian, he made his way toward a nearby city to gather information to Li Tianxian, at the initial stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, corresponded to the so-called Heavenly Realm in this world. Tianxian City fell under the jurisdiction of the Tian sect, with a Heavenly Realm practitioner overseeing it. Backed by the Tian sect, no one dared to act recklessly. In this new world with a fresh beginning, he was determined to soar once more. As he gazed upon the immense city, the weight of its ancient aura washed over him, prompting reflections on the contrast with the Hongjun world, where sages held dominion and the Dao Ancestor presided at the center, leaving no room for audacious challenges to their authority. This world, however, was different. Teeming with sects, it was a realm for the strong, governed by the law of the jungle where the weak were devoured by the strong, and only the fittest survived. He firmly believed he could carve a name for himself in this realm. Bolstered by the presence of the human race within the space, entered the city. One was required to pay a toll of 100 spiritual stones, the city's entrance. Disciples of the Tian sect were tasked with collecting the entry fees. Numerous cultivators lined up, dutifully surrendering their spiritual stones. Tianxian and Lin Jiuxuan approached the city gates, unleashing their auras, which swiftly granted them entry. The most significant distinction from Hongjun was the intricate web of powers. Each sect possessed its own city, and no single force could dominate the entirety of this world. Observing the bustling cultivators within, he noted that most were at the mysterious realm, with few at the earth realm. let alone any of the Heavenly Realm. Without pausing, Lin Jiuxuan made his way directly to the auction house. In this world, advancement and survival hinged upon wealth. Spiritual stones served as the circulating currency. Those from Hongwang were rendered useless here due to differing world rules. The moment they were presented, they would be recognized as foreign, leading to complications. The Zishuan auction house, the largest in Tianxian City. It was said to have branches throughout the continent. Its formidable strength commanded respect, even from the ordinary entry-level section's esteemed guest. Whether you seek to purchase elixirs, artifacts, or anything else, our establishment has it all. As soon as he entered, a servant approached. Lin Jiuxuan frowned. This servant boasted peak mysterious realm cultivation. Moreover, within his perception, he sensed 3 Heavenly Realm practitioners guarding the premises, stronger than those stationed by the Tian sect. Truly, the might of a major power was evident, even in their branch. For purchases, I require your supervisor, Lin Jiuxuan stated. Lacking the funds for buying, he was undoubtedly there to sell. The least he could offer was an item of heavenly quality from this realm. With his cultivation, he could effortlessly forge such items. And to be discreet, he had even crafted a semi-Dao weapon. Aside from the semi-Dao weapon, all others were products of Li Tianxian's craftsmanship. You may leave. I shall attend to these guests. As the servant attempted to speak, a melodious voice interrupted, and turning, the servant bowed respectfully before attending to other matters. I am Zishuan, the manager of this establishment. Please, young master, let us ascend to the second floor for discussions. Zishuan scrutinized Li Tianxian behind Lin Jiuxuan, furrowing her brow. She was well aware of the Heavenly Realm practitioners in Tianxian City, and this one was unfamiliar and notably youthful. The moment Li Tianxian released his aura, she felt an unusual intensity, akin to facing a mid-stage Heavenly Realm practitioner. The tea is exquisite, and Miss Zishuan is quite lovely. After sipping the tea, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. The beverage seemed to alleviate his injuries slightly. Young master, you flatter me. May I inquire what you wish to sell? I can certainly assist. Zishuan regarded Lin Jiuxuan, her mind racing. With a Heavenly Realm guardian, this individual's status was undoubtedly significant, either from a prominent family or a major power. The mere act of employing a Heavenly Realm protector indicated resources beyond the reach of ordinary factions. Miss Zishuan, might you provide an appraisal? Lin Jiuxuan replied with a smile, gesturing for several artifacts to appear upon the table. The moment his aura was released, Zishuan's brows knitted together. She was taken aback by the intensity of Lin Jiuxuan's presence. Recognizing that he too was a Heavenly Realm practitioner, young and distinctly extraordinary. Are these items crafted by you, young master? She stammered. The presence of a young Heavenly Realm cultivator was akin to confronting a ravenous lion. The Heavenly Realm guardian behind him was also youthful and possessed formidable strength. She could hardly fathom which family or sect could nurture such talents. Zishuan, Lin Jiuxuan called. Noticing her dazed expression, he was there to conduct business, not to admire contemplative beauties. Besides, he was not one to be easily swayed by feminine allure. Oh, I apologize. I lost my train of thought. I shall summon our appraiser immediately, she hastily assured, arranging for the appraiser to assess the items. Recognizing her own limitations compared to a professional, rest assured, we will provide you with a fair evaluation. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the items on the table mid-sentence. Her words faltered, eyes wide. She rubbed them in disbelief, questioning her vision. All were heavenly quality artifacts, and amongst them lay a semi-Dao weapon, exuding a distinct aura, standing out as a rare gem among the rest of a semi-Dao weapon. She stuttered. Although she had seen semi-Dao weapons before, they were typically treasured by small clans and seldom offered for sale. Overwhelmed, she realized the magnitude of this transaction. Presenting heavenly quality items and a semi-Dao weapon would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune in an auction. Are you certain you wish to sell them all? Raising her head, her eyes shimmering with peculiar hues, she gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, who could produce such an array of magical artifacts in one go. Regardless of whether they were acquired through theft or force, their prowess was undeniably formidable. She leaned towards the notion that a vast organization was backing him. After all, to present such a multitude of high-quality treasures, even an esteemed sect would struggle to manage them. Why would they not sell to us? Does Miss Jiuxuan truly jest in delight? Lin Jiuxuan chuckled, stating that Li Tianxian had thoroughly investigated, revealing that only the Jiuxuan auction house in the city could possibly accommodate such an abundance of treasures. Furthermore, it boasted a commendable reputation, ensuring that incidents of robbery were unlikely. Although he had no fear of such an event, it was preferable to avoid unnecessary troubles. My apologies for my impertinence, Jiuxuan said as she stood and performed a courteous bow. Subsequently pouring a cup of tea for Lin Jiuxuan that moment, the appraiser from the shop arrived. This is our shop's appraiser. He will undoubtedly provide the young master with a fair valuation. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, was instantly captivated by the treasures displayed on the table, his eyes gleaming as if he were beholding a beautiful maiden in the nude. The brilliance and subtlety of the craftsmanship left him awestruck. Such materials, such techniques, he exclaimed, picking up one of the artifacts, his eyes widening in disbelief. The materials were not of the highest grade but of the next tier. Yet they perfectly integrated the essence of the Dao without a trace of excess. This method of refinement was unfamiliar to him. Even in ancient texts he had perused, this refinement technique is extraordinary. Jiuxuan observed the old man in astonishment. His expression had been one of unceasing amazement since he entered and laid eyes on the treasures. He meticulously caressed each item, his words imbued with profound shock and admiration. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, this individual was also a formidable celestial-level expert, having reached the late stages of cultivation. Elder Bai, do you believe you can appraise these? Jiuxuan interjected, noting the reluctance in Elder Bai's demeanor. However, these items were brought to be sold, and it would be inappropriate to cling to them indefinitely. What? These are for sale? Such wanton waste. Elder Bai turned, unable to contain his excitement as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with joy. Upon learning that these treasures would be sold, he could only sigh in resignation. Are people in this era truly so wealthy? Celestial-grade artifacts and semi-Dao are being sold. These two do not appear to be in dire need of money. Does one at the celestial level lack funds? Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Young master, are you certain of selling these? Each is a superior artifact, he queried, looking intently at Lin Jiuxuan. These are no ordinary wares. Are you truly resolved to part with them? To possess such a plethora of high-quality treasures suggests a formidable backing, and I would prefer not to offend. However, he saw confirmation again that a weapon refiner, and a celestial-grade one at that. He could also forge celestial-grade items if given sufficient materials, and had the opportunity to craft semi-Dao. Yet, each weapon here surpassed the quality of those he had crafted. Indeed, these items are for sale. If not, we shall simply seek another establishment, Lin Jiuxuan stated as he rose, feigning to collect the artifact from the table. It is not as if this is the only shop available. Others can offer the same, but we are drawn here due to the shop's reputation. Elder Bai, Jiuxuan hastily stood, her face adorned with an exaggerated smile. This was a significant business transaction, and she cast a disapproving glance at Elder Bai, questioning his actions. What are you doing? We invited him here to appraise the items, and now he is preparing to leave. Is there any shop that drives away customers in such a manner? Young master, that was not my intention. I have another inquiry, and I beseech you to answer. Elder Bai implored. We shall accept these treasures. Aside from our establishment, no other shop in the city can accommodate them. He chuckled, speaking with earnestness. Each celestial-grade artifact commanded a staggering price, let alone a semi-Dao, which would be even more valuable. Old fellow, if you can accept them, then do so. Why all the questions? Li Tianxian glared at Elder Bai, irritation evident in his gaze. The old man was truly verbose. If not for Lin Jiuxuan's restraint, he would have turned and walked away. This is not the only shop that can sell. They're a problem. Elder, Lin Jiuxuan turned back, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Thoroughly exasperated, he acknowledged the truth in Elder Bai's words. Indeed, only their shop could handle such treasures in the city. He felt the urge to vent his frustrations. Is it really so difficult to sell something? May I inquire if these artifacts were crafted by you, or by someone behind you? Elderby squinted at Lin Jiuxuan, but he had observed that the artifacts appeared to have been recently completed, suggesting that the craftsman's skill was undoubtedly superior to his own, and he yearned to learn from them. Stuck at the celestial grade refinement level for a century, he was eager for a breakthrough. Aside from the semi-Dao way, the rest are my own creations. Lin Jiuxuan reflected before responding that in this world, lacking an identity, his claim posed no issue. There were many powerful beings in the space around him, and he harbored no fear of unforeseen consequences. Young Master, you are a celestial grade refiner. Chapter 68. The Peculiar Gourd and the Elder. Young Master, you are a celestial grade refiner. Zixuan and Elderby exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with shock as they regarded Lin Jiuxuan, but a celestial grade refiner of such youth, coupled with celestial level cultivation, truly a prodigy. Young Master, must we confine ourselves to a single establishment? That old man was insufferably bothersome. Once outside the Zixuan auction house, Li Tianxian glanced at Lin Jiuxuan, still perturbed by the previous encounter with the old man. Had it not been for Lin Jiuxuan's urging to temper his temper, he would have relished the opportunity to dismantle the old man. Let us return in 3 days, Lin Jiuxuan remarked. Glancing at the invitation in his hand, he had not anticipated that the artifacts he casually refined would possess such allure. The so-called celestial grade artifacts could be crafted even by golden immortals in the Primordial era. The previous encounter had further enlightened him about this realm, which housed not only cultivators but also craftsmen, alchemists, and formation masters. Unlike the Primordial realm where cultivators typically possess skills in crafting, alchemy, formations, and runes that in 3 days, perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him that a smile graced his lips as he regarded the auction house. After their departure, Elderby pondered aloud, Miss, would the semi-Dao also be auctioned? He caressed the long sword of semi-Dao grade in his hands, looking at Zixuan with a touch of confusion. Such a weapon could easily be kept for personal use. They were not incapable of purchasing it. Elderby, what is your impression of this individual? Elderby furrowed his brow, noting that 2 other elders stood behind him, both celestial-level experts guarding this establishment. Each of the 3 possessed their own expertise, formations, weapons, and alchemy, an impressive foundation for the branch. Aside from Elderby, the other 2 scrutinized the long sword, their faces revealing astonishment and surprise that a celestial grade refiner paired with celestial level cultivation could indeed be considered a genius. After a moment's contemplation, Elderby remarked, such young celestial grade refiners are not unheard of. I have encountered quite a few. They can ascend purely through cultivation resources. But wait, old Bai, come here and take a look at this sword. Something feels off, the essences of formations and weaponry. How is that possible? How can the 2 paths intertwine? A genius, undoubtedly a genius. On the street, Lin Jiuxuan led Li Tianxian to purchase a house for convenience. Having just acquired a substantial fortune, they were not short on funds. With a residence, it would be easier to accommodate those who emerge from the space in the future, recently unearthed from ancient ruins. Dao-grade elixirs, no deception. Only $9.99. Initial stage Dao Realm Beast Essence Blood, not $999 or $888, only $666, a legendary manual left by an emperor, reluctantly sold for merely $9.99. Price negotiable. The painting of the immortal maiden emerging from a bath. Limited edition, only $666, no bargaining allowed. Listening to the cacophony of sound around him, Lin Jiuxuan's eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile, as if he had been transported back to a time before his journey through realms. The overwhelming familiarity of the noise was strangely comforting. Li Tianxian surveyed his surroundings with wide eyes. This was a place he had never encountered before, having been trapped in a space of desolation throughout the Primordial era. He had never had the chance to step outside and experience the world beyond, which left him somewhat astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure, dismissing the significance of various mystical beast blood or the Emperor's scriptures as mere nonsense. Observing Li Tianxuan's demeanor, Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found himself reminiscing about Earth, longing to return, for that was his true home. He wondered how his parents were faring. Were they safe and sound? Young master, they are all charlatans, yet some still choose to believe them. Li Tianxuan's words pulled Lin Jiuxuan back from his nostalgic reverie, and he felt no surprise at the sentiment. The human race in that space had always been in a state of captivity. And these Great Luo golden immortals, like Li Jiuxuan, were actually quite young, having existed for merely a millennium. That it was entirely normal for them to harbor such thoughts, having never encountered the outside world. Cultivation is not an easy path, and all endeavors are ultimately driven by the pursuit of enlightenment. Understanding the mundane world is also a form of cultivation, perhaps in such a noisy place. There might be hidden masters contemplating the essence of existence. Each individual is free to choose their own path, with no right or wrong involved. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through him, causing him to furrow his brow. Just moments ago, he sensed a powerful divine consciousness sweep past him. Glancing sideways at Li Jiuxuan, he noted that the latter appeared entirely unfazed. The others around them exhibited no unusual reactions either, as if this divine consciousness was solely directed at him. Whether intentionally or otherwise remained a mystery. Could it be that his clandestine identity had been uncovered? He silently reminded himself to be cautious. But what was that? His gaze caught sight of an elderly man displaying an assortment of wares in a corner. Among the haphazard items, an inconspicuous gourd caught his attention. The dormant system within him stirred, as though beckoning him toward the gourd. Old man, how much for this item? With Li Jiuxuan at his side, he approached the old man's stall and inquired. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but was swiftly interrupted. The gourd seemed utterly ordinary, yet the system emanated a strong desire for it, compelling him to investigate further. Young man, you are quite intriguing. The instant the old man opened his eyes, Lin Jiuxuan felt a jolt run through him. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that his entire being was being scrutinized. The murky depths of the old man's eyes flickered with the light of distant stars and a grayish power. It felt as if his body was slipping from his control. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. Young master, what is the matter? Li Jiuxuan, noticing Lin Jiuxuan's distress, could not help but inquire, observing the dampness on his back. A look of confusion washed over his face. What had just transpired? Why was his back soaked? Was it once again directed solely at him? This was utterly absurd. Moments ago, he had felt a terrifying divine consciousness. And now, this strange sensation. Even winning the lottery did not come with such bizarre occurrences. Turning back to glance at the elderly vendor, who appeared quite decrepit, he wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Surely not. It was impossible. The intensity of that sensation had been all too real, as if he had been thrust into the experience itself. This gourd is free, but you must agree to one condition. The old man stated, his murky eyes widening as wrinkles gathered in a concentrated manner. With a benevolent smile, his expression transformed in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, becoming something altogether different. Old man, what condition? Instinctively, he felt an urge to leave this place. Yet the system's compelling force kept him rooted in place, yearning for the gourd. Frowning, he found himself unable to move, as the system's desire for the gourd intensified. The old man radiated an unsettling aura. The gourd is yours, but you must allow me to accompany you, the elderly man stated with a smile, directly tossing the gourd into Lin Jiuxuan's hands. Old man, he had no opportunity to respond. By the time he contemplated a refusal, the man had gathered his belongings and was now beside him. This young lad is quite remarkable, Lin Jiuxuan observed as he clapped a hand on Li Jiuxuan's shoulder. Lin Jiuxuan felt a surge of power enter his body, overshadowing the primordial aura that had once surrounded him. In that moment, Lin Jiuxuan realized he had encountered an ancient being, undoubtedly one of those elusive masters who grasp the profound truths of the world. The primordial aura within him had been concealed by the system, seeking to mask the presence of an extraordinary essence. Only those who had transcended the very laws of existence could effortlessly obscure traces of the Dao. This individual before him was evidently such a being. Chapter 69. Let me divine a fate you. Feeling the movement of Lin Jiuxuan, Li Jiuxuan attempted to resist and evade, but found it utterly impossible to do so. Thank you, senior. As the hands settled on his shoulders, he felt a barrier within him shatter. The overwhelming sense of rejection from the world dissipated, leaving him feeling unburdened and liberated. The address shifted, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. Ah, such courtesy! Lin Jiuxuan stroked his chin, calmly accepting the gesture, Tianquan's demeanor was amusingly mysterious, which Lin Jiuxuan found quite gratifying. "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." Lin Jiuxuan inclined his head as if to bow in return. "Do not." The elder waved dismissively. "It is but a trifling matter." He sidestepped the gesture, unable to accept such honor, and released a wave of energy to lift Lin Jiuxuan back up. Feeling this surge of power, Lin Tianxian was both amused and bewildered. He recognized he had encountered a true master. Gazing up at the heavens, he felt a strong urge to curse. What kind of absurdity was this? To stumble upon such an unparalleled ancient being who comprehended the profound truths of existence. Boom! Thunder resonated in the air, startling Lin Jiuxuan into silence. He quickly closed his mouth. Even the act of cursing had become forbidden, as anger seemed to linger in the atmosphere. Heavenly might. Lin Jiuxuan glanced at the elder, noting the peculiarity of the thunderous manifestation. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely a warning. He regarded the young man before him with curiosity. The occurrence was undoubtedly linked to him. "Let us depart. It seems someone is displeased, and it would be prudent not to linger here," the elder advised Lin Jiuxuan. In the depths of the cosmos, within a chaotic void, a young man with cold, unfeeling eyes exuded an aura of ruthlessness. Frigid and detached, he fixated on the scene unfolding before him, which depicted Lin Jiuxuan and his companions. "Defy, the heavenly path is a death sentence. Teacher, why do you hinder me?" His words seemed self-directed, yet they appeared to address a specific individual. The recent manifestation of heavenly wrath harbored the essence of divine retribution, yet had been thwarted by an unseen hand. Otherwise, Lin Jiuxuan would have met a grim fate for his audacity to question and revile the celestial order. "Your arrogance is intolerable. You must understand who truly holds dominion." A voice resonated through the void, as if responding to the young man's lament. In a corner of Tianxian City, before a dilapidated estate, stood an elderly man flanked by two youngsters. This a luxurious estate. Lin Jiuxuan surveyed the scene before him, suppressing the urge to curse. Fixating on the elder, Tianxian stood in astonishment. Could anyone truly reside here? He had intended to purchase a grand manor for habitation, and the elder, aware of their intentions, had claimed to possess a lavish estate that had merely been neglected for some time. Yet here they stood, confronted by the sight of utter ruin. Behold, is this not quite luxurious? Is it not spacious enough for 3 individuals? The elder spread his hands, genuinely perplexed. He maintained that he had spoken no falsehood. "It is indeed lavish, but you never mentioned it was in disrepair," Lin Jiuxuan countered. Creak! Thud! A precariously hanging sign fell with a crash. Lin Jiuxuan glanced at the fallen sign, and then at the elder, as if silently demanding an explanation. Tianxian averted his gaze, opting to remain neutral. Neither party was one to provoke. Perhaps it is merely the wind, combined with the ravages of time, the elder suggested. Attempting to rationalize the situation. Bam! Crash! The estate's entrance collapsed, sending clouds of dust into the air. Cough, cough. This could only be described as a shoddy construction. Lin Jiuxuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Clutching his chest in disbelief, he had expected to encounter a formidable figure. Yet the so-called luxurious estate was large, yes, but also utterly decrepit, with dust covering every surface. Tianxian could only shake his head in resignation. It was beyond comprehension how one could speak such blatant falsehoods. He had to admire the elder's audacity. Night descended. Like the primordial chaos, there exists a division of day and night, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. Under the tireless efforts of the 3, the estate has gradually regained a semblance of its former beauty. To be precise, it is primarily due to the endeavors of Lin Jiuxuan and Li Tianxian, while Xuanzhou merely serves as a cheerleader in this otherworldly realm. Beneath the night sky, Lin Jiuxuan gazes at the vast expanse of stars, a flicker of nostalgia dancing in his eyes. He finds himself yearning for Earth. The ability to tear through the barriers of worlds to arrive in this realm has also kindled a glimmer of hope for his return, as long as he grows sufficiently strong. Capable of traversing the chaos and possessing the coordinates of Earth, he holds the possibility of returning to that place, which haunts his dreams and fills his thoughts day and night. Yet he wonders whether the ancients are faring well and whether the passage of time is the same. With a bitter smile, he shakes his head. Such thoughts are still too far removed from him. Restoring his injuries, opening the space, and allowing the system to recover must take precedence. He retrieves the gourd, which appears unremarkable at first glance. Why the system would desire this gourd remains a mystery. Upon extracting it, he senses the system's intense yearning. Uncertain of the gourd's purpose, he hesitates to allow the system to absorb it. Although restoring the system is vital, he is not entirely incapacitated without it. Young master, are you contemplating something while counting stars at this late hour? Xuanzhou's figure manifests behind him, observing the gourd in his hand. He settles beside Lin Jiuxuan, producing a wine gourd and taking a swig. Xuanzhou exudes an aura of strength that inspires both respect and caution. Despite calling him young master, Lin Jiuxuan finds it difficult to place his full trust in him, maintaining a sense of wariness. Even though Xuanzhou has obscured the overwhelming aura of primordial laws emanating from the Tianxi, it feels as though this person's appearance is meticulously orchestrated, with the gourd falling into his lap. Too coincidental. When all coincidences converge, one must consider the possibility of fate. Xian, I have no ulterior motives. Why do you follow me? Lin Jiuxuan questions, bewildered by Xuanzhou's presence. His reluctance to restore the system is partly due to Xuanzhou's involvement. He is uncertain whether restoring the system would alert Xuanzhou to its presence. This world, too, has its own celestial laws, distinct from the heavenly principles merged with Hongjun. Should the celestial laws detect him, he would find himself in a predicament with no solace. Old man knows you don't trust me, young master. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you harm, that I merely wish to inquire if you believe in divination. Xuanzhou enigmatically proposes, akin to a thief revealing secrets. Trust? Had he not traversed worlds, he would have dismissed such notions outright. Yet now, he finds himself inclined to believe. Divination, after all, is merely the art of deciphering the heavenly secrets, a means to glimpse the future and the past. However, such insights are not absolute. Transcending certain realms renders divination futile. Then let me divine your fate, young master. Very well. Xuanzhou raises his gaze to the star-studded sky, emanating a unique aura as mist envelopes him. That a peculiar formation, shimmering with starlight, materializes beneath his feet, as if the stars themselves are being drawn inward. In mere moments, Xuanzhou becomes shrouded in starlight, his hands outstretched. With twinkling starlight dancing upon his fingertips, a brilliant light from his eyes pierces through the dense fog. Chapter 70. A bloodstained corner. Lin Jiuxuan observes Xuanzhou, a sense of reverence swelling within him. Frowning, he feels a subtle stirring within his own system. Xuanzhou, however, possesses no surplus energy to attend to these sensations. The system, sensing the emptiness of the external world, violently consumes the gourd hidden within Lin Jiuxuan's small space. Damn it, he exclaims, cursing as the system aggressively breaches his small space. A flicker of anger ignites in his eyes. It seems the system is in dire need of this gourd, based on its current state. Even consuming the gourd would not suffice to awaken it. Setting aside thoughts of the system, he focuses on the power of the stars before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Within the starlight, he perceives a tinge of great energy, reminiscent of the aura summoned by the system to call forth celestial heroes, the essence of time. Indeed, it is the essence of time. Could that long river be the river of time itself? Time condenses, years halt, and the laws of the cosmos descend from the heavens. Xuanzhou forms seals with his hands, the gray energy intensifying his eyes as the starlight envelopes Lin Jiuxuan, but a finger points. Casting a beam of light into Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, the gray essence entering his sight, a wondrous scene, shrouded in layers of fog, is torn asunder before his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan never anticipated that participating in the divination of heavenly secrets would allow him to witness it firsthand. He eagerly awaits the future, uncertain if he can ascend to the pinnacle of power by harnessing the system's strength. How can this be? Xuanzhou manages to divert a fraction of his focus. The finger he intended to obscure Lin Jiuxuan's perception inadvertently opens his heavenly eye, revealing traces of the divination he conducts. The secrets of the heavens are profoundly mysterious. often incurring divine retribution and defying fate. Sighing, he realizes he must continue the divination. To abandon it midway would render his efforts futile. Were it not for his fascination with Lin Jiuxuan, he would not expend his essence to perform this divination. As many have sought his insights, from the supreme beings of chaos to the lords of the Dao, he has consistently turned down exorbitant offers that it is not arrogance, but a fear of the consequences. Divining for such beings demands the consumption of one's essence. With no ties or kin, it is simply not worth the risk. He wishes to live a few more years. Damn it, this is infuriating, he mutters, casting a glare at Lin Jiuxuan. Divining the realm of the Dao should be a trivial task for him. Yet, this seemingly simple endeavor has left him on the verge of cursing. It is indeed a matter of the Dao Realm. His own essence is being devoured voraciously, leaving him pale. Divination is not a simple task. Who knows how entangled this young man has become in the great terror of the unknown. Even aiding a Dao lord in divination has never drained so much of his essence. You, just wait. He silently curses Lin Jiuxuan, his movements unimpeded as he too desires to glimpse the young man's future. The sheer amount of his essence consumed is staggering. He would never abandon his efforts now that success is within reach. The heavens themselves could not deter him from this path. Xuanjiu has never feared divination. He dares to decipher even the gods, unafraid of the laws of heaven. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts as he points, golden light radiating from his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan experiences a similar phenomenon, having had his heavenly eye opened by Xuanjiu. He too can see. Boom! Xuanjiu stumbles back, blood spilling from his mouth, horrified as he gazes at Lin Jiuxuan. What manner of creature is this, to possess such terrifying power? The stars in the heavens dim, and thunderous roars reverberate, crackling ominously. In an instant, the world darkens, and the laws of the cosmos surge forth. Heavenly tribulation strikes down upon Xuanjiu, illuminating the sky in golden brilliance. The entire city is aglow, awakening even those lost in slumber. They stare blankly at the descending thunder. Silence envelopes the city, as if standing on the brink of catastrophe. A single bolt of lightning sends tremors through the populace. In the chaotic world, a young man bears an expression of both fury and shock. Who is this? How did I not perceive their presence? The golden lightning instills fear within him. Such power is beyond his grasp. Only the Dao, or an existence transcending the Dao, could summon such a tempest. He dares not confront this lightning directly. In the realm of the Dao, on the summit of the 9 heavens. And deep within the vast mountains, dread beings awaken, furrowing their brows in contemplation. How could such a calamity strike so suddenly? Xuanjiu, within the city, is nearly beside himself with rage. How is one to live under such circumstances? The toll of divining the Dao realm has consumed so much of his essence. If one were to claim he possesses extraordinary talent and the potential for enlightenment, he might concede. Yet, what remedy is there for this ravenous consumption? He wishes only to recover. Now, what is the meaning of this golden lightning? He was on the brink of losing his life. This was truly a golden calamity. Observing Lin Jiuxuan, who was deeply engrossed in divination, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. After living for countless years, he had consulted the Dao Lord and powerful beings, yet had never felt so stifled. The divination he performed for himself was beyond his comprehension, and it had unwittingly benefited that insufferable brat, Lin Jiuxuan. What kind of situation was this? Kid, you better remember this, frowning as he gazed at the golden calamity that resembled the thickness of a water barrel. Lin Jiuxuan was oblivious to Xianjiu's words, captivated by the scene before him. Even if he had heard, he would have merely brushed it off with a smile. After all, it wasn't him who had prompted the divination. It was his own insistence, and yet he blamed Lin Jiuxuan. Nevertheless, he wouldn't refuse the assistance of an ancient being whose value was undeniable. The sight before him caused an involuntary tremor in his body. A surge of emotion coursed through his mind, uncertain whether it was his primordial spirit or the system. Blood, only blood and more blood. The entire sky was awash in crimson, the earth, the firmament, the rivers and seas, all stained with the color of blood. Rivers flowed red, and corpses piled high like mountains. Everywhere he looked, there was conflict. Endless battles, the earth in ruins, the heavens torn asunder, and the fabric of space terrifyingly fragile. The stars dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Yet amidst this sea of blood, a solitary peak stood tall, soaring into the heavens, its summit shrouded in swirling clouds that could not be touched. As he gazed at the mountain, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. As he approached the mountain, he had yet to take a step when a formidable force shattered the space around him, from which emerged towering figures, higher than the heavens, their pupils shining like the sun and moon. Frowning, he scrutinized their eyes, feeling as though he had seen them before, reminiscent of the solar and lunar orbs. Suddenly, the mountain trembled. With each footfall, space fractured, rendered ineffective. A figure clad in white slowly descended from the peak. Carrying an ordinary sword on his back, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, for words materialized, returned to simplicity. Unable to comprehend their dialogue, he heard no sound, and despite straining to listen, he discerned nothing. However, he read the lips of the white-clad figure as they uttered 7 words. Invader, extinguish all life. It was as if the figure had intentionally allowed him to understand, straining to see the figure's visage. He suddenly froze, his body trembling in disbelief. How could this be? With wide eyes, he desperately sought clarity regarding the appearance of the white-clad figure. His body quivered violently, his expression one of shock, as he realized he could not see clearly. Only a hazy silhouette, obscured by a veil of mist. All that remained was a mere outline, vast as the oceans and heavy as mountains, evoking a sense of unreachable grandeur, a mountain too formidable to scale. The mere silhouette that fell into Lin Jiuxuan's sight was boundlessly immense. He could not hear the towering figure of the invader speak, but their expressions and the surrounding aura conveyed unmistakable fury. Their sun and moon-like eyes radiated a blazing light. Suddenly, the heavens were torn apart, revealing a gaping void that unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The figure in white stepped forward, transforming the atmosphere around them. Boundless sword intent surged forth, and he became akin to a sharpened blade. As the sword was drawn, the heavens crumbled, the seas reversed, and the earth collapsed. It was as if a sea of swords enveloped the realm. Filled with piercing sword intent, in an instant, the world became one of swords. The descending invader roared, eyes blazing with rage, and with a single punch, tore the very fabric of reality. The sky collapsed. The earth sank. Every motion embodied the pinnacle of the Dao. The white-clad figure shattered myriad laws with a single stroke, breaking through countless paths. As the sword was unleashed, the heavens trembled, spirits wept, the universe quaked, and the myriad paths retreated in fear. He was but an observer, witnessing this grand battle. The world withered, blood flowed like an ocean, life perished, and all paths ceased to exist, everything etched into his memory. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one comprehend what it meant to be powerful, and what it meant to be solitary. Standing alone in a world that had crumbled, one person wielding a sword could strike against the 9 heavens. He stared blankly at the scene, filled with mixed emotions and confusion. Xianjiu could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to slap Lin Jiuxuan into submission. What manner of creature was this? Merely a divination. It was supposed to be a simple matter, a trivial feat for someone of his Taoist cultivation. Yet at this moment, he found himself anxiously fixated on the golden calamity gathering in the heavens. Focused entirely on the impending descent of the calamity, he had lost interest in whatever content his divination had revealed. He felt an overwhelming urge to pull Lin Jiuxuan out of this predicament. He was feeling rather cowardly. He had tried to extract Lin Jiuxuan before, but every time he approached the golden calamity, it would strike down. It seemed to perceive him as an invader of fate. His hair was singed, and his clothing was in disarray. He even began to think of Lin Jiuxuan as his nemesis. The first time he attempted divination, he encountered such a predicament. He dared not disperse the power of divination, for Lin Jiuxuan had already glimpsed a fragment of the future. He had been consumed by the essence of power, and if he withdrew now, he would suffer severe injuries. Lin Jiuxuan might even perish or become lost within the future, never to return. and he too would be subjected to the backlash of fate. Caught in a dilemma, it was truly infuriating. After a lifetime of experiences, he found himself ensnared by a mere child. He vowed never to divine with Lin Jiuxuan again. This brat was a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever consulted him would inevitably face calamity. Boom! It wasn't directed at him. Why was it targeting me? The golden calamity thundered ominously, descending toward Xianjiao. Sparks flew, illuminating the entire city. Xianjiao was on the verge of losing his composure. His scalp tingling, he was not afraid of the calamity itself. The issue lay in its seemingly endless nature. With each strike, another would gather in the storm of thunder. He could only pray that Lin Jiuxuan would emerge soon. Otherwise, he truly would be unable to withstand it much longer. Gazing up at the calamity, he noted its escalating intensity, utterly clueless as to what Lin Jiuxuan had perceived. The emergence of the golden calamity was one thing. He could comprehend that, as he had often encountered it and had devised defensive measures. However, this calamity was clearly evolving, brewing into something far more formidable. "Brad, if you don't hurry up and come out, I might very well lose my life," he bellowed, pointing toward Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, then focusing on the gathering calamity above. As long as Lin Jiuxuan emerged in time, everything would be manageable. It would not be enough to conjure a stronger calamity. The golden calamity still lay within his capacity to withstand, but if it delved deeper, he would have to consider if it was worth the risk to in the estate. Li Tianxian gazed with rapt attention at the golden calamity, feeling no fear whatsoever. Instead, he experienced a peculiar hunger. Greedily eyeing the calamity, he genuinely wanted to take a bite and see what it was like, his tongue licking his lips, yet he could not contain the stirring within him. He felt compelled to explore, the hunger in his belly causing him to forget the terror of the calamity. "Eat! Eat! I'm so hungry. I need food." Lin Jiuxuan stood there, awestruck by the spectacle before him. The figure in white wielded a sword that cut through the air, his long black hair swirling with sword intent. One man, one sword, charged toward the 9 heavens, the barriers of the world crumbling before him as if made of paper. With a mere gesture, he could tear through anything that stood in his way. The powerful ancient beast roared, stars shattered, a sight of sheer terror, a ruler within the chaos. Yet it was all accomplished with a single motion. Before his very eyes, everything began to fade into illusion, the figure in white gradually dissipating. Through his hazy vision, he recognized those familiar eyes, as well as that sword which seemed to resonate from some distant memory. "Strive forth. A blood-stained future must not come to pass," echoed a voice in his mind. He watched as the white-clad figure pointed a finger toward his forehead, attempting to impose a force of order that sought to obstruct him. His body surged with a wave of resistance. That my path cannot be hindered by rules. I shall shatter the threshold of obscurity. The great Dao shall not be obstructed. Rules disperse, the white-clad figure roared, silently observing Lin Jiuxuan's disappearance. Lin Jiuxuan too beheld that finger as it pressed against his brow, and, as it penetrated, the resistance within his body dissipated, and he distinctly sensed the system's trepidation. The forces of fate and the celestial mechanisms gradually waned, and Lin Jiuxuan's eyes returned to normal. Gazing at the scene before him, he was taken aback. Boom! A tremendous roar of thunder reverberated through the air as bolts of calamity descended with a frenzied fury. Xianjiao found himself charred and scorched, his entire body a testament to the relentless assault, with not a single part of him unscathed. His exposed flesh bore an ancient bronze hue, a clear indication of the extreme refinement of his corporeal form. Unfortunately, his hair did not share in this fortuitous fate, standing on end in several places. Before he could fully comprehend the nature of the calamity's descent, he turned to find himself utterly bewildered. Amidst the chaos of thunder, a figure sat nonchalantly, seemingly impervious to the onslaught, as if it were a mere nuisance. That figure was none other than Li Tianxian, who appeared to be absorbing the very bolts of thunder as they fell, rendering them powerless upon contact. Xianjiao watched in astonishment as the bolts were consumed, leaving behind only empty shells that sizzled harmlessly against the skin. Li Tianxian, the human of his space, was indeed the one devouring the calamity's wrath. His eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a treasure hunter who had stumbled upon a rare gem. What remarkable skill! The ability to absorb calamity thunder was indeed worthy of cultivation. A hand clapped down on Xian Zhou's shoulder. And as he gazed at Li Tianxian, a surge of inspiration coursed through him. If Li Tianxian could absorb the thunder, then in the future, should they encounter it again, they could simply throw him out as a shield. What was there to fear from calamity thunder then? Merely trivial matters. Was calamity thunder powerful? Indeed, it was formidable, but it had met its match in the form of Li Tianxian, a true prodigy, without a moment's hesitation. Xian Zhou responded, but then paused, sensing something amiss. Turning around, a wave of indignation washed over him, and he kicked out in frustration. "You brat, why the hell did you come out? Why not observe a bit longer? The old man even arranged for you to evade the calamity, and here you are, lounging about comfortably." As he vented, he found a long-sought outlet for his pent-up anger. The appearance of Li Tianxian was indeed timely. Just as the thunder sensed the ebbing of fate's power and lost its interest, the city returned to its nocturnal calm. However, this night would not remain tranquil. Chapter 72. The turmoil induced by calamity thunder. A query the city erupted into a clamor, dispelling the prior silence, as all were absorbed in thoughts of the recent events. The golden calamity thunder, a phenomenon only heard in legends, had been witnessed firsthand that very night. The sight of its appearance foretold the presence of great treasures, granting the fortunate one the potential to ascend to the rank of Dao Master. Golden calamity thunder symbolized annihilation, drawing forth only those beings transcending the Dao. A millennium ago, the southern lands had witnessed its emergence. A young man had claimed it, soaring to the pinnacle of the Dao Realm. Various accounts circulated, all chronicling the golden thunder's existence as recorded in ancient texts. Due to the rarity of golden calamity thunder, those who had truly witnessed it were nearly non-existent among the living. Perhaps some ancient beings knew of it yet remained silent, allowing the rumors to fester unchecked. Calamity thunder itself served as a blade wielded by the heavens, measuring fairness and justice. While golden calamity thunder existed beyond its jurisdiction, the it was a punishment bestowed upon those who sought to surpass the heavenly order. Lacking a fixed nature, it indiscriminately targeted all, leaving no individual unscathed. Given that the highest power within the city barely reached the celestial realm, they could only tremble in fear beneath the oppressive weight of the thunder. No one dared to gaze upward at its descent, as long as it did not target them. Preserving their lives was sufficient. Atop the summit of the 9 heavens stood a palace, enveloped in an aura of profound Dao principles. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed throughout the palace, commanding that within the ranks of the top 100 disciples, some descend to the mortal realm for training. Shadows of aged figures loomed within the palace, appearing as ordinary mortals devoid of any discernible aura. "Elder, why issue such a command?" a middle-aged man inquired, looking up at the venerable elders with a hint of confusion. Traditionally, the 9 heavens refrained from interfering in mortal affairs. So why this particular arrangement for the elite disciples? "Go forth. In due time, you shall understand," one elder replied. Once the middle-aged man departed, the elder murmured, "The heavens are about to change." High above the clouds, another mountain loomed, where immortals gathered mist and sword masters soared on their blades. Each mountain was tasked with selecting 10 elite disciples for their descent into the mortal realm, with no room for error. A middle-aged figure, sword upon his back, gazed skyward, his eyes shimmering like stars, emanating a fierce sword intent. This sky is indeed ripe for transformation. Deep within the 10,000 mountains, the beast ancestor roared, issuing commands that summoned powerful beasts to take human form and march beyond the mountains. The same occurred within first-rate sections. The mightiest beings sensed the shift in the cosmos, which had been stagnant for millennia. The Tao had sealed itself, creating a barrier that stifled the birth of strong entities. Perhaps this golden calamity thunder represented an opportunity, an opening to break free from the constraints of the heavens. Those powerful beings believed this was the handiwork of the Tao, seeking to suppress their emergence. Yet, the transcendent beings held disdain for such constraints, while those bound within the Tao fervently sought a way to shatter this fetter. Perhaps this moment heralded a chance to seize the golden calamity thunder and break the shackles that restrained them. allowing ancestors long trapped in their realms to finally ascend. The Tian sect, the sole-ranked sect near the 10,000 mountains, found its leader, drenched in sweat, standing before a decrepit elder, appearing as a mere child. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the 10,000 mountains. We are but insignificant in comparison. Make arrangements for the disciple recruitment ceremony to commence in a month, the young sect leader instructed. Recognizing the elder as their steadfast anchor, the only being at the late stage of the Dao Realm by T was due to the elder's presence that the Tian sect had managed to maintain its rank. They hoped this would be an opportunity to gather a few talented disciples. Gazing towards the direction of Tianxian City, he furrowed his brow, sensing the aura of calamity thunder. He had heard the legends of golden calamity thunder and wished to seize this chance to recruit promising disciples. The Tian sect could not falter under his watch. Otherwise, he would be unable to face the predecessors. Within Tianxian City, most residents remained awake through the night, their minds occupied with thoughts of the golden calamity thunder. A sight so rare it had captivated them. In the estate, Lin Jiuxuan, bruised and battered, looked sheepishly at Xianjiao, his mind racing with curses. He dared not voice his grievances aloud, for the pain on his face was all too real. However, he could not deny the strength of Xianjiao, who had survived the onslaught of golden calamity thunder. Li Tianxian was indeed a marvel, unheard of in his ability to devour such thunder. Kid, from now on, the old man will stick with you. You'd better treat me to good food and spicy delights, Xianjiao grumbled, eyeing Lin Jiuxuan with dissatisfaction, his fists clenched, itching to land another blow. Such insolence! Yet his skin was indeed somewhat tough. However, in Xianjiao's eyes, it was akin to paper. Rest assured, Elder Xian, I will make sure to arrange everything clearly for you in the future, Lin Jiuxuan replied, covering his face but managing a hint of a smile. Xianjiao's fists landed on him with undeniable force, breaking through his defenses, rendering him helpless to retaliate. As he endured the blows, he felt his body gradually growing stronger. The essence of golden calamity, thunder forging his sinews and bones. He understood this was Xianjiao's doing and held him in high regard. Such a formidable figure deserved to be revered. Should battles arise, he could be summoned for protection. You rascal, full of mischief. Do not think that the old man will be your muscle, Xianjiao remarked, recognizing the glint of scheming in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes. How unfortunate it was to encounter such a character. Had it not been for the singular inheritance of the Tianji sect, where one of the portraits bore Lin Jiuxuan's likeness, he would have had no interest in his fate. To think that a Dao master would be reduced to acting as a mere enforcer for a Dao Realm individual was unacceptable. The mere thought of it would bring shame to his name. Elder Xian, are you aware of the current situation? You must possess a wealth of knowledge. Tianxian felt the power of calamity thunder coursing through his skin, akin to serpents slithering over him. The essence of thunder surged within his meridians and blood, even altering the rhythm of his heartbeat slightly. Xianjiao shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing any flattery aimed at extracting information. Observing Li Tianxuan's condition, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the existence of beings capable of consuming calamity thunder. Those who comprehended the path of thunder could indeed sustain themselves on heavenly bolts. He had heard of such entities and even encountered one in the 10,000 mountains who had once devoured calamity thunder. However, that was merely an ordinary calamity thunder, not yet capable of frenzied consumption. Last night, when confronted with the golden calamity thunder, Li Tianxian suddenly charged forth, startling even the golden thunder itself. Moreover, the golden calamity thunder seemed to exhibit a hint of trepidation in his perception. There was no anger, and it bestowed upon him a considerable amount of thunderbolts to devour, as if anxious that he might not be satiated. Uncertain, he would seek clarity upon awakening. Xianjiao shook his head, observing Li Tianxian, feeling equally perplexed by the situation. How could a mere celestial realm being achieve what even the chaos sovereigns could not? Thus, it had to be accepted. Lin Jiuxuan nodded. He too sought to understand whether this consumption of calamity thunder was a one-time event or if it could indeed be repeated. If it were the latter, it would be quite amusing. Stroking his chin while gazing at the slumbering Li Tianxian, he pondered in silence. The novel could be downloaded via the open source, Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained a novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or an open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xing.outlook.com.authorsqq 20175937110. Official QQ group 149050832 Official TG group https t.me/fq tool Chapter 73 Celestial Thunder Crossing Tribulation. The following day, as night retreated, the sun ascended, illuminating the world, standing in the courtyard. He gazed at the slowly rising sun, relishing its warmth. Furrowing his brows at the fading moon and the emerging sun, he recalled the colossal figures he had witnessed confronting the figure in white. Their pupils resembled the sun and moon, imbued with warmth, strikingly similar. The sun in the primordial realm is transformed from the golden crow, while the moon is inhabited by two formidable female beings from the primordial era. However, what of the sun and moon in this world? He did not divulge everything he had seen to Xianjiu, not out of disbelief, but rather due to the unfathomable nature of it all. He only mentioned to Xianjiu that he had witnessed a blood-soaked world, a shattered earth, a starry sky stained with blood, celestial bodies fracturing, and powerful beings shedding blood. He concealed the matter of the figures in white and their immense stature, believing perhaps he was overthinking it. He had inquired of Xianjiu about the formation of the sun and moon, receiving the answer that indeed, they are manifestations of the rules. The rising and setting of the sun and moon are dictated by these very rules, from which none can escape. That if, as Xianjiu stated, the rules are the essence, he wished to understand what these rules entailed. You are not yet qualified to know. Dismissed by such a statement, the vivid scenes remained etched in his mind. Unable to resist, he cast another glance at the sun. Finding nothing amiss, it brought light and warmth to the world. No fault there. Li Tianxian was still absorbing the energy of the calamity thunder. According to Xianjiu, he would not awaken for at least 4 or 5 days. That was the most conservative estimate. Xianjiu himself, having expended considerable essence while divining Lin Jiuxuan's fate and resisting the calamity thunder, required time to recuperate. Furrowing his brows, he reflected on the absence of caretakers nearby and summoned another individual from the spatial realm. With his current spiritual power, he could only manifest 1 or 2 beings, and they could only be of the Great Luo golden immortal level. With Xianjiu present, releasing too many would lead to complications. Who knows if that old man would attempt to divine him again? Uncovering his secrets, young master, a woman appeared behind him, one of the 2 ladies, named Xiaoyu. Familiarize yourself well and temper your aura, Lin Jiuxuan stated unhurriedly, recalling how Li Tianxian had initially struggled upon his emergence. The 2 worlds were fundamentally different, imposing restrictions. Li Tianxuan's primordial aura was concealed by Xianjiu, thus evading detection. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Lin Jiuxuan looked up bewildered as he observed calamity, thunder forming anew in the sky. This was troubling. Understanding the fluctuations of Qiuyu's aura, he realized that it did not belong to this world. She was a stowaway, the sort despised most by the Heavenly Dao. Li Tianxian had concealed his aura upon his descent due to the presence of dominion-level energies within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and because Lin Jiuxian's own aura of slaughter had only just dissipated. Consequently, his aura remained shrouded. The celestial thunder rumbled ominously, gathering above Tianxian City, slowly taking form. The inhabitants of the city looked up, bewildered. Hadn't they just arrived the previous night? And now calamity thunder was reappearing? Was there truly a hidden powerful being in the city playing games with the thunder? You little rascal, what mischief are you up to now? Xianjiu's figure appeared suddenly, glaring at Lin Jiuxian, wishing he could swat him dead. Can you not create chaos for even a moment? Last night you summoned golden calamity thunder, and now there is celestial thunder. This is utterly maddening. In less than a day, he was forced to expend essence and resist calamity. Thunder once more. It was relentless. Frowning at Qiuyu's aura, he waved his hand to obscure the primordial essence around her. The celestial thunder, unable to sense any energy, gradually dissipated. With a final rumble, one essence remained, descending toward a certain location in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Damn it! Exclaimed a disheveled old man, cursing loudly. Xianjiu frowned as he glanced at Qiuyu, then turned back to Lin Jiuxuan. He was aware that Li Tianxian did not belong to this world, as his aura bore traces of his intervention, marking him as an outsider. Even if he later broke through, his aura would not be detected by the Heavenly Dao. Lin Jiuxian's aura was concealed by the system, rendering it undetectable by the Heavenly Dao. Xian Lao. Lin Jiuxian observed the contemplative Xianjiu. Realizing he had been rash regarding Qiuyu's matter, he had overlooked the Heavenly Dao's disdain for stowaways. Had it not been for Xianjiu's intervention, a disaster would have surely ensued, and he had no confidence in withstanding the celestial thunder. Even if he could, what then? Would he have to intervene every time someone emerged? Young man, think carefully before acting next time. I wish to live a few more years. Casting a glance at Qiuyu, he addressed Lin Jiuxian before turning to retreat to his chamber. His lips twitched. It was truly exhausting. He began to question whether following this young man had been a mistake, wondering if the ancestors had played a cruel joke on him. This lad was truly infuriating. Could he truly be that individual? In truth, the founder of the Heavenly Machine sect was not from this world either, classifying him as a stowaway. Many stowaways sought to erase their presence in this world and would turn to the Heavenly Machine sect for assistance. After all, only the Heavenly Machine sect possessed the means to completely eliminate such traces. Their founder specialized in this very endeavor. Lin Jiuxian was merely fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the celestial thunder long ago. Young master, Qiuyu regarded Xianjiu's retreating figure, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. The man had exuded an overwhelming presence, even stronger than the mightiest being she had encountered. In no matter, find a room and tidy yourself up, he instructed, frowning till he realized he needed to contemplate Xianjiu's words. This situation was indeed untenable. He needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, how could he proceed in the future? Surely he could not rely on others to withstand the thunder tribulations. Am I foolish? He slapped his forehead, pondering whether thunder was indeed so terrifying he possessed a hidden treasure at home. What was there to worry about? Gazing at Li Tianxuan's dwelling, he smiled faintly, hoping that he truly could consume the thunder. If so, he would not need to seek assistance in that case. He could confidently proclaim to others, celestial thunder? Is it truly fearsome? It is merely food. The mere thought brought him joy. It was indeed a treasure. As he contemplated this, thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds swirling above. The sky turned grim, with bolts of lightning dancing across the heavens. The winds began to stir. Was rain imminent? He sensed the dampness in the air, accompanied by a strong wind, the unmistakable prelude to a downpour. The townsfolk glanced up at the overcast sky, sensing the impending rain, before lowering their heads to resume their activities. Some ordinary citizens returned home to fetch their laundry, while others sought refuge in inns or taverns to evade the rain. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the air crackling with a sinister energy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the winds howling. Would they not allow anyone a moment's peace? Xianjiu stepped out, gazing at the ominous sky and the roaring thunder dragons. Lin Jiuxian, hearing Xianjiu's words, glanced at the sky, finding nothing unusual. Wasn't it simply thunder heralding rain? Could it be that rain is not a common occurrence? With a faint smile, Xianjiu noticed that the furrow in Xianjian's brow remained taut. His gaze bore a hint of anticipation. Youngster, do you still believe this is mere rain? Observing Lin Jiuxian's expression, he chuckled softly, reflecting that, in this remote locale, aside from the Tianzong, few would possess such knowledge. Boom! Thunder roared. Before Lin Jiuxian could pose a counter-question, a bolt of lightning struck Li Tianxian's chamber. Rumble, rumble! Tribulation, a breakthrough. Chapter 74. Devouring the Heavenly Thunder. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thunder rolling ominously, and the streets lay deserted. Crash! A thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended upon Li Tianxian's room, where he was absorbing the tribulation lightning. Tribulation? Was this a sign of a breakthrough? Prior to devouring the tribulation lightning, he had merely been at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Such lightning only manifested during significant breakthroughs. A breakthrough of realms? If so, it would necessitate overcoming 3 minor realms in succession. The leap was considerable, an unprecedented series of breakthroughs. My house, young man, remember to compensate me for my dwelling. Xianzhou's beard bristled as he glared at Lin Jiuxuan, his heart heavy with the burden of misfortune since encountering this individual. In just over a day, it had either been tribulation lightning or heavenly thunder, a truly terrifying ordeal. The Dao Realm serves as a watershed, marking the beginning of enlightenment, transcending ordinary practitioners. Why is it that only sects of the Dao Realm can attain recognition, while those below the Heavenly Realm face lifespan limitations? Furthermore, the Heavenly Realm can be mass-produced. With sufficient resources, even a pig could be cultivated to reach the Heavenly Realm. However, the Dao Realm is distinct. Its greatest advantage lies in the significant extension of lifespan, starting from millennium. Comprehend the Dao's rhythm opens up infinite possibilities. This is why the Dao Realm serves as a foundation. Any practitioner of the Dao Realm is not to be underestimated. Elder Xian, you are aligned with me. After all, that I shall ensure your sustenance and shelter. Thus what is yours is inherently mine. Wouldn't you agree? Li Tianxian was his man. The breakthrough had summoned the heavenly thunder, which now threatened to obliterate his abode. The destruction of the house was already a given. Expecting compensation from him was utterly futile, as his own purse was painfully emptied. In any case, Xianzhou would be following him, and their duration here was uncertain. Worst-case scenario, he could simply purchase another courtyard. Compensation was out of the question. It was unequivocally impossible. Elder Xian, please do not take offense. The heavenly thunder was not summoned by me. You must seek out the true culprit. He pointed at Li Tianxian, who was enveloped in the aura of tribulation lightning, making it abundantly clear. Find the one responsible. He would not shoulder this blame. Qiuyu stood to the side, bewildered. Was the young master truly this stingy? Was it merely a matter of compensating for a single room? What could such a sum possibly amount to? Confounded, she chose not to inquire further, finding the situation satisfactory as it was. Youngster, you are indeed miserly. 180,000, and you refuse to compensate. Xianzhou plopped down onto a stone chair, casting a disparaging glance at Lin Jiuxuan, incredulous over such a trivial sum of spirit stones being withheld. So miserly, so parsimonious. He could not help but wonder if following this young man would ever lead to a life of luxury. Shaking his head, he stole another glance at Lin Jiuxuan, feeling that if this young man did not drive him to utter despair, he would consider it a blessing. Lin Jiuxian's lips twitched. A mere 180,000 was hardly a fortune. He sighed skyward. Was this merely a financial issue? It was a question of whether he possessed the means to offer compensation for a room worth such a sum. Such extortion was unprecedentedly severe. Rumble, rumble. The heavenly thunder coalesced, bolts as thick as arms shimmering with a cold light, illuminating the entire firmament. With a sudden flare, Li Tianxian, his eyes tightly shut, opened them to gaze placidly at the heavenly thunder. The aura of tribulation, lightning still lingering around him. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach emitted an unrelenting growl as he rose and stepped into the air. The cultivators in the city, witnessing the thunderous spectacle above, exchanged puzzled glances. This hardly resembled a typical rainstorm. The heavenly thunder carried an aura of the Dao. Heavenly Realm practitioners frowned, sensing a familiar aura within the thunder. Had they encountered it before? The Dao Realm's tribulation. Indeed, it was the tribulation of breaking through to the Dao Realm. A laugh erupted from one of the Heavenly Realm practitioners as they strode purposefully toward the site where the thunder struck. A dozen or so Heavenly Realm cultivators arrived 10 miles from Li Tianxian's tribulation site, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had hastened here upon sensing the aura of tribulation lightning the previous night, hoping to catch a stroke of luck. Little did they expect to witness someone breaking through to the Dao Realm upon their arrival. For them, as practitioners of the Heavenly Realm, witnessing a breakthrough firsthand and feeling the resonance of heavenly thunder would provide invaluable insights for their own future breakthroughs. Can he manage it? Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, watching Li Tianxian with a tinge of concern. Leap directly from the initial stage of the Heavenly Realm to a major breakthrough was an audacious endeavor. Even absorbing the tribulation lightning would not allow for such rapid advancement. Were there hidden dangers? This was his worry. Qiuyu clenched her fist, anxiously observing Li Tianxian. The nature of breakthroughs in this world was markedly different from the primal chaos. If he could safely navigate this breakthrough, it would offer immense guidance for others to come. Surely, he would be fine. Xianjiu too felt a lack of confidence, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. To transcend a major realm in a breakthrough was not unheard of, but those who succeeded had typically amassed a solid foundation sufficient to support such an endeavor. Tianxian's situation was uniquely peculiar. A first for Xianjiu: devour the tribulation lightning. Come forth. Li Tianxian licked his lips, his eyes fixed hungrily upon the gathering heavenly thunder. Food, all of it food. His stomach growled insatiably. Rumble, the heavenly thunder, seemingly provoked, unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts, each as thick as an arm. Such formidable heavenly thunder typically sought to impede breakthroughs. Only those of sufficient strength could hope to succeed. It would not genuinely extinguish the life force of those undergoing tribulation. With a calm gaze, Li Tianxian regarded the descending thunder, devoid of fear. Instead, he felt a surge of eagerness. Stepping forward, he unleashed a mighty fist against the heavenly thunder. The overwhelming heavenly thunder radiated an oppressive force. Those beneath the Dao Realm within 10 miles could feel their souls quaking in response. Bang! Was that all? The thunder crashed down upon him, stirring not a single ripple. Several bolts were devoured by him. Onlookers below were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it truly be consumed in such a manner? Wasn't heavenly thunder supposed to be overwhelmingly powerful? Why did it seem so out of sorts? Simply being devoured? Lin Jiuxuan and Xianjiu were equally astonished, contemplating the possibility of consuming tribulation lightning. They had never anticipated it to be so feasible. Tianxian, however, felt a lingering hunger. Wiping his lips, still unsated. With another step forward, his aura surged dramatically. Ascending through the initial stage of the heavenly realm, he reached out, grasping a descending lightning serpent and bringing it to his mouth. Munch, munch! Another heavy step propelled him into the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. Bring it on! He continued to provoke the heavenly thunder, his eyes shimmering with azure light, infused with the dense aura of heavenly thunder. Rumble! The heavenly thunder sensed the disdain, rumbling incessantly as strands of lightning began to converge. Those who dared to provoke the heavenly thunder were doomed to perish. The majesty of the heavenly path would not tolerate such insolence. The thunder coalesced at the center, an oppressive atmosphere saturating the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Such ferocity from this individual. He was likely to perish beneath the heavenly thunder. Best to retreat further, lest one be caught in the crossfire. The heavenly realm practitioners, 10 miles away, frowned as they watched the brewing thunder and hastily retreated another 10 miles. With widened eyes, they gazed at Li Tianxian. Was it truly the case that those undergoing tribulation had become this audacious, consuming heavenly thunder raw? Was such arrogance now a prerequisite for undertaking the tribulation? Countless questions swirled in their minds, and their thoughts were not unfounded. Tianxian was indeed exceedingly brazen, daring to provoke the heavenly thunder as if it were insufficiently formidable. Had he lost his mind? Perhaps the heavenly thunder was yet to be fully consumed. Lin Jiuxuan and Xianjiu exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This was undeniably reckless. Such audacity in taunting the heavenly thunder would surely invoke the wrath of the heavenly path. Annihilation, to challenge the majesty of the heavenly path while seeking to undergo tribulation and achieve a breakthrough, was an impossibility. Boom, boom, boom! A massive, pitch-black void formed above the heavenly tribulation as a pure purple lightning dragon emerged from the storm clouds. Chapter 75, Dao Realm. Yichun at the top level of a Yuxian auction house. A young man observed the direction of the heavenly thunder, his brow furrowed with intrigue. This individual was rather captivating. Could he potentially be swayed to their side? He found this audacious demeanor quite appealing. Mirroring his own nature, what was there to fear from heavenly thunder? Just go for it. He recalled his own brashness when facing heavenly thunder during his breakthrough. His confidence stemmed from having a trump card to withstand the tribulation. Yet, He wondered if this individual possessed the capabilities to endure, that if he could survive the tribulation, he would be more than willing to forge a friendship. Second brother, why not give it a try? After all, he is just as arrogant as you are, humph. Behind him, a young woman clad in purple gazed at the young man, pouting adorably. This woman was Jiuxuan, and the young man was her second brother. The matter regarding the golden tribulation thunder had been conveyed to their family, which prompted her brother to come and observe the situation, hoping to seize the initiative in the forthcoming competition. Upon arriving that morning, they were greeted by the sudden appearance of heavenly thunder. Someone had broken through to the Dao Realm. For their family, the Dao Realm was merely a standard for direct descendants, unworthy of much regard. However, Li Tianxian piqued his interest. He was an arrogant individual, much like himself. What are you saying? Just 2 days ago, he was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Hearing Jiuxuan's words, he gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening. The Dao realm was of no concern to him, but the fact that just 2 days prior, Li Tianxian was still at the initial stage of the heavenly realm was staggering. This indicated a direct leap of a significant realm within a mere 2 days. Were it not for his sister's assertion, he would scarcely believe ITTO ascend a major realm in just 2 days. What extraordinary talent! What an astonishing prodigy! His eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a person must be acquired. Having him as a follower would be a source of great prestige. Are you certain you did not missee? If not for his sister, he would never dare to believe it. She would never deceive him regarding such matters. Suppressing his astonishment, he gazed dreamily at the thunderstorm above. Undoubtedly not. Upon hearing Jiuxuan's affirmative response, he wavered. He had always considered himself a genius, uniquely gifted. Now, someone was proclaiming that another possessed even greater talent, manifesting right before his eyes. The merciless blow to his self-esteem was evident in the sorrow reflected in his gaze. In the next moment, he uttered words that left everyone astounded, that I wish to pledge brotherhood with him. With a leap, he soared through the air towards Li Tianxian, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Is this truly permissible? Don't run. A voice pulled them from their stupor, glancing at the heavenly thunder above with a mixture of amusement and disbelief that it was the first time any of them had witnessed such a tribulation. It was simply bizarre. All cultivators in the city beheld the spectacle. Some were filled with terror, others with longing. Some remained calm, while others expressed envy that the heavenly realm cultivator, retreating 20 miles away, could hardly believe his eyes, wishing to slap himself to ascertain whether he was dreaming. Was this real? It turned out that it was not Li Tianxian who was arrogant, but rather they who were the fools, trapped in their limited perspectives. Was this truly a tribulation? It appeared almost playful. Lin Jiuxuan could not help but twitch his lips as he observed Li Tianxian in the sky. This was no tribulation. It bore no semblance of one. The breakthrough was genuine, but the tribulation seemed entirely absent, resembling a game instead. Was the tribulation player teasing the heavenly thunder? Roaring, the thunder dragon turned its gaze towards the human undergoing the tribulation. Unable to suppress its roar, the power of heavenly thunder dimming considerably, the Dao, having manifested, possessed its own intelligence. With its eyes rolling, it scrutinized the human before it, wondering why it felt no fear. Unheard of. Even the elder had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Xuanjiu stroked his chin, eyeing Li Tianxian with intrigue. He dared to approach the heavenly thunder, even coaxing it to chase him. Having lived for countless years, he had never encountered such a situation, first devouring the golden tribulation thunder, and now enticing the tribulation to pursue him. Perhaps this was the key to breaking through the heavens. His gaze towards Li Tianxian transformed, now infused with a newfound respect. Quick, come to my embrace. Li Tianxian looked at the thunder dragon, its eyes spinning, waving his hand as though he were a mischievous uncle coaxing a child. His tongue involuntarily flicked across his lips. Filled with a fervent desire to devour the thunder dragon, his aura had reached the cusp of the Dao realm, merely a step away from entering it. If he could devour this thunder dragon, he could ensure a swift stabilization at the peak of the initial stage of the Dao realm. Ever since consuming the golden tribulation thunder, he felt an unusual affinity towards heavenly thunder, almost yearning for more. Were it not for the thunder dragon's formidable strength, preventing him from seizing it, he would not resort to such measures that it was truly a bit embarrassing. Roaring, the thunder dragon bellowed, its eyes spinning with pride as it regarded Li Tianxian. This human exuded an essence it found appealing, one it wished to possess. Yet, attempting to snatch it without offering anything in return was impossible. Such schemes were beneath it. Drip, drip. Suddenly, a claw covered its vast mouth, though it could not contain the drool that fell. The thunder dragon was a genuine living being, birthed from the Dao, possessing its own intelligence. By classification, it should be regarded as a congenital spirit. There is potential, Li Tianxian silently mused, continuing to emanate a unique aura. After absorbing the golden tribulation thunder, a special technique had manifested in his mind. One capable of cultivating an aura that attracted heavenly thunder and Dao spirits, rendering them drawn to him. Thunder rumbled ominously. A clap of thunder echoed, and the tribulation clouds churned. The Dao expressed its exasperation. Breaking through to the Dao Realm had become such a hassle that even the thunder dragon had been dispatched. Within the depths of the tribulation clouds, a gaze fixated on Li Tianxian. Imbued with a hint of wariness and a strong desire to kill, bound by the forces of the rules, it could not unleash power surpassing the Dao Realm, for even the Dao must adhere to the world's operational laws. Roaring, the thunder dragon gradually approached Li Tianxian, its eyes spinning incessantly. The allure of that aura was immense. Boom, boom, boom. The gaze from within the tribulation clouds narrowed, intent on dispersing the heavenly thunder and summoning the thunder dragon back. The thunder dragon held great importance to the Dao. It possessed the potential for evolution, and once it reached the pinnacle of thunder dragons, even the Dao would not dare to underestimate it. Now was the moment. Li Tianxuan's body erupted suddenly, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the thunder dragon's massive form. Extending a hand, he grasped the thunder dragon firmly, intent on devouring it. Just as he was about to make a move, the tribulation clouds suddenly dispersed, a tremendous force descending and surging into his body, nourishing his organs and meridians. This is not how it works. He roared as the tribulation clouds unexpectedly scattered, clearly attempting to prevent him from devouring the thunder dragon. Whoosh! But the thunder dragon, lifting its head, caught sight of the gaze from within the tribulation clouds. Its enormous body involuntarily shivering, that it then transformed into a streak of light. Dashing into Li Tianxuan's body at lightning speed, he furrowed his brow. What was happening? The tribulation clouds dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Just as he was about to descend, a hand suddenly struck down from the courtyard. Witnessing the dispersal of the tribulation thunder, he had intended to go and introduce himself to his soon-to-be sworn brother. Oh no. He meant to pledge brotherhood. What was this? A dark figure hurtled towards him. Damn. Chapter 76. The pitiful Yichun Yichun had just seen the tribulation clouds disperse and was eager to enter and meet his soon-to-be sworn brother. Faced with the sudden descent of a shadow, he had no time to react. Bang! Cough, cough, damn. Dust billowed as he was smashed to the ground, exclaiming a curse. Was it too much to just want to meet someone and perhaps become brothers? Even if he was unwelcome, such treatment seemed excessive. So soft. It doesn't even hurt. In the courtyard, Lin Jiuxuan looked at Xuanjiu, bewildered, trying to comprehend the situation. What does this mean? You just broke through, and now you've slapped him away. What is your intention? Is there a need to look down on the Dao Realm like this? He instinctively took a couple of steps back, eyeing Xuanjiu with caution, fearing that this old man might also deliver a slap to him. Xuanjiu's lips twitched. Seeing Lin Jiuxuan's reaction, his hand felt a bit itchy again, staring at him as if questioning, am I that kind of person? Elder Xian, my body cannot withstand such a slap from you. He smiled awkwardly, eyeing Xuanjiu's rubbing hands. His body had suffered severe damage upon arriving in this world, and he could only manage to exert the strength of someone who had just broken into the Dao Realm, which was still inferior to the current Li Tianxian. If he received a slap from Xuanjiu, he would likely be half crippled. Wait, that injury is to your bones. Come, let me treat you, extending his palm on a Lin Jiuxuan's shoulder. A hint of a mischievous grin appeared on his aged face. Something felt off. Something felt wrong. His body was utterly immobilized, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at Xuanjiu. Had he not known he could not overpower him, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses, roaring in fury at this old man for his lack of martial ethics. He was suppressed by Xuanzhou's cultivation, unable to utter a word. Slap? Little brat. Don't entertain any crooked thoughts. The old man is in a good mood today and has decided to assist you in recovering from your injuries. Just as Yi Chun, who had just risen from the ground, intended to take a few steps, he was caught off guard. Suddenly, another dark figure shot out from the house, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he managed to react, he had no chance to evade. Bang! He was struck down onto the ground. Once more he tasted the dirt, his complexion paling, fear gripping his heart. Is it truly this difficult to form a brotherhood? Mother, he yearns to return home. The outside world is too treacherous. As a dignified cultivator of the Dao Realm, to be crushed twice is already regrettable, yet to be used as a cushion both times is unbearable. The pain surged instantly. How soft it is. Indeed, his body no longer aches. Xian Lao is genuinely aiding my recovery. Lin Jiuxuan sprang up with vigor, bouncing about once more, feeling remarkably buoyant. The strength within him had significantly revived, and the intensity of his physical form was refreshed by a surge of energy. The grievous injuries he had suffered had healed considerably. He sensed at least a 5-layer restoration of his wounds. Dao friend, he exclaimed, puffed. Turning around, he noticed Li Tianxian, who appeared dazed, curiously observing him. What could he possibly be fixated on? He felt utterly perplexed. Yi Chun, still prone on the ground, attempted to speak. Lin Jiuxuan bounced again, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, fainting once more. His eyes rolled back, his body convulsing as he lost consciousness. Yet his eyes remained wide open. Such a tragic fate. What are you looking at? Li Tianxian remained silent, pointing at Yi Chun's feet, a hint of helplessness on his face. He felt pity for Yi Chun. Such a good person, subjected to being a cushion twice in one day. What's wrong? It feels quite soft, he remarked, puzzled. After bouncing a few more times without issue, he felt a peculiar softness, a certain comfort. Following his finger, he glanced down. Upon doing so, he was astonished to see a living person who had fainted outright. Sensing the residual energy, it was evident that this individual was also a Dao Realm cultivator, and he had bounced upon him several times. Now he understood why the impact didn't hurt. Rather, it felt somewhat soft, because there was a cushion beneath him. He couldn't help but feel a moment of silence in his heart. In the courtyard, Jiu gazed at Yi Chun, lying on the ground, her eyes filled with compassion for the poor child. She had heard about the events. Being used as a meat cushion twice in succession would have spelled doom for someone less capable. It's nothing. He'll wake up shortly, Xianzhou declared, pointing with a finger and casting a disdainful glance at the two. Is it really necessary to be so cruel? Once as a cushion wasn't enough. You had to do it twice. Li Tianxian, with his eyes closed, did not see this, focusing instead on sensing the strength within his own body. He had just broken through to the Dao Realm and realized he could fully grasp it. Stabilizing himself at the pinnacle of the early Dao Realm. Within him, a thunder dragon coiled in his mind, the very one he had wished to devour. Lin Jiuxuan completely disregarded Xianzhou's gaze. Feeling deeply unsettled, on the verge of cursing aloud that we are the ones who suffer, does he not realize how he ended up in this situation? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for his injuries had indeed healed significantly. He could not entirely blame Xianzhou. It was merely unfortunate for this Dao friend to encounter such misfortune twice. He wondered how cultivators of the Dao Realm trained. Are all Taoists like this? Finding joy in serving as cushions for others. Suddenly he slapped his thigh, gazing at Yi Chun with gratitude. What a good person! Only this explanation could make sense of the coincidence. Otherwise, how could it be that he was the one chosen twice? Too many coincidences no longer qualify as mere chance. They indicate premeditation. You huffed. As Yi Chun opened his eyes, he shakily pointed a finger at Lin Jiuxuan, attempting to speak. Instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fainting once again, Jiue was stunned. Had he fainted again? Xianzhou gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, simply marvelous. Twice he has been rendered unconscious out of anger. Truly a talent. Is the mental fortitude of Dao Realm cultivators really this fragile? Observing Yi Chun in his fainted state, he resolved to remain silent. waiting for him to awaken before speaking again. After all, he had served as their cushion twice. They couldn't simply abandon him in the street. That wasn't their style. It would be too unkind. They should at least provide him with clothing. Cough, cough, cough. With this thought, he began to cough heavily, his eyes growing brighter as he pondered the feasibility of his plan. After quite a while, Yichun, who had fainted, awoke once more. Meeting Lin Jiuxuan's disappointed gaze suddenly, he felt a chill beneath him, and a wave of dread washed over him. Alas, what a pity! Lin Jiuxuan sighed heavily. Now that he was awake, his plan appeared hopeless. Adhering to a principle of placing humanity first, he acknowledged that Yichun had indeed been used as a cushion. He felt compelled to show concern. Dao friend, are you all right? Yichun shot Lin Jiuxuan a glare. Am I all right? You want me to jump on you a few times to find out? He questioned whether he would dare to say he was okay. His eyes darted nervously. Who knew what ill intentions were brewing in Lin Jiuxuan's mind? He feared admitting to any injuries, lest he find himself trapped within this courtyard, looking up to the heavens. He lamented, "The heavens are unjust. Why must I suffer so? It defies logic. Dao friend, I am unsure of your whereabouts, but why did you not evade given your Dao Realm cultivation?" He had just begun to speak when a sudden tingling sensation gripped his scalp, sending chills throughout his body. Dao Realm cultivation. Indeed. Why had he not dodged? No, that was incorrect. He had attempted to evade, yet his body had been immobilized, as though a force were suppressing him. Moreover, the source of that power was formidable. At least two major realms beyond him, rendering him incapable of sensing its origin, let alone anything stronger. Chapter 77. The formidable Li Tianxian. Are you all right? He wouldn't dare claim he was okay. He suspected that the moment he spoke, he would bid farewell to this world. No, I'm fine. He stammered, his complexion pale and his heart uncertain. His gaze narrowing, he had briefly assessed the four individuals present, one just breaking through to the Dao Realm. Now, at the early stage of the Dao Realm, or the third layer of the Dao Realm, he glanced again, confirming that this person was not his match in talent. Perhaps he could contend with him. Then there was the individual who had just struck him, also at the Dao Realm, but his precise level was indiscernible that he sensed that this person was stronger and could likely obliterate him. His rear tightened. This person seemed dangerous, and he should keep his distance to preserve his own integrity. The woman was at the Heavenly Realm. He needed not even glance, for she could undoubtedly overpower him. Lastly, there was an elderly man, frowning as he scrutinized him. Without any cultivation, a mere ordinary person? Impossible! His eyes narrowed. He confirmed that this was an elder he could not provoke. Thank goodness there was one woman whose cultivation was lower than his. Wait! He slapped his forehead. Why was he comparing his cultivation to that of a woman? Had he truly fallen to such a state? He never intended to, but the individuals in this courtyard were simply too terrifying. With only one woman beneath him in cultivation, he had always believed himself to be the most gifted and impressive individual in this area. In retrospect, he realized he had been too insular in his view of the world. There are always others who surpass you, heavens beyond heavens. What a fool he had been! Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. Watching the days, Yichun muttered to himself, "This guy seems to have lost his wits upon waking." At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out from outside. "We seek an audience with the esteemed elder. Please allow us a moment of your time." That a dozen or so cultivators at the Heavenly Realm stood outside the courtyard, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. The recent Dao Realm tribulation had originated from this very place. Now that the tribulation had passed, they had not heard the roars of death nor seen signs of transcendence. Thus, they had come. They sought guidance on how to transcend to the Dao Realm. Many were trapped at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Realm, unable to break through, while others were at the late stage of the Heavenly Realm. The remaining few were newly initiated into the Heavenly Realm, simply wishing to learn how they could ascend to the Dao Realm. This particular threshold had stymied countless cultivators, leaving them in anguish over their inability to progress. Now, with a senior who had successfully broken through to the Dao Realm present, how could they remain calm? Seeking the Dao. Humph. Lin Jiuxuan snorted coldly. Such pleasant words came at a time like this. Could it be they harbored no ulterior motives? It was well known that when one breaks through a realm, their body would suffer significant damage. necessitating proper recovery and rest. The realm of Dao is distinct from other realms. Entering the Dao Realm signifies stepping into the hallowed halls of the way. It is through the Dao that one finds power, as magical abilities merely serve as a conduit for the Dao itself. Nonetheless, it is essential to cultivate oneself and restore the body to its prime. The act of seeking the Dao at this juncture is akin to the heart of Sima Zhao, well known to all. A few remained silent. The pursuit of the Dao seemed impossible, that if one were to genuinely seek the Dao, perhaps they would be informed. Outside the courtyard, a gathering of cultivators had assembled, most of whom were beneath the celestial realm. Only a handful of those above the celestial realm dared to approach the entrance in search of the Dao. Are there any formidable figures within the Dao realm? I have heard they are akin to deities. Elusive as a dragon. Certainly. Why the haste? Patience will reveal the truth at a distance of 10 miles away. Onlookers gazed at the courtyard, their eyes gleaming with hope. They had never witnessed the Dao realm before, only heard tales of it from a nearby heavenly sect. Now, the opportunity to behold a master of the Dao realm was before them, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, should we not venture in for a closer look? Having just broken into the Dao realm, their stability must surely be compromised. If we capture them, we might uncover the secret to their breakthrough. Among the 10-odd celestial cultivators, 5 belonged to the same faction, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The one referred to as the elder brother furrowed his brow, fixated on the tightly shut door, a flicker of displeasure in his gaze. While the Dao realm? Let him wait. He is merely a newly ascended Daoist, nothing to fear. Let us act. Elder brother, what is there to fear? We 5 celestials should not be intimidated by a mere novice in the Dao realm. Besides, both second brother and third brother are at the peak of the celestial realm. What is there to worry about? The younger brother urged, his eyes filled with eagerness. The 5 celestial cultivators moved forward, while the remaining celestials frowned. They were reluctant to provoke the Dao realm, merely wishing to learn the means of breaking through. They lacked the audacity to challenge even a freshly ascended Daoist. They retreated 10 miles, leaving the 5 brothers at the entrance. Coward! Old Fifth! Break down the door! If he doesn't come out, we shall force our way in, the elder brother disdainfully remarked, watching the retreating celestial cultivators. He commanded Old Fifth, who was at the mid-celestial stage, to step forward, and a massive hammer materialized in his hand, poised to strike the door. The Dao realm may be fearsome, but what is there to fear from a newly ascended Daoist? Breaking down the door is how you seek the Dao. If that is the case, there is no need for your pursuit. Just as Old Fifth's hammer was about to descend, the door suddenly swung open. A chilling voice emerged, resonating like thunder in spring, leaving him momentarily stunned. What dares to obstruct your grandfather's path? Seeing the hammer held at bay by a single hand, he summoned all his magical energy to bring it down. The faces of the elder brother and the others turned pale, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The Dao realm. This could only be the newly ascended Daoist. T.O. withstand Old Fifth's hammer with a single hand. Even a peak celestial would not possess such strength. Only a Daoist could achieve this. Your grandfather? Li Tianxian raised his gaze to meet Old Fifth, who was poised to crush him with the hammer, and slowly uttered a few words. Lin Jiuxuan had instructed him to resolve the matters outside, initially intending for a civil discourse. Yet, it appeared that bloodshed was inevitable. Then you may perish. Bang! With a slight exertion, Old Fifth soared into the air. Then, a finger pointed, and a stream of spiritual light pierced into Old Fifth's brow. No, I don't want to die, as he felt the chill envelop him. He could not resist, roaring in despair. His pupils dilated. The hammer descended towards his head. Boom! The once fierce Old Fifth was now reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Fifth brother, the elder brother bellowed, rushing to Old Fifth's remains, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Li Tianxian. His eyes were bloodshot, and murderous intent radiated from him. Drawing a large knife, he fixed his gaze on Li Tianxian. You have slain my fifth. Li Tianxian furrowed his brows, pinching the descending giant axe between his fingers, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of cold light, that a surge of Taoist essence erupted forth. He stomped his feet, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent Lao Si hurtling backwards. Raising his head, he cast a glance at Lao Si, then pointed a finger, sending a streak of luminous energy that swiftly penetrated Lao Si's forehead. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, tinged with a hint of liberation. Lao Wu, fourth brother has come to accompany you. As he felt life slowly ebbing away, he turned his gaze towards Lao Wu's lifeless form, nostalgia washing over him. Perhaps this is the ultimate release. You have killed 2 of us. That should suffice. The price has been paid. You can let us go now, can't you? The eldest brother looked at Li Tianxian with a deep, somber voice, his eyes aflame with a hint of crimson, a flash of murderous intent lurking within. Brothers, bound by blood, lay dead before him, and he found himself powerless to exact vengeance. Regret consumed him. He had miscalculated Li Jiuxuan's strength and their own. All his fault. Price. You speak of price. How absurd. Had I not been strong, it would have been my death. Yet you speak to me of price. Wager the lives of my brothers for your own survival, to extinguish the flames of rage with their sacrifice. You are utterly unworthy. He gazed at the eldest brother, disappointment etched across his face. If only he had a modicum of pride to stand up for his brethren. Perhaps the young master could have shown leniency, but alas, such possibilities have evaporated. The heavenly realm posed no threat to them. Sparing them would bear no consequences that if blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the very moment they began this path. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Brother, let us confront him. What is death to us? The second and third brothers unleashed their peak heavenly realm cultivation, brandishing their weapons and channeling all their might into a fierce assault upon Li Tianxian. This thunderous shout compelled him to glance at the eldest brother. Seizing the moment, the 2 turned tail and fled into the distance, abandoning their elder. Their own lives took precedence. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Survival was all that mattered. How pitiful! To wish to escape was futile. Lifting his head, he observed the retreating figures of the 2, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There was no need for him to intervene. Pft! Bang! How is this possible? Why? In the courtyard, a beam of sword light surged forth, piercing through the bodies of the 2 before they could even utter a scream. They were torn asunder by the sword's intent, leaving behind 2 trails of blood mist in the air. How mistaken! The eldest brother was that. I am sorry. It is all the eldest brother's fault. He has brought ruin upon you. The eldest brother knelt on the ground. Weeping like a child, his eyes filled with despair, he bore witness to the tragic demise of his 4 brothers. And in that moment, he finally comprehended his grievous error. Rising, he turned to face Lin Jiuxuan, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, tears cascading from his eyes. These were tears of awakening, remorse. Yet, it was too late now that I know I cannot defeat you, but my brothers must not die in vain. The eldest brother channeled all his power into the great blade in his hands, his fierce gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. This strike would be his strongest. Sigh. With a deep breath, he unleashed a fist of power. Taoist essence swirling, shimmering with golden light. Boom! In that instant, he felt a sudden surge, stepping across the threshold of the Taoist realm. His eyes dimmed of hope. Even if he were to withstand this blow, he could not survive the Taoist heavenly tribulation. Perhaps the Taoist realm was merely a mental barrier for him. Now, clarity dawned upon him. Bang! His eyes shut, vitality ebbing away, a smile gracing his lips that I end this life. He was fulfilled. Chapter 79. Yichun seeks brotherhood in the courtyard. Several individuals sat together. Yichun regarded Li Tianxian with trepidation, his heart quaking, his gaze flickering with an unusual light. Directly step into the initial stage of the Taoist realm from the early stage of the heavenly realm, transcending a significant level to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Such a feat would mark him as a prodigy, no matter where he stood. Now, he stood akin to a guardian at Lin Jiuxuan's side. Alongside that equally gifted Xiao Yu, it seemed as though she too was a servant. Grasping his head in despair, he pondered what sort of family this was, so extravagantly blessed. Prodigies employed as guards. How he longed to be among them. Brother, what did you just say? Lin Jiuxuan asked, digging into his ear and blowing out a breath, as if he had not quite caught the previous words. He scrutinized Yichun with an appraising gaze. making him feel quite uncomfortable. "Brother Yi, did you not just express a desire to forge a brotherhood with Tianxian? Come now, make haste," he said cheerfully. Brotherhood? This would signify that he had gained another powerful ally. Elder Xian had mentioned that the Yi family was quite renowned. Within a million-mile radius, there was but one family bearing the Yi surname. If it were indeed that family, it would serve as an excellent backing, allowing him to evade the consequences of his future actions. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin's spirits dwindled, glaring at Lin Jiuxuan. What manner of person was this? If only he had spoken sooner, he wouldn't have been so thrilled to propose a bond only to be met with this revelation. To ally with Li Tianxian would mean he would become the little brother of Lin Jiuxuan's little brother. That was unacceptable. Surely I must have misheard. Did I ever say that? He shot Lin Jiuxuan a glare, irritated that he had brought up such a topic. "Oh, I recall now. I intended to forge a brotherhood with Brother Lin." He cleverly diverted the course, as an alliance with Lin Jiuxuan would allow them to remain equals. Whereas with Li Tianxian, it would leave him feeling terribly uncomfortable. In fact, it was far more advantageous to ally with Lin Jiuxuan. Joining forces with one prodigy, while also having another enigmatic elder in the background, along with the backing of their forces, was a stroke of genius. I am truly a little genius. He secretly affixed a label of genius upon himself. How could such maneuvering even be possible? Now it was Lin Jiuxuan's turn to be taken aback. This was certainly unexpected, leaving him momentarily stunned. Initially intending to decline, he held his tongue upon recalling Elder Xian's words. He needed to ponder whether this was worthwhile and how trustworthy this individual truly was. In his current weak position, gaining a formidable force as an ally would be quite beneficial. However, the reliability of this power remained a pressing question. "Kid, you are overthinking this, if I am not mistaken. He should be a core disciple of that family. It is he who would be forming a bond with you, not the family behind him. Besides, the Heavenly Dao oath is not easily broken." Elder Xian observed Lin Jiuxuan's furrowed brow and shook his head, conveying this thought telepathically, fearing that the young man might fall into a misjudgment, which would be most unfortunate. "Right, brotherhood. Let us forge it immediately." He smacked his thigh, casting a grateful glance at Elder Xian, realizing he had almost strayed into misjudgment. Now, just because he was currently weak did not mean that would always be the case. He had the human race hidden within the space as his foundation. What was there to fear? Moreover, he had Elder Xian, a fierce individual, albeit with a temper, yet fiercely protective and powerful. That sufficed. Everything else could wait for later discussion. Without further ado, they proceeded with the brotherhood. Grasping Yi Qin's hand, the two held 3 incense sticks, one to honor heaven and earth, one for the ancestral spirits, and one for themselves, after a lengthy ceremony. The brotherhood was complete. Eldest brother, second brother. A scene that was exceedingly cringe-worthy unfolded, prompting the others to remove their shoes, preparing to hurl them. These two were utterly shameless. They had never witnessed such a repugnant display. Shattering all previous records of shamelessness, A.S. night descended. Yi Qin announced he had matters to attend to and would take his leave, having successfully secured the brotherhood and familiarized himself with the locale. His objectives had been met. The 4 remaining individuals sat in a circle, Elder Xian frowning as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Jiuxuan. With nightfall, the stars shone brightly. He feared being dragged into a divination session once more. He had no desire to engage in such endeavors. Consulting fate with this little rascal felt akin to tempting death. He had grown weary. After several such sessions, he began to wonder if he would survive long enough. Was his fate not resilient enough? Ever since aligning with Lin Jiuxuan, he had been reflecting on whether he could truly live long. Would he not meet an untimely end along the way? Constantly questioning himself, he had even conducted his own divination, discovering that anything tied to this young man seemed to defy the heavens. "Tianxian, are you certain you can absorb the heavenly tribulation?" With wide eyes, he stared at Li Tianxian and asked, "Devouring the heavenly tribulation sounds incredibly impressive. If this is indeed true, it may prove to be immensely useful in the future, particularly during the tribulation phase. While others struggled desperately to overcome their trials, we could simply toss Li Tianxian into the fray. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. What is there to fear from heavenly tribulations? it is likely that the tribulations would fear them instead. For now, I can only consume the previous golden lightning tribulation, and no matter how strong I am now, there's little I can do. Furrowing my brow, I assess my current limits before speaking to T.O. attain greater strength. I must first become stronger myself. Ultimately, I provided a relatively affirmative answer, refraining from mentioning the presence of the Thunder Dragon within me, that IT could serve as a hidden card, for with the aid of the Thunder Dragon, I could potentially devour several bolts of golden tribulation lightning in one go. However, it would require time to digest. The reason I could assimilate the golden tribulation lightning so swiftly this time was due to the fact that a portion of its energy had been expended by Xian Lao. Only about 1/10 of it was consumed. Otherwise, I would not have been able to withstand it. Xianjiu grasped his hand, and with closed eyes, sensed his body, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. After releasing his hand, he seemed to be pondering something, muttering in a low voice about something incomprehensible. Your body is fine. You could try consuming heavenly thunder in the future and see if it enhances your strength. After a considerable time, he finally relaxed his brow, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, which he concealed well. Hell, Tianquan's physique is quite extraordinary. He had never seen anything like it, nor did he understand it. Nevertheless, it should be a good thing for now that IT poses no harm to the body. Rather, it is quite beneficial and oh harm done. Lin Jiuxuan let out a heavy sigh. At this point, Li Qianquan's strength was nearly catching up to his own that if he were to be incapacitated, it would greatly affect his future plans. Being of the same race, he did not wish for any harm to befall his kin. It was merely a matter of kinship and plans. As day turned to night, the slumbering individuals were abruptly awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Lin Jiuxuan, in a foul mood, went to open the door and, upon seeing Yi Chun, had no kind words to offer. If you don't provide a reason, I'll be sure to loosen your bones. Just as Yi Chun was about to speak, he halted mid-step, perplexed. Why such a temper? Could it be that someone has arrived? Big brother, don't be angry. I'm here to share some good news. Chapter 80. 1,000,000 spirit stones, we are rich. Yi Chun forced a smile. Bewildered as he gazed at the irate Lin Tianxian, he scratched his head, realizing he had ventured into a volatile situation so early in the morning. Hurry up, or I won't hold back my fists. It was a rare opportunity to catch a little extra sleep without being disturbed by Xian Lao, only to be roused by Yi Chun. How could he not be angry? Disturbing someone's pleasant dreams is akin to endangering their life. I wanted to share some good news with you. Yi Chun rubbed his nose, looking at Lin Jiuxuan as a glimmer of light emanated from the ring on his finger. He wore a cheerful expression. Just as he was about to reveal the good news, bang. Kid, do you realize that the elder needs his sleep? Otherwise, he can become easily irritable. Xianjiu's voice rang out, accompanied by a gentle flick of his finger. Sending a beam of light, striking Yi Chun, he was thrown back, a look of deep trepidation in his eyes. Though he anticipated that Xian Lao was formidable, he had not comprehended the extent of his strength until that moment. The casual flick seemed like an overwhelming celestial might to him, utterly unresistible, devoid of any thought of rebellion. IT felt as though human strength could not sway divine authority. This was not merely a matter of realm disparity, but rather a qualitative suppression. Even when facing the clan leader, he had never felt such a sensation. It was reminiscent of the power he sensed when he accompanied Xian Lao to pay respects to their ancestors. How strong it was he could not ascertain. He had only heard tales of the ancestors who once fought along the imperial path, clashing with unparalleled prodigies. They were once renowned throughout the imperial path, commanding respect from all, standing among the top-tier prodigies. Now, to feel such power emanating from an elder was astonishing and unsettling. What kind of identity does Lin Jiuxuan possess, protected by such a powerful figure? A holy son, a path seeker, a son of Buddha, or perhaps an imperial child? In an instant, his face lit up with joy. Regardless of his identity, he was his older brother, a sworn brother. He had inadvertently latched onto a powerful ally. How delightful, truly joyous. Xian Lao, good morning. I heard you enjoy drinking, and I brought you this divine drunkenness, a local specialty. He sprang up from the ground, beaming with delight, and pulled a flask of wine from his ring. Instantly, the aroma of the wine wafted through the air, a fragrance imbued with a hint of Taoist essence. Presenting this flask made his heart ache, for the divine drunkenness, as the name implies, is so exquisite that even divine beings would succumb to its effects. This is merely a metaphor, signifying the wine's extreme rarity. The effects of this wine surpass that of ordinary Taoist pills, providing a deeper understanding of the Tao. This particular flask was a reward he received after triggering celestial phenomena upon breaking through the Dao Realm. The current clan leader possessed only a handful. 1 can only imagine its immense value, primarily due to the difficulty in sourcing the ingredients for its brewing in order to leave a good impression on Xianlao. He was willing to go all out that he laid bare his family's resources. Divine drunkenness. I haven't had this in ages. That old ghost always hides it away, never sharing it with the elder. He enveloped the fragrance of the divine drunkenness, capturing its Taoist essence. The aroma of the divine drunkenness, if inhaled for too long by those not yet attuned to the Tao, can produce adverse effects. The essence of the Tao produced is only beneficial for those in the realms of entering the Tao. Understanding the Tao and comprehending the Tao. With such effects, it was simply irresistible. This wine is truly enchanting, he sighed, savoring a sip of the divine drunkenness, his gaze increasingly fond as he looked at Yichun. Finding him more and more agreeable. Xianlao, do you know our ancestor? Upon hearing this, Yichun's body suddenly froze. The weight of the information was substantial. Old ghost. Surely that referred to his ancestor. To be acquainted with the ancestor signifies one is at least of the same caliber. What a formidable ally this is! Lin Jiuxuan's eyes sparkled as he beheld Xianlao, astonished that he had lived for such a long time. The ancestor? One could tell he was an ancient being, one who had lived for many years, each of whom was a terrifying existence. Lin Jiuxuan had never inquired about Xianlao's origins, nor did he find him repulsive, so he never pressed for details. Ye kid, I find you quite agreeable. Allow me to offer you some guidance. With a slight movement of his finger, the power of the stars flickered in his eyes, and a grayish, mystical force materialized beside him. Lin Jiuxuan understood that he was once again performing a divination, that a twinge of bitterness arose in his heart. He would divine for others, but not for him. Truly biased. If Xianjiu were aware of Lin Jiuxuan's thoughts, he would likely spit blood and slap him, roaring, "Do you not know your own worth? You still wish for me to divine for you? Nonsense! Do you not want to live a few more years and avoid an early farewell to this world?" Yichun obediently approached Xianlao, bowing respectfully, acknowledging the presence of one at the same level as their ancestors. He dared not engage in light-hearted banter like Lin Jiuxuan. The disparity in status was evident. Though Xianlao may not have cared, he did not dare to assume familiarity. He feared that if the ancestor were to learn of his behavior, he might break his legs, following this lad. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable, yet the future holds promise, with the opportunity to step into the supreme realm. Your training has some issues with the phenomena you've manifested, and I will point them out for you. A finger touched Yichun's forehead, his gaze filled with complexity, and then he squinted at Lin Jiuxuan nearby. A trace of blood quickly wiped away from the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, anyone associated with this lad would face greater difficulties. Fortunately, he had profound insights into the way of celestial mechanisms. Otherwise, he would have suffered a setback. Still, it had indeed grazed his original essence. From now on, he would refrain from divining for anyone associated with this lad. No more pretentiousness, lest he tarnish his own reputation. Thank you, Xianlao. With closed eyes, his heart was tumultuous, his mind racing with thoughts of the flaws in his training. In an instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light passing through. Xianlao had vanished from the spot. Nevertheless, he respectfully performed the customary greeting for juniors towards the room where Xianlao resided. The admiration swelling within him was akin to an unceasing river, and with a mere calculation, he could discern the inadequacies of his own extraordinary visage. Truly, he was an entity of the same caliber as their ancestral forebears, exuding an aura of sheer terror. By the way, do you have any good news to share with me? Lin Jiuxuan inquired as he approached and gently patted his shoulder, curious about what news could possibly prompt such an early visit. Forsaking sleep, with a hint of anticipation, he continued, "Did you not auction some items at the Zishuan auction house? Here are the proceeds from the auction. totaling 5 million spirit stones after deducting some fees. He handed a ring to Lin Jiuxuan and hurriedly departed. There were thoughts in his mind that needed proper organization, leaving Lin Jiuxuan momentarily bewildered in his place. How much did you just say? 5 million spirit stones. I have struck it rich. I am, indeed, wealthy now, haha. Chapter 81. The Secrets of the Past. The wind begins to blow. In the same spot. Lin Jiuxuan surveyed the spirit stones within the ring. An impressive total of 5 million initially. He had thought that even 3 million would be commendable. Yet now he found himself with an excess of 2 million as suddenly. He felt a bit giddy. 5 million. A substantial sum, sufficient for indulging in delightful delicacies, allowing him the freedom to eat whatever he desired it. In Li Tianxian's chamber, Chua sat opposite him, and they were engaged in a discussion about how to achieve a breakthrough. Chiyue's cultivation level matched his, both being at the initial stage of the Luo, which translates to the early stage of Tianjing. Her combat prowess was comparable to that of the mid-stage Tianjing in this realm. How did you manage to break through so swiftly? She gazed at him in astonishment. It had been nearly a month since arriving in this world, and he had already made a breakthrough to a significant realm. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and she too wished to elevate her strength in this new world, where advancement was somewhat simpler than in Hongwang. Take your time. A breakthrough will come naturally. I merely experienced an unexpected turn of events. Otherwise, you might try to see if you can devour the heavenly tribulations. If so, it should be feasible. Tianxian smiled at Chiyue, though he remained unsure of why he could consume the heavenly tribulations. Perhaps it was merely a fluke that he did not hold the belief that Chiyue could do the same. Should several individuals capable of devouring heavenly tribulations suddenly appear, it would likely drive the Heavenly Dao to the brink of collapse, leaving it in tears. In Xian Lao's chamber, a hand pressed against the ground as he coughed heavily, several drops of blood splattering onto the earth. His complexion had paled somewhat, and a drop of black blood was forcibly extracted from the tip of his finger. It landed on the ground, tearing open a fissure in the earth. That lad's fate, I truly dare not calculate. The memory of the first time he attempted to divine Lin Jiuxuan's fate still sent chills down his spine. Having lived for several millennia and reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he had profound knowledge in the art of divination, able to assess even the most formidable beings. Given a choice, he would rather divine the fates of those terrifying entities than risk calculating Lin Jiuxuan's fate. To divine the fate of such a terrifying existence merely harmed the body, but to divine that lad's fate was to invite unnecessary peril. Master, is he truly the hope of the Tianji sect? He shook his head, uncertain. In his understanding, Lin Jiuxuan could be deemed an anomaly, perhaps destined to transcend and become an existence beyond the Dao. Yet he was genuinely fearful, not of his own demise, but failing to leave a legacy for the Tianji sect and facing the scorn of the ancestors in the afterlife. His thoughts drifted. Tianji sect. Juror, henceforth you shall be my disciple, and the future of the Tianji sect shall rest upon your shoulders. You must diligently cultivate. The art of divination is profound and enigmatic. Should you attain the pinnacle of cultivation, comprehending the past and future may not be beyond your reach. However, you must remember, before the mountain gate of the Tianji sect, a youth donned in a pristine Taoist robe stood, accompanied by a disheveled elder whose robe bore countless patches. The elder held a whisk, devoid of any ethereal grace or semblance of a transcendent being. The youth listened intently to the elder's teachings. As time flowed by, he continually grew under the elder's guidance. The divination texts of the Tianji sect were thoroughly assimilated, and the foundational techniques reached the pinnacle of cultivation, surpassing even the disheveled elder's prowess in divination. Capable of predicting events a millennium hence, the disheveled elder was exceedingly pleased. Every time he descended the mountain, he would bring the youth along, imparting knowledge beyond just divination, including the ways of survival and friendship. As the youth matured, the Tianji sect remained unchanged, save for the overgrowth of weeds in the back mountain. Whenever the youth attempted to clear the weeds, he was always stopped by the disheveled elder, who would say, "These are all lives. Each weed has its purpose. In time, you will understand." The youth nodded, somewhat perplexed, and ceased his efforts to uproot the weeds. Instead, during his idle moments, he would water the weeds, allowing them to flourish even more vigorously, until one day, the disheveled elder entrusted the youth with many matters. By this time, the youth had been on the mountain for over 30 years. He handed the youth the ring of inheritance from the Tianji sect, instructing him to find the next successor. Within the ring were several portraits. The first few had already been located, leaving only the last one that he informed him that the final individual would